The chess spectacle of the year has arrived. Welcome to Paris, France. Who is the king of online chess? The Speed Chess Championship decides. This year's showdown culminates in the first ever live finals. The fans screaming and cheering on the players, the atmosphere and drama unmatched.
Hans versus Magnus. I think everybody should get their popcorn.
Only the strongest and the quickest will survive.
How does he do this?
So don't blink. Remember to breathe.
Oh my god, he lost no time!
You're watching the 2024 Speed Chess Championship.
We are in Paris. We are live. It's the 2024 Speed Chess Championship. We got a crowd. You can hear them. This is gonna be real. I gotta say, it feels like a personal dream come true. The inaugural Speed Chess Championship 2016 in a tiny little closet with this guy next to me, legs rubbing next to each other in a self-produced kind of weird show. And here we are.
From Arizona to Paris, we got a big stage. We got so many fans here, and we got some great players, including one right behind us.
One of them's getting their mouse ready. We had a Nakamura Carlsen final in that one. Will that happen again? Will it be that guy behind him or Hans Niemann? We don't know, but Canty, what do you got to say? We got a live audience here. This is where chess belongs.
Of course. Can we hear that audience one more time? I mean, that was amazing. Let's hear some.
Get it.
Wow. It's here. Speed Chess Championship? Oh my goodness, the matches. Wow. This is so exciting. This is ecstatic for sure.
So exciting. The fans will be loud. They will be cheering during the chess. That'll be interesting. We got a lot to talk about. It will be a unique weekend for sure. One of the most hype weekends in chess history, if I don't say myself. Let's talk about the first hype match of the day. Hikaru Nakamura is taking on Alireza Firouzja. He's won a few Speed Chess Championships, has Hikaru. Alireza Firouzja would love to get his first one. Robert, your quick thoughts off the top.
Got a 5-time SCC champion versus the reigning Bullet Chess champion and the Grand Chess Tour champion. So great year for Alireza. He's in fantastic form.
Kenny, who do you think had a tougher road to get here to Paris as we take a peek at that bracket?
Oh yeah, tougher road, of course. If we're talking about the Hikaru Nakamura match with Firouzja, definitely maybe Firouzja here. I mean, Nakamura always gets through everything. Firouzja is definitely kind of newer when it comes to trying to win this event. I mean, Firouzja's had a great year and overall, just crushing everything.
Yep.
This one he's trying to take, of course. And Nakamura, I mean, it's used to seeing Nakamura do Nakamura things. He's been in every single final since we started at SCC.
Well, you touched on it. 2024 in some ways has been Alireza Firouzja's year. We're going to talk a lot about that and see what kind of momentum he's carrying into today's match. But before we do, let's do some storytelling. Let's remind everybody of who these players are, starting with Hikaru Nakamura at the top.
Hikaru Nakamura had a challenging road to the 2024 Speed Chess Championship semifinals. First, he had to face Jose Martinez, then Jan Nepomniachtchi. Nakamura won both matches by a combined 11 points. How Nakamura won the first two matches could not have been any more different though. After the 5-minute blitz against Jospin, Nakamura led by 3 points and did not look back. After the 5-minute blitz against Nepomniachtchi, Nakamura trailed by 3 points. This adversity turned out to be temporary, Nakamura completely wiped out the deficit in the middle portion of the match, then turned on the jets in bullet. After taking 6.5 out of 8 points in the 1-minute section, Nakamura sailed to a 5-point win. And so, Hikaru has still never lost a Speed Chess Championship match except to one person, who you probably know. Nakamura does not have to do battle with Carlsen yet though. First, Alireza Firouzja stands in the way. The self-declared Bullet God and the 2024 Bullet Chess Champion is pretty good at Blitz too. He will need to do well in every time control to claim his first Speed Chess Championship title. Firouzja was strong in all 3 time controls earlier in this SCC. In the first round against Alexander Grishuk, Alireza opened up an insurmountable 5-point lead and cruised into the quarterfinals. In his second game against Fabiano Caruana, Firouzja was dead lost when a sudden tactic flipped a +5 position for Fabi to an instant win for Firouzja. Alireza never looked back, winning the next game with white and steadily building on his lead to secure a 6-point win. Firouzja now faces his toughest challenge yet in the semifinals, as he takes on 5-time champion Hikaru Nakamura. Some good news though. While Nakamura has to fly to Paris, Firouzja will at least get home-board advantage from playing in France. He is also the only person to have ever beaten Nakamura in a bullet chess match. This semifinal is sure to go down to the wire.
We asked Canty who we thought maybe had the tougher road. That video broke it down for us. We saw very clearly both players' journeys. But I want to throw it back to you, Robert, and go to a comment that Hikaru made in his post-match interview. After beating Jan Nepomniachtchi and then talking about Alireza Firouzja, he made a point to say that the strategy of knowing he can come back in bullet is not going to work against the reigning bullet chess champion. What do you think is going through Hikaru's mind, knowing that he may need to be the one with a lead going into the bullet today?
Yeah, Hikaru's a pretty honest competitor. He trailed Jan Nepomniachtchi by 3 points. He can't afford to get down in the quicker time controls against someone like Alireza Firouzja. And I'm pointing because he's right there behind us. He's the bullet chess champion. He's great in all time controls in all formats. So it's a dangerous opponent for Hikaru. You know, normally he's the favorite, but this match might be different.
I'm going to let you finish your point here in a second about Alireza's 2024. But first, we're going to talk a little bit about Hikaru Canty. You call him half man, half everything else.
Yes.
Your thoughts on that mindset, as Robert talked about his successful career in the SCC already and all the things he's done and how scary he is to face in this format?
Yeah, of course. He does have to lean more on his experience. Of course, just having 36 matches, in fact, versus Alireza having only 6. Still, of course, Alireza's tearing up this year in 2024. But, of course, a lot of that experience here in the SCC formats for Hikaru will definitely help, of course, with 36 matches, 895 games versus 160. I mean, we're going to have to lean on that experience for sure.
Second best in a lot of time controls. That's because Magnus Carlsen is there. But throwing back to you, Robert, Hikaru is often referred to these days as a positional player. He has a positional style, which I think a lot of people take for granted, just thinking about how fast he is. They equate it with aggression. Do you think he's trying to lean on his experience today against Firouzja in that positional chess style?
He has to, because Alireza is one of the greatest tacticians of all time. He's just so sharp. And so for Hikaru, we saw his history. He's facing someone who's young, who's hungry, and who is absolutely ready. The bullet chess champion, in fact, a 2-time winner. Who has he taken down along the way? Hikaru Nakamura. So Alireza Firouzja fears no one.
He doesn't, and this year in particular, he has been fearing no one. That guy over the board or online, it doesn't seem to matter for him, Canty.
Absolutely, of course, it doesn't seem to matter. He's one of, let's see, let me see the list here. Bullet Chess Champion, Grand Chess Tour Champion, Chess.com Classic Champion, Champion. First on CCT leaderboard, and he's world number 5 in the world right now. He's on fire.
It's so much, Canty's reading the second slide before it's even up. That's the over-the-board results you see in terms of how well he's done.
Yes.
And he is obviously coming off a very good Sinkfield Cup. He's here in Paris. But he also has dominated online, as you've seen. Canty just rattled it off, and you hear the fans are breaking the fourth wall there. That's because a fan favorite, your streamer, Hikaru Nakamura, just came out. He is over there to my right, getting all set up. But as we keep talking about Firouzja, again, online or over the board, it hasn't seemed to matter. He's had great form in 2024, Robert.
Yeah, that graphic there just did the talking. He did beat Hikaru in the Bullet Chess Championship. We know Hikaru, an absolute star. He had a round of applause as he walked in. He's right over here to our right. But for Hikaru, he knows what's in front of him. He's always been honest with the competition. And he said, that quote, that it's Alireza Firouzja, in addition to Magnus Carlsen, that could stick with him in the bullet.
Yeah. Well, this match may come down to the bullet, which was maybe a funny thing to point out, both players got here early to set up their own setup. They brought their own mouses. I forget the correct plural. I think they brought their own.
Meese.
They brought their own meese here, and they're getting all dialed in. How important is that for a player to be comfortable? We see you. Beating people a lot in time scrambles these days on Instagram. Shameless plug for you. How important is that for a player to feel in their zone, to have their setup?
Yeah, you actually have to have your setup. You don't want to have the small meese or the small mice there, right? You don't want to have the small mouse. It's going to be really bad for you. Going to cramp your hands. You got to feel the flow, too. Sometimes maybe have some music going, and you got to really be comfortable. If you're not, I mean, uncomfortable, you have to be comfortable being comfortable and not uncomfortable, obviously. So make sure you ring your mouse. You
lost me in the comfortable. No, but seriously, as one old, slow guy to another, like for you, have you even moved off the trackpad yet?
I did go off the trackpad, but it's not much. So a friend gifted me a mouse one time.
Okay. Kenny mentioned it. The players also have their own headphones. They have playlists and things they've prepared. We've got state-of-the-art, robust, in-your-face, the kind of I can't even talk about when it comes to fair play security in this thing. Every device, everything that is here is being very, very closely reviewed. I'm going to go on record and say this might be the most secure chess event in history that's about to go down for anybody at home or anyone wondering about that. So as the players get set, we're going to jump into the last talking point we have to debate. The smarter chess prediction. Candy, I'm throwing to you first. What do you think about that probability? The fans are calling this a coin toss, and Smarter Chess has got Hikaru Nakamura at 77%.
Yeah, I think it's just diabolical. In fact, 100% diabolical. I don't know, Smarter Chess, we always want to prove it wrong here. Now, of course, yeah, Hikaru has the edge here, but 77 is outrageous, 100%.
Robert, I'm going to ask you about your thoughts on the Smarter Chess prediction, knowing that I am literally about to poke a bear.
I'm not nearly as strong as James Canny, but I can rip the Smarter Chess predictions up because they're ridiculous. 23% for Alireza Firouzja, that is ridiculous. This is a toss-up in every way, especially when it comes down the bullet. I think Alireza, he's not even really much of an underdog.
I agree with you. I was shocked when I said that, when I saw that, but I'm actually going to say I think Alireza is the underdog, and it's not just because of Hikaru's pedigree and the legendary reputation that follows him. I think Hikaru historically tends to get up for matches against Alireza, and I know he just lost in the Bullet Chess Championship, but by the way, that may end up coming back to bite Alireza because Hikaru Nakamura motivated is a scary Hikaru Nakamura.
Absolutely.
And I think stylistically, he gets up for these matches, and remember, we have 1+1 now, Bullet. It is a little different, and I think that actually favors Hikaru in a weird twist.
Yeah, he actually mentioned, of course, well, you guys will be able to catch later, we did a speed test, of course, with the aim trainer, and we were clicking around, and he mentioned a lot. He was like, yeah, I'm getting older and getting older. He's always talking about being older. But of course, I mean, he's still very fast, and he said in the 1+1, that's really going to help him having that extra 1 second. So we may see a whole different Hikaru than we saw in the Bullet Chess Championship because of that extra 1 second.
You're almost always having to remind fans that, hey, in Bullet, the faster player doesn't have as big of an advantage in the SCC. The chess does the talking on the board because of that increment. But when it comes to Hikaru versus Firouzja, you saw the Bullet Chess Championship, watched it closely. Who do you think, am I right? Do you think that favors Hikaru a little bit, or your thoughts on that?
The thing is, at least on paper, these are two pretty much equivalently strong players. So it normally favors the stronger player. Hikaru is slightly higher rated in classical chess, no denying that. But in recent performances, look at Alireza's done. He won the Singapore Cup, he won the GCT. He's winning pretty much everything in sight. So in current form, is Hikaru the stronger player? To me, again, that toss-up.
Yeah, well, it's going to be wild. It's why we show up and play on the day, I guess. And while we're at the desk, we make predictions on these matches. I guess some of the thoughts we've been giving might let you know a little bit of where we sit. But Candy, I'm going to start with you before we get out of the way and throw it to the boys upstairs. Who do you got in this one?
Yeah, I always go with Hikaru like almost every time. Of course, just personally knowing him, but also as a player. Of course, I've learned a lot from him. My style of chess sort of is Hikaru. I also like Firouzja too, tactics. I mean, but I got to go with Hikaru on this one.
Okay, Robert?
Well, you've been hearing my thoughts. I'm going with Alireza. It's not just to be contrarian. I think Alireza in amazing form, the type of form we saw from a few years ago when he skyrocketed 2800. So I'm going with the Bullet Chess champion, Alireza Firouzja.
Wow, well, there you go. I am also going to go with Hikaru Nakamura. I gave my thoughts. I think the increment here actually favors the slightly older player. Hikaru called himself old, but I don't even mean that. I think Hikaru wants more chess on the board. I think stylistically, he likes playing positional chess against Alireza Firouzja, and I think Hikaru Nakamura is going to punch his ticket to yet another Speed Chess Championship Finals. All right, well, we're going to Welcome you again, I guess, to the Speed Chess Championship Finals. Probably some of you joined in a little late after we said, hey, we're live from Paris. But we're going to say, hey, live from Paris again. The fans, give us some noise. Wait, you're on camera. Hey, Mom. Hey, Mom, I'm on TV.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Mom, I'm on camera. All right, well, the crowd is ready. It is an absolute packed house. We've got standing room only with more cameras than we ever thought might be here for a chess event. But right now, we're going to get out of the way so the chess event can finally get started. No more drama off the board. It's time for Chess on the Board. And to have the call, we have Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky and International Master Levy Rozman. Couldn't ask for a better way to kick it off. Boys, take it away.
Danny, thank you so much. Robert, Auntie, that was an amazing introduction. It is such an honor to be here. The last couple of weeks have felt like they've lasted a couple centuries. The next 8 minutes are going to feel like they're going to last 8 centuries. But we have a couple of things to get through before these games kick off and we officially start the SCC semifinals. The time control, folks, is the standard classic SCC time control. The match starts with an hour and a half, 90 minutes of 5 + 1, 5 seconds, 5 minutes with a 1 second increment. It's followed by an hour of 3 + 1, and then, of course, where would we be without half an hour of bullet chess? 1 minute with a 1 second increment, and if a game begins with any amount of time still on the counter in any of the segments, it does count for the final score. And given how close we think this match will be, that's going to matter, Levy, is it not?
Yes, it is. What's up, fans? Make some noise. This is incredible. I've never seen a chess event with this high stakes, with so many fans. I got to talk to Magnus yesterday about playing in an auditorium where people could actually see the evaluation and cheer, and that hopefully has been cleared up, Danya. But I'm so pumped, and we literally could not get 4 more interesting personalities. We have the 2 stalwarts, the two gatekeepers of the 2800 club right now. We have Hikaru and Magnus. We have Alireza Firouzja. He's supposed to be the prince of chess, the next up and coming. And we got Hans Niemann. I mean, you cannot ask for a... I wish they could all play each other, but we got matches.
Maybe they can, and let me be very clear. This is not an opening act. This is not a band playing for the Beatles. This is the act. You know, Hikaru versus Alireza. They've had their tete-a-tetes, you know, in the previous few months. Not going to name any particular Bullet Chess Championship. Not sure what happened there, but this is going to be an incredible match. 2 different styles, 2 different approaches. You will not want to miss a single second of it, and you will not want to miss a single second of this overview. Let's dive right in, and then the games will get started.
Firouzja, not taking anything away from him to say that, as you said, he's just not quite there yet, right? But who knows? Maybe within a year or two, this will be a matchup that is really, really a coin flip.
The ropes!
This is the champion. Alireza was giving Hikaru just the biggest challenge.
With the bishop! Is Firouzja gonna clinch it? And Hikaru just resigns?
This guy's just a beast.
How does he do this?
A brilliant find from Firouzja. He's unstoppable right now, Don.
Hey, we are here in the arena, guys. What's going on? Speed Chess Championship. I feel like I'm the only one in here. Is there anyone in the crowd? Can we get some hype from the crowd? Woo! We here, man. It's going down, of course, at the Speed Chess Championship. Big matches coming up. And our first match, or for our first player here, is going to be Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura. All right, there's Hikaru there, and for his opponent, of course, it's Grandmaster Alireza Firouzja. Guys, can we get some hype in the crowd? Are y'all happy to be here? Yeah, let's go. There we go. There we go. Guys, you see all these people came from everywhere, all around, and we have our French president here of the Chess Federation of France. Here we go with Eloy. So, yeah, we got him here. Yeah, absolutely. So this is Eloy, the president of the French Federation here for chess. So questions for you. How happy are you to be here with, obviously the SCC being here in having the chess here in France? How do you feel?
Well, it's amazing to have such a tournament with such players here in Paris.
Nice.
So I'm very happy for all Parisian chess players who can be here and enjoy the show. I hope the best for our players, for our champions, especially for Alireza, of course. It's French. Hi, Alireza. Good luck. And so it's really an honor and a pleasure to have you here.
Awesome. Thank you. So what match are you looking forward to the most here?
To the final, Alireza against Magnus.
Okay. Alireza against Magnus. He already has it there, right. Okay, do you have a chess.com account? That's the most important thing.
Most probably, yes, yes.
All right, thanks for being here. Yeah. Good to have you. All right, guys, we need some hype for the crowd before we get started. These guys are going to play. They're going to be excited. All of us are excited. So let's get some hype one more time and some clapping and some energy. There we go. Of course, guys. We're here. We're about to have some fun. Game starting in a minute. Let's go.
Wow, and there we go. The two players, the two stars of the show. There are butterflies in my stomach. There were butterflies in my stomach the moment the plane touched down in Paris. It was a foggy day, but I knew at that point that this was real, that this is about to happen, and now it's actually about to happen, Levy. We're looking at the screen here. It's beginning. It's happening. This is real.
I know. It really is. We're about to commentate the first match of potentially the coolest chess event ever. Let's go.
I'm looking at a chessboard for the first time. Like, wait, can you remind me how the knight moves for a second?
Yeah,
Does it move in a straight line or a diagonal?
I was down there. The arena is so bright, like not in a bad way, in a hype way. We are used to playing chess at 3 in the morning in a dark room on chess.com. Playing and pre-moving.
Or 5 in the morning.
Or 5 in the morning. Yeah, I'm asleep by then, but you've got that down pat, and these guys are locked in. They have their noise-canceling headphones. They've got music. I don't know what.
Great coffee. I mean, I don't want to know where he got that from because I'm going there right after the show.
Was that Hikaru with the coffee? He was drinking some coffee there. Really, the arena is incredible, and the players are incredible, and I can't wait. I absolutely cannot wait for the first moves.
The continuation of a Paris chess tradition in 1858. Paul Morphy, he arrived in Paris, went to the Café de la Régence across the street from the Louvre, which was the center of European chess. Here we go.
Yeah, here we go. I knew when I saw that cafe, I was like, I know what Café de la Régence is about, but I don't remember. That's what it's about. Okay, let's talk about chess.
Well, Morphy would be proud to see these crowds. Welcome, everybody. Game 1 is underway.
And it is a King's Indian defense.
Same-ish variation. Pretty surprising, I think, from both players. Hikaru likes to start pretty offbeat with knight f3 and b3. Here he goes into a mostly sideline same-ish. Usually the bishop comes out to e3, but it doesn't change the character of the position.
Yeah, and also a4 queen d2 is an interesting combination because you're never going to castle queenside. Black is going to play b5. But Hikaru will probably... Actually, really, what is the plan here? Because normally you have a knight on c4. You can't do that either.
Yeah, this is a very tough position for white to handle. It's kind of a Benoni King's Indian cross. Knight h3 and knight f2 is a very common maneuver here. Sometimes you wait for the knight to come out to d7. There we go.
Look at that.
Would you believe it? Hikaru knows typical same-ish ideas. Where did he learn that?
Yeah, from you, right? You're a King's Indian expert. You probably studied your games. No, we have 3 people right now in this picture. We have Hikaru, Alireza, me, and you. 3 of you have played King's Indian about 100 times plus over the board, and I've played it 0. So I do not have the nervous system for it.
I don't either, trust me. I don't know how I've been doing it for 20 years, but you can see Alireza taking the first long think because Black's entire
play is basically predicated on getting this queenside play to work. And you're not playing b5 now, because white's just going to recapture and the rook on 8 is going to hang. If you're not doing that, how are you going to prepare b5? There's our answer. Queen a5 threatens b5. Hikaru says, not on my watch.
Yeah, and this might look really like science fiction to people at home. I mean, Hikaru has played a4, rook a3, knight h3, and queen d2. If you're watching this as a beginner, actually, if you're just watching this period, you should not play chess like this with white. You will lose because you will not be able to coordinate and keep together the 3 sides of the board. But yeah, this queen b4, actually, funny story, on Wednesday night earlier this week, I played in the Paris Blitz Society, a game against James Canty, who was hyping up the crowd downstairs, and our position looked similar to this. He attacked me on the queen side with black, and if he can break through, he would have had something, but I managed to checkmate him first. So that's kind of what Hikaru is going to look to do, right? He's going to look to get the light squared bishop out, and then maybe castle, and then prepare some sort of attack.
And it's very tempting in these positions, Levy, to play f4 prematurely, because you want to get that attack started, you want to kick this knight out. But this is why the King's Indian is such a tricky opening. You try to kick pieces away, they move on to even more active squares. f4 is met with knight to c4. That basically forces Hikaru to give up the bishop pair. And this e4 pawn, you want to make sure that it doesn't become a major target for black, because black can attack it many different ways.
And even take it sometimes. I mean, you could literally sacrifice, not right now because it's well protected, but there are positions, yeah, look at Hikaru, queen c2. Ooh. You know, this is one of those positions where having the evaluation bar is completely meaningless. Like 0.5 here is like 0.5, but you have to juggle 3 potatoes and they're all on fire at the same time. Like something will crash. But Hikaru is very experienced. He plays queen c2. I just want to point out, I think of e4, d4, c4, and knight f3. d4 is like the least popular move that he plays. He almost never plays d4 on the first move.
Especially online. Yeah. One knight f3 and then c4, b3, but his pawn doesn't end up on d4 until at least move 8 or move 9. But Firouzja's queen might end up off of this board if he's not careful. Bishop d2, what a tricky retreating move by Hikaru. What is he threatening? He is threatening this knight jump to b5. Let me show this on our first analysis board of the SCC. Let's say that Alireza keeps improving his position. He's not going to do that. White moves the knight up to b5, or not, but this is a discovered attack against the queen. Could we see a queen sacrifice in the event of knight b5?
This is how ridiculous the King's Indian is. How is the queen not trapped?
I mean, maybe it is. Maybe black plays knight takes d5, sacks the queen, gets a bunch of pieces for it. We might get total pandemonium here. But Alireza, after a long think, he tries to solve his problems tactically with knight c4, hitting this bishop, trying to earn more real estate for the queen.
Yes, and after rook to b3, I guess his idea is bishop takes a4.
Whoa.
Pinning the rook to the queen. And that is the best move. Also, isn't there a knight hanging at the end? Oh, but the rook is trapped.
This is an unbelievable line. I have to, Hikaru is processing this right now. Yeah. Rook to b3. Queen can't move, right, because the knight is lost. So Alireza is planning to take on a4. Good call. This pins the rook to the queen. White takes the queen. Black takes the queen. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Black's down a piece. Yeah. No, I'm not. Now the rook is trapped.
Yeah.
We're going to get 2 pieces for a rook.
No, but I think he missed b5. Knight takes b5.
Because otherwise you lose the whole rook.
Yeah.
Nope. Knight takes b5, exposing a discovered attack against the bishop.
Yeah, because
simple chess, Levy. This is too basic. We need real calculation.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, but I think this is what he missed, because you never give up the knight here. Oh, but they didn't even do this.
Short circuit. New commentator pairs.
What just happened?
Alireza sacked his queen. Rook b3 was played, and instead of taking on a4, Firouzja took the bishop, sacking the queen.
Oh, man.
And he will get a rook and a piece for it. Look at that King's Indian bishop. It's uncontested.
And you've had games like this with black, and I feel like black is fine.
You mean down a queen against Hikaru? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you said that.
I've had that too.
Yeah, but But if you take on a4 and start pushing your a pawn, I mean, practically speaking, white is doing great. Black is doing great.
No, and this is the beauty of the King's Indian, the eval bar. Now it changes. Before that, it hadn't changed. It was 0.5 on move 3. It was 0.5 on move 19, and Alireza's in the driver's seat here.
I just want to point out that the line for black to get an advantage here is so simple. You move the knight to d7, your bishop opens up, and then you play b5. And like, what else were you planning to do?
Pushing pawns, as Hikaru likes to say. Well, I mean, I would be also tempted to push the a pawn, especially because this promotion square is controlled by the uncontested dark square bishop. I'm just curious, how is Hikaru going to generate counterplay fast enough to counteract that, Levy? Maybe you just push your pawns in the center if you're white, try to deflect black's attention.
But where are you putting your king? You haven't moved your light squared bishop. Where are you putting your king?
Yeah, I hadn't gotten around to that yet. Hadn't arranged it.
Yes, we just advanced. I will have everybody know that the giant question mark on the screen has dropped Hikaru's accuracy to only 98%. So Yeah, this immediate move feedback is really like upsetting because you just get told you're stupid and then it just sits there. But like, it's a very normal move. He's opening up his queen. He's trying to fight for the queen side. And by the way, Alireza has a minute down. I mean, he only has 90 seconds to figure out this position. And if he's not fast enough with his counterplay, Hikaru's up a freaking queen.
He's up a queen in a minute. Those are two things that you do not want against Nakamura. Folks, this is game 1 of the first semifinal of the Speed Chess Championship. Thank you, everybody joining us around the world and live on site in Paris. It's Hikaru versus Alireza. It's a same-ish King's Indian with a queen sack, and with Levi Rosman predicting Alireza's knight maneuver, and dropping back, looking good.
I will just say, what would the odds have been of a King's Indian same-ish being the first opening of this match?
I mean, you don't want the same-ish old stuff every game. I mean, you want some new stuff.
That was good. That was good.
First pawn of the day. They'll get better, I promise. Knight to c5, but look at knight d3.
Yeah.
Deflecting, I mean, trying to undo the Gordian knot here on the queen side.
But what was the, I mean, can we back up? He was forked. Why? So what was the point? Like, before knight c5, it's a fork.
He had to play b5, apparently.
Give up the, wow, look at this. b5, queen d6, and bishop c3. And this is good for black.
And then BC actually opens up a defender on that knight on d7.
But that's not findable. Wow.
So instead he went knight c5, Hikaru finds knight d3, Alireza pushes.
Yes, and it's very important for the fans at home watching, and also here, you are also more than welcome to learn with us. It's very important when you play with an imbalance of queen versus rook and piece, that you trade the right pieces at the right moments, and that way the queen is not subjected to the teamwork of the enemy pieces. Right now, yes, Alireza has 2 pieces for that queen, but the light-squared bishop for black is useless. And this wall of pawns that Hikaru has on the board stands very nicely and does a great job fighting off the counterplay that black can create.
And if the dark-squared bishop becomes useless, then you're in big trouble, and it might, because Hikaru is just a couple steps away from pushing f4 and e5. Yep. It feels like Alireza, he keeps preparing something, and by the time he prepares it, I mean, you know, my flight out of Paris might be out. And he's got to get his pawns rolling.
Yeah, let's show, like, there's a line, king d2, b5, you take, bishop b5. And yeah, so king d2, b5, we can just quickly show this on the board. You take, bishop b5, rook b1. And I think that's just the end of the game, because you trade a bishop and a rook, and that's it.
Not here, because the rook is hanging. First you trade the rooks. Yes. And Levy, this is what you're saying. This is the exact wrong kind of imbalance. Black's just dropping all of his pawns.
Correct. I'm not educating you, but just, you know, if anybody's out there listening. Yeah, this is exactly what you don't want.
But instead, king f2 by Nakamura. Look at both players under a minute. First game is obviously going to be a time scramble. I think a lot of games are. Hikaru trying to mobilize his rook, trying to make sure that this pawn doesn't get past a4, the b7 pawn doesn't get past b5. I think this is what Hikaru wants. He wants time scrambles, especially when you've got a queen and your opponent doesn't. But I forget who the bullet champion is.
Yeah, it is Alireza, but Alireza started those games with an equal position and 1 minute each. I mean, getting dropped into a bullet game in a losing position is not necessarily a good thing. But it is Hikaru's game to lose. Like Magnus said yesterday, it's his match to, it's his event to lose. This is Hikaru's game to lose.
But I think this is now not looking great for black. Alireza, he finally played b5. At least he gets to keep an extra pair of rooks on the board. Yes. But one thing we haven't talked about, Levy, Hikaru also has a pass pawn. Yep. You can't push it just yet because the bishop will drop back with a fork. Now you can. Yeah. Now he will. He could also play rook e1 and e5.
Yeah.
Alireza's not fast enough on the queen side.
You could also play h4, maybe like just to poke and see what opportunities you can open up for your king. But yeah, I think d6 is very natural. I would play it as long as bishop e5 check and rook b6 isn't just immediately bad.
Which is immediately bad for white. And how easy is it to blunder your queen to a skewer? Your king is not too safe if you're Nakamura, but rook e1 is on the board, cold-blooded. He's 2 steps away. e5, e6 is coming. Black's king is going to get under fire.
Yeah, rook e1. I mean, yeah, it may be better than running the pawn was simply bringing the rook that you haven't moved the entire game. Rook b6 and...
Ooh, now you can't push your pawn.
Okay, queen f4.
3 seconds for Alireza. Maybe bishop e5 check. Try to provoke some weaknesses.
Yeah, Alireza with 3 seconds on the clock. It's simply not going to get it done here.
You could maybe even take the pawn, but Hikaru goes back to c6.
But now you can either walk your king or even f4, but... Okay.
Clinical so far. g3 preparing f4. Alireza keeps pushing.
An avalanche is coming. f4, e5, d6. Oh my goodness.
Wait, he's true, but Alireza trying to complicate the game. If
fe queen c3, maybe? But...
Yes, but then the other rook doubles on b2.
Yes, then you run your king. Oh, this is very dangerous. d6.
I got one too.
Queen c8 check is there. Okay,
it's coming next.
Yes, queen c2, queen c8. Boom.
But it's still, you still have to convert this. Alireza's got another pass.
I thought it was just winning. Queen c4 and queen d5.
You're so close, but Black's pieces are coordinating. This is what Alireza does. Bishop G1 threatening H5.
Oh my god. Oh, but Hikaru's in time.
Zig and zagging out of the trap, and Hikaru's going to win.
King G5, Queen F7.
F6.
Game 1.
Mate, no, you're pinned.
Yes, just in time. Hikaru takes game 1.
Wow.
That was awesome.
I think that noise says it all. I think the players are qualified to continue. What do you think? They gave us what we asked for.
Oh, that was great. And Hikaru, by the way, I will just say before I compliment him for the first game, that was a very, very nice game. But that game was a game Alireza showed up and tried to pick a fight. And he may live to regret it. Of course, we have a very long match to go. Now we are in Hikaru's preparation from the Candidates Tournament.
And he played this against Jan Nepomniachtchi, I believe. They went down a different path. But this tells us how seriously he is taking this event. He's already come with fresh openings, good preparation, and despite all the buzz levy about Hikaru's, up and down performances and is he getting worse, he has a way of performing when it matters, when he shows up. We saw that in game 1, but if we're going to get more games like that, we are in for an edge of our seat match for 3 hours.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. A queen sacrifice in every single game with material imbalance. And I don't think the narrative about Hikaru is that he might be getting worse. I think the narrative is he old or not? And even he has commented, like, I'm older than the players. Magnus talked about it yesterday. And we used to do this with Vichy. We still kind of do. Vichy goes to play a tournament. Of course, the 5-time world champion, now in his 50s, and a national icon of India. And he goes to play one rated game. He beats a player 100 points lower than him. And they're like, wow, it's incredible that this old man can still play chess. And I just find it so insulting. And Hikaru is 36. Age is just a number. But come on. I mean, it's not like we're playing basketball or construction or something like that.
Most of the people online calling, Hikaru old or Gukesh old or, the Turkish prodigy Erdoğan, who's 12. It's time for him to go to the retirement home as well. I think they still got a few brain cells in operation. All these guys do. But what do we have here?
G takes F3, because if you take with the queen, you lose your center pawn?
It's forced. I don't think you can afford. If you give up this pawn, the other ones fall like dominoes. Did Alireza anticipate having to take with the G pawn?
I think so, probably.
And then Hikaru has a follow-up tactic. He can play knight takes c5, displacing the D pawn, and pushed his own pawn to d4. He doesn't see it.
No, I'm not sure he didn't see it. I almost feel like he didn't want to go for it, maybe. Maybe he thought it was a little too early to open up the center. I mean, it was a relatively straightforward tactic.
I'm going to regret that in the interview. Hikaru's going to be like, I didn't see it. Hikaru's
going to have a result in this match. Win or lose, he's going to go home, watch the replay, then message you that, what do you mean I didn't see it? We're like, what are you talking about, man? Like, I'm not you. And then, but I mean, he obviously is trying to keep a degree of tension in the position, but I have to tell you, I really like this position for white.
I mean, Daniel probably would sacrifice his knight here on e5 anyway, and after f takes e5, he would recognize he doesn't have sufficient compensation.
Yeah, insufficient.
Insufficient.
H4, right? You got to go H4 here with white.
It's an interesting situation because white is the bishop pair. White has outwardly ruined pawn structure, but a beautiful pawn wedge here with this inverted pawn triangle. At the same time, black has good control over the light square. So there's a lot going on strategically, pluses and minuses for both sides. I do like Alireza's position, Levy, especially if this knight comes around to g3 and white eventually pushes f5, eradicating that weak square. He's got a lot of potential here.
The person that controls the pawn breaks in the position generally has some degree of an advantage. I think either Socrates or Robert Hess said that.
It was Pythagoras, come on.
It was Pythagoras, yes, I apologize. My ancient philosophy is not as sharp as yours. But yes, Alireza controls a4, e6, f5, and in the event of h4, h5, he also controls it as well. I like that he's trying to lock the center and try to infiltrate from the wings, like, some sort of empire infiltration. He's trying to play a3, a4, maybe h4, h5. Like you said, he will reroute. Yeah, this is a very pleasant position.
And Hikaru just ignores what's happening on the queen side. He says, go take my b5 pawn. I would imagine not only is Alireza never going to do that, but it's not even really a sacrifice because at the end of this line, I mean, I can show this very quickly. We've got the time in the 5-minute portion. If you just blindly grab this pawn, among other things, black can play knight takes e5, better late than never.
Yep.
Discovering an attack on the knight. This is exactly what you don't want. White needs his knight to ultimately fight for these light squares. So Alireza is now looking at the queen side. h4, Levy. You've been pining for this move. I think it's time.
Right, because alternatively, you can maybe play a move like queen g4, and the idea there being that you regain a level of harmony of your pawns, and you also open up the h-file. Of course, black is not guaranteed to exchange, but then d4 is weak. You stop having control of the center, and maybe it's not the best plan of action. If you want to advance your h-pawn here, you need to keep the queen on the board. But I actually quite like queen g4, but yeah, h4 is also completely natural.
It's on the board, and Hikaru's place to operate is the queen side. This is what he's trying to do, but this is a one-move threat. It's not even really a threat, but again, white wants to keep the bishop because that's going to be an integral attacker.
Hey, I have a
bishop
question.
b1 forced.
Yeah, I was going to say, what was the follow-up when you moved the bishop to b1? Which he didn't do, but why
a5 forced, as I said.
Yes, a5 forced, but he's going to take the bishop. No, he's... What? I don't understand anything. Why? I thought he moved the knight there to take the bishop. He just moved the knight there.
I'm a little bit surprised. Now, maybe Alireza is saying it's more important for him to open the h-file than it is to keep the bishop. No, he's not saying that.
Okay, interesting.
But what do you make of this, Levy, this insertion of a5 and bishop a7? Who does it favor? And does Hikaru need to try to blast open the center at all costs? How much time does he have?
No, but I think c5 is like literally, that was definitely the plan also of knight b4 to give the pawn. And the point is you destabilize white's position. Because you have to understand, like, yes, material is very important, but also if you predict the next 3 to 5 moves for the sides, white's plan is very easy. h5 checkmate. Okay, Hikaru's not playing the move, but if he never goes c5, well, he's preparing it now, dc and d4. But if now white plays knight to e2 and black never plays c5, he's just going to lose.
This reminds me of Alireza preparing b5 in the last game. You want to find the right moment. You don't want to overcook it, or you don't want to play prematurely. Clearly, the idea was c5, dc, d4 would have forked white's minor pieces, but Alireza wasn't born yesterday.
And now you have also helped Alireza transfer the knight to g3 in the future, where it will be a key attacking piece. So I'm not sure that was the best decision from Hikaru.
He's got a very dangerous position. He has to go. He's got to turn the engine on in the center. But the funny thing is Alireza doesn't have to take on c5. In fact, I don't think he will. My predictions have been on point, of course, this game. I predicted every move. But this one, I'm pretty confident I can get right.
Oh, the plan here is so gross. It's rook to a3.
Oh, this piece exists?
Yeah.
What do you want to do with it?
I want to move the bishop to d2 like 2048, and then I want to slide the rook across the whole board to help support the h-pawn.
And that's how I make my travel plans. You know, I'm going to get on the plane here. Yeah. I'm going to go to this restaurant at this time.
Yeah.
But that's a really lovely idea. What would you start with? Bishop d2, perhaps, to immobilize the c-pawn?
They both look fine. But rook a3 is nice because you don't actually have to take in the center. But then you also have to consider, like, what if black takes? What am I taking back with?
Should I show this really quickly? So bishop d2, let's say black drops the knight to c6, and you can just ignore rook a3. He's played rook a3, by the way, straight away. But just to show the arc of the idea, you double on the h-file. Black plays some random move. He's not going to do that. But once the h-file opens, it's mate in two. It's not like, oh, it's an attack, it's a build-up. It's just mate.
Yep. And the move after rook a3, do we have one? No, we don't. I mean, rook a3 is going to be a move you play against Hikaru where he may have underestimated the idea or missed it, and now he's going to take a deep exhale, and then he's going to launch a vicious defensive stand. And you sometimes get a good position against Hikaru, and you exhale, and that is when you either lose or draw the game. Like, you have to beat him 5 times. I'm preaching to the choir here, all right? You've played him probably thousands of times, but... That's the experience.
The first couple times I exhaled, I thought, okay, the hard work is done. Now I learned that this is when you just start inhaling. I mean, you hold your breath until you're slightly better. When the brunt of the battle begins, he does drop the knight back to c6. So if Alireza plays bishop d2, Levy, we transpose to the line that I was quickly showing. But there I made a random move for black. Hikaru's not just going to sit around. He's kicking the rook away.
Yeah, he kicked the rook away. Alireza missed the idea of bishop d2, and now rook a3, rook a1 is a waste of time.
Yeah, he overslept the train. It left the station. Now he's going to have to do it without the other rook, which basically means involving his queen. But you can't really go knight g3 anymore. Hikaru's going to drop his knight into f5.
Yeah, he is, and suddenly he's completely making a blockade. The knight on g3 is never going to make it because, like you said, the center is under significant pressure, and Alireza is going to live to regret that move.
Hikaru, though, taking his time. They're both under a minute again, even earlier than they were last game. Of course, he takes d4 is very tempting, trying to open the center. You could cause total chaos with a move like f6, not recommended to anyone except perhaps Hikaru.
In a position like this, yeah, you have to make sure f6 comes at the right moment, but also you can play f5 and sort of force f6. Sometimes you play f6, it's not forced to capture, but if you play f5 with black, I'm not saying he's going to do that right now, but if you don't take the pawn, then the attack is gone. So you have to, well, at least with the light squared bishop. So
look at the clock, though, 20 seconds. I mean, you just watch it tick down.
I have a crazy theory.
Let's hear it.
Would Hikaru ever get his time slightly deliberately lower to put pressure on Alireza? Like, oh my god, he has such low time.
Well, I just think Hikaru's not worried about his ability to handle complicated positions with just a couple seconds. Alireza's not worried about his ability to do that either. I'm worried about both of their abilities to do that, except when they're playing me. Then it seems like they've got that under control. But knight to e4 Levy, that's a tempting move, threatening a fork on f6.
Knight e4, knight f6 is very nice. I think Hikaru kind of looking with a level of disgust at an f5. Wow, there it is.
Knight f6, rook takes f6.
You sacrifice and then you take back. Both guys have made grimaces at the screen. That's how you know we're in a chess match. Nobody's happy.
And they're both playing incredibly. That's the thing. But now it's the ball in Alireza's court. Both of his minor pieces are hanging. Maybe you just take on g6 and sack everything, try to mate down the h-file.
Yeah, you got to. HG threatens some queen b3. No, it doesn't, because there was queen d5. But knight d6 threatens a queen b3 everywhere, or queen d5.
Oh my gosh, queen d5 check, trying to force the king into the h-file. Hikaru says, nope, you're going to have to go h6 first.
But that's not human. Now you long castle and just fe long castle, something like king e2, just, you know.
4 seconds, but rook h8 is coming by Hikaru, and he is up a piece. Can Alireza sustain that situation he's got in the center?
Wow, pawn takes f2. Do you even? Yeah, you don't.
You couldn't take back.
Yep, because queen d6.
Gosh. Rook a to d1.
He's just losing. Alireza's losing.
But rook f6. You got to leave that knight on c6 hanging. He goes rook h8 instead.
No.
Oh my gosh.
We have a trade now. This is insanity. Knight e8 check, queen b7. The king is
going
running
to
forward.
step up to f6. He goes back
he's
instead.
Losing queen a8, queen b8.
Instead, he takes threatening mate. Alireza with 1 second. Now it's Hikaru hunting him down.
Oh my gosh, queen c2. How is he not getting mated? He was getting mated for a second. Now it's probably going to be a draw. Now he's winning. What is going on?
Is Alireza going to repeat moves? He's zigging, zagging.
He hung his rook. He hung the rook in one move.
Well, he might take it again. He might have another chance. Maybe trade queens.
Oh my goodness.
Is Alireza winning the pawn endgame?
Alireza is winning the pawn endgame.
So Hikaru refrains from trading rooks, but Alireza's passers are faster, or are they? They are. E7? No.
E7, you don't want to play it? Now you play E7?
Maybe make a knight. Rook C1, E8 equals knight.
Oh my goodness, does he know how to under-promote?
He's got to hold the Alt button.
King C7,
There's no alternative to that.
Yes, why is he repeating? Oh my god, what is going on?
Rook C1 has to be tried. He's zigzagging the king back to black's rook.
Yes, rook F2, but you can take and make a queen. Oh,
no,
he's not doing it. Now it's a draw, now it's a draw!
E7, rook C2! Oh my gosh, I can't believe this.
Wait, but he's going to win.
Hikaru's going to play for a win.
Hikaru's going to play for a win.
But Alireza should. No.
Oh, he's losing rook A8, rook A8! Now they're just going to trade and
Hikaru's up a pawn. That's the crazy. Alireza has to eliminate black's last pawn.
Oh my goodness.
Neither player can believe it.
And both of their accuracies dropped by 20% in the scramble.
So this is why they were behaving when I was commentating online. They were waiting for the live onside finals to show us their real colors. And now what is this King's Indian variation we have here, Levy?
This is a Nimzo King's Indian.
But no, Nimzo Indian is a separate opening.
Yeah,
the King's Nimzo?
Yeah, folks, don't do this, all right? You pick one of the pawns to put on e6, and then you stick to the plan. You do not put both, okay? This is like when you play your noob friend who saw 3 YouTube shorts, and they say, I want to put all my pawns on the light squares. I call it the wall opening. And then, and then you can't beat it. You studied all this London, but there's nothing you can do.
But somehow they have the same line from the first game.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened.
They switched up some moves. The score, folks, 1.5 in Hikaru's favor. Levy, how much weight would you assign to Alireza? Obviously disappointed. He was, he had some chances to win that game.
I don't think he knows that. That's the thing. We know that, so we sit here like, I can't believe he didn't find, like, he doesn't know.
Honestly, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he had a split second where he was like, what? He hung his rook. But, like, you feel you also could have lost the game. I mean, there was an M in the evaluation for Hikaru. And Hikaru could have mated him.
And the thing is, when you're sitting at the board and you've got 1 second, 2 seconds, it actually sounds like enough time to take stock. But when you're sitting under the bright lights, you're just focused on executing the move. Make the move.
Yeah, I watch strong players play in online events, and I'm sitting in my home like is it the DiCaprio meme where he's pointing at the TV like this? They don't have me on camera, but they're like, and I'm looking like, what? He could have made like so many good moves. And then when I play and I watch my own games back, I go, oh, I'm awful. Oh, I'm so bad. I mean, how did I not see that? So it's much easier to move other people's pieces.
That's a great line. And it's much easier sitting with a cup of coffee, watching the games unfold, putting question marks indiscriminately on all the moves. So far, it's been amazing. Oh, speaking of sitting with a cup of coffee.
Was that a cue?
Just magically appeared in my hand.
Wow, look at that.
No, I had no idea.
Oh.
This is just telepathy.
Oh, yeah, they didn't bring me one. I guess I didn't.
We got a great production team, don't we?
Listen, I asked for a green tea with lemon like 2 hours ago. They told me to, go walk one of the bridges and take a pick. Bishop to e2 on the board. Very stable position compared to the last King's Indian. Never mind.
Now, this is interesting. He allows b5, and I've looked at a lot of these lines. Not that I've analyzed the King's Indian or I'm doing anything with the opening. This is the problem. You push the pawn at b4. Everyone slaps your back. You're awesome. You executed the plan. Now there's this big hole on c4, Levy. You pointed this out in the first game. If the knight reroutes to that square and the bishop starts dropping back, there's a little pawn skis here on d6.
I almost looked smart because I was going to say, isn't there a lot of lines where you just give up the pawn, so you have the c5 square and you kind of take control of the dark squares, and that's exactly what happened.
And this is a sacrifice, I think, because bishop takes c4. Let me put this on the board. It doesn't blunder a piece because you can block with the knight, but suddenly the bishop on g5 starts feeling cramped. So Alireza maybe just wants to extract positional compensation in the form of the bishop pair, right? Because this does not look too appealing.
No. That
Still
definitely
equal, apparently?
Yeah, it's the King's Indian. It is what it is. Don't question it. No, this is going to be a lot of chaos, and we have still a Hikaru who is deciding whether he will take with the bishop or whether he will ignore. I do suppose he has the option of ignoring. He can maybe play knight to e3. He ultimately chooses to capture.
Too juicy of a pawn, I think. I can't really blame him.
But is his idea to take on f6?
And now bishop f6. So Alireza wants to keep this knight on d7 so that it can one day jump maybe to b6 or d5 or e5. What now?
Queen d4. He's going for a queen trade with dark square pressure. Not even pressure. He's going to literally win the pawn back immediately.
Yep, because in the event of a trade, it's a fork against d3 and b2. The knight's going to come out. This is why the King's Indian is such a powerful opening. You keep punching at it, keeps getting back even stronger, growing another head.
Isn't that like one of the... Is that Medusa? Which one grows back the head? It's like a
dragon. I think
dragon.
it's Medusa, yeah.
It looks at you and you turn to stone.
I mean, I've never looked at it, so I can't tell you firsthand. But
I don't know.
I know someone who has, but they're kind of salty about it.
Oh, is that a reference to something? Or
that was... Forget I said anything.
Yeah, no problem. I
forgot I said anything.
You're too smart for me with the puns sometimes. I'm just fascinated by the dark square blockade.
This is what I should be fascinated by. That's what they're paying me to be fascinated by.
Wow.
Alireza's better. When does he press the button, trade the queens, and what is this bishop doing? Is he going to move to g5, pinning the knight? He's holding the status quo, putting the finishing touches on his development.
When does black play h5, by the way? I feel like in so many of these positions, black is going h5.
It's a typical idea in the King's Indian because the knight lands on g3 so often in the same-ish. Don't go knight e2 if you're Hikaru. I was about to propose that.
No. Well, I mean, it would be good content, but I don't think it would be good for his psyche. So this is one of those weird positions as white you don't want to move. Like, your time is ticking and you go, do I just go king h1, king g1 for the rest of the game?
Well, he's not moving.
Yeah.
Now he is.
Yeah, queen e1, but any move feels bad.
But queen e1, he's trying to make Alireza regret not trading queens when he had a chance. Bishop g5 still looks pretty tempting to my eyes, but it runs into f4, and black is getting comfortable. He's got this dark square control. You don't want to let this get too chaotic.
You don't have like a knight e4 there? Bishop g5, f4, knight e4, some...
That involves calculation, and they told me I don't have to do that in Paris.
Oh, sorry, I'll do it. Bishop g5, f4, knight e4. We have fg5, knight f2. Oh, but then king f2.
Logical, right?
Yes, then we have king f2. Okay, yeah, but let's do the Hikaru. Okay, so here, maybe he played knight g3. Yeah, so okay, let's do it. Okay, so I have bishop g5, but then maybe he has f4. Oh wait, but maybe I can go takes, but then if takes, then I have takes, and then I have.
I'm just suck at chess chat. I'm awful. I just beat 300-400.
He played bishop g5.
And knight to c2.
Oh, was f4 running into knight e4, by the way?
Well, let's check really quickly. f4 did run into knight takes e4.
It's equal.
With a clearly equal position, partially because of bishop h4. This could have happened.
Yeah, we saw that.
So thank the players that it didn't. Instead, the knight drops back, hitting the queen.
We saw that.
Pushing the queen back. Now there isn't f4 any longer. But black's starting to crumble around the edges a little bit, right? The b4 pawn is hanging. The rook's going to slide maybe to d1 and open up greener pastures for the knight. I don't know.
Yeah, it's crazy that you could be up 2 pawns in this position maybe with white, and the position is still around equal. Like,
yeah.
Blows my mind.
The pawn count in the King's Indian, it's like this opening speaks a different language from what we're used to.
Yeah, speaking of, why can't white just play rook d1 here? Just move the rook out of the way. I guess he doesn't want to waste time.
Or he's thinking about an exchange sack. Maybe he thinks this bishop is so annoying it's worth giving it up for the rook and taking on b4. Hikaru likes exchange sacks.
Sorry, I'm confused. Alireza moved, but his time is ticking.
Oh, Rook D1 was played.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. There we go. Yes, I was thinking like, we having bugs already? No, we are just we didn't click. That was our bad. And by the way, Hikaru has consolidated once again, and his strategy seems to be paying off. He is managing to outplay Alireza so far in these hybrid positional and tactical situations.
But it's been interesting. Alireza has gotten what he wanted out of the opening, and then things have gotten off the rails a little bit every game. Okay, so this is a typical move in the King's Indian Levy, but look at these light squares that he's exposing.
Yep.
Well, C6 was already weak. E6 is now also a potential target.
And a beautiful cold-blooded move here to launch the counterattack straight back at black would be Rook to E2.
Just saying, get out of my way, threatening E takes F5 potentially. That's a Hikaru-esque move.
And he will think, and if he puts the Rook on E2, Alireza has to play pawn to F4, which kind of counteracts everything that you just did, and once you play pawn to F4, you surrender yourself to the counterattack. Knight C6 also good.
Straight away, but this opens up maybe a new vista for the queen. Queen to C3 on the board.
Yep.
You definitely don't want to trade if you're white, give black a monster passer on C3. We're going to get another one of these crazy time scrambles. This position is not getting any less complicated, and the clocks are not ticking upward.
No, they're definitely not. I thought this was completely reasonable by Hikaru. I think the computer was maybe over-exaggerating a bit because, yeah, he's going to play F4, E5. That was the whole point of putting the knight on C6. And, yeah, I have to tell you, looking at this with the engine, I'm like, it's equal. But if you were playing with black, you would be quite miserable here.
Yeah, and black better start his engines, not those kinds of engines. In terms of moving fast, he's
most secure event in chess history. Please don't do that.
The commentator sabotages it on minute 5. The bishop, I think, has to drop back to F6. Bishop H4 levy doesn't really do anything. The knight is well defended. It's on the board. And does Hikaru just go E5?
You have to.
Full send?
What else?
Well, what if black takes?
I don't know. It's not my pawn. I don't care.
Is that your pawn on D5? The one that might end up on D6 with a discover check?
Yes, that's the pawn I like. So yeah, you can take on E5 and play pawn to D6 check, and then I don't know. Then I'll sit there and go, why did I sacrifice a pawn?
I think a good way to wrap your head around positions that are this chaotic is to understand what is the threat. What are the players defending from? Black's threat is actually simple. He just wants to go knight takes E4, basically forcing Hikaru into opening the center.
Now
Queens are traded.
Hikaru did that so the bishop could not take the queen.
And he's not going D6 yet. He's keeping that move in his pocket. The threat is stronger than the execution.
It's so impressive that he can think for 20 seconds with 50 seconds on the clock and just completely simplify the board and correctly evaluate that this is fine. And now they have to play an endgame with 30 seconds on the clock.
And it feels very uncomfortable for black. Alireza keeps trying to get counterplay. Now on the king side, he wants to push the knight away with F4. Hikaru, another classy move, rook to E2, exchanging black's strongest piece.
Yeah.
He's going to pick up C3. That means white's going to be up a pawn. Okay, I can see that it's equal. Black is very active, but I think white's got the practical advantage in a time scramble here.
Yes, you take on E5 here, and I think the 3-on-1 on the mobile side of the board is going to be problematic for black. Meaning A, B, and D versus A.
Whoa. Tactics. Knight H5. Not a piece blunder because bishop takes E2 opens up an attack on the knight. There's also a wayward fork on F6.
Yes, and Alireza defends. He plays king F7.
That knight is now regretting its momentary joy that it experienced.
Yeah, or Hikaru is regretting it, considering he's the one who moved it. I don't think the knight is sentient, and the knight is trapped.
Who moved what? Alireza. He's got to run king G6.
What is he thinking about?
He's got to just play it. 10 seconds now.
What is he thinking about? He had to play it instantly. Yeah, of course. The knight is stuck.
And what if you trade? You can't go G4. That squares to me. Hikaru's just going to drop a piece.
Hikaru thought he had
2 seconds on the board. He's losing his mind, and he's going to lose on time.
And he resigned.
And
just missed some moves.
He missed, yeah. He lost his knight. Alireza levels the score. And the players are rearing to go, but Levy, we got to hold them back because somehow we're already at the halftime break. How did those 40 minutes pass faster than like the last 2 minutes before that?
I have no idea. 5+1 almost feels like classical chess sometimes. So we have a lot of time to discuss things and talk about Café de la Régence and other important matters, but the score is 1.5, 1.5, which is everything we could ask for.
No, it's absolutely incredible. Topsy-turvy start to the match. We're expecting a very close one. We're expecting both players to come out just in great form, fresh, and that's exactly what we've gotten so far. And we're expecting something else from these awesome viewers, and I'm talking about all of the viewers in 200+ countries. What are they going to do, Levy?
Folks, it's September on Twitch. You know what that means. You can get 30% off for a limited time only, and your subscription makes events like the Speed Chess Championship possible. Plus, it unlocks exclusive new emotes for every event and access to exclusive break time content during the show. Use !subscribe in the chat now to level up. Now my teleprompter voice is off. Danya, I've been having a blast with you. Let's go to break and let's come back with some more epic games.
Likewise, Levy, it's 1.5, all tied up. And the second half of the 5+1 portion will begin in this first semifinal of the Speed Chess Championship. During the break, Levy's been working hard behind the scenes. Check out some clips of his interview with Alireza from yesterday. We return with the second half of the 5+1 portion. Stay tuned.
Discord is joining forces with chess.com. Win a game against Wumpus, Nelly, or Clyde, and you'll win a free month of Discord Nitro. And watch out for a super secret opponent later in the month. Play them all only on chess.com.
Alireza Firouzja, the self-declared bullet god and the 2024 bullet chess champion, is pretty good at Blitz too. He will need to do well in every time control to claim his first Speed Chess Championship title. Firouzja was strong in all 3 time controls earlier in this SCC. In the first round against Alexander Grishuk, Alireza opened up an insurmountable 5-point lead and cruised into the quarterfinals. In his second game against Fabiano Caruana, Firouzja was dead lost when a sudden tactic flipped a +5 position for Fabi to an instant win for Firouzja. Alireza never looked back, winning the next game with white and steadily building on his lead to secure a 6-point win. Firouzja now faces his toughest challenge yet in the semifinals, as he takes on 5-time champion Hikaru Nakamura. Some good news though. While Nakamura has to fly to Paris, Firouzja will at least get homeboard advantage from playing in France. He is also the only person to have ever beaten Nakamura in a bullet chess match. This semifinal is sure to go down to the wire.
I would say you have a budding rivalry with Hikaru. Rivalry generally is defined by you can beat each other, and it's even better if there is a little bit of spice attached, a little bit of drama and everything. So do you feel that way? Do you have some sort of extra motivation to win this semifinal against him?
I mean, I don't think so, because I really don't care about this.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
Would you say you literally don't care about it? Or
I mean, yeah, I don't know, but I don't care about the fact that he's my opponent. Like, I really care about winning this tournament, but it's not like it's Hikaru I want to really win. I would have had the same motivation with other players.
With Hans or Magnus?
Yeah, sure.
And so I guess to follow up.
Maybe even more.
Yeah. Do you care who wins between Hans or Magnus? Do you have somebody you want to beat in the finale? One is better for publicity, one is better for the career, maybe.
I prefer Hans because it's really, of course, an easier matchup for me. So.
Oh. There we go.
Okay.
I suppose, yes, I suppose between the two of them, that would be true. That would be crazy if you beat Hikaru and Hans beats Magnus. I mean, and they have to play for bronze.
Yeah, but of course Magnus is the favorite in the match because I think by numbers and also by his shape, Magnus is still probably the strongest player. So probably will be a tough match for Hans, but. It's exciting to watch.
site in Paris, France, with its storied chess culture. Hikaru Nakamura and Alireza Firouzja are all tied up after 3 games. Half of the 5+1 portion has been concluded. I am Levi Rosman, GM Daniel Naroditsky.
No,
it's an honor to be here. I don't know my own name. No, that's GM Alireza Firouzja.
That is GM Alireza.
I think I'm sitting there and playing.
Yeah,
commentator should know his place.
They're both getting ready. Listen, the players don't care about commercial breaks or any ad reads. They just want to play more chess. I mean, you lose a game like that, you win a game like that. Both sides want to play another one. We've had a really exciting start to this thing, and now we have a return to the Spanish. And will Hikaru put the knight on e7 again? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, Hikaru is mostly a line repeater. I think he chooses a set of openings. And he sometimes changes it in the bullet. I mean, his bullet repertoire can be totally distinct from his blitz repertoire. But in the 5- and 3-minute portions, I'm expecting him to be pretty rigid unless something goes catastrophically wrong. Now, Levi, in the previous game where Hikaru played this, he played bishop f3 gf. You had that weird structure. I don't think he's going to give up his light squared bishop as easily, even though he somehow saved that game.
And almost won it. The game was completely nuts. So yeah, this time he's taking the slow approach. The slow approach will at some point include some sort of counterplay to create, whether it's with the pieces or whether it's with the pawns, but there goes the bishop.
Okay, never mind.
Now queen
as I said, he will trade it very quickly.
But the bishop for black is not on b6, so the queen can take.
And it does, but the downside of that is f6 opens up the f-file. Don't push pawns in front of your own king, said no one ever.
Unless your rook can come out with the tempo on the queen.
Your rook can come out with a tempo. It will come out because I think Alireza has to trade e6, driving the pawn in. That just looks too brazen. The queen can drive up to d6, eliminate the pawn.
Yeah, the craziest thing is that move is equal according to the engine. You just like lose the pawn, but you have compensation.
Taking a page out of the King's Indian book. So e takes f6, rook f6. What is Alireza reluctant about in that position?
I think he's probably figuring out where to move the queen. Like sometimes the players do this, right? Yeah, exactly. They play 2 moves in a row very quickly. They know e takes f6 is the move, but they don't want to play it because they want to know what their follow-up is. He just puts the queen back on the home square and says, look, I'm going to castle. And look what you've done with your position, Hikaru. You have a 2-on-3 majority on the king side for me, and your king is a bit exposed. Also, your knights are standing on dumb squares because d5 is going to be destabilized, and your dark squared bishop on a5 is not going to ever do anything meaningful. And Hikaru's like, stop talking to me during the game. So,
okay, so knight f5 is the standard way of attacking the d4 pawn, and I want to show one important subtlety. This move is available. It doesn't blunder the exchange. Not that any material losses have stopped the players from doing anything, but rook e6 here is a check, and it turns the tables on white because you have to drop back to e3, and you do not want to know what happens next. We'll cut the analysis right here.
Also, just very quickly, knight f5, what you just showed a few moves back, knight f5, there's knight takes d5 here, but it also doesn't work. Oh, sorry, it's a pin. It's a pin.
But you can maybe start with b4.
b4, bishop b6, knight takes d5 is an idea. Yes, I skipped a step, sorry. That is something that went through my head. But look at this, b4, you can sack on b4.
With the knight, I assume. And again, we're going to get...
And then you take on e3, so you completely rip open the position.
And open the f-file so that white can't castle away from this pin.
And bishop takes b4, and apparently black is better.
Oh, well, this looks great for black, because you're going to push c5, b5. You've got this pawn phalanx. And the biggest thing here is that white can't castle. So maybe that's what he's thinking about. It's definitely what he's thinking about. Knight f5 has just been played. And are we going to get b4, or is Alireza going to say, I don't want anything to do with that, I'm just going to castle after like 10 seconds of thought?
If you just castle here, you evaluate that black can trade on e3, and then black might trade the rooks, and then black will try to get the queen out, as well as the rook. But to be honest...
arrows are kind of running into each other.
Yeah, but that's okay, that's okay. I mean, the plan is kind of straightforward. The other thing you could make, can you play queen d3 and try to castle queenside?
Yeah, I mean, that is actually a pretty sound approach, because black has given up the f-pawn. You have the possibility of dropping the bishop to c2, but it's going to be a dog-eat-dog position there. b4 is on the board. This is the moment of truth, Levi. This one. Don't go bishop b6 automatically. Will we see knight e3 and knight b4 in any order?
This is so sick. Knight takes b4 will lead to complete insanity. Alireza is just assuming that there's no way Hikaru can sacrifice so much material and be fine. But knight takes b4.
Step one.
Yes, step one.
But step two follows naturally. Now you're not going to go bishop b6 and allow knight d5. Levi, the worst moment is when you think your opponent's response is forced. You're like, oh, bishop b6, of course. Then they start thinking. You're like, wait, did I miss something?
Yes, but Hikaru plays it. Wow. Wow. But what is the, and there it is, the first brilliant move.
Yeah, I thought about it for a second. All right, we'll be charitable today. And black gets 2 pawns for the piece. I think for a lot of people, it's important to understand not all piece sacks are the same. Sometimes you sack a piece on its own. That's pretty committal. Here, he's going to get 2 pawns for the piece, so it's not like he's invested that much or has to do anything in the next 2 moves. He can play it kind of slowly.
Absolutely. He can play even pawn to c6, and the position just looks like a normal Queen's Gambit declined, because this position looks totally like a Queen's Gambit declined.
And you do like your Caro-Kann, don't you?
Yes, I do. I'm always trying to get it on the board. Wow, Queen f8. If Hikaru finds Queen f8, it's such a sick move.
Queen f8, connecting with the bishop, sacking d5 with check.
And sacking b7 as well.
Right, those pawns look so juicy were not for some of these undefended pieces.
Of course. But I'm simply saying, like, everything in the black position is collapsing. You take on d5, and then you have to protect the knight on c3, but Queen f8 is just so... It's so
a slick
gross.
move. I mean, a5 also looks pretty good. Keep the pawn protected. You mentioned white castling queenside. I think castle's queenside looks maybe even more appealing here.
Oh my gosh, that is, yeah, a long castle now apparently is really strong, and he just plays it. Because actually, Danya, like, what else?
That's the thing. And here's the crazy part, Levy. I'm just going to rewind us for a second, just a second. If instead of queen d6, it's like, no, don't take that move back. a5 had been played, and now castles would have happened. What's the difference? The difference is that black can play the Caro-Kann move, and you can play that, but you can't really stop b7, b5. White's pieces kind of get crushed by the walls that are closing in. What's the difference? If you play c6 now, this is incredible. Knight to e4 is the detail. Can't take the knight. You fork the queen and the rook. And this is Grandmaster Chess, ladies and gentlemen. I think Hikaru forgot that knight e4 is a threat here.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he just forgot he was forked with the queen on f8. He never has to worry about this.
He's forked in more ways than one.
Yes, that was 3 punts. We're up to 3. I think we've passed the quota. We talked about this.
Okay. I mean, we're going to have to take the knife to those puns.
Yep.
Okay, what do? Do you take on c3, but that defeats the entire purpose of his play?
What do you do? If you take on c3, then you're just down a piece with no attack. And if you go to h8, then you hang d5. I think Hikaru is going to be quite annoyed at himself that he forgot that there could be a castle.
And he has to take on c. I didn't see an alternative. Now the attack, this is the good news for Hikaru. He still has 2 pawns for the piece. And both of them are passed. He can start pushing. So even if the queens get traded, those types of endgames are never easy to convert.
Yeah, but rook to d2.
Just get pieces off the board, right?
Yeah.
And take back with a king, actually, to avoid this other fork on a3.
Yes, that one we can figure out. It's okay to put the king in the center there. But the problem when you create counterplay with pawns, the way Hikaru has them now, is when they're so far back, pushing one weakens all the others. You can't push them all together.
You can double rooks. I can do that too, says Alireza, and he starts the assembly line here. Rook takes f2,
yes.
Rook d2. He's like, I can do that with 4 rooks.
Rook d2, rook f2, rook d2, and then there will be some trade, and probably all of the black pawns will collapse, but there's still some hope to make a draw here.
Yeah, there's going to be some mutual Pac-Man going on here with white taking c7 and black taking g2 if the rooks get traded. The other problem is black could get checkmated in that ensuing position. Because if, let's imagine the rooks are off the board, right? White's queen lands anywhere in the 8th rank and drives the king out. The king and the queen and the bishop are more than enough firepower to checkmate the king.
I would argue with his defensive skills that Hikaru actually has a higher chance of somehow checkmating white. It's my premonition.
You think the king is going to land on like the right square at the right time?
In the time scramble, the king is going to walk f8, e7, d6, c6, b6, a5 before a3, a2, and there will be some mate. Like that's the way Hikaru wins his game sometimes.
Logical.
Yep.
But he's got 40 seconds. The rooks are coming off. You might just have to take d2 and try your luck in that obviously lost endgame. You're down a piece for 2 pawns. If white can get the queens off the board, that should seal the deal. Hikaru doesn't know what to do. He keeps the rooks on the board.
Bishop d1, though. It's just a brick wall.
Solido. Cemento, as Peter Lecco likes to say.
Yes. Don't make me do my impression. I don't want him to be watching this and get very annoyed at me.
No, I mean, if Yasser has any precedent, I think he might have the opposite reaction.
Rook e1, and now I guess he's just deciding whether to play rook d3 or rook e2, but he's giving up a pawn, rook e2, queen g2.
And it happens, and black now has technically material equality, but the problem is now these pawns are sitting ducks. Alireza just has to figure out a parking spot for this bishop and not get towed by a wayward h-pawn. There it is.
He plays king d2, and I guess he just evaluated that you can't defend the pawns. Oh, queen g3, queen b3.
Queen, whoa, okay, relax now. We know you're hungry for pawns, but bishop b5.
Bishop b5 is game over. That's it. That's the end of the game. And I think Hikaru will just resign.
But you can take the bishop. Oh.
Yes.
Darn.
Well, you can.
And Alireza did something similar in the first game, but no queen sacks for you here.
And, okay, we do have some moves.
Take another one. Trade the queens, even.
And before check looks like a fork, but there's nothing there. Okay, you can still hang your queen.
I mean, Hikaru won a game like that against Caden. I mean, against GM, Caden Troph. Got outplayed and missed something like queen h1. So Alireza, he knows not to rush in a position like this.
This is not over. This is very smart by Hikaru to run the queen to the opposite side. But Alireza also doing a nice job keeping all his pieces together, so he can always shield with the queen.
Yeah, this looks pretty hopeless. Black has a series of checks, right? But you're going to run out eventually, or the white queen is going to interpose with a check, which is why Black's king is so inconveniently located. But he's still trying.
Yeah, he plays g5.
Where's the mate?
There's got to be a mate.
d4 is threatened.
Okay, queen e6, and I guess just d6. I mean, at a certain point, the queen endgame is also winning.
Yeah, but you start getting there. You start seeing ghosts when you're playing Hikaru, and there's like a weird... No, I don't think there's perpetual.
No, I don't think
push
so.
d6. Are we missing something?
Hikaru's shaking his head. Alireza deep in focus. He can take a very important match lead here.
Okay, now queen e5, bishop d3, and it's official. Alireza has taken his first lead of the match. Hikaru resigns a couple moves from checkmate.
Alireza leads 2.5, 1.5.
And he did that in Hikaru's style, right? The piece sack on b4.
Yeah.
We were writing that chapter.
Yeah,
we wrote a very different chapter after Long Castles, Levy.
Oh, absolutely. And by the way, we have a new opening. Hikaru goes to e4 to investigate what Alireza will bring to the table.
Oh, Hikaru's white in this game because I saw bishop on c5. I'm like, oh.
No.
He's white.
Yeah, he played e4 this game. So he didn't like the last King's Indian. It was a little bit too chaotic.
Am I hallucinating? I mean, first of all, Hikaru's had this on both sides. And he might have been the one who introduced this weird a5 idea, the mouse slip variation, which is not a mouse slip. The idea is, in some lines, I guess, to play knight a7.
You are like a PhD student speaking to an 8th grader at the moment. I truly have no idea. I know the modern development of the anti-Berlin, if you will, where you don't allow your opponent to capture the pawn on e4 as far back as move 4. But I think the anti-Berlin is a really big hotbed of interesting ideas. A lot of these top players nowadays are playing these ideas all the time. And we're in a unique period in history where you used to prepare opening ideas with your team and then play them once or twice a calendar year. And now, Danya, we see them play, 10 different new opening ideas in one match online.
Yeah, I mean, the speed of, back in the day, I mean, you'd play a novelty and you'd gloat about that for a year. I'm the GM who played this move in this game. Now you play a novelty, people talk about it for 2 days, and then your team is on to the next set of ideas.
Yeah.
Because the distribution of information happens so fast, there's no secrets anymore. Somebody played a 1-minute game in a bullet brawl, in round 46, and everyone knows about it.
Absolutely. So it's quite fascinating that we get all this anti-Berlin trending stuff.
There it is. Wait a second. Whoa.
There's knight. Is a5 a free pawn?
Why does that pawn usually not hang? Whoa. I thought that pawn was free. Alireza says, I'm not going back to a7 in this lifetime.
Draw? Is that what's happening here?
Cool. Should I show this very quickly for the folks at home and right here?
Yeah.
This was a missed opportunity. Knight a5. And here you recapture with the pawn levy. The rooks are coordinated, so b6 doesn't do anything.
Maybe Hikaru just believed Firouzja somehow?
That happened. Remember that Nepo Firouzja game where bishop takes f2 was missed in a similar line?
No.
Black's doing great now. Knight c5, knight g4 would have picked up a piece. That was a great reference, Levy. I'll have to check that Nepo game out. Thanks for letting me know about it.
Yeah, you should. But now we have a transfer of pieces to the queen side. Now we have knight a7 again.
Happened in this lifetime.
Now we're going to bring it back home. Bishop e2 again, or maybe bishop c4, or maybe bishop f1, or maybe bishop d3, or maybe bishop a6.
Does that count as a repetition if White's bishop keeps going back to a different square?
Yes, are you asking me what, I don't know if you were asking me what the rule is or what, but...
I was, for a second, I was like, oh, the same position will repeat when the bishop reaches b5. The bishops have gotten traded, but this still looks incredibly level.
This looks like a normal Italian, which was not a Spanish anti-Berlin, and the players traded some pieces, and they're going to make a draw.
But they have to make 30 moves because the tournament has that rule.
Yeah, those knights dancing around the board.
You mean D's knights? He's got D's knights on F1 and C4?
He's got the big pawn center on E4 to E5.
And by the way, they are trading their pieces. So we are headed for the first peaceful resolution unless one of them...
First peaceful resolution?
Like, because the pieces?
The pieces were getting traded?
I don't think that one was that sharp.
Phenomenal.
Okay, it was a top 3.
I don't think I can keep commentating. I was just going to be thinking about that point. Knight FE3. Now, serious talk, Hikaru, he likes to squeeze water from these types of positions, right? Yes. He keeps maneuvering, and when you're on the black side and you're playing a super GM, you know it's dead equal. Usually the way they win is not with a one-move blunder. It's piece by piece, no pun intended. Eventually white goes B4, the knight gets to F5, and suddenly you feel the albatross around your neck. So Alireza doing the right thing.
That's a saying? Albatross around your neck?
I mean...
Like a snake?
Like your neck. I think there might be an No, just kidding.
No, please, no. I thought an albatross was a bird. I don't know. You confuse me. Again, you're too intelligent for me. Like, we just got to focus on the moves.
Now, what does black do here? Alireza's thinking for a minute. I think he's deciding whether or not to trade one pair of knights. And he didn't.
He did not. He put the knight on C5 instead to pressure the A4 pawn.
Queen drops back.
Queen E8 is a really annoying move because then you have to decide whether you want to play B3 or not. Because if you play B3, which I think you have to, by the way, after Queen E8, your pawns are weak forever.
I like Queen E8 a lot. Queen D7 also came to mind, but it occurred to me that it does give up this pawn on E5.
But there's Knight A4 at the end.
Right, queens get traded.
Yeah.
But you have to evaluate. Then it gets imbalanced. Not sure who benefits from that.
For a second, I thought Hikaru was wearing a helmet, but that was like a space helmet.
It doesn't look like that.
But that's just the puff of the hair. By the way, Queen D7 played. I don't know why it's a bad move. Oh, it's because the knight endgame is problematic.
Well, suddenly, why is it problematic? It's not just because the knight's on an outpost. It's because suddenly black's queenside pawns are weak. Alireza went into this way too enthusiastically, Levy. Now Hikaru's going to just encroach with his king.
This is where human knowledge and engine knowledge correlate. Like, we know what are we supposed to do in the endgame? Bring our king. So the best move here is king f2 with the idea of king e3, king... okay, or king f1.
King f1, Levy.
Yes, yes.
Gotta,
very refined, yes, king to f1. Yeah.
In order to avoid a potential check on d3.
No, with the exact same idea, but you go to f1 instead, yes. Yeah, I guess he's going to e2, and then he's going to try to end up on d3 or wherever.
Tomato, Hikaru. Yeah. Now, it's important, I think, for white not to drop back to d5, because that allows black to push b5 and basically get to white's b2 pawn.
Yes. That's all I have to say. I'm trying to see if there's any world in which 5 to 7 moves down the line, white has a breakthrough, and I guess the breakthrough is, I don't know. I'm going to keep talking to keep biding my time.
Well, where are we going? That's the question. Where is white's king's final destination?
White can go for a king e2, king d3, b4, king c2, king b3. Is that the idea?
Oh my gosh. And the knight on a4 is surrounded. The problem is these knights are actually... Man, I set myself up for that. These knights, and he's definitely saying it to himself like that.
These knights. Everyone's got a knight here, so there's really D's knights.
And then he's got the bastion with b4. Let me put this on the board. I'm just going to make pass moves for black. Let's just say black circles around with his king, holding pattern.
Black is paid to lose the match, yes.
This is really cool, Levy. And the king is brought to protect the c3 pawn. After king b3, black has to just give up both of his queenside pawns to save the knight. There's going to be no saving the game after that.
And I think what's making Alireza squirm here is, yeah, he's trying to find a way to get both knights out, but he doesn't have an easy way to do that.
And it doesn't stop white's side. In fact, it encourages king e2.
Wow.
And black's king is just not fast enough because the moment it steps onto e7, then knight d5 is a check and a fork.
This game is really an example of what we discussed, actually not what we discussed, but what Robert, Danny, and James discussed on the pregame show, that Hikaru is trying to beat Alireza in positional chess. And there is literally nothing more positional than a completely symmetrical position with equivalent pieces. And you kind of get antsy, and you try to trade the queens right at the wrong moment, despite having 3 minutes on the clock, you know? And it's almost like Alireza overthought the position.
And I think it's a slight change of strategy. It was a change of opening from Hikaru, which I said he's unlikely to do. But he felt that the start of the match was too chaotic, right? The same-ish and the pandemonium. He doesn't want those 50-50 time scrambles. He wants something more measured, something that he's comfortable with. This was a very encouraging game for Hikaru if he can take it all the way to the end.
So far, so good. I mean, so far, so good.
One move away.
Yeah, I mean, he's executing the plan. I don't think Alireza has any time to create his counterplay.
You want to see a funny line, Levy?
Yeah.
Knight b3 check, king c2.
Yes.
Knight A1 check.
Okay.
King B1.
Ah.
Knight B3.
Draw.
Draw. Nope. King to A2.
And you go, and the king's like, fine, I'll go do it myself.
King to A3. You don't even need the B pawn. The king does it himself. We'll do a live. And then knight takes B6 is essentially game over. The moment one of these pawns disappears, this pawn majority should decide the game. Back to live. It's on the board.
Wow, wow, wow. He's going to walk his king around. Yeah, Alireza is of course, just losing here. This was such a... It was shocking how bad the queen trade was. I'm not saying his move was bad. I'm just saying it's crazy how the position turned out after.
Yeah, it was a weird thing that he made a move and the position got much worse.
Yeah, it's just strange.
I don't know what they call that.
I don't know. Yeah, chess. Life.
I like that take, that mistake.
By the way, notice how Alireza's entire right side of the board, the rectangle from E1, E8, H1, H8 was completely meaningless. Like, just completely did not participate at all.
That's pretty cool. Nothing happened on that side of the board other than this abortive attempt that now looks kind of sad. Just a lonesome pawn on H5.
Yeah, they're shocking us here, but...
Yeah, pawn was captured. This is going according to plan for Hikaru, and Alireza's also losing on time. He's dead lost here. Knight C4 can take the other pawn off the board.
Yeah, you don't even need to rush with pawn to B4. Of course, it's probably also winning, but why do that? Just go win a second pawn.
Hikaru's enjoying himself. Knight E3. He's going to make sure Knight E1 doesn't come with tempo.
Oh, Hikaru's going to try to win this, but slowly. No? I think he's going to play slowly. He doesn't like 5+1.
Yeah, he wants to extend this game. And he's doing a great job of it. There's only 30 minutes and change left in the 5+1 portion. Taking his time, calculating the moves.
Yeah, he's got to really calculate here. It's tough.
But you know, knight endgames can be tricky. Alireza wants to take on F3 and go knight E1, and he'll be about 10 moves too slow in the pawn race.
Or 9.
But okay, got to enjoy themselves here.
Yes, every second counts when there's no second try. So, see, I'm being like Danny. He's commentating the next match, but I'm quoting the Nickelback because that's what I know. Danny's a big fan.
But knight takes A4. Okay,
now we're talking chess. Okay, well, when I make a reference.
Okay, so he took on A4. Alireza took the pawn on B2, which is the meaningless pawn. The C pawn's the important pawn, and it's going to be a C queen pretty soon.
Or maybe he'll resign like right before giving the satisfaction.
C6.
Knight F3, King B6. It's over. That's over.
Push them all forward. Just don't go C7 and allow Black's king to step onto C8. Oh, it's winning even then.
Yeah.
Because the knight will displace the king.
Absolutely, and that's it.
Alireza resigns.
Alireza resigns. And the match is tied again.
Wow.
That was one of the smoothest games of the match, but also I think Alireza made it way smoother than it had to be.
Yeah, that queen trade, I mean, it seems like this has been a minor theme. Alireza has the right ideas, but mistimes them sometimes, and it's cost him a couple half points. Now it's cost him a point, and Hikaru has tied the match once again. Very high quality from both players. These games have had so many stages, tactical and positional. We've gotten a little bit of everything so far, Levy.
We return to the line that Hikaru has played already. I think B5 is new. B5, Bishop B6. That's a return, I believe, to the previous game. Knight E2.
And go take my knight. I really want that structure.
Wow, that's fascinating. Knight to E2. Did he look at this on the break?
I mean, with the speed that he played it with, Hikaru says, I'm not taking that knight yet. We've seen H3 in every one of these lines, and somehow Hikaru hasn't shown the desire to keep his light-squared bishop. He's taken pretty enthusiastically, and maybe he's setting that up again.
These positions Hikaru goes for are actually very clever because he has about 2 plans. So it's really up to him to figure out what plan he's going for. Is he going for F6, or is he going for the knight to F5 and the slightly more active play?
I assume he's castling kingside. Is that a safe assumption?
Yeah, but I'm looking at the engine recommendations and long castles by Black here.
It's not a safe assumption.
Wow.
Wow. Castles to the west.
He opened the C file, gave up the light-squared bishop, which you would think, given all of the light-squared targets on the queen side, would be better for white. And the position is simply equal. I mean, the way he plays some of these openings, his preparation is really sensational.
I think Black is better, practically, and the reason why is pretty simple. Look at the cluster of defensive force on the queen side, especially the bishop on B6. The pawn on C7 is solid as a rock. You're not really doing anything on the C file. Black, on the other hand, is very quickly chipping away at White's central dominance. I mean, G5 could happen, F takes E5. White doesn't have forever, and Alireza could start pushing pawns, play A4. His own king is not that safe either, and the king side doesn't look like it solves all of white's problems here.
No, it doesn't. This is super tense. King is going to b7 to make a preparatory move to make sure all the pawns are protected in case white tries to play a4, b4, any of that stuff.
That's well spotted. a6 will be protected.
And now black will start getting in a fight in the next few moves. I really don't like that white's king is just going to stay in the center for the rest of the game.
And I mean, maybe you castle kingside, but definitely not here because the queen can deliver a check on g4. And you pointed out in a previous game, Levy, that the d4 pawn is constantly just an albatross around white's neck. You can't move either of your minor pieces.
That's not a saying. Stop saying that. That's not a thing. But you know, on break, like during the show, somebody's going to look it up. So
and see that there's no Google results.
Yeah. Well, but by the way, I'm sorry. G6 just gives away a pawn with tempo, but it's bad because knight f5, right?
It's bad because knight f5 and the center opens up. And
yes.
Pawns are completely disposable in this match, no matter what variation we have.
Yeah, King's India and e45, it's all around the same. Also,
what's the move for white? How do you get the engine started on the queen side?
Alireza's time spent here is indicative of the fact that he is not too happy. These last two games, momentum is shifting.
Yeah, he's slowing this down. Even though this position's very dynamic, it's not exactly tactical, right? It's not like there's pieces flying at each other. It's more of a slow build-up, but once the center opens up, that's when things are going to get real.
It almost feels like Alireza can only make improving moves. All his pieces are out. He hasn't moved his queen yet, which I suppose he can move, let's say, to c2, but like at some point he's got to do something. Hey, how about this for an idea? Not that. That's not what I thought. That's not what I thought. I can't believe he just played that move. He's calling Hikaru's bluff. He just spent so much time looking at the position. He's calling his bluff, but it's a bad move.
And it's a bit of a panicky reaction, and I hope he has a follow-up in mind. Knight g8 was possible if Hikaru wanted to recapture that pawn ASAP, but that pawn's not going anywhere. b4, Levy, even knight b4 looks tempting.
Doesn't this just feel uncoordinated? You take on f6, you give up the light-squared bishop, which is supposed to attack the queen side, and now you attack. You tie your shoes together, and then you go run.
I don't do either of those things, especially not the second one.
Yeah.
Queen takes f6. Hikaru ignores the queen side. Now this is a target, though. Finally, Alireza has some meat that he can go for, something that he can hunt.
Hopefully
the pawn on b5.
Hopefully he's not vegetarian. Queen d3 attacks the pawn on b5, and what happens if you play b4?
Okay, in before he plays it, Hikaru, again, he's ignored the queen side, masked his pieces in the center. Next question, what happens if queen takes b5?
Yes, knight takes d4 with pins galore.
And queen takes d4.
And queen takes d4, yes, for the score.
We got to show that. Queen takes b5, knight takes d4, knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, jk, and queen takes d4.
With ideas of rook takes e3.
And rook takes e1 if you try to take the queen. And the queen check on c6 doesn't do anything. Just the blow glances off, and white's king is going to get surrounded.
But Hikaru just moves the pawn out of the way. He was like, you want pawn, me no give.
Because king f1 was played to unpin the king.
Yep.
And now Alireza swinging his rook around to e5.
But this is a huge improvement of the position for Alireza.
Knight g3. Better late than never.
Yeah, just preventing knight f5, not letting him know exactly. By the way, you could still maybe play rook e5 in some positions, but not necessary.
The computer's screaming out for rook a1. That's a mate in 2 threat. I wasn't looking at the a file at all, Levy. I didn't even know it existed.
Yeah, now we got to give it some attention. And by the way, how do you stop getting checkmated? Do we go rook a8?
But then d5 falls down at the end, opening up new vistas for the knight. Rook a1's a big move.
I mean, it's not complicated, yeah? You just threaten checkmate into.
But it's so easy to tunnel vision the c file and try to go queen b5, which hangs the d4 pawn once again.
Okay, so he's going to bring the knight first because he decided it served its purpose. Can we get a repetition? Knight e7, knight g3?
That's like those repetitions you get when you analyze an opening. The most random types of positions.
Yeah, the engine at some point is like, I'm good, I had a great time, bye, everybody, see you.
See you, Paris 2025.
Yep, exactly. Like, I had a fun time playing. Of course, we don't need a repetition here.
But we might get one.
Are you serious?
Alireza with 55 seconds.
No, Hikaru's not going to repeat, no way.
And Alireza knowing that preempts it by getting the rook to e5, now the queen on b5. Black is very much still under pressure.
The threat is rook takes rook, just in case anyone's wondering. Like, you are actually creating a threat. It's not just an improving move.
And queen takes b4 in the event of c6, loosening up the bishop and winning a pawn. Levy, this bishop on e3 is a hero.
Now that, yeah, I mean, it's walled in by 3 pawns on all sides, but it means that, you know, whatever's going on right now in your life, things do get better.
Well, things have gotten better for Alireza here. I was, you know, delivering the final prayers. Now suddenly he's in the driver's seat. How does Hikaru complicate this game? Does he trade on e5 and jump to h4?
If I knew how Hikaru complicates games, I would be as good as him, you know? I have no clue. I must say, it looks like white has a ton of momentum right now. Maybe rook e6, yes, and if rook d5, c6, you have a fork.
Oh my gosh. That's a really cool idea. Rook to e6, it's a collinear move. A move on the same file.
And it's not in the top 3 lines of the engine, which means it's probably stupid. So that's exactly how life is in 2024.
Yeah, but we get to call the engine stupid, and it can't talk, so it can't call us stupid.
So what happens if you play rook e6?
So rook e6.
Oh,
you're right, rook d5. There is, I mean, c6 does the job and forks the rook and the queen.
You got to be careful of rook a1.
Our old friend, rook a1, and rook a8 just blunders d5 with multiple forks.
I don't get what the threat is, by the way. Queen a6, king c6, and you run the king to d7. I don't understand.
The threat, of course, is bishop d2. Okay, rook f8 has been played. Hikaru says, I want nothing to do with the e-file. I want something to do with the f-file.
He's going for counterplay because Alireza has 30 seconds to figure it out. Oh, he's not figuring it out. He is not figuring it out. Hikaru gave him a pawn. He goes for g5. This is excellent practical play. If Alireza Firouzja does not lose this game, it shows that he has nerves of steel. Queen b5, by the way, was the best move.
And a fantastic one at that. Swinging the queen with sort of with tempo. He hits d5, but he's trying to get it back to d3. Obviously, people should notice f takes g5 actually got mated because of knight takes e3.
And queen f2. Force mate, by the way.
Wherever you go.
There was maybe some ideas to survive. But, yeah. Okay.
Well, c6 is tempting, right?
Yes, it is. Can you imagine having 20 seconds in this position? Because you sit there with your nervous system overloading, like, oh my god, what is he going to do? Is he going to go c6? Is he going to play knight e3? Is he going to play g4?
And then he always plays the moves that you don't consider.
Yes, exactly. Like that one.
Like that one.
Now, bishop d2 is the best move, which no human being on earth plays here.
Okay, so what is black actually threatening? Black wants to just take h2 and deliver almost mate on h1. 10 seconds for Alireza. His position's crumbling.
Maybe you got to run king d2 or king e1, yeah?
Go for it. Get out of the king side.
Yes, and if queen h2, there's queen c6 ideas.
And rook a1, loses a rook to queen h1.
Oh my god, there's queen h1. Okay, so king d2 and then rook a1.
Hikaru now down to 50 seconds. He's thinking about taking h2. But Levy, worst comes to worst, the king can park itself on d2.
Yeah.
At c6 square, I mean, it's going to be weak for the rest of the game.
For sure. And at some point, Hikaru himself might play a rook on d6. Whoa, this blockade is really... Oh, he's sacrificing everything to open up the king.
And rook a1, it's still there. 3 seconds for Alireza.
He can do it. He can play it?
1 second, he's got to do it.
He plays it. Now he has 2 seconds. He has 2 seconds to survive the attack on his king, and he's going to win the game.
Look at this. Hikaru can take the rook on e5, but it doesn't matter because he's going to get mated on a8. Can he find the checks to stay alive here?
Wow, and I said Alireza would be incredible if he didn't lose this game. He's going to win this game. I don't want to say anything just yet. Okay.
But queen c4, I mean, even if Hikaru trades queens, it's not an elementary conversion. Black has a pawn for the exchange. It's winning. But I've seen Hikaru pull off crazier draws than this,
queen
like earlier in the match.
Yes, but queen c4 is doubling your c-pawns. That doesn't double your c-pawns, but there is rook a5.
And it loses the d-pawn, and now it's a full exchange. And Alireza barely got the move off.
Yes, and Alireza has 3 seconds. As long as he doesn't panic, he should win this game.
And he's threatening to trade a pair of rooks, which will seal the deal immediately.
Okay. And the board has glitched a few moves.
Hikaru has played king c6, rook f6, h6 at the same time.
Yes, and Alireza has moved a few pieces around.
Such as his rooks, and he's made no progress.
Now, Alireza's plan here is to, oh my goodness, oh my.
This is like the new kind of bullet. That's what the cool people play. Alireza's still trying to convert. How is he the one with 3 seconds?
This game is going to go another 70 moves, probably, if even.
How does white win this? I think white wins this by surrounding this h-pawn.
But that's a huge benefit now, right? Because now the pawn is on a light square. Rook d5 is... Oh,
no pasaran. Hikaru getting his king to the support of the h-pawns, closing down the rooks. He's holding on for now.
Now walk the king to defend the b-pawn. That's probably what you do. Move the king. You got to move the king.
But where do you go? He goes to f3. Don't get mated. I mean, rook a2. White's king is out of squares suddenly.
Like has 1 second. Okay, never mind. He has 5 seconds. Okay, that was deceptive.
1 second. Okay, I'm sure he moved. I think he probably made 20 moves.
There we go.
There we go, king f2 with 0.5 seconds.
It's a crazy scramble. Both guys with less than 5 seconds on the clock. And here comes the king. Here comes the king. It's going to d7.
It goes. Rook f6 is their checkmate. Oh,
it's the rook. Oh, it's the, and that's it. And Alireza Firouzja wins the 6th game and takes a 1-point lead.
Unbelievable final. He got his king where it needed to be, Levy, and then a deflection to win the 2nd rook.
That was wild. That was absolutely wild. But we said, okay, it was going to be a relatively straightforward conversion. And so we have one. By the way, a totally different game now. An Italian, Hikaru playing white. The previous one was an anti-Berlin. Hikaru is trying to see what Firouzja's got going on here with his openings.
I mean, I think Hikaru's adhering to this new strategy. He wants to slow the games down, slow the openings down. And he started with 1 d4. Alireza played the King's Indian. He's like, no thanks. I'm going to go back into his main online move, which is for many years, you know, he played knight f3, dabbled, but it's 1e4. That's who Hikaru is at his heart. He's a 1e4 player.
And is it surprising Alireza's not playing any Sicilians?
Alireza, he did grow up playing the Sicilian exclusively, but he's expanded. And I think e5 he chose as a response to Hikaru specifically.
I see. I see. Bishop c2. We're in for a long maneuvering game where Hikaru has not spent more than 5 seconds on a move.
a4, a5. I mean, we're going to get some copycat action on the queen side.
Knight f1, knight g3. At some point, black will play d5.
And you never know when, and I always mistime it.
What is that?
C4.
What is that move? That's a new move.
You almost never see the pawn move past c3 in these lines because it does encourage e takes d4, but I wouldn't do that unless I could follow up with d5.
That's always the question of when can you take on d4 and then follow up with another central strike. Otherwise, you kind of get like a Philidor-esque position, and white is just better. Not this way, though, because knight d7 and the knights go to e5, c5.
Well, there is a Philidor Street in Paris. Oh. And you do get this structure in the King's Indian sometimes. Obviously, this bishop is fianchettoed, but I think Alireza is pretty comfortable here. Hikaru has a space advantage, but you're constantly on guard for d5. You're on guard for black's knights kind of circling around white's king. So practically, I think black is totally fine here.
I think black's position is way more pleasant. I think the maneuvers are a little more natural, and then the pawn breaks as well, like whether it's b5, whether it's d5. White almost has this Maroxy structure that you get in some Sicilian dragons where everything stands well, but you have no idea what you're ever supposed to push or not push. And I do feel like the position is a little easier to play for Alireza.
And he's got all these weird side moves. Bishop c7, a5. He could also trade the dark squared bishops and leave white with a bishop on c2 that I think would rather be out of the spotlight, or maybe off the board entirely.
Yeah, that bishop is just looking for its next career move. Really, I have no. And by the way,
I heard chess commentary is where it's at nowadays.
Are we getting fired, or what's going on? Honestly, probably after.
There's always space for a light squared bishop.
It's never too late to say something crazy. We are live, so you know. No, I don't want to give you any ideas.
Well, they say there's no chess without Rosman.
Yeah, they do not say that. Nobody has ever said that, okay?
Hey. Over in Charlotte, where I'm at, that's all the rage.
Rook e3. Self-pinning yourself with queen f6.
And this is what we talked about. Black is just assembling his pieces one by one on the king side. Hikaru trying to simplify.
You damaged black's structure here, but the rook on a8 cannot be underestimated. That rook is a monster.
Developing without making a move.
That's always the best way to do it. Yeah, I mean, what you're saying, knight f4. Knight f4 is going to force Hikaru into a kingside confrontation.
No, white is worse. I mean, you called it when it was equal. Black's plan was very clear. It was not clear where white's play was coming from.
And let me just quickly comment on the fact that the easiest way to see which of your opponent's bishops are bad is by counting the amount of pawns on that color. And Hikaru has 6 out of 7 pawns on the light squares, which means that the light squared bishop is basically just a very large pawn.
And you would love nothing more than at least getting that very large pawn to f1. Can't even do that because d3 is protected.
And g5. If Alireza is in good form, he plays g5 without thinking. If Alireza is in hesitant form, he does not play g5.
Yeah, I mean, g5, the great thing about that move is f5 is well protected by your light squared bishop. And the point of g5 is white can't take on f4. Black's pawn recaptures, forcing the rook away, and the g file is going to be the end of white.
Now, if it's a bullet game, by the way, you play g5 immediately. You don't even, of course you play g5, because Okay, he plays knight g6. See, g5 was the move there. You don't really want to lead the attack there with the pawn, but you do want to win some space. Yeah, rook a5. Yes.
We saw this maneuver before.
Yes.
It was aborted when Alireza's rook was on a3. This time, maybe he'll get a chance to do the whole thing. But your point is well taken, Levy. I think knight takes f4, and then dropping the other knight back to e2. The more pieces get traded, the less kind of juicy black's attack.
For sure. By the way, rook a5 just on the board. So he didn't play g5, but maybe that's because he wanted to put the rook there. So I apologize. Maybe he is absolutely in great form, and he saw rook a5, rook g5 on the way.
But I think knight takes f4, knight e2 might, you know, douse the flames of black's attack.
You can't take some out, get some attack going there. It looks so promising. I mean, the black queen could even park on b2 and just say, like, where are you moving? You know, where are you ever going to move anything?
I mean, the queen side is fertile ground for black to now attack this backward pawn. Maybe that's where the bishop comes in. Finally, that bishop has a role.
In eating its own pawn? There's a game mode on chess.com you can self-capture, right?
I mean, I do that in regular chess as well.
Oh, what does that even mean?
I plunder all my pieces.
Oh, yeah, no, but you can capture your own pieces, which is a very fascinating rule, actually. But h5.
Sometimes you wish you could do that.
Yeah, exactly. That's what what I'm saying, you know. But h5 apparently the wrong approach. I mean, there is no the computer is saying it's equal because they're going to repeat moves after rook f3, queen g5, rook g3, queen f6, which they are not going to do.
I mean, to follow up rook g3 with rook f3 voluntarily, that's going to take nerves of steel. And the problem with rook g3, Levy, is that now if you try, and I'm going to show this for newer players, why can't you do this simplifying mechanism? Got to look at the whole board. Whole board awareness. Knight takes c2, the queen is overloaded. White drops the rook in the corner. So even when the queen side's not important, the queen side's important.
Yeah, if that happens, I'll probably just leave you for the show and just.
He took once, but he dropped his king off to h1.
And king h1.
Whoa!
And bishop to g4, which is an attack on the queen. And if the queen moves, I don't know.
My bigger question is, hg, is that?
If the queen moves, then there's c5. And the rook on a1 doesn't have any protection. So the point of bishop g4 is that you force white to take the bishop and open up their own king.
Let me show this. Bishop g4, h takes g4, you just take back. Let's say that white plays primitively, rook takes g4. Swing it.
And the rook on a5 is just
People might be tempted by queen takes d4. That's not the move. You're going for mate.
Yeah, that's it.
And you're going for the queen. As a second best option, you just take the queen on d1. And he's played it.
Wow! He played bishop g4!
He misses g5. He allows the knight trade, and he finds an absolutely impossible move.
Oh my god. That is not... He's out of this world. Bishop g4 is a crazy, crazy move. And by the way, can we just show that queen d2 isn't just c5? It's knight e2. And the bishop defends the knight, and the knight attacks the knight and the rook, and the knight usually doesn't attack the knight, because if knight takes, there's queen takes rook. Let
me get this straight. The bishop that's hanging defends the knight that's hanging, but you can't take either piece.
Because the rook is hanging.
Because the rook is hanging, and white's knight is also hanging. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Hikaru took on g4.
Yeah, I think he's just gonna...
And if he moves his king preemptively, then queen takes d4,
and then
is a lost endgame.
And the bishop suffers forever.
I like how it hasn't moved. It's like the only piece that's like, I'm chilling on c2, don't touch me.
It's the college student in the group project that's like, what? Oh, we had something to do? Oh, that's crazy, wow.
Got a problem set?
Yeah.
Hey,
I don't know.
Parties to attend.
Yeah, we winning this game or what, boys? Like, what's going on? Yeah, the bishop on c2 is like a paid actor. I mean, there's nothing at all impressive going on with the bishop, and you almost wish you can just play e5. Just sack the pawn so at least it, can see the board.
This is what got Alireza so many fans to begin. Just look at rook on a5. Just think about how unlikely it is, the way that he's attacking. He got his queen's rook to the king side, sacrificed what seemed to be one of his main anchors, the light squared bishop, and now he's going to go rook h5 check. And where's the crusher? Do you just take on d4? You can even take here.
You have like 6 different winning ideas here. He does take on d4. Okay, he doesn't... Now he needs to not relax.
My gosh. Levy, rook takes d6 is a deflection. If the queen moves back to f6, white has rook takes d6. Hikaru's like, pause.
Then you have to play rook h5. Alireza definitely rushed there. And he had 3 times the amount of time as Hikaru.
Rook takes d6, can't take the rook because of mate. Can give a check on h5.
Yeah. we're in the stage of the game. Everyone's going to have a hanging piece, and everybody can sacrifice something. This is losing because...
No, we're about to get another one of those chaotic time scrambles. Though Alireza, how easy is it to fritter away your time advantage in one move if you're black? I mean, rook h5 is a move. Queen h6 is a move. You're allowing rook takes d6 in both cases?
Yeah, plays rook h5. And I guess the idea is always knight e2 check. Like rook d6, knight e2, you deflect the queen from the mate.
No, knight e2, knight e2 just ends the game.
He hung a fork.
And knight takes g3 protects that rook on h5. That's a panic reaction from Hikaru, but with 9 seconds, can't take care of everything.
Yeah. Knight e2 is on the board, and
queen c3, your move, Levy, queen b2.
That bishop is just, it's just not good.
A college student is going to get expelled one way or the other.
Yeah, that's not, we don't have a good thing going on there. And I guess Alireza's thinking.
Queen c3.
Okay.
And white's queenside suddenly is totally abandoned. These pawns are going to start falling one by one.
I don't think Hikaru is losing on time. Yeah, he has played that move.
Bunch of pawns have been captured.
Gonna have our usual pieces flying off the board.
Queen c5, trade the queens. He had a much harder conversion with an extra exchange in the last game, but he's going for mate.
Oh, he's going for mate. Now the bishop is alive, but it's a little too late.
I would have traded queens, but Alireza trusts in his checkmating ability. Man, for my heart's sake, just take the queen.
Yeah, maybe it's just better.
Okay, this is good enough.
Rook d8 is very fancy.
Rook was untouchable.
As Alireza is, and now you play kg5. Yeah, duh. That's just like I thought.
Carve out those dark squares. Get your king involved.
Yes, rook b6. Whoa, whoa. Closes down the b file by giving up the pawn. Now both guys have 5 seconds.
And bishop e4, Hikaru trying to go after the b pawn. He's like 6 moves too late. That's the problem.
Yes, rook b3. He allows the trade, and that's it. That's it. And I think Hikaru resigns. Alireza has a 2-game lead.
We had to watch the instant replay of that clock taken down to 0. It's over. And what's the move counter at? Are we done?
No, no.
8:20 left.
No, that means we are going to get one final game of 5+1.
The player's taking a second there. I don't mind that, Levy. I got to catch my breath.
Yeah,
what a match.
Yeah, no, this has been epic so far. It started out with an advantage for Alireza Firouzja, and then it was back and forth. Hikaru had a lead. Both guys were playing at a very high level, but it seems that Alireza has pulled ahead, and he has an opportunity to take a 3-game lead going into the 3+1.
Yeah, he's up by 2. It's 4.5, 2.5, and he's won 2 in a row, right? I was so focused on this game, I forgot he won the last game.
Yeah.
With that lovely tactic at the end, winning Hikaru's second rook. And this is what he needs. He needs that cushion going into the bullet. I mean, Hikaru claims that they're evenly matched in bullet. I think Alireza would do very well to try to have a 2-3-point cushion going into the final segment. Obviously, we still have an hour of 3+1 to play.
I'm going to address the elephant in the room.
Please.
Where's the game? Do we not have a game? Fans, how are we doing? We don't know what we know as much as you. So
what do you mean game? I mean,
yeah, I don't know. A game? I want to see a game. It seems like they're thinking about something. Are they making moves?
So demanding, Levy. I mean, we have the players on the camera. The game is underway.
Okay,
we'll get it for you as soon as we can.
You want to play blindfold? What do you think it was? What, Hikaru just had white, yes? So he was black?
I'm still trying to figure out his color. I'm not at blindfold yet. Yeah, he will be black. Alireza has white.
Let's predict. It was E4, probably from Firouzja. Oh, we see the sky view. Oh, that is sick. Oh, it's the same position. It's the same. It's the same line. Look, the doubled F pawns and the advance and the knights.
But look at what he's doing. The knight on C6 is hanging. Alireza has just played AB. Not only did he not pre-move A takes B5, knight H4 threatening queen H3 might happen.
This is fascinating. We get to see how Hikaru plays chess. So he's highlighting the move, and he's like considering it, and then he's moving back. We also have like a 4 digital display here at the broadcast studio, which the audience can't see. So we see Hikaru's face on a different camera. So he considered knight H4, and he like looked and was like, I'm going to go back, actually. I'm going to consider my options. We see they have a timer there, by the way, with the countdown. So they know exactly how much time is left and whether they can resign and start a game. So the setup is very sophisticated. It's very nice and very blue. And very green, and the colors are changing. And
on the keyboard, they're changing everywhere. And Levy, this is going to be the last game of the 5+1 segment. This will take us to the break, And after that, we'll have an hour of 3+1. Hikaru's still thinking. He's played knight h4.
Yes, he has ultimately decided on knight h4. We do just want to reassure folks that we will show a two-dimensional board, but it's day one of a massive broadcast of like 100+ people who are trying to, work together to get stuff done. And we're doing our best. If we have any bumps and bruises on day one, day one, we also made it as difficult as possible. We could have split the semis into 2 days, but then rent would have been too expensive. So I guess now we have 2 semifinals in 1 day, and we're going to be here till 1 in the morning. So that's.
Rome wasn't built in a day. Paris was built in a day. And
was it? Was it?
I don't think so.
No, it wasn't.
I just took that out of a place where the sun don't shine. But just a huge shout out to everybody taking time out of your weekend to watch a historic event unfolding. I think we have positive things unfolding on the board, because there is a board.
Hey, shout out for the broadcast team getting it together. Yes.
You know who doesn't have it together? I think Black's position.
Yeah, Hikaru clearly wanting to win really badly after those 2 games, and he's got Alireza exactly where he wants him. Down 3 games, going into the next segment.
Yeah, and he's just played knight h4. Just want to show the last 2 moves, Levy. Of course, Alireza cannot take the knight because of queen h3. Threatening mate, threatening another mate, you're going to lose your queen. Instead, e6, trying to intercept the queen's path to h3. You're like, why? Thank you for the pawn. Are you going to play bishop f5 now? No, the idea was to play knight f4, covering h3 with tempo, and then the knight on c6 is going to drop.
And Hikaru thinking for such a long time and missing e6 is never a good sign, right? It's just never a good sign. And you almost suffer this effect in 5+1. It's a lot of time to think, but you're somehow your own worst enemy. And yeah, Hikaru is just completely lost. I wonder if he will resign and play another game or try to just take the timer to 0.
I mean, he's down a piece. Queen takes h2, king takes f3. White's got enough minor pieces to cover any avenues of attack. I think Hikaru should play fe.
Do you think Hikaru should resign and play another game with White?
Maybe,
probably, right?
Hypothetically, but I just don't see him resigning this. Okay. I mean, f takes e6 and queen e7, queen h4. I mean, I'd still be terrified with White here against Hikaru.
Yeah, but you almost have to lose a second piece, and at that point, you're not really convinced anymore. But okay, you're saying fe6 first.
Okay, he tries the one last, and he's going to play knight f4, rook takes f4, just sack everything.
But he's okay, we're getting to crunch time. He's got 3 minutes on the timer.
Rook f8 and g5.
Yeah, but queen d2 and king e2, right?
I'm down a rook, but can we just not talk about that?
Queen d2, king e2, rook a3, and then you just...
Rook a3 again!
Yeah, the hero.
You could also just move the king away. Now, folks, the bishop is pinned, so you cannot take the queen.
Oh, I see.
But Hikaru's going to keep playing. As long as the white king is vulnerable, I think he's going to keep making moves and hope for the best.
But the longer he makes moves, the lower the timer gets. So at some point, he's going to have to make a decision, right? With 10 seconds remaining or so. Does he want another game just as a meta strategy?
I don't think so. I agree with you. I think Hikaru, he wants to get to the bullet as quickly as possible. If he's down by 2, down by 3...
What?
He wants the time control shortened.
But a game with White is a game with White, ultimately, right? I mean, there's something to be said, and obviously he's smart and experienced enough in these finals to make the correct decision, make the correct call, so...
And knowing Hikaru, he'll wait until there's like 3 seconds on the match clock. He'll get Alireza's hopes up. Okay, I get the break. Nope, resigns, start the next game.
Exactly. Alireza... You know what's funny? If Alireza stalls and Hikaru resigns on Alireza's move...
That's happened. That happened to the Bullet Championship, right? I mean, I've tried to do that, where you sense your opponent's not resigning. Let me get time off the clock. Hikaru is not stranger to those, to that kind of gamesmanship.
Yeah, he just lets him think that it's over.
So how does White just ward off this last stage of the attack? You go king e2, Black plays rook f4.
I feel like
where is it?
I feel like you can make a lot of moves here, but yeah, let's just say king e2, and then like rook takes f4. And I don't know if you have to defend. Yeah, maybe queen e3. d4 is hanging, but you can launch a counterattack right away.
Yeah, you are up a rook, and Black does have these 2 weaknesses. Right, rook h1 and queen takes e6 would be threatened.
Also, rook a6 is low-key hanging. Just rook
and then rook takes b6, go for the c
pawn. Yeah, exactly. Or rook a8 check. Yeah, rook b6, exactly. I mean, being down a rook in a position without many pieces on the board is not good. It's a very easy simplification process.
But you're right. I mean, Alireza clearly taking longer than he would normally
Yes.
Trying to get that timer down to 0.
Alireza is playing deliberately slowly because he has 1:15 on the clock, 1:17, and the game clock is 40 seconds. So I think he's stalling the clock down. But I think Hikaru is going to resign with like 10 seconds on the clock.
No, I think that's exactly what's going to happen. King G7, still, I mean, as I said, as long as White's king is weak, Hikaru's holding out some hope. Queen D8, queen takes...
Just don't hang mate in 1.
Literally the queen... There we go. With 25 seconds, Hikaru resigns.
Wow.
Good call, Levy.
And now, yeah. Alireza's got a 3-game lead.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, bring it on. I mean, you got another game. Alireza's won with black. This game counts, folks, because there's time on the match clock when the game began. But it will be the last game of the segment. I think it's safe to say that now.
Absolutely. We have another Spanish. This is an Archangel with bishop c5, Archangelsk. And the bishop is going to e3 to offer an exchange. We've kind of seen this structure already, but I think we saw it in a slightly... I have no idea. All these positions fused together.
They keep playing the Spanish. Are you telling me if we were in Barcelona right now, they'd be playing e4, e6?
That is... I don't think so. I think the French in 5+1 is probably quite hopeless. But the French defense is actually a very nice opening to play for a win.
Hey, MVL has something to say about it. He's like, the French in 5+1 are really good. You're referring to the opening, of course.
Yes, exactly. Yes, of course, Maxime, one of the victims of one of the semifinalists here, who will be in the next match.
Next match? There's another match?
Man, when Hikaru versus Alireza is the appetizer, the hors d'oeuvre, if you will, and then you have Magnus versus Hans as the main... I mean, this is quite a banger of a chess day. And look, it's on the screen. Look at that production listening to us. Hey, guys. Great work. Great work.
Wow.
For a second, I was like, 2 p.m. What are you talking about? It's like, it's 5. But I forgot I'm not back at home.
3 time zones in my phone. It's at home. This is in Paris.
Yep.
On the match clock, it's zeros. It's game time. And it's another one of those typical vanilla Italian positions. But D5 spices things up a little bit.
Yes, it does. Not really. I also just wanted to point out, we had the format up on the screen for a second. In this finale of matches, we have gone back to the original Speed Chess Championship format, which I didn't realize had changed, actually, of 90 minutes of 5+1, 60 minutes of 3+1, and then 30 minutes of 1+1. And during the preliminary rounds, it was 75 and so on. It was a shortened format. So actually, this game wouldn't have happened in the previous...
You're right. It was 75, 45, and 25, I want to say.
Yeah.
Minus 15 minutes, minus 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Minus I did major in math minutes.
Yeah.
But I do know how to read zeros. And Hikaru has 3 zeros in a row. So he needs to try to make something happen in this position. But pieces are getting traded. Rook takes b6.
Doesn't he have...
CB, okay.
Does he have 4? No. He was down 2.5, 1.5. Then he tied it, and since then he's lost 3. I thought it was the opposite. For losing 4 games in a row, actually, would be quite crazy.
Yeah. Now, this is a solid position for White. If I had to choose a side, it would probably be White. He's got the better pawn structure. He's got some pressure on black center. But if he takes on d5 prematurely, you could end up with a big weakness on d3.
Oh, for sure. Having said that, Alireza took on b6 with the pawn, which we can't really look away from, which is a very odd way to compromise your own pawn structure. But I guess he just didn't want the weak c-file.
Yeah, and there's something disconcerting about having to move a heavy piece away from the 8th rank. You might create more tactical opportunities for your opponent, so he wants to keep everything on home base. Hikaru with queen e2, kind of standard improving move.
He needs a game like this, Hikaru. He just lost 3 straight. Like I said, he's got him right where he wants him. But at the same time, you are ultimately down in the match, and some of these last games have been really crazy. He's missed some one-movers, and by the way, there is the patented match lash out by Alireza in an otherwise stable position. This is exactly how Hikaru took a 2.5, 1.5 lead. It was an e4, e5. It looked very similar, but Alireza went for a critical trade at the wrong moment.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks good for black. He's imposing his will in the center. Here's the problem. The problem is a white knight landing on f5 at some point. And the problem is that black has bitten off more than he can chew. Alireza trying to solve that problem, which is why I thought Hikaru maybe should have taken on d4 immediately.
Absolutely.
Planted a knight while he had a chance.
He should have.
Now, Alireza's stabilizing the situation.
Because had he put the knight on f5, like let's say we just go back a move very quickly. We're going to mess with the board. CD4, you know, CD4, knight d4, you trade the knights.
Trade everything.
Knight f5.
And a knight.
Now black can never play g6.
And now you're going to push d4, and white's pieces just look great.
Maybe Hikaru didn't see this idea, because if not this d4, then black consolidates. But
Okay, so we go back to the live board. Rook AC1 was played, occupying the c file, g6. And Hikaru's going to go for plan B. I think he's going to move the knight back to e2 and try to force this darn pawn off of d4.
Yeah, but this is typical Italian stuff. And the only reason I think the computer thinks that white is better is the compromised B pawns. That's basically it. It's saying the imbalance of the endgame or some pawn structure might be slightly favorable to white. It thinks that white is the one calling the shots down the c-file, but black is close to stabilizing.
And now Hikaru's kind of pulling an Alireza, taking a long time in the middle game, trying to get these decisions right. Knowing the gravity of this game, Levy, how much a win would do for his momentum, it would slice the lead down to 2.
Absolutely.
He loses, he's down by 4.
Yeah, so he also has to toe that line between, like, do I take an all-out risk here and potentially go down 4 games? He propped up his opponent. He said Alireza is probably the best bullet player in the world, not named Hikaru or Magnus. And he said that against him, he probably should not go to the bullet down a big amount of games.
Yeah, I mean, against Nepo, he had some trouble in the 5-minute portion, but there was a feeling that he can get into the bullet and he can bail out, which is exactly what happened. Here, he doesn't really have that luxury. Right now, he's got to move his rook. Briefly, I flirted with an exchange sack, and knight takes e5. Don't think there's enough there. I think he should just drop back to c1.
Yeah, well, speaking of, rook c6 doesn't look ridiculous. Yeah,
just didn't make it there.
But b5, he's going to crawl forward again.
Knight d7, what, then he's going to sack?
No, that I would be shocked. But no, knight d7, then you go back to c1. Then you made black make 3 moves, and your rook's... This is so funny.
Creeping and crawling and stalling and
knight d7, rook d5. Like
zigging and zagging. And yeah, rook d5 I really like.
And then
knight d7.
Yes. What a funny little spot there. Yeah, but queen b6, black has made improvements, and he's, by the way, pushing his queenside pawns.
Okay, rook e c1.
There is a world in which the pawns simplify and black has a pass pawn on the b file, or the a file.
Yeah, these doubled pawns are not that bad. They're controlling a lot of squares, and knight takes e4 was threatened. The position is getting more charged up, Levy. You can sense the tactics.
Yeah.
They're starting.
They're starting. What is Hikaru upset about? I'm a little confused. He just did this expression. Maybe they're ahead. Maybe a move was already made? Maybe he, I don't know. What was he unhappy about? He thought he had a threat here or something.
Yeah, I mean, rook takes c6. It looks like a threat for a second, then you realize black can take back with the rook and protect the queen. So Alireza has a move. Like, he doesn't have to do anything drastic. He can play a5. He does do something fairly drastic. But okay, queen trade, good for white. Yeah.
I was thinking rook d5, but rook d5 is bad because your rook gets trapped.
Oh, that's lovely. Rook d5, queen trade, and the other knight drops back to e7, trapping the rook.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal. Rook d5 looks very nice. But it's kind of funny because Alireza just did another queen trade, forced Hikaru into a queen trade, and it's bad.
And it's very similar. 2 knights are the only minor pieces on the board.
Yes.
Look at this. Knight e2, knight e1, knight e7, knight d7.
Oh, yeah. This is like take a step backwards to go 2 steps forwards. He's going to take a lot more than 2 steps forwards with his d-pawn.
I'm really luring this.
Stop.
Silence.
Okay, you can talk. You can talk.
No, this is this knight arrangement, and these knights are great because this one's defending d3. The knight on e2 is preparing d4 potentially, and the rooks can assemble themselves on the 7th rank.
Why is this so bad? Like, I never understand. The computer's like, it's equal. Oh, you moved your rook? Stupid. What an idiot.
How dare you defend against the threat?
What kind of a moron would move the rook to d6? But like, yeah, it's just. What is the plan? I mean, they're obviously
not going to repeat.
Never repeating moves here.
Rook c7. He can also give a check on a8, and then.
Now, king f2 is apparently the wrong move.
Well, I think he wants to get the king to f3 and ultimately prepare d3, d4. Never too late to play the queen's gambit.
But Hikaru is, of course, not the one up on time. The situation in reverse would be quite something. But also, Alireza doesn't feel that clock pressure the same way that some of Hikaru's other opponents do.
Absolutely, and we saw that in the Bullet Championship. How many games Alireza, I mean, 1+0, very different, but Alireza is one of those guys who time scrambles as well as Hikaru. You can't rely on that. Alireza needs to get this rook off of the 7th rank, Levy. Can he go rook d7?
I don't...
Or just like take and put the other rook on c7?
Yeah, I don't think he wants to trade the rooks. You know, sometimes in these rook endgames, the offensive side wants to trade.
Man, these knights using every inch.
Oh, yeah, for sure. God, if he was recapping this game, I could see the D's knights popping off here. Knight g1.
That knight all the way back in Marseille, but it'll be back in town pretty soon.
Oh, yeah, it's going to take a helicopter. Knight g1, knight to f3. You ever been to Marseille?
No.
No? Okay. I hear it's nice.
I've only been...
Is Marseille nice?
You don't Marseille. You don't Marseille.
Okay, we got a couple of thumbs up. I thought we'd get some cheers, but I think Paris is
a
better.
Rousing reception. Knight F3, G4. Alireza trying to create counterplay. Now both sides under a minute.
I don't like G4. I don't get it. Why can you not take and put the king on E2? Because F5 something he's trying to create some chaos? I mean, HG king E2 feels very natural, but I guess F5 is really powerful.
And so maybe Hikaru wants to keep this knight on F6 and just drop his knight back.
Yeah.
And head over to the queen side. 20 seconds on the clock.
I would never in a million years play knight D2. It's just such a smart move.
Knight to H4. A bunch of moves, a bunch of checks.
Oh, Hikaru is not liking this.
But the king gets out into the center.
We're in another scramble, and it looks like Alireza is getting the best of it right now.
E3, just trying to paralyze these pawns. Toss the ball back to Black's court.
Hikaru's doing a lot of head shaking. Alireza's really been more locked in during the scrambles.
This is a huge game. This is a huge end game, and Alireza's now, it's equal, but the momentum is with him. As he circles around to G3, he's creating threats.
Okay, we get a rook trade, and now Hikaru's going to go for D4, and after D4...
Knight G3, though, and rook to C3. That was the problem with the move B3. It created this big hole on C3.
You know, we've also seen that in critical moments, especially in scrambles, like in Toronto. There's the famous clip of Hikaru getting very animated during the scramble. Alireza somehow has kept his nerves better. Hikaru winning this game would be massive for his confidence. He's much better.
He's kept his nerves, but he hasn't kept his pawns.
Yeah, A6 looks to be falling, and the knight is trapped. Knight E3, king E2.
Oh, you can't take G2. That pawn's defended.
Why the
knight F5, and it's over.
It's over, knight F5.
And White's knights are encircling Black's king like vultures. Everything's dropping.
Yes,
Hikaru's just winning this.
Knight D5, complete lockdown. Knight D5, you have mates
or
everywhere.
This, just chase that knight off to oblivion, and Hikaru.
Wow. And that is why these two are in the semifinals. Firouzja built up a 3-game lead, and Hikaru stole the last game back.
He's still shaking his head, Levy. Did he want 3 points from that win?
Yeah, he's not happy. He thought it was going to be smoother than it was, but Danya, I mean, listen, what a clutch win, and it's only a 2-game lead going into the 3+1 segment.
And there's obviously these twin narratives, right? Firouzja leads 5.5, 3.5. That is a fantastic result for the home favorite, the Frenchman. He won 3 in a row. He had all the momentum, but he lost the last game. Still, Levy, Alireza has to be happy with the way that these first 90 minutes of the semifinals of the SCC unfolded.
Absolutely. What more can you say? I mean, you got 90 minutes to play some chess, and you lead. You don't just lead by 1 or 2 games. You led by 3. Ultimately, he lost the final, and he's only up by 2, but his goal was to get a lead.
And
got it.
For Hikaru, he seemed less comfortable than we're used to him being in his territory, right? The openings that he prepared for the candidates, like that Bishop C5 Ruy Lopez, there were some hitches in his execution, and Alireza seemed more comfortable in the head-to-head tactics, as we will see in our game review, which features one of Alireza's 3 consecutive victories, culminating in the penultimate game of the segment. This was a Ruy Lopez, a variation that they played several times throughout this first segment. As Hikaru displaying candidates prep, this is what he played against Nepo. He had a good result there. Opening, pretty normal, D5. They get a structure that they got almost every time this line appeared on the board. Now previously, Hikaru had been taking on F3 and doubling White's pawns. Here he holds on. He doesn't do that yet, but he does that here. Bishop takes F3, Alireza castling into the lion's den. And here, after a very long think, instead of recapturing on B5, which would have been totally normal, Hikaru goes for knight H4. It's a very bold and daring tactic. It's a beautiful concept because BC walks into queen H3, and because of the twin threats of queen G2 and knight F3, White loses at least a queen, but Alireza remained on top. And the idea that Hikaru missed, the crusher, was E6, interposing the queen's path to H3 in order to give the knight a tempo move on F4, protecting the H3 square, deflecting the attack, and winning the knight on C6. Hikaru tried to complicate the game, but to no avail. He sacrificed the second piece. Alireza's king sweeping up those knights. Speaking of those knights, this knight blocking the F-file. Hikaru sacking more pieces, but he just ran out of pieces to sacrifice. And then it was Alireza's turn as the queen went on its triumphant journey. Hikaru resigned here without awaiting queen D8 check, which would have won yet another pawn. This was one of Alireza's many convincing victories. He was comfortable tactically. He was comfortable positionally. Hikaru had a couple of really nice strategic wins. but it wasn't quite enough. Alireza leads the match by 2 points with 60 minutes of 3+1 levy to be played in the next segment.
I think that game was super impressive by Alireza, but I also do have to say it was by far Hikaru's worst game, right? So sometimes you need that help. You need your opponent to do a couple of bad things to give you an opportunity to kind of show your prowess, and that's what happened there. But Alireza did what he had to do. He played 90 minutes of chess, and he has a lead. So,
listen, we know this is going to be a close match. We knew this is rarely going to go above a 3-point lead. That's exactly what happened. Anytime one player builds momentum, the other will come back and deliver a victory at the right moment. Folks, the Speed Chess Championship, the first semifinal, the first segment is concluded, but all the intrigue remains in the last 2 segments. More of the Alireza interview in the break, and Robert and Danny and Canty will break everything down in the halftime break. Stay tuned.
Where to start? Obviously, you have been mentioned by the person who you are playing in the semis, Hikaru, as the only person that can hang with him and Magnus in Bullet. And really, more than hang with him, you beat Hikaru in the Bullet Championship this year. So how are you looking forward to the event? Obviously, the Blitz, the Bullet segment, playing Hikaru, playing the winner of Hans Magnus. What are the feelings right now?
Yeah, I'm feeling very excited. It's the first time we play something like this. I think it's pretty new for everyone to have a crowd talking, and we have headphones, so I look forward to it a lot, but I think I have good chances to win the tournament. But yeah, I think it depends a lot here on the emotions, and maybe less chess technically matters here.
Yeah, the emotions will matter a bit more. Yeah,
a bit more. Yeah, so with the crowd and everything. So, but yeah, it's all is very exciting.
If Hans offered you a one-on-one match in Paris, you would accept?
I mean, yeah, of course. Why not?
Yeah, he went for Macro. I thought maybe he would challenge you.
Yeah, but... I was in St. Louis. So.
Okay. Yeah, then that makes sense. Do you think he can compete with you and Hikaru and Magnus in this format, 5-1, 3-1, 1-1, or do you think he's the underdog?
No, of course. From what he showed previously, I think beating Wesley and Maxime like this is like you have to be very, very top player to do this kind of things. So especially Maxime he was in very good shape the whole season. So I think for sure Hans could compete against any people.
I wanted to follow up on that. You have the unique distinction of the 4 players involved in the semifinals of not having been named in a lawsuit by Hans and also not involved in any drama with him, really. So do you have, like when you look at Hans, do you consider him, he's going to be a rival throughout your career, and do you have like a impression of him? And because you obviously have to have an impression of all the Indian talented players, like a Nodirbek also from Uzbekistan and so on. So now you're also probably looking at Hans like, I'm going to have to compete with him for 10 years or however long I stay in chess.
Yes. No, Hans is already top player. He's like top 20 in the world, so for sure he's very young, so I have to kind of compete with him. I'm sure he will even achieve more in his life, and he's very talented. I played him in casual Blitz games. We always go head to head, and it's not like I get away with a big score against him. So yeah, I expect at least that I will compete with him many years, but we'll see.
Welcome back, fans. We are in here. This match is giving us the fight we want. The drama is real as we head into the 3-1 portion, and Alireza Firouzja has a 2-game lead. I want to give a shout out real quick to the fans. You've been great. Give me some hype real quick, everybody. This has been awesome. And right off, appreciate it. This is great. They're giving us a show, and the show is just starting. We got a long day, and I want to take a moment to acknowledge and apologize to the fans on site that what happened in real time yesterday, as we reviewed the venue and dealt with things that we really couldn't have dealt with till we got here, we made the decision that we really had to validate any possible concerns of how the players felt about seeing the crowd and hearing audio in real time. I understand that that was not what we were expecting. It was frankly one of the things I was most excited about delivering here. So I want you to know we are going to do our absolute best to make this right. We are reviewing it in real time and doing everything we absolutely can. I appreciate you very much for being here, and I know this is a unique thing. We've never done it before. Obviously, there were going to be kinks, but it's unfortunate that this happened to be one of them. So I just want to address the fans on site. We're going to do everything we can to make this right. Thank you for your patience, and please stay with us and stay hyped, and we're gonna make this happen. So, and depending on what happens, we will make this right no matter what. So let's have a great time as we move into it. Speaking of a great time, I know we're having a great time with the chess, but right now, Hikaru down a couple games, maybe not having a great time. Your thoughts off the top?
Well, he got off to a good start. He won that early game, and then suddenly Alireza came back in full force. And we see here, reverse. Smarter chess predicted Hikaru would be leading 5.5, 3.5, but it's Alireza Firouzja who's got that 2-point lead.
I mean, what do you have to say? He tore up Smarter Chess. I don't know. You got too big of muscles to do that. I mean, no offense, Robert. So, like, don't get violent. But your thoughts on the Smarter Chess prediction fail here?
Oh, of course. I mean, honestly, Firouzja is on fire right now, of course. And being up 2 games on Hikaru, listen, if I'm up 2 games knitting with Hikaru, I'm going to be hyped. So I need to just keep this momentum going if I'm Firouzja.
That said, it seemed like the house was burning down, so to speak, but Hikaru did win the last game heading into 3-1. How do you think he feels now? What's going on with the momentum that Hikaru took into the break?
He was really smart to throw in the towel in that penultimate game of the segment because that gave him one more game, one more opportunity. And, you know, for Hikaru, he's all about this, right? He's all about this is fine. Right, this is Hikaru. The house may be burning, but he's got everything under control.
It's fine.
This is brought to you by Display. Keep it up there. We're going to give a shout out. This is a segment brought to you by them. It is super important. Fans, these things are super awesome. They're all around, and if you buy a Display while you're here, you get up to 32% off. It is kind of a big deal if you go to display.com/chess. It helps us, and it helps the event. So if anyone is considering, please do that. You've got your favorite one you picked out. You want to practice it? Je suis le pion.
Je suis le pion.
Je suis le pion. Je suis le pion.
You guys are embarrassing.
I don't belong here. I don't belong here. This is one that is brand new stuff that they have. It's super shiny and super sexy, and it's got texture to it. And also, all of them really do just stick up. So you can, if you got your chess friends coming over, you throw up your chess one. You're on a date, maybe you got some art on the wall. I don't know what's going on. You can do it in real time. It throws on easy and takes off. All right, we're going to keep talking about this match, though, here. So you said Hikaru is thinking, this is fine, right? Stay calm, right? You were down at 1.3 games. You called out the meta move where Hikaru resigned and then got that extra game. That's experience right there. It could end up coming back to pay off for him in the match.
Oh, it's huge for him because he was trailing by 3 points. Now it's only a 2-game deficit. And he knows that he isn't the heavy favorite in Bullet. So he knows that he needs to head into Bullet in a close match. He cannot afford to be down 3 points like he could against most other players on the planet.
Your thoughts about the 3-1 portion for Hikaru, right? Yeah. Has highlighting maybe he doesn't want to get to Bullet. He certainly doesn't want to be down 2 games at all.
Absolutely.
But your thoughts about maybe changing it up? He went into that King's Indian a couple times. Thoughts about what Hikaru might do in the faster portion?
Honestly, just playing exactly how he's been playing, of course. I mean, he was down with Jan, too, as well. So, of course, he was down like 3 games, actually, in that match. Of course, we never even thought that would happen, but it did, of course. And he just composed himself. And it was like, hey, this is a marathon. I'm down some games, but, hey, we got a lot of chess left, I think, there. If I'm Firouzja, I'm just trying to stay confident and try to keep the lead, as much as I can. So, we'll see.
But is Alireza a different animal than Jan Nepomniachtchi and Bullet?
That is true.
That's going to be the question.
He definitely is. He's also right behind us. You see him there. He's probably looking at openings, trying to get in gear for a quicker time control. And that adjustment is difficult for players.
Gucci Reza's got a great-looking hoodie. I don't know where his merch is. I mean, there's nothing to promote there, but we all want whatever Alireza's wearing all the time as he walks around Paris.
Yeah.
But all right, so we're heading to the 3-1 portion. We're not going to be back because the break between the 3-1 and the 1-1 is even tighter. So it's definitely going to be a quick turnaround. Given the live audience and given just the drama and the emotions here, what would Coach Hess, someone who's coached with big stakes on Olympia teams before, what would you be saying here to the players to help them as they move forward?
Yeah, I know it's cliche, but sometimes you just have to keep going at it because it wasn't that many games. The 2-point spread between them, only 9 games in. We're about to get many more in the 3-minute and, of course, the bullet. So for Alireza, it's working out perfectly. For Hikaru, he's been in those games. Those are, tight games that just haven't gone his way with heavy leads on the clock. So this could be a different match with 1 or 2 changes in those previous games.
Coach Hess, those are his words. Hype man Canny. What are your words for the players?
Yeah, you get hype. No, you actually need to stay calm.
Oh, okay.
That's actually different. Getting hype and getting into your emotion is going to be bad. I say don't make emotional-based decisions in life, but also definitely in chess, right? So can't play mad, can't play sad. Just got to play and play calm.
All right, well, this has been great. We're getting ready to get out of the way. I want to give one more shout-out again to Displate. There's been over 1 million pieces of art. There are over 1 million pieces of art to choose from at their site. Again, go to our site. Use the command Displate and do it. It supports chess. It supports chess.com, supports these events. So if you're looking to buy, do so this weekend, not just to get your discounts, but to support the event. So, all right. Well, we're getting ready here. Actually, Danya and Levy are not back yet, so we're going to continue to get ready. We're going to continue to vamp here. So, okay. All right. I want to go back to the opening question. The first game of the match started with that King's Indian. It was an awesome game. There was a queen sacrifice, and ultimately it went Hikaru's way. But your thoughts about the fact that repeated itself, and are the players going to change as they get to the faster time control, or maybe keep poking where they've been?
I think they'll change, and there's a lot of mutual respect between these two on the chessboard. So playing the King's Indian against the biggest King's Indian expert perhaps of all time, that shows that he's taking it seriously, and he is not taking any single move or any opening decision for granted.
Right. There's also a lot of room for, changing of openings. I mean, they're very diverse with the repertoires. We've seen them play literally everything, right? So as the time control gets a little faster, maybe they switch up a little bit of openings. Of course, we know knight f3, b3 from Hikaru, playing it even with 60%, and above results with people 2,800 and higher online, right? So those type of statistics definitely play here, and then we'll see what happens, obviously, with the openings, of course.
That's a crazy stat.
That's crazy,
you were
right?
waiting to bust that one out?
Oh.
I was like, where'd you get that? I don't know, where is that? I don't know, we got to check you for fair play over here. That was an awesome stat. Well, we're having a little bit of trouble actually getting the caster set up upstairs, so we're going to keep talking about the match here and keep previewing it. And
they're right behind us, both of them.
They're right behind us. I don't know what's going on or when we're supposed to get out of here. I'm being real, and I don't have any audio in my ear right now. So that's live television for you fans.
Yeah.
Let's cheer. Let's cheer for the
cheer.
fact that it's live. Let's go. Say that again.
Let's go.
Say it again.
The fans up there. All right. When you don't know what to do, you just dance. You know what I mean? Just start dancing.
Okay. All right, well, we are having trouble getting the casters set upstairs. So we're actually going to take a very quick break and have some fun. This was content that we got hanging out with some of you. Maybe some of you were around Paris, I don't know, on Thursday. But I bounced around the city and had some fun. As we get a couple minutes here to get everything set, enjoy this latest episode of whatever we call it, Danny on the Street or something. I don't know. Things got weird, they got awkward, but they were fun. We'll be right back, and the games will start in just 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Enjoy it. Oh, hey, I didn't see you there. We're in Paris for the 2024 Speed Chess Championship at the E Spot. I wonder if anyone here plays chess. Let's go find out.
You play chess?
20 years ago.
Yeah?
I finished conservatory in Kiev.
You can't name one chess player?
No, it was some improvisation, something like this. I was only classic player.
But what about a world champion? Can you name one world champion?
One.
Yeah.
BB King.
A board game, a game, chess.
Rhythmic gymnastic, but I don't champion.
Okay.
You understand?
No. Thank you for answering my question. Okay, we're going. Do you play chess? Yes? No? Why not?
And it was really, really boring.
I don't speak.
Yeah, I don't speak French either, and I came prepared to say I don't speak French in French.
Si tu veux, tu peux me parler en anglais. Moi, je te parle en français.
When I say chess, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
Concentration.
Concentration.
Yeah, logic.
Great word. Logic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he used to teach me, but
okay.
I'm not really into it. There's a picture of us as kids playing and my face shows how I'm not into it.
Why you don't play chess? I'd love to hear it.
Because I'm really active. I like sports.
My kids play outside, too, so they don't play chess either. You play chess?
Yes.
Yeah? Where do you play chess?
Just at home with my friends.
Do you know any chess players?
Yeah, Bobby Fischer.
Capablanca? Okay. Do you know who Magnus Carlsen is?
Absolutely, the GOAT. Jan Gustafsson.
Jan Gustafsson, there you go.
We are German.
Oh,
so
yeah, shout out to Jan.
Harry Stolbore.
Who?
Harry Stolbore.
If you just name someone I don't know, that is fascinating. Okay. Are we not allowed to film here? Not even here?
Oh, I can do streamers.
Okay, so give me 5 chess streamers for €5.
Andrea, Alexandro Botes.
That's 2. We got 2.
Eric.
All right, after a short break, we are back in the first semifinal of the 2024 Speed Chess Championship, live from Paris. It's Hikaru Nakamura. It is Alireza Firouzja who leads by 2 after the conclusion of the 5+1 segment. It is time for an hour of 3+1. It's Hikaru's strongest time control. He's said that many times, and he has a deficit that he needs to make up. How is he doing it? By repeating exactly the same line of the Rui Lopez. I am Levi Rosman. Take it away.
Yeah, but this time Alireza does not repeat. He goes for knight takes e5. He plays a center trick where you sacrifice a piece and then you go for a fork. This is a super complicated position right off the bat, Daniel.
This is actually a very old line where the knight takes on e5. This has been around since like the 70s or 80s, but this exact version of it is really complicated. I mean, we could see black playing c4 in this position, obviously temporarily giving up the knight, and then just recapturing on e5 levy, which could lead to a queen trade and an endgame. I think that's what Hikaru is contemplating. Does he go c4? And he does.
He does play c4. You gotta...
Ooh.
Yeah, very, very spicy stuff. He plays queen b6 check. I mean, he's trying to remember some preparation that he might have had. Queen e3 is very simple and straightforward move.
And pieces are getting flying off the board. White is obviously going to lose that bishop on b3, but how do you want to lose it, Levy? Do you want to take c4 and try to damage a black structure, or do you just want to go knight c3 and develop the rook on a1 with a takes b3? This is a big decision.
Honestly, I think both are probably okay, but bishop takes c4 does look a little bit better to my eyes, because at least you split up the black pawns permanently, although knight c3 is also a completely reasonable move. But if I had to choose, I would play bishop takes c4.
It's obviously not panic time for Hikaru. He's down by 2. He's got an entire hour. So it's not like he's going to go e4, g6, or e4, a6. You know, he's fine with a draw with the black pieces. There's plenty of time left, and he's not thinking of this as, okay, now I need to burn all my bridges. That's not how these professionals operate.
And in Paris,
at the first obstacle.
We're spoiled for choice. You know, we have all of our pawns. And yeah, he does play bishop takes c4 ultimately. Now you have cool ideas, always utilizing the pin on the A file. This is a position I feel I would lose with both colors. I don't know if you ever feel like that.
Especially against someone named MC or HN.
Yeah.
Or HN.
Hopefully I don't play those guys. But even at my level, yeah, bishop c5 always very annoying. Black can't castle anymore. Also, if you move the knight, you can't castle.
The only bright spot for Hikaru, literally a bright spot, it's on the light squares. This pawn on e4, it's isolated. Black can get the bishop to c6. I'm not seeing a big advantage for white here, but if white can park the rook on d6 and get a bishop to c5, black can't castle. There we go, there's step 1.
Yep.
And black actually can castle, and maybe he will, but I still think bishop c5 is going to happen.
Okay, he plays f6, so maybe he's going to put the king on f7, and then he's going to bring the second rook. Hikaru's very close to...
Ooh.
Wow, b4. It's a very fancy way of saying, please take my pawn.
Going to play it again, Sam?
Yes. And then maybe another time, if there's another trade by some miracle. But the king is going to f7. The rook is going to come from h8 to trade.
Black is none the worse for wear. Actually, rook hc8 could be a problem for white because this knight is nice and juicy. It's undefended. There's a c2 pawn behind it, so you could see the bishop dropping back to b7. That's a threat.
Yeah, Alireza's making several improving moves.
He needs to put, but he needs to put something on c5 like now.
Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he can do whatever he wants. Bishop c1, bishop a3, going to the same diagonal but doing it slower.
Doing it like Dvoretsky recommended. Always have to make a retreating move when you can.
And then if white can get a pawn to b4 and a pawn to c4, if they could just somehow kangaroo over the knight, then life would be very nice. But because you can never move the knight because of the pawn on e4 hanging, yeah, and there's bishop c5.
Isn't that amazing? If white could play c2, c4 in this position, it would be maybe even winning for white just because of the bind that you would establish. Now it's, I would argue, a double-edged position. Accidentally drop the bishop back to b4 and walk into a fork on c6. And yeah, we got, it's not, Hikaru's move was amazing, but the applause is, it's for
it's
the
for
city of Paris, and you know,
just how beautiful Paris is and how they did such a great job over the last, month plus with the Olympics. No, it's because
they appreciated the visualization exercise.
Yes, it's for those watching at home. It's for the fact that we have a big screen here at the amazing eSpot facility in Paris, and I think their moves were too fiery, so the screen crashed for a little while. But we got it back up, and the players look beautiful, and the moves look beautiful, and life is good. So that's why we were cheering.
And the fans are beautiful. Thank you for your patience. And here we go.
I have a dream that one day in the future, chess is looked at in a way where the top players are complete superstars, not just guys like Hikaru and Magnus, and of course Firouzja in his own right, but not compared to some other esports athletes. I'm going to analyze the game in a second. Just let me finish my vision, and we can sell out the Accor Arena here in Paris, or we can sell out Madison Square Garden for an event like this. So. Anyway.
Or the biggest arena in Paris, eSpot.
Yes.
And Alireza, just like, it seems that nothing has happened, but Hikaru actually didn't recapture a pawn when he could. A couple moves ago, he dropped his knight back to b5, trading the bishops. Now he's going to lose the pawn on g7.
Oh my.
He's just crumbling and losing all his pawns.
Yeah, what?
This is uncharacteristic. Hikaru's kind of losing his mojo here. He's trying to get counterplay, though, with a passed e-pawn. He could win this too. I mean,
no. We gotta stop saying he can win this in some of these positions. Like, you gotta pump the brakes a little bit. No, I don't know what happened there. I guess he did try to make it a bit double-edged, but Alireza was super sharp, and ultimately is gonna capture a bunch of pawns. And
I gotta say, every time Alireza's had a concrete tactic, bishop g4, sacking the bishop, bishop f8, he has found it with like 99% accuracy. His form, ever since the candidates, he's like, bad form, watch this, watched this.
Yes, I heard the first time.
I had to make sure to rub this bad fun pun right in your face.
No, it was quite good. Yeah, rook a5 with, by the way, bishop e5 in some spots, even now.
Ooh, there's a king e5, rook a5, king f4.
Yeah, and then, you're still probably, no, you're not. King h3, and then rook g4, rook b5 is
my God, bishop f1, rook f5, they're skewering the bishop, and probably Alireza's calculating it. But rook a5 right away, you can avoid the complications.
Okay, h3. We don't even...
Now b5, just push your pawn.
Yeah, we just said a lot of things quickly to look smart. Yeah, rook e5, c4 I also like a lot.
White's got 4 pawns, black has 2, and the main thing is this e-pawn is under complete control because rook e5 can happen anytime you need it.
Yes, you have to be careful because the king can go to f7, hitting the bishop.
I would play the Russian schoolboy move, just bishop h6, just make sure that this pawn isn't a moving target. Or maybe just take it altogether.
5, okay.
e3 though, and king can drop back to f7 with tempo.
Oh, he forgot about that. He forgot about that.
Make sure this pawn isn't a moving target.
Oh, he forgot about it, and suddenly the pawn's on e2. It's probably still completely lost, but we're getting excited because the pawn moved.
It's not completely lost. b6, bishop c6, and how does white get his pawns forward?
I think he will. Oh, and here come our favorite teleporting moves.
Rook f3, blundered his bishop.
Oh,
he blundered his bishop, and he's still better. He's got to move.
Oh my, he hung his bishop.
And it's anybody's game. Alireza can still win this. It can be a draw.
No, it's going to be a draw.
It's going to be a draw. Is it? It is.
Yeah, it is. How did he just hang the bishop in one? That's insane. Oh my gosh.
That was ridiculous.
He wanted the match to be close. I don't know. That was wild. Bishop. Okay, now we are back to a Queen's Pawn and a Nimso Indian, which is really what I expected, not a King's Indian.
So he starts at the G pawn, he moves to the E pawn, maybe the B pawn and the bullet. That was a big missed opportunity. Now 2 of those for Alireza, and he's got to strike while the iron is hot. He's got the momentum. He has to cash it in and convert it into actual points levy.
There's some alliance here where the C7 pawn for black is a little bit stuck. You can sometimes take on F6 and get a nice structure, or you can just drop back to H4.
Which he does.
Yeah, which he does, and that's not a good move, apparently.
And C5 here, I never know exactly when to play this move. I think the engine does, though.
Wow, G5 and C5. Okay, knight E4.
And C5, all 3 of those.
And now we're going to get some sort of either... there's F3 is a line here, right?
F3 looks actually pretty good, I'd say for the first time in my life. Why? Because F3, knight G3, HG, the rook on H1, it's been a theme. The rook's developing without making a move and trying to make black pay for advancing that G pawn this early in the game.
Of course, the most natural move here is d takes c5. And it is played because black generally does not go back with the knight, instead playing knight to a6, trying to develop another piece.
Yeah,
and,
this.
Or knight c6, which develops toward the center.
Long castle? Anybody? Any takers?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, long castle is always fun.
Feels like Alireza has taken a lot of liberties here. He's gone g5. He has a development advantage. But Hikaru has the static long-term advantages. Bishop pair, better king safety. If he can ensure that his kingside pieces get out and that he doesn't get checkmated, he's going to be much better. That's a big if, though.
What is Hikaru thinking about? Is he because queen a5 check is a huge threat.
And I should show this. Let's bring up an analysis board. If white goes e3, queen a5 check. Okay, now I am showing this, Mr. Transmission Feed. Queen a5 check, b4. Knight takes b4. Classic idea, and it's over because you can't take. You drop the rook. Disaster.
Hikaru's losing.
He played b4 right away, offering that pawn as a huge target.
Yeah, and so he stopped queen a5
whoa.
instead of castling queenside, but he's just going to come under a massive attack here while his king is in the center. His options are either develop the king to the queenside with a queenside castle now, or spend 3 moves minimum developing and on the 4th move castle. He doesn't have time for either.
And look at Alireza. He's thinking, because he was thinking about queen f6 intermezzo, but it helps the rook get to d1. Now knight d4 is going to be met with queen d3.
Knight d4 right away was probably better.
Those knights look great, Levy, but they're, especially the one on d4, it's currently hanging. And
yes,
he's going to go e5? No, knight f5.
No, after e5, it's... Wow, this is an insane position. Okay, Hikaru's getting on the road to development. At any given moment, h5 might come into play, but not right now, because the bishop can always go to e5.
Okay, so knight f3 happened on move 16. We were used to it happening on move 2.
Yes, or 1.
Yeah, Hikaru definitely isn't used to playing it 16 moves later. How does black prosecute this initiative? Do you take on g3 and go g4? White's going to lose the knight, though.
That's great. How can you be attacking on that side of the board? Like, wow, he does it, and you're going to have to sack the knight.
Absolutely. Well, ED here is important because currently e4 is hanging. Can white recapture on d5, allowing a check on c3?
And let's just remind everyone that the white knight can't move because mate. That would be a very tragic and hilarious way to lose. And now rook e8, and you just say, excuse me, your knight's hanging.
Avoiding the temptation to give that check on c3 Levy, which is a paper tiger because of knight d2. And there's no follow-up.
You just have to protect your knight, and then you will... Oh, there's also bishop f5, but somehow bishop f5 feels getting in the way of your own pieces. But rook e8 also feels... Yeah.
Again, every time Alireza has had to find one of these blue arrow moves, it seems like he's found it.
Yes, but that one was not that hard. I think maybe he was just evaluating, like, also knight c3 is a fork. But it's not because of queen d4. But he was, I'm sure, considering all his options.
And with a minute left and change for both sides, Hikaru is sacking this knight. That is the obvious statement of the century.
Yeah. And by the way, the only move to keep the advantage relatively close is completely not obvious. It's queen to c4, getting out of the way of any forks, which aren't forks because of queen d4. And you give up the knight, you take back with a pawn and bring the rook to h4. And by the way, I have to tell you, that pawn cluster looks really hard to play against. But
yeah.
A queen c4, will Hikaru find this move?
I mean, like, I don't even know what to say because there's so much going on in this position. Whoa. Okay, I have to rewind for a second. So Hikaru played, what did he play? He played rook h4.
Okay.
Trying to actually prevent GF, but allowing the queen to land on c3. And look at this tactic by Alireza, knight f2. And if you take, that's why he put the rook on e8, of course.
I think Hikaru might have missed knight f2.
And mate on g3.
That's crazy. He must have missed knight f2. He must have only looked at knight g3 with the same idea, which fails to...
Well, I mean, this is just more forcing, and now he's just hunting down all of Hikaru's pieces. Alireza has to win this. He's got 20 seconds.
There's an M in the evaluation. I always say when the
anywhere.
When the evaluation is a BMW model, you know you've messed up. H6, yeah.
Just learned that was a BMW model. It's not over, though.
Knight f2. No, that's very hard. Knight f2, queen c3 is so hard.
How is Hikaru not mated here?
That's unbelievable. Knight f2, is he going to find queen c3?
By the way, king e1, there was knight d3. He finds it.
Yes, king c1.
King b1.
Yes.
Bishop f5, king a2.
Now there's e4, maybe?
Look at this. Both of these squares are protected, so black can make a slow move. Black can involve the knight to d1, and that's the secret sauce.
Oh, my God.
Or knight takes e4.
Knight d1 is disgusting.
Got to take the pawn. Got to do it.
Yes,
he drops his bishop back instead. He's lost his advantage. Bishop c4. Queen takes g6 is threatened.
Oh my gosh.
Hikaru's going to win.
Oh.
And he blunders his rook. Alireza just dropped the ball.
Oh my gosh.
Hikaru wins this. Unbelievable, Levy.
Insanity. How did Hikaru win? He had no business. There was a mating evaluation on the board, and he won the game like 6 moves later.
You know, the Russian term for goosebumps is ants crawling on your skin. I feel ants crawling on my skin after I saw what Hikaru did there.
And games like that turn matches.
That is a hard, not just a bitter pill to swallow. The last game, okay, you squandered the advantage, but to lose this when there was forced mate, and so many brilliant moves by Alireza, knight f2 and rook e8.
And Hikaru
all for nothing.
Hikaru just takes your soul out of your body. Just runs his king along the first rank.
He's done that to me a long time ago.
Yes, yes, yes. And I guess we have another game, I imagine, or we don't. Are we experiencing what we had earlier? Maybe we can get a bird's eye view of the screen. I think we can do that.
You never know when the players are actually playing because they're a lot calmer than I expected.
Yeah, the guys are obviously locked in a game at the moment. Alireza, I mean, he's still winning the match, okay? He's up 6-5. That must have been a very, very, very annoying game to lose, but you can still take solace in the fact that you have played well up to this point. He just played an absolutely fantastic game where Hikaru was clearly struggling very, very early. And
well, the last time we saw this view, it wasn't good for Hikaru, so he's like, take us away from here.
Yes.
Which is exactly what we're going to do. And Levy, you don't get to where Alireza is now without being able to react well to these moments. He knows that this is a possibility, especially against Hikaru. He's up by a point. Let's not catastrophize.
Let's quickly go back and just review the opening. I think it was a completely unique line again.
Okay, so another Rui Lopez.
Yes, that was not unique.
The line was, yeah.
Yeah, so it was...
it was a Nepo line.
Yeah, it was from the candidates, actual candidates game. This was Hikaru Nepo.
I think rook e1 was the deviation. Knight b to d2 was played.
Yeah, and black can apparently play Rui Lopez, a Spanish, where you put the king's knight on g6, then you move the c6 knight back to e7, then you move the knight back to e5, then you move the knight that was on e7 from c6 and then b8 back to g6, which is where the other knight was. So that's, yeah, that's how you play chess nowadays. You just move horses around. That's what you...
Whoa.
That's what you do.
This looks like it blunders a piece, but it doesn't. f4, there's knight takes c4. And when the bishop recaptures, it moves out of the forking radius of the f-pawn.
But what if you play bishop b3 setting up f4?
That I have not gotten to yet. That's a question that you're asking all the good questions.
Yes.
I'm answering the bad ones.
Bishop to g8. That is one of the strangest configurations, but that's why the king is on h8.
Yeah, to allow the bishop to drop back. Now, we saw this structure once before, Levy. I forgot who had white, who had black. I think Alireza had black, and that was the game he found bishop g4, sacking the bishop.
Yes.
This is a totally different landscape. Black is more passive, but black is still fundamentally really solid. That bishop is hitting c4. The queen's getting out to b6. You get this in the King's Indian.
Yeah, if anybody does remember that game, we do not fault you if you do not. White's pawn in that game was on the f3 square, and also black had a lot more equity in the center of the board, like a queen on the dark squares, knights on the dark squares. That doesn't exist here. Absolutely not. And yes, white's light squared bishop is once again problematic, but it's much closer to being important and useful than it was in a previous situation. So
on c2.
Yes. Now it's on b3. It still sucks, but at least it's participating in a much better way.
Well, bad bishops defend good pawns. Not that this pawn is particularly good either, but remember that h5, h4 idea from game 1 of this match, which seems like it was 3 years ago? White's got an equivalent idea here with that h-pawn creeping up. If it creeps up to h6, you're going to induce catastrophic weaknesses on black's king side. But maybe not yet. Maybe you're walking into some central breakthrough.
I feel like Alireza has been better 3/4 of this match. And it's very, very close. And that's how Hikaru gets you. He sometimes suffers in worse positions in middle games in the slower format, but his defense is just unparalleled.
Yeah, he is the OG, right? He showed that it's possible. You have chances in any position. And he lent truth to that platitude. Oh, anything could happen in this position. Like, no, you know, a super GM's going to handle this.
Yeah, yeah.
No, right?
No,
not in
not.
the SCC.
Evidently not. H5, exactly. Black will...
H6, there it is.
There it is. And just you
Hikaru was like, I don't care. I literally...
Yeah, literally.
I can't even say that phrase.
But he should, because he's under a massive attack. He allowed that pawn to go to h6, and it's a problem.
E5 is just one of those moves you play and the center cannot hold. things will fall apart for sure if Alireza plays e5.
I would love to play e5 with the bishop on c2, but I'll take it. I guess it's still probably quite good, and c5 is just so unstable. Everything in black's position is unstable. The horses are unstable. Both pawns are unstable. The king is unstable. The dark square is just, yeah.
He's got to do it, but look at the clock. He's down to 30 seconds. This has been the problem. When he's had these winning positions, he's been lacking those 5-10 seconds, and he hesitates.
Yeah,
e5 tells me that he's lost a little bit of mojo, a little confidence. Alireza in game 1 would have played e5 instantly.
After suffering a couple of defeats like he did, especially the one that he just had, yeah, you can see how you don't want to rush with a move like f5, but...
He still should win this game. He's dominating. Look at this.
I was just briefly looking at the top line of the engine, and it was so absurd. It was so disgusting. Hikaru's trying to defend himself with pieces, Danya, but his king's about to get shredded open.
Where is it? Where's the crusher? Look at white's king. And don't fall asleep on knight to g4, which here walks into queen c3. You can fall asleep on that.
Yes, that you don't have to. And you just get mated. You lose every piece because your diagonal is so bad.
And it's because of this pawn on h6 controlling g7. I think you got to take on e4.
Yeah, I think so. And then what?
Oh, look at that king. Look at those dark squares. Can you play bishop b3 to c3?
Oh, yeah, I mean, for a price. But,
Aim it.
But yeah, a lot of money. A lot of money to allow that bishop. And bishop c3, the game ends in a few moves, or instantly.
And you got a training camp to pay for.
Yes, exactly. Yes. That's a current events reference for folks that have not yet seen the greatest interview of all time, except for the movie The Interview. Queen f4.
C5, and look at that knight on e6.
Oh, the bishop comes alive, and the black position must be collapsing. I mean, knight g5 is knight d4, rook d6.
Hikaru can move the rook from e7 to e8, though, and then the knight can move back to c7, and he keeps slithering away.
But is there some rook d7 there?
Yeah, you're completely lost.
Okay, I see. We're really loud, so it scared me.
Rook takes c6.
Rook f5, rook e1? Resigns? I don't understand.
Takes and rook e1, but then the rook drops back to e8, and where's the finishing move?
That's so ridiculous.
The guy never dies, but rook e4 is a fantastic retreating move. He's just going to go after this knight as long as it takes.
No, but this is miserable stuff. I mean, this.
Get ready. We're gonna get the jump.
Oh yeah. Okay, a couple moves there. Hikaru down to 5 seconds.
And he's lost the knight, but he's gonna get 2 pawns for it, and this is hard to convert.
Is
not over.
it?
It is. Rook c2, rook e2. Okay.
Yeah, he has rook e2.
I'm not confident. There goes another pawn. Can't take it though. Can't take it though.
Rook g7, rook g5.
HG. King f8. Rook g5. Rook c2. He's going after the king queen side, but he's going to save this again.
No. How is this even possible?
It's equal.
How does he do this? I swear there's a clip of me previewing this event where I say, how does he do this?
Alireza has no pawns left. All he can do is go for mate. It's a dangerous idea, but it's not going to work.
No, it's not going to work. And
oh my gosh. Oh, rook h4.
Rook h4, rook h4.
Rook h4
oh, it's mate. It's mate no matter what. It's mate no matter what. Oh my goodness. Oh, Hikaru's laughing.
And it's because of his c6 pawn that he loses. He doesn't have the check on the 6th rank.
The chess gods would not let it happen twice.
Alireza earned that one. He earned it.
Wow, and Hikaru plays knight to g3. Alireza playing the Caro-Kann. Hikaru's been telling me recently, I've got to stop playing it. I got to stop being so predictable. So Alireza shows up and he plays a Caro-Kann, and we're going to get a long positional game because this one is not a main line, not a confrontational line, but very boring positional. Not boring, actually. I think it's quite full of play, but for folks that were expecting sacrifices, they will be disappointed.
I was going to say Alireza for Rosman, but then I thought Ali Levy for Ruzman. That rolls right off the tongue, just like it did off mine.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and other things.
This position, whatever soul that I have left, whatever Hikaru hasn't taken with his defensive skill, this position might.
This is like a weird Petrov, right? Because you get this structure sometimes, not exactly, but white sometimes has these bishops, and they just kind of stand there. They look real nice. But
how many times did bishop g5, queen takes g5 decided games, even at the highest level?
I don't think a huge amount, but I remember when I was teaching my students the Scandinavian defense, I would say, the bishop on g5, you can always take it with the queen, so be careful.
That option exists. Bishop d2 instead. I think queen d3 and c4 is White's concept here.
Bishop c3.
Your experience in these positions, Levy, is e5 ever something that black goes for, or is an open center to the benefit of the bishop pair?
It really depends. I mean, e5 opens up a lot of lines for you. Sometimes you have c5, and then you try to play b5 and b4. But this is one of those Caro-Kann positions that you end up in where it's kind of like mutually assured destruction. Nobody really wants to try to advance. If black advances, the bishops get stronger. If white advances, you kind of weaken your center. But, yeah, and you weaken your king, by the way. So be careful at g3.
And now this pawn on d4, it's going to get attacked. And that e5 move I mentioned, if the queen on d3 is vulnerable, e5 will happen.
And for example, e5 here is not a good move. Like opening the position, I think for black right now to play e5 is simply no good.
It's a good idea to show why. If you play e5, let's pull up the... There's a beautiful tactic here, Levy.
Is there? Oh, rook e5, bishop f4.
That's rook e5, d... No, just kidding. Bishop f4. You rarely give up a rook like this, and now the rook can't move because of the queen. And if you move your queen, de happens, and you can't take with the bishop because of another pin. And this is because of another pin. It's not a pin, but nobody cares.
Yeah, well, it's a skewer. Hikaru just grimaced mildly. I don't know what happened there.
Back we go to the live board. He's down a minute and a half.
No, but it's not the live board. The live board is on the right side, and it says that e5 has happened. So,
Oh, hasn't happened for me, though.
Oh, that's not good.
Also, Alireza's the one down 90 seconds, but he's definitely not down 90 seconds.
Yeah, I assume we'll be getting that move there. So, our live board is not our live board. But
should I just input the moves?
Well, yeah, I suppose we can. Or we can cut to a bird's eye. That also works. Well, but it was going so good. We had like a nice rhythm there. So Hikaru, sorry, Alireza did go for e5. He ultimately decided, I don't want to sit here and I don't want to get squished. But we are not seeing it.
Yeah, he doesn't have 26 seconds. Okay, there's the live board. So e5 happened. Bishop c3, the rooks were traded. I'm just going to put all the moves on the board. Queen takes d4.
See how fast these mouse skills are. Yeah, and this is the two bishops advantage on display. Pressuring both sides. The a4 pawn for black is under attack.
And I would recommend to ignore his time situation. I'm sure he doesn't have 8 seconds.
Queen
He's
trade
traded.
Happened. Yeah, the queen trade happened.
Bishop e5, maybe try to, but the a4 pawn is going to be lost.
This is a very annoying endgame. So he gives it up with a3.
Saying take it, but ruin your pawn structure. I would take it and go rook b1.
Yeah, the best move here is b4, which is deep.
Yeah, and not going to happen. He's taken on a3. I mean, look at that b file. And that pawn on b7, it can't move up to b5 because of the c4 pawn. Bishop b5.
Now Alireza is going to defend, so he goes back.
And rook e7, bishop f5, going to c8. This is threatened.
Oh, rook c7, good defense.
Stopping bishop c8. Maybe the a pawn is going to creep forward here.
Yeah, but I think actually black is fine. I mean, black will play king f8, g6, king e7, king d6, king c5. Like, just walk the king and life is good.
Caro-Kann is just, no matter how many times you just pound at it, it's just still the skeleton remains intact.
It's the cockroach of chess openings somehow, and yeah. 94. Okay, we have a bird's eye view and a live board.
I thought that was a London system.
That was, yes. Although that one's actually not, you know, we're not trying to kill it. It's somehow quite nice. We see Hikaru there facing rook e5. You're looking at it from Hikaru's perspective. And the rook has gone to a5.
So white is definitely in the driver's seat here. And Alireza, he pushed that lead back to 2 with the last game. Hikaru can bring it back down to 1 if he can convert this. Should be a slight advantage, but the rook's coming to a7. I'm worried for that b7 pawn.
Yeah, the b7 pawn's very weak. You have all sorts of sacrificial ideas, and on c6. Hikaru just sat closer to the screen to get a better look of the pieces. Sometimes they look different when you get half an inch closer.
And we're being told that the board issues will be hopefully permanently fixed.
Oh, I thought they were just never going to work again. Yeah.
Not that there are any board issues. I mean,
no, it's okay. This is a fantastic view. We get I'd love as well a split screen, a face cam of Hikaru, who's advancing.
Black should play c5 and knight c6, I think. Kick that rook off of a7.
Okay, he's bringing his king, which also kind of makes sense. Now, Hikaru's playing a5. Don't get your rook trapped.
Okay, I think the live board is now synced. f4. Why is that such a good move? Is there c5 and a6? There's crazy tactics here.
Yeah, some ideas like, what?
Or the other way around, maybe a6 and c5.
Yes, I guess you deflect the knight, and it looks like Hikaru's played it.
Look at this, a6, BA-C5, King E6, and then you trade rooks and just take on A6, and you're going to have that remaining passed A pawn to decide the game. Easy clap.
I didn't realize that Hikaru's king and bishop were flipped.
He's going to sack his bishop, by the way.
I thought his king on F1 defended the pawn on C4. Like I was like, what is he doing? Like, why is he giving up the C4 pawn?
He might give up more than that. He might give up the bishop and still play C5.
I gotta get a new vision test when I'm back in New York. What am I doing? I got glasses and I couldn't see that.
I mean,
because we had the bird's eye view.
It was the best view.
Not for me.
Yeah, no, bring it back. I don't like this live board thing.
Yeah, what is this board? I want the bird's eye.
It's boring. Boarding.
Ooh, okay. C5, deflecting, bishop C4, king F6, and probably the endgame is...
Anticlimactic, right? He's just going to take E7, take A6.
Yes.
And you keep your pawn alive? Yes.
Yes, you must. Yeah, bishop C4. And this is a very nice endgame.
He wants to drive the pawn at G5, fixing these pawns on light squares for later, for dessert.
So Alireza's trying to get his pawns on dark squares, as many as he can, which is not many.
There might be only one left, and that's all Hikaru needs. That pawn is a target.
By the way, I'm just going to say the dark square is looking very nice.
And look at Alireza getting his knight to defensive position. Hikaru has not gotten his A-pawn moving.
No, now Alireza's doing to Hikaru what Hikaru usually does to everybody else.
Knight just goes back and forth. The pawn on G6 can be defended many different ways. Hikaru can't go A4 because of the fork.
Sorry, I'm just doing some stuff over here. You can keep going.
Knight zigzags back, and we have a draw. That was slightly anticlimactic finale. And Hikaru is the disappointed one here.
Yeah, he was just better, but okay, you know, Black played the Caro-Kann. He was never going to lose.
Wow. The Caro-Kann, the cockroach of chess openings, self-proclaimed by the Caro-Kann expert himself. Alireza saves the game and keeps the lead at 2 points. Levy, the momentum has turned and shifted. It's been one crazy game after another. I'm taking in that final move, which was actually 20 moves, but you take it over.
No, I just want to commend the players. It's been a lot of fun. It's a very close match. Alireza has maintained a 2-game lead. I also want to tell you, Danya, I have a question.
Shoot.
Did you know that Chess TV is now available on your smart TV?
Chess TV is available on my smart TV.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have a very smart TV, but I think its intelligence is high enough.
From Roku and Fire TV to LG, Samsung, and Vizio, you can watch brilliant chess content like my YouTube channel, like this event, like your YouTube channel, and more with the Chess TV app. Visit go.chess.com/TV streaming. I don't know how to say that in French. Or use !TV in the chat to learn more about the app and watch chess.com's library of entertaining and informative chess content on demand today.
That was perfectly delivered, Levy. And this match has been perfectly delivered. Alireza Firouzja holds on to the 2-point lead in the first semifinal of the Speed Chess Championship. We've got half of the 3+1 segment on the way, and then the bullet to decide this amazing match when we return.
Hikaru Nakamura had a challenging road to the 2024 Speed Chess Championship semifinals. First, he had to face Jose Martinez, then Jan Nepomniachtchi. Nakamura won both matches by a combined 11 points. How Nakamura won the first 2 matches could not have been any more different though. After the 5-minute blitz against Jospin, Nakamura led by 3 points and did not look back. After the 5-minute blitz against Nepomniachtchi, Nakamura trailed by 3 points. This adversity turned out to be temporary. Nakamura completely wiped out the deficit in the middle portion of the match, then turned on the jets in bullet. After taking 6.5 out of 8 points in the 1-minute section, Nakamura sailed to a 5-point win. And so, Hikaru has still never lost a Speed Chess Championship match except to one person, who you probably know. Nakamura does not have to do battle with Carlsen yet though. First, Alireza Firouzja stands in the way. Nakamura has great respect for Firouzja's game, especially in bullet.
We should talk about Alireza, right? Because you said in one of the last interviews before this finale here in Paris that he's the only one in the world who can compete with you and Magnus in bullet. And obviously this year in the bullet championship, he actually managed to beat you. So what did you learn from that match, if anything? What can you learn in the bullet match?
I mean, I think what I've learned is that I'm getting older. I think that's the biggest thing I've learned in Bullet. I'm still very good at it, obviously. But what I've seen in a lot of recent Bullet games I've played, both against Alireza, but some other players like Daniel Naroditsky or Alexander Bordnik as well, is that generally, if I get into these scrambles where like I have 8 seconds, 9 seconds, and they have 5 or 6 seconds, I'm losing these scrambles simply because I'm just not as fast as I once was. So that's the main thing, is I'm getting older, and it's mostly trying to avoid such situations. That being said, the Bullet here is with an increment. It's 1+1. It's not 1+0. So I think that actually, oddly enough, gives me much better chances, because in pure scrambles, I'm just not fast enough. I think I definitely feel it whenever I play the Bullet Brawl on chess.com. You know, I still do very well overall, but if I get into these scrambles, I just lose them now. And even against some of the other kids, or, you know, Turkish kids as well, like Ediz Gurel, same thing. If we get down to 10 seconds or less, I lose some if it's not simple. So mostly it's just that I'm getting older, and it's trying to sort of finish the games or avoid getting into those situations in so much as I can control it.
On the edge of our seats. We still are on the edge of our seats, and so are the two players in the first semifinal of the 2024 Speed Chess Championship, live from Paris. It is Alireza Firouzja, the hometown favorite, who leads Hikaru Nakamura by 2 points going into the second half of the 3+1 segment. Alongside I am Levi Rosman. I'm GM Daniel Naroditsky. I've got no time to introduce ourselves because the moves are coming in hot, and so is this match. It's been straight fire, Levi.
It absolutely has, and true to his last name and the prefix, it's been Alireza Firouzja, who's led from the get-go. I mean, from 2.5, 1.5, and Hikaru making a quick comeback. Ever since then, it has been Alireza leading the match, and it's been 2 games. First it was 1 game, and he extended the lead. And what do you think is the comfortable cushion that he needs to enter the Bullet?
Wait a second. First of all, this is not going well for Hikaru. That pawn is up his grill.
Hikaru, I was asking my co-commentator a question which we could discuss. Okay, stop blundering.
Look at this. I mean, G takes F6, the knight's coming in. He might get mated without getting all his pieces out.
Hikaru's looking around like, wait, what did I just allow?
And this Ruy Lopez Bishop C5 line, it started off okay, but it's been getting worse and worse. And he just forgot that this pawn can land on F6.
Yeah.
Did you ask me a question?
Yes.
You did.
I said, what is the lead Alireza wants going into the Bullet? And I think he'll take 3 games.
3 games, I think, is the ideal. And let me just notice that save Hikaru had 2 in a row when he cut it down to 1. Alireza's response to that has been amazing. He's stabilized the match. He got it back up to 2, and now Hikaru has no moves. because the pieces are just converging on his king.
Yeah, you guys got to remember, everybody watching this, Alireza got the lead cut to 1 in a game where he had mate 46 different ways, and he found the 47th, which lost. So it's very easy to tilt after a game like that, and instead of tilting, he's taken a 2-game lead and now potentially a 3-game lead.
And will he take on b5, Levy, and open up that second front? I mean, there's a lot of moving parts for white to control. Now, a lot of people might be wondering, why isn't queen g5 mate? Because g6, queen h6, the lolly's mate, and he's got the bastion on g7. After queen g5, black can rotate the juicer up to g6 and keep the king side secure for the time being.
Solid Hikaru impression.
He's not saying any of those words right now. I don't think I want to say the words he's saying to himself.
Can you imagine being in the arena and you're Alireza and Hikaru's just sitting there going, oh man, I want to play queen g5, but then he's got the bastion that's going to go to g6, and Alireza's like, he actually talks like this to himself? Oh my goodness, but no.
Maybe if the score was flipped.
Total silence, white noise in the headphones, and rook has gone to e8, c takes b5, knight d4. I mean, I gotta tell you, just visually, like no eval bar, position looks like complete chaos.
And it is.
But having the evaluation bar really skews how you look at this. You go, oh, white is so much better. So you start looking at ways you can play knight f6, knight e8. But it's not so simple.
There are no more knights.
And white has tripled b-pawns, by the way.
There's only days. But bishop g5, the blue arrow shows up again.
Trying to
deflect the queen. He's traded on an a8, but he's giving up e4.
Oh, I think he might have just...
I think he wants bishop h6 and queen f8. I think that's what he's banking on. But that juicer, it can drop back to g6. He can also trade queens on d4.
Yep.
And somehow Hikaru's only down 1 pawn if he takes on e4. When he takes on e4.
Which will be now. I'm not really sure what else you can possibly do. Maybe he's trying to play c4. He's trying to hang on to everything and put the knight on d3, but...
He'll take 3 seconds from the time that I say 3 seconds, which is 3 seconds from when he's going to make the move. Yep.
And there it is.
There's a smothered mate opportunity if Alireza takes on b5.
Oh my goodness, that would be unbelievable.
Gotta stay on this diagonal. How is white suddenly the one
mate.
defending?
Queen f7's mate. Here's a mate. Don't hang mate.
Easy to forget about.
A lot of beginners here would take the bishop and
Some
hang mate.
GMs.
Yes, and some GMs. We will not name them, but they're not playing in the Speed Chess Championship. So queen d5, nice. I like how every piece in black's position is on a light square, you know, and white, and bishop h6, best as you can do.
This pawn, as long as it's kept alive, black is basically on a leash because you have to supervise the king. You got to babysit it. Got to babysit white's king, but the queen is going to drop back to f2.
It's a game of threatening mates. Queen g2 is mate.
Better than the Game of Thrones.
Yes. Queen f2 and House of the Dragon. Season 2, disaster. I mean, I don't even know where to... I mean, like, every episode was literally just small talk. And as a New Yorker, I was dying inside. Anyway, back to the games.
Glad I never watched it.
No, don't watch it. Don't watch it.
Oh, I wasn't planning to.
No, you shouldn't. I mean, you should watch it to see how bad it was. Okay, but apparently I'm not smart enough. A lot of people said it was a really good show because it's like very sophisticated and, you know, elegant. And I'm just talking because nobody's made a move. So.
Well, I hope he moves his queen, and I hope he moves it to f5, to a7, because he's got some dragons to slay.
As of now, Alireza Firouzja was pre-game. Like, wait, what? Wasn't the probability 23 and 77?
Yeah, Smarter Chess is you know, backdating the numbers and shifting the percentages up.
Are they trying to steal the Smarter Chess prediction? What is going on? Was it 39% pre this game, and now it's 55% right now?
It's trying to keep you guessing.
And what about after that move, Smarter Chess?
It just changed to 57.6%.
Oh, went up.
Now, importantly, Queen c5 checking h1, Levy. There's no check on f2. Rook just captures, and there's no back rank mate.
Yes, that's very important to protect your f2 square when there are all sorts of smothered mate possibilities.
All right, I'll note that one down.
Yes.
And what about the b3 pawn?
Not necessary because of rook f3.
And rook e1 check. Queen takes e1. It's the lateral pin. He's found it. Rook d8. Bishop g5.
Bishop g5,
but then the black's back rank is going to be wide open because this rook has to stay on the d file.
Yes, bishop g5, bishop d5, where's the win? Can you sneak in like queen e2 or something really subtle?
A good call. I think that's exactly what he should have done.
Yeah, rook e3.
Hikaru wasting no time getting that queen back to d7.
I mean, I would, yeah, might as well, right? You can't make any other moves.
You can even play queen c6 here and hit this bishop on h6.
That's a Hikaru move, by the way. Queen c6, or okay, he pins.
Alireza trying to tuck his king away, but where is he going to go? King h2 walks into the fork. White's king suddenly has no good hiding spot, maybe h1.
Hikaru jumps out of the position. Very tense right now. He can't move the knight again because of back rank problems. Oh my goodness, Danya, he's trying to get the king out.
That rook is trampolining along the third rank. Hikaru is still keeping his pieces in the center, but he's hanging by a thread. He kicks the bishop away.
Oh my goodness, that's a great move.
And now he can trade the queens and win the pawn back and make a draw.
Oh my goodness, or play for a win because he's Hikaru. You
and
know?
Alireza has 2 seconds. Just Hikaru has to eliminate this pawn before it's too late.
Yeah, if he waits too long, it's going to come back to bite.
If he goes rook b4, maybe this bishop gets to f8.
And we might get some teleporting moves.
It gets to d4 instead.
Oh, but now he's never going to win the pawn back.
He procrastinated too long. Apparently, it's still a draw.
No, but you don't feel like this is a draw.
Knight d6. Stopping rook to c8. 1 second for Alireza. He's got to make a move.
Alireza's got to make a move, and...
I'm sure he did. And he made 4 moves in 0.5 seconds.
Now we're going to have an insane scramble. Which, by the way, Alireza's up 2 pawns on the king side.
But Hikaru's got the further pass pawn. It's stopped by this bishop. b2 is threatened.
Oh my god, he's threatening b2!
King f5, the rook a8 is coming.
Oh, the king is coming, and
Alireza's crushing rook a8, and it's winning.
Yeah, he won.
The knight is lost. It's checkmate.
And Hikaru can't believe it.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh my godness.
Yeah.
Oh my Gotham.
Yeah, what a game. That was insane, and Alireza's back to his biggest lead of the match, which is 3 games.
Unbelievable. I mean, he did what we're used to see Hikaru doing. And this is why Hikaru said he's worried that this is going to be a close match, because everything that he can do, Alireza, he's been doing it today.
He's playing great. He's playing absolutely great, and I don't think Hikaru can come back from a 4-game deficit in the bullet. He has to keep this within 3, and it really does seem like in these positions, he's been a bit of his own... By the way, knight h5 there was like maybe winning for black. That was a crazy little moment there. But it almost feels like every time Hikaru is trying to think in some of these middle games, he's overcomplicating matters. It's wild.
And that last game, I mean, king takes g7, instant draw. But Hikaru gets hopeful, thinks maybe he can play for a win in that time scramble. This is what good form means. It means you react well in a wide variety of circumstances. This is a huge 20 minutes, Levy. Huge.
He has to make it to the bullet like this. If he's going to make it within 2 or within 1, it would of course be absolutely massive. It means he wins the last like 2 or 3 games. But he absolutely cannot take a 4 or 5 game deficit to the bullet. And if he comes back, it would be arguably the greatest comeback in SCC history.
Now, we've seen this pawn structure before. And in that game, I think Alireza mistimed the queen trade. That was the game where Hikaru's knights, you know, did what Hikaru's knights usually do. But this looks even more lifeless and fine for black.
And we've seen all these structures fusing together with the doubled B pawns and the A pawn, and ultimately those pawns ended up running down the board. But Danya, this position just kind of has a nauseating level of stability.
Yeah, and I mean, Alireza's just enthralled with how drawish this is.
Well, for him, it's great. Time's ticking, right? I mean, he doesn't care. If bullet starts now, he beat Hikaru back-to-back bullet matches. You know what I mean? Like, Alireza, I wonder what the stats say now. I would say he's probably a 70%.
Yeah, I mean, Smarter Chess is like, that's how I predicted it at the beginning.
Yeah.
70% for a different person, but...
23% was unbelievable. I mean, they said Alireza has a less than 1 in 4 chance of winning this match.
But he's got to make a move. I mean, he's down to a minute now. He's probably deciding, does he want to take on d1? Does he want to follow up with a queen trade? The price of a move here, Levy, this expression is often used, it's not that high. You can play g6, you can play bishop c4. It keeps the position equal. Why is he stalling?
Is he stalling?
I believe he is. Oh, no, he's not.
Ah. Well. May we please see the live updated board? Yes, please. Or at least a live view. There we go, bottom right-hand side. All right, we'll commentate on the small board. If you need help seeing, I'm very sorry. We will figure something out.
The pawn structure hasn't changed, though.
Yes, not much has changed in the pawn structure. The bishops have been traded. The rooks have been traded.
How many times have we had 2 knights and queens on the board?
These guys love horses.
Which is not actually a common type of... I was going to say imbalance. I guess it's a balance, material balance.
Yeah, material balance. Queen and 2 knights, and that's it. Or just 2 knights.
Whose knights are better?
I don't know.
They're on sort of identically squares. I mean, black's knight on f4 looks good, but it's going to be pushed away by white's pawn.
G3 is coming, yes. And then white is going to try to play for A4, C4.
I mean, if you can get that move in, you're a hero.
Yes, you play knight 1, d2, or maybe knight 3, d2, or maybe knight 1, d2. Like I said, it's...
That view is, I mean, does that represent Hikaru's level of tilt?
Yeah, honestly, the degree is going. Oh, what was?
Uh-oh. Ooh.
Yeah, that was a good zinger. Also, yeah, Hikaru pulled up Spotify there for a second. The players don't have access to the internet; they cannot browse for the best moves, but they do have access to a certified and approved set of songs or white noise that they're allowed to listen to.
But what if you listen to the hit Rui Lopez by Eminem, which lists all of the theory of the Rui Lopez
E4,
in one
E5,
song?
knight F3, knight C. I'm going to stop. No, that was... I'm sure they had to clarify that you cannot listen to a podcast that tells you the best moves. I don't think that was a big concern.
If you find one, let me know.
Yeah, it's completely equal, literally completely equal. We've even lost any imbalance of pawn structure. And now, Danya, if Hikaru had a 3-game lead here, he would bleed this for 7 minutes.
Yeah, but now the shoe's on the other foot. And, I mean, the shoe's on both feet. I assume you're wearing shoes.
And I'm assuming their shoes are not on each other's feet. So.
I mean, that would be...
That would be weird. That would be strange. I don't know why that would be happening down there, but...
King f6 with the queen still on the board. A slightly nerve-wracking move, but black's got all the bases covered. This is as safe as it gets, but don't blunder knight takes e5, deflecting the queen if the king moves back.
It's also quite funny that you play a move like king f6. King f6 is just a boredom move. You know, it's like, I'm
I
bored, let me...
without the king, just maybe f6.
Yeah. Like, you get bored, so you're like, oh, king f6. And your opponent's like, what?
White might go h4 just to complete the beautiful symmetry.
Yes. Also important to note how close chess is like constantly hanging on a knife's edge. If you play pawn to g4 here with white, you just lose the game. When black plays knight f4, and positionally you are completely lost.
We got the best news of this game. Not that there's an imbalance. There's no imbalance, but...
Our big board is back?
I think we have the game.
Nice. Well, we have the game.
Did I speak too soon?
This, we had this diagonal screen. We had Salvador Dali chess, whatever this is, like kind of on an angle or... The knight is on a4. Actually, I like what black is doing. It really feels like Firouzja has completely seized control of the match, which is crazy because Hikaru won in vintage Hikaru fashion and cut it to 6-5.
Yeah, but if you look at that position, black is going after white's queenside pawns. But that king on f6, knight to b2, chasing the queen where it wants to go anyway, which is d6 or d7, I don't know.
D6, d7. Why is the king on f6? I mean, what are we doing here? Oh my god.
Knight c4, queen takes a6.
But queen a3, or knight a3, what's...
Knight a3.
Queen's... Oh my god, that move would never even cross my mind.
I was looking at this queenside pawns, that's all I was looking at.
Queen c2 is crazy.
Queen takes b5, queen takes e4, queen takes f3 check will be threatened there.
And queen c6, knight e3 wins the queen.
Oh my gosh. This is...
That defends everything. He's just being a nuisance.
Where is white's queen? It just... Oh, it's in an a8.
Yeah. Queen c3, queen c6, knight e3 would still be tragic.
Oh, he blundered a fork! That was the same tactic, and he's dropping all his pawns.
Oh my
knight
goodness,
A2.
that is literally why Firouzja kept the queen and knight exactly like that.
Wait, knight e3, Firouzja has to get to that last pawn. He avoids white's knight, and he's going to win.
That's the end of the game.
And Hikaru's like, I was supposed to do that. Firouzja, the tactical sharpness is off the charts.
Hikaru just can't believe it. He's talking to himself. Hey, Firouzja has a 4-game lead.
And this is going out of control. There's 14 minutes left in the segment. Firouzja's like, give me more time.
What is Hikaru's biggest lead that he's overcome in the speeches? I think it's 4 games.
It might be. I know he was down against Nepo.
And he was down against MVL. I think he lost like the first 4 games or something. Completely nuts. Like he was down 4 games to MVL 2 years ago or something.
But he's like, I'm not planning for this because that was a huge blow. That was not a game you should have lost.
And Alireza is much stronger than them in this format. And he is probably one of the, I was going to say probably the best bullet player in the world. But okay, Magnus and Hikaru have something to say. 1A, 1B, 1C. Danya, this is unfathomable.
Yeah, I mean, this is why when we came into this match, we thought it was going to be close. Hikaru has that track record. He's got the incredible experience. He's won the SCC, one of only 2 players who's ever won the SCC. And Alireza is like, I want to change that today. Hikaru does not change his opening from the previous game, but he's
No.
not going to allow the f-pawn to get to f6 anytime soon.
Now this time he will stabilize. Maybe he will play f5 or f6 himself, or he will not castle. I would really love to see the players. I would love to see if Hikaru is able to reset. You know, because they always say that a competitive environment is only more challenging if it's something you did not expect. Did he expect to trail at some point in today's match? I would imagine yes.
I think that he was okay with it in the 5-minute segment, but he has said many times the 3+1 is where his bread is buttered. And he wants to get into the bullet in at least a tied match.
And I think the way that he has played and some of the mistakes and some, under some of the pressure that Alireza has put him is crazy.
And I think he's worse again. If you look at the structure, Black's got the impressive knights on c6 and d4, but the bishop on c8 is locked away by White's f-pawns. White's knight is going to land on d5. This is exactly the kind of position Alireza has thrived in, as long as he doesn't miss a fork on e2. Right? If the queen goes to g3, you got to watch that knight on c3, make sure it stays there. And
yes, now before queen g7, so you're fine.
Good spot.
Yes, queen g7. As much as I can spot from this 45-degree angle of watching Alireza play.
Well, the tilt, I mean, with every loss, the monitor keeps the angle.
Yes, it keeps going. Rook g8 is like a sad necessity, but Danya, that move looks so sad.
King h1 is what I would do. Just
king h1.
Firouzja's living life on the edge, but bishop g5, f6. And Black is threatening b4 to kick the knight off of c3. What's he planning?
By the way, there's also moves like bishop f6 in the future, just when the queen moves away, which is like not now, but
no, this is awful for Black. I mean, Hikaru's gonna put a knight on e5, and he's gonna say, "I'm stable." Alireza's gonna go knight d5 and say, "No, you're not." Bishop a4.
Yeah, the reason...
Dead, knight d5 is over.
Just in case anybody's confused, the reason we don't see an eval bar on the screen is because that's Alireza Firouzja's screen. So he would not know the evaluation as he was playing.
But I think he might know it now.
We have a human evaluation bar, which is Daniel Naroditsky, who... And yeah, I will just confirm that having 6 active pieces in an attack, while your opponent's got 4 pieces on the back rank, is bad. And knight f6 is winning. GF, bishop h6.
If Black plays f6, yeah, bishop f4, knight b6. Every move has made the position worse for Black.
You have some sacrifices with e5, and I think we are pulling up an analysis board, and Mr. Naroditsky is completely right. It's over. It is just straight up over. Alireza Firouzja is heading for a 5-game lead, which I don't think Hikaru has ever suffered in this tournament, maybe in 2017 in the final against Magnus.
We'll get that stat, I'm sure, but I mean, this is not any 5-point lead. The lead is increasing, 5-point lead and increasing. This is Hikaru's side of the monitor. He's got no moves. He's trying to get a piece to a square. Every move he makes allows some tactic. But Alireza needs a couple more accurate moves to finish this one off.
I know, this is wild. Alireza has played so well. And
where is the crusher in this position? We've asked that question before.
I know. It's so nice to just get a winning position. Everybody in the audience knows this, both at home and here. You get a winning position, you're like, it's so great, I won. And then you lose.
Knight b6, knight takes c4. Hikaru highlighting his pieces. Yeah, they're on their initial squares.
Yeah. It's funny how his muscle memory is the same when he's streaming or not. He's also highlighting.
Well, it's like in the candidates where he's grabbing the imaginary mouse.
I never know if he's doing that for the camera or if that's actually a tick. I'm like, I think he's just an inside joke at this point, but, you know.
Well, there's no imaginary mouse here.
No, and there's no inside jokes. No, there's no jokes. This is bad. This is really bad if you're Hikaru. It's bad if you're a Hikaru fan.
It should be 3.
It's bad if you had a parlay on this event. I don't know, but...
look at e5. I mean, the position plays itself, which is a favorite phrase of lazy commentators. Firouzja is actually playing the position. But Hikaru just might resign here. And he does.
What?
It's a 5-point lead, ladies and gentlemen.
What did that say, half-half?
Oh, I mean, half-half. Both half points belong to Firouzja is what it meant.
Yeah.
Half plus half.
Half plus half, yes. That was not a draw. It was not a draw.
Alireza and Firouzja both won their game, and each of them got half a point.
Yes, both Alireza and Firouzja. Guys, this is a 5-game lead. I know it's exciting to have a back-and-forth match, but this is completely crazy. Alireza is up by 5 games, and this is maybe the last game, but maybe not.
I just got to make sure my neck is untilted to the other direction.
Yeah, because I know we've been doing this a lot, so. Knight takes d5 by Firouzja. I thought ET was normal, but okay, this is fine.
Yeah, typically you take with a pawn, because typically you don't want to allow like an extra trade and then bishop d3. Hikaru goes back to d4.
Whoa, a lot of pieces just got fired.
And Alireza is in perfectly good shape here, c5. And
Yeah, this is
fine, this is equal.
It's kind of like a, well, hanging pawn or IQP, one of these like strange, now we have an IQP.
But look at that b3 square. And I think, Levy, it's important that IQP understanding has changed through the years.
Isolated queen's pawn, in case.
In like the 60s, people would have resigned. Yeah, okay, opponent has the d4 square. Okay, I mean, like, but now I think the activity, really people understand that it compensates for having this weak pawn. So we're going to see knight e4, bishop f6. Black might be a minuscule bit worse, but he should hold this.
And Hikaru's still upset with himself. I'm not exactly sure over what.
I mean, it's not like he's down by 5.
No, that for sure, but specifically to this game, I just don't understand. Like, sometimes he makes a bunch of moves that I thought were natural and kind of logical, following up on one another, and then he just, like, gets upset. And I thought, like, what? I thought all those moves made sense. I guess, Danya, this is just not a position that he can win. I mean, it's one of these isolated queen spawn positions that will just peter out.
Yeah, it'll peter out, it'll let go out.
And what? Hang on! Sorry, that was me. That was my Peter Lecco impression.
I mean, that's better than my Peter Lecco impression, which is non-existent.
Oh,
I think Peter would love to have White's position, though, because he'd hang on a second. You know, White has the C file and the IQP, and you know, in the game Geary MVL Linares 2004, you know.
I don't think that game happened in Linares in 2004.
Yeah, or Linares any year.
Yeah, they discontinued that tournament. Good times. I didn't play.
White's having fun here, though, Levy. I think that we.
But there's bishop b2, always. Like,
yeah.
And then I feel, you know, not after queen c6, but.
Now 2 games left, right? There's 5:50 on the clock. We will have 30 minutes of 1+1.
Yeah.
Realistically, Hikaru is hoping to win 2 games, slice this down to 3. That's his like updated plan.
Can we get a Smarter Chess update? Is it 80% for Alireza Firouzja?
I think Smarter Chess has left the building.
Yeah, Smarter Chess was like, oops, I didn't say 39%. That was not me.
It's like, this is not the spot to be right now. I got to vacate the premises.
How do you do this on the fly? Like, it's a real skill. Rook.
Making puns that get worse and worse.
No, that was a pretty good one, you know. This is the spot to be. By the way, shout out to Paris, France. Shout out to everybody who's attending live. We've got people on multiple floors here, and it's a blast. This is the first match of the day. It has not gone maybe how we have expected, but I'm sure the local audience is beyond excited for the hometown hero, and we've got we have quite a match later in the day. We all need a power nap before the next match.
Because we won't need one. We won't be able to sleep for days after that. That'll be paradise.
If it's anything, I heard that, by the way. If it's anything like the media day yesterday, oh, it's going to be fantastic.
Oh, something tells me that it will be. Now, this endgame, in the meantime, you're right. Hikaru hasn't made any progress. Alireza does not want to rush the move d4. That's really important because White will play e4 and have more mobility with a kingside structure. Is Black even worse anymore? That rook's coming into a3?
Yeah, Alireza's doing a common thing in the IQP. You said it, activity. And sometimes it's activity around the IQP. Sometimes it's activity around the position surrounding the IQP. And now he's got some... Hikaru's got some soul searching to do here because is he going to play for a win and potentially risk losing?
He already risks losing because rook a3, d4 at the right moment, right? I said he shouldn't play because of e4. But if you can dislodge the knight from its blockading square, that pawn's going to hit d3 before you can say IQP.
IQP, I did it.
And that pawn's still on d5.
Yeah, so I won. By the way, we're definitely going to get another game. This game actually could theoretically last until the end. It could be a very long end game.
I think it will be, actually, because now we've got some imbalance. The IQP is still an IQP, but now it's an extra isolated queen pawn.
And if you are Firouzja, you do not allow another game. You take this to the conclusion, if it's a draw.
I think Firouzja's playing for a win. He's got now...
Look,
IQP is on a defended square. His king is further advanced.
Yeah, he's going to move the h-pawn, and then he's going to move his king, and...
Hikaru needs another pass pawn on the king side. Maybe if h5, he can go h4 and g4. But then the F3 pawn hangs.
We have 3 minutes to go. Both guys have a combined nearly 2 minutes on the clock. I mean, if played correctly, this is the final game of the segment.
And if he can ensure a draw, that is, speaking about pairs dice, that is what Firouzja is looking to do.
Yes, and Hikaru, I don't think a draw is okay. I mean, I think he has to win. I don't think he can come back in 5 bullet games in 30 minutes.
It will take the most historic comeback of the Speed Chess Championship history by a country mile for him to do that. This is a win he has to score. Rook takes b4 is a tactic because knight f4 comes, and he found it.
But rook f5, and
but
I
that
guess...
looks terrible, knight f4.
Yeah, no, I know it looks terrible, and you can't go king f2 at the end.
Hikaru is at serious risk of losing this endgame. King f1, he has to play.
I mean, he plays king f2, it's... Come on, yes.
Knight g6, I mean, he's going to weaken white's pawns.
Now, by the way, we may have another game. I mean, 2 minutes for this is...
But you're right, it's going to be close, Levy.
And Firouzja doesn't have the time to milk the clock. He's so slow, but he's winning so many games.
And he's thinking about how to position his king and his knight. Knight g6, forcing the bishop back, or forcing the move g3, which I think Hikaru should not play.
You almost never want to move pawns unless you absolutely must in an endgame. He does it.
Decides that he must. Whoa.
Okay.
He's given up upon hg h5.
This is this is a draw, right? I mean, this is a draw, and we will definitely have another game. Unless Alireza plays 50 moves. Is he going to do to Hikaru what Hikaru would do to him?
Alireza's trying to do, he's trying to extend those 7 seconds, get those increments in.
Yes, knight f7. Oh, but he's not, it's not going to work.
Okay, Hikaru will force another game.
D3. He could have played D3, but okay.
By your logic, Levy, Alireza can be white. He doesn't mind another game.
No, he doesn't. Theoretically...
Apparently, the transmission board does mind another game. It's like, no games for you.
Theoretically, is it insufficient material? I know there's a whole thing with the rule set. You know, it like depends if you use the international rules or US Chess Federation rules.
Depends on the website. Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, it depends. It depends. Because I think chess.com uses the US Chess rulebook, and therefore that's a draw.
Okay, so we're going to get a hedgehog structure in this final game of the 3+1 portion.
Yeah, it's a Sicilian. So Hikaru knows he cannot be down 5 games.
Hikaru is down the largest, facing the largest deficit of his SCC career, his storied SCC career, against Alireza here in the first semifinal of this SCC, to be followed by a second semifinal. Forgot who names are escaping my head. You'll have to remind me later.
Some dudes.
Some amateurs off the street. We'll find some.
Honestly, that would be a great content too. But no, it's Magnus and Hans. It's the match. I don't know. You know, sometimes everything aligns in life, and the Speed Chess Championship is one of those times.
I agree. The entertainment never ends. And by the way, this bullet segment is going to be unmissable because Hikaru is not just saying, all right, I came to Paris, I'm playing the consolation match tomorrow. No. He is going to make those 30 minutes last.
It's
He's
official.
making these 3 minutes last.
It's official. This is the final game of the Blitz. And it is all Alireza Firouzja right now.
And quick instant replay, Hikaru did what you often do in the hedgehog. You sack the pawn to vacate the square that it has just left and build this battery against h2. Ooh, g3.
I think he might be trying to tempt Hikaru into sacrificing because he knows Hikaru's must-win situation, which is really cruel. And the thing is, Danya, if you don't take on g3 now, what is your next set of moves? Like if I play king g2?
No, Alireza's weaponizing his lead. And let me just show for the folks at home and in Paris, or the ones who are at home and in Paris, what happens after bishop g3? Why is this a forced draw? It's because after hg, queen g3, not king h1, king f1 is the better move. Black has to basically keep giving checks, but there is no mate. And it's because this f-pawn is completely restricting the knight. We go back to the live board. Bishop e5 was played. This ain't looking good for Hikaru either.
Knight d4, but remember, he's down a pawn. Knight c6?
f4, knight c6.
F4, knight c6.
This is a disaster.
Apparently not knight c6, but okay, I thought knight c6 and you win the pawn on a6. But yeah, just f4. And I mean, Hikaru either gives up the bishop pair while he just weakened his entire kingside, or
knight
he
c6
retreats.
now.
Yeah, knight
it's
c6.
coming next. Now it's move the queen first and then knight c6.
Oh my god, he's shaking his head. We don't have a front angle of him, but he is very unhappy, and this could be over before it even makes it to the bullet.
Well, Alireza has played enough matches against Hikaru to know that when you have the momentum, you need to make it count and last as many points. You need to put this lead as far as possible, given Hikaru's track record of comebacks, and that is exactly what he's doing. He is tightening the screws here this way and that way, and this is just lost for black.
There's absolutely nothing. The queen is in the corner and can't move. Neither of the rooks can move. None of the black pieces can move. You go bishop d4, you play rook e1, king g2. You don't rush anything at all. And
Except the moves.
Yes, then they all fly in.
And black is running out of pieces here. B takes a5.
Knight can
Alireza a4. What a pounding the gavel here, securing the knight. Both knights are secured by pawns.
I'll just play king g2 here. Completely no reason to play king g2, but you might as well. King g2, knight g4, bishop g1. Queen d4 is fine. Bishop e1, bishop c3, checkmating ideas.
d6, it's over. d6 and knight e7.
Oh my.
Knight c7 is also threatened. It resigns. d6 is game over.
Alireza Firouzja played this game like the Terminator.
And he's about to terminate this 3+1 segment with another win. Hikaru gives up his queen. Alireza won't even take it. Why complicate the game?
Yeah.
Take the rook instead.
And that's it.
Take the queen
That's
and
it.
the rook.
And Hikaru's down 6 games going into the bullet.
He got lapped. It's 12-6, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, 12 to Alireza, 6 to Hikaru Nakamura, whose largest deficit of his SCC career has just ticked up by a point as the clock ticks down to 0 in the 3+1 segment. It is a 6-point lead that Hikaru has to make up against the reigning world bullet champion.
And they're
they're
entering the bullet segment. You talk about Alireza Firouzja, who won from the losers bracket earlier in 2024. We thought Hikaru would have stabilized. He would have some sort of a lead, but that's not the score, by the way. It is 12-6.
It has been domination really from the start. There were some brief starts and stops. There was that comeback by Hikaru. He brought the lead down to 1. We thought that was his chance. No, says Alireza. He demonstrates composure. All of the skills that he's been demonstrating the last few months, and then some, have been on display here. Folks, go nowhere, because Hikaru's historic comeback attempt will begin in just a few minutes. But Alireza will try to seal the deal with 30 minutes of 1+1 left in the first semifinal of the 2024 Speed Chess Championship. My heart is pounding, Levy.
Yeah, I can't believe it. I'm stunned. Alireza has played unbelievable chess, and it is 12-6. What more can I say?
Well, I'll tell you one more thing. Let me just run through that last game. You said he played like the Terminator. I think that was the best way to phrase it. This really epitomizes the extent of domination that Alireza has demonstrated, and also the way that he weaponized his lead to bait Hikaru into taking the draw.
Yeah. Let's take a look. Get me off the screen. Enough. Put it on my
Get
co-host.
me off the screen. No, put it on left.
Put the game
on the guy with.
We want to analyze the game.
Subs.
We want to analyze the game. All right.
And
I guess we're really handsome.
We chose the wrong profession, I think, to want to get off the camera. There we go. Get the chessboard on, and get the GMs. Okay. Anyways, this is the last game of the 3+1 segment. A 5-point lead for Alireza. How does it turn into a 6-point lead? Hikaru, out of desperation, refrains from e4, e5, plays the Sicilian. He gets what's called a hedgehog structure, characterized by these 4 pawns on the 6th rank, a fianchettoed bishop. It's a pretty normal start, but Hikaru, things haven't gone right for him. Alireza has had the tactics, he's had the opening knowledge, and here Hikaru sacks a pawn to free up the battery. G3 is a very smart move by Firouzja. Knows full well that Hikaru can take on G3, and he would in a classical game, but this leads to a draw, and Hikaru feels that he needs to win. So he doesn't do that, allows Alireza's knight to jump into d4. Just amazing awareness of what's happening on the board. If Hikaru recaptures on d5, at the end of the line, knight to f5 is the secret sauce, double attack on the bishop, and the fork on e7. So Hikaru can't recapture the pawn. He weakens his king side, the bishop is pushed back, creating f3 for white's bishop. The knights dominate the queen side. First the knight on c6, then its colleague joins it on b5. That knight is also secured by a pawn. Then the bishop dives in, exposing an attack on the queen. Even if you know nothing about chess, even if you don't know the rules of the game, you can still tell that white is winning this particular game. And he wins it after rook b1. All of black's pieces are trapped, every single one of them. And Hikaru is trapped in a nearly unsalvageable situation as he falls behind by 6 points, Levy, with 30 minutes to come back and erase the narrative. Is this doable?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't know how. He literally has to win every single game of bullet and he has to do it fast, which you would think is easy because it's a bullet game. But the 1+1 games go 3 to 4 minutes each. I'm not even sure there's enough time. If Hikaru makes this comeback, it is the greatest comeback. It is the greatest segment in the history of the Speed Chess Championship.
And probably in the history of chess, honestly, if I'm just being straightforward here.
Honestly, yeah, maybe Kasparov-Karpov 1984 was quite something, but that match never finished. So,
yeah, both the Kasparov and Karpov agreed for the first time in their life. They're like, wait. We have something to say about that.
Correct.
Hikaru needs to win every game, starting from game 1. No negotiation, end of story.
Yep. And before we go to break, folks, we'd like to thank one of our major sponsors for the Speed Chess Championship, Displate.
Displate?
Yeah.
Are you going to displate? What's on the Displate?
Well, Chess.com has partnered with Displate, Donnie. I'm so glad you asked. And they did that to bring you a beautiful collection of chess posters presented on chic and durable metal. It's very demure. That's not in the ad read. Monumentalize the 2024 Speed Chess Championship with gorgeous Displate designs from the Speed Chess Championship collection, or explore Chess.com's other designs like Mittens, or the Rook. The Rook is, I'm supposed to yell it, but my voice is a bit hoarse. Use exclamation point Displate in chat or head over to displate.com/chess. Has to be that URL to shop now and use code CHESS at checkout to claim up to 32% off.
I'm disappointed, Levy. You said your voice is a bit hoarse. Your voice is a bit night. It's called a night.
Let's go to break.
Whichever photo you choose, make sure to get Mittens. Make sure to get all 3 of those, including that incredibly cute little kitten. And it's anything
not a
but
cute
an
kitten.
incredibly cute match.
That's not a cute kitten. Neither of these guys are cute kittens. Alireza is playing like a tiger. Hikaru's got 30 minutes to catch up.
All right, we're going to break, ladies and gentlemen. 30 minutes of bullet coming up in the first semifinal. Stay tuned. Go nowhere. We'll be right back.
Jésus les pions.
Je suis le pion.
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 Et nous. Go!
Je suis le pion. Je suis le pion. Je suis le pion. Je suis le pion.
Good, the crowd's still here. You play chess?
I do, yeah.
Yeah? That didn't take long. Jacob.
Yeah.
Danny.
Danny, let's do it.
Let's do it. All right, your move. Okay. This is it. This is pretending to play speed chess without a clock. You're doing great, by the way. You're definitely better than you're better than 600. Look at you stopping my bishop from coming out, but I'm taking the pawn. This is a beautiful day in Paris. I'm not gonna lie. Beautiful people, beautiful art, beautiful forks happening on F2.
Dude, this is gonna be quick, huh?
I'm trying to make it quick. You're playing well, though. I mean, seriously, like, all right, man, checkmate.
Dang.
You're awesome.
You didn't even think. You weren't even paying attention, too.
But I do this a lot, so, you know.
Man.
Hey, good game. Funny thing is, that guy didn't know he wasn't even playing a Grandmaster. But lucky for you, I've got one in my pocket. There's a GM awaiting our arrival at Luxembourg Park. We're gonna head over there right now. Let's go to the park. Which way's the park?
Chess? No.
No?
I don't play.
No? Would you like to play?
Why not?
Yeah. We're about to go play in the park.
We can meet there if you want. Okay.
Okay, great. We'll be over there where they play chess.
Okay, perfect.
Welcome to Paris. You guys, they put these signs up just for us. The Speed Chess Championship is here. I didn't know it was that big of a deal. Can you smell that? The chess is in the air. And now we are here at the famous and beautiful Luxembourg Park in Paris with Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, better known to the people as Danya. Hope everyone's enjoying the programming so far. We're gonna maybe have some people come play Danya. You play chess? Letters aren't big enough, probably. You want to play a Grandmaster? Yeah. If you win, you'll get 100 euros.
All right, good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Bien joué. There's a tournament going on this weekend with Magnus Carlsen.
Oh, it's a
Speed Chess Championship, yeah. So I'll be commentating it.
Bonjour. Vous filmez. C'est pour une chaîne?
For chess.
I know.
Yeah.
But it's what?
This is an event this weekend?
Okay. Here in garden.
Yeah.
You must have an authorization.
Ah.
Okay.
Okay.
Not just authorization.
We definitely do not have authorization, I can confirm.
Stop.
Well, the first 2.5 hours went by in a flash. We get the applause from the live audience. Thank you, folks, for joining us in Paris for the start of the semifinals of the Speed Chess Championship. We are live on camera, and we are about to begin. We have already begun the 1+1 segment. 30 minutes for Hikaru Nakamura to erase a 6-point deficit, the largest deficit that he has faced in his long and storied SCC career. He's got to be perfect. Levy, this is 1+1. They basically only have time for 6 or 7 games. It has to start now, and Hikaru, clean slate, 1 knight f3.
Look, I'm going to just say this right now. We could have a very hyped 30 minutes, or this could be over in the next 5.
Or the next 2.
Yes, meaning, you know, if Alireza wins one more game...
It was completely unnecessary of me to say the next 2.
Yes, no, but it's true.
It's 2?
If Hikaru loses this game...
Which Hikaru is in melt. I mean, look at this position.
Yeah, I mean, this is not anything you get from the double fianchetto setup. Maybe he's deliberately trying to create a level of imbalance, but I think being down the 6 points is affecting his play quite a lot. And yeah, knight b1 is not what you want. Guys, this could be a 7-game lead with 27 minutes left, and at that point, I'm just not sure it's even mathematically possible anymore. But Hikaru's got to win a game. He hasn't won a game in so long.
Yes, and Alireza wants to keep it that way because he understands 1 win, 2 wins, red fish, blue fish. This is how it always begins. And this is the spirit Alireza has demonstrated. Play as if the match is tied at all times. And that's what he's done.
Yeah.
Match certainly is not tied. It won't be tied anytime soon.
Whether he realizes it or not, that's exactly how he's played. I mean, he's taken nothing for granted. He's playing it game by game. And he's played amazing chess.
And just the energy of his play. Every move, he creates new problems. F5, look at this bishop on d4.
Yeah, we had some...
It's not even a bishop. There's no pawn on b3 anymore.
There was a pawn taken on b3.
There might be another one taken on a3. No.
And I'm getting attacked by a wasp or whatever's going on. We have new artillery sent in.
I know who did that. I have no idea who did that.
Yeah. Well, don't attack us. Attack the players. I mean, they're the ones that affect the score.
Hey, I'm from the... I don't root for the Charlotte Hornets, trust me.
Alireza Firouzja is completely winning. He is just straight up completely winning.
I would not have taken on g6 if I was Firouzja. Anytime I see a pawn like this in a bullet game, I get really worried.
F6, bishop f6. We're fine.
I wouldn't give up the e-file either.
King g4.
He's done both of these things.
Uh-oh. Rook e6, knight f7, something's there.
Hikaru needs to go, rook e6 needs to go in, double rooks.
That's not us, by the way. That's the engine telling us the best move.
I really hope Hikaru hasn't made a move by now. I really hope he has. I don't know if I hope he has or he hasn't.
Oh, no.
He definitely has.
Have we lost the board?
Oh, he hasn't.
Oh, no. Wow. He was actually thinking and...
Get rid of that knight. Alireza sacks the exchange. He's got 2 pawns for it.
Yeah, and he has an unbreakable structure.
Oh, this is winning for black.
And the worst part is it's winning, and it's going to take...
Oh, Hikaru's giving up all his pawns.
Oh, what's he done?
Bishop, careful.
Okay, at least you have a draw, but you never take a draw here. You play rook b4 or b8.
Hikaru's like, I'm going to do that for you.
Hikaru's down 4 pawns.
And he won't have any pawns left. Alireza just making sure that he's got the draw guaranteed, which is smart.
This is going to take 3 more minutes off the clock.
Assuming Hikaru lasts that long. The A pawn is rumbling, the H pawn is rumbling.
Bishop d4, you can't even take A3. There's bishop d4 ideas, rook g2 check. You hide maybe king h7 here.
3 seconds though for Firouzja. He's got to watch his clock.
Yeah,
we know what Hikaru's capable of.
He's definitely made a move.
Okay, he's made a move. He's made a move.
He definitely made a move.
We would see a different reaction if he didn't make a move.
Yes, we have the players' cameras. Okay, let's find. Okay,
there we go.
So rook and g4. We're catching up.
I don't know. Whoa, 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 whoa!
Wow, that was intense. Okay. And now Firouzja will play this position forever.
Which is exactly what the doctor ordered. There's already 4 minutes and change off the clock.
Yeah.
How did Hikaru save this? I don't know.
Okay, draw. Fine. They repeated, and now that's it. It's crunch time. Hikaru must win every game, and he must win every game basically instantly.
And I'm okay with that approach. I think Firouzja basically says, listen, a draw takes 5 minutes off the match clock. I still have a 5-point lead. I'm just going to manage my risk and play the clock as much as I'm playing Hikaru.
Yeah, but this is very much like tennis. You know, you have one rally that doesn't go your way, and suddenly it's just opening the floodgates. And if Hikaru can win this game before the clock hits around 23 minutes, that's going to give him a big amount of momentum. And then it's going to be on Alireza, right? There's Hikaru trying to play g5. He's going for an attack.
But look at his kingside and center.
Okay, but bishop c5, it's very messy. This is exactly what you want.
There we go.
This is
perfect
bullet stuff.
This is what Alireza did to me in our bullet match. I started 3. I'm like, oh, this is going to be, he's not all he's made out to be. And by game 9, I was like, he's all he's made out to be and a lot more.
By the way, Hikaru still had a minute on the clock, so he's playing instantly. He's feeling the flow.
And he has to. Hikaru cannot afford to take the time that Alireza is taking. Look at those knights on both sides of the board. F4 and C4.
And bishop b3. And
F4.
This is Hikaru's best position in about 10 games.
Yep.
And he takes. Queen e6 is on the board.
You know, Sam Shanklin had a famous phrase when he was like talking about his chessable course and how it made him better at openings. He said, I haven't been worse in 6 months.
Yeah.
Which is kind of a funny phrase.
No, it's
pretty confident in himself, but Alireza hasn't been worse in like 10 games.
By the way, bishop h3 is almost winning on the spot, just to let you know. There's a queen h3 and completely lights out. So the best move is b6 and then bishop h3, but Hikaru can...
b5.
But see, he's not feeling it. He's not feeling like the killer instinct.
I mean, bishop h3, these are no-brainers for Hikaru. We're used to watching the well-oiled machine at work. White's now better, knight f5. Hikaru letting White's knights run circles over him on the kingside.
Hikaru went for a kingside attack, and he had all the makings of one, but then he plays b5, and he looks for something on the other side of the board, and he very well could lose another game. Knight g7, queen f4 is game over.
Oh my gosh, that is a huge threat, which is why Hikaru deflects the bishop at the cost of a pawn, opening up more prospects for White's knight and White's bishop.
Alireza Firouzja. Just sharper
monster.
Right now. He's just sharper right now.
Using every inch of the board. Remember rook a1 from like 800 games ago? He could have played it.
Rook d7, rook a1.
Got the message.
Yeah, and we're not going to have Hikaru winning this game with 23 minutes remaining on the clock. I mean, it's getting to borderline impossible territory.
Someone might win this with 23 minutes on the clock.
Alireza's just
solid. Just going, massaging all these weak pawns.
Guys, this is over.
And lost.
This is over.
Now he's going to take c7.
He's just up 2 pawns.
And it might be 3, it might be 4 pretty soon.
Yeah. Queen b7.
It is going to be a 4 pawns and a bishop. On h6, which you could have taken. Instead, he takes the rook.
This is over. And Hikaru laughs.
Wow.
He laughs because
it's a 7-point lead.
It's really quite something to watch Giants fall. We're so used to seeing Hikaru in a final, in a close match at least against Magnus. Magnus hasn't done this to Hikaru their last couple of years. In 2017, I think maybe they played a final. It was Magnus winning, but even that,
nobody's done this to Hikaru ever.
Yeah, and Alireza Firouzja is a monster right now.
And he's just, I mean, the energy of his play, I don't know how else to characterize it. It's not like, oh, he's winning with tactics or he's winning with opening prep. He's winning with better chess.
Absolutely.
And Hikaru is actually winning this game after f5.
Yes, and now is the moment where you relax. See, this is Alireza almost said relaxing. Relaxing. Alireza relaxing because he's like, I got 20 minutes on the clock, 7-game lead, whatever. But now he's played horribly. It's very clear that he had a very big mental switch.
It's human nature. You see it in sports games. You see it in any human field. You feel like you've got sufficient cushion. Now you can recharge some of those brain cells for the final. There's 21 minutes left. You know, he's one more win away, I think, from mathematically securing this. That win is unlikely to come in this game.
Now, Rook is on C8, but
F6.
But I think F6 is probably a good move, but I don't want to close my attack somehow. You know?
I mean, maybe F6 will make it an F6 point lead instead of an F7 point lead.
A4, just the fork.
Well, there is a... Whoa.
Yeah, but I thought maybe you had some attack with FE.
F5 looked very fancy, and it does create this target, but Alireza defends it.
This feels like the match in reverse. This feels like how Hikaru defends against people, you know what I mean?
Queen A5, it's such a devilish move, right? B4, there's Queen A3 check. Every move's a trick.
There's 20 minutes remaining, and it's a 7-game lead.
Queen takes G6 and Rook F8 mate. No, there's a bishop here.
No, but it's there.
Knight D5. Seals the deal for Hikaru. He has to find this move. If he doesn't find this, there's just no hope.
Yeah, it's just...
Probably no hope anyway.
Yeah, Knight D5. Wow, and he doesn't find Knight takes D5. And I mean, that's just kind of, that's an encapsulation of the day.
He's still winning, but this is going to extend the game, as you said, Levy.
Yeah, yeah.
Doesn't matter whether he's winning or not. These are tactics he finds, you know, after he's been streaming for 9 hours and while he's skydiving.
Yeah, I don't know if he's gone skydiving, but...
he might after this match. I mean.
So, bishop goes to D3. And
the rook went from D8 to H4. I didn't know rooks could move diagonally.
Yeah, but it teleported. Alireza is going to take some time off the clock. There are now less than 20 minutes remaining, and you get the sense that even if Hikaru manages to pull together a string of wins, it'll get within 3 or 2, even if he wins the rest of his games.
Oh my gosh.
How
does he win this? How does he win this?
Oh,
it's like that game Hikaru saved at the start of the match, right, with the pawns?
No.
There's no way. Bishop E4. Oh my gosh.
Bishop E4 was the hold there. I mean, if Alireza saved this position, what can we say?
Can't take the bishop because of the back rank mate.
He did not flag. Yes,
he lagged, but he didn't flag.
Yes. B4 check somewhere. King C4.
Where's the win?
Hikaru's down to... Okay, never mind. He has plenty of time. Rook D5. There's the win.
E93.
But Alireza will play this position for...
As he should.
Yes.
But he won't have any pieces left pretty soon. Yes. He could have eliminated the bishop also. That's what Hikaru does, and that's...
There's the mate, and Alireza is going to sit and let the time tick off the clock. But he's totally in the right.
Yes,
yeah.
And he is also on the right.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. And Hikaru's first win in a minute, and he's got 7.5, but it is a 6-game lead. There are 18 minutes left, and Hikaru's going to have to take unbelievable risk to try to complicate matters, and I'm just not sure...
He has to pre-move every move the rest of the match, basically. And if there's someone capable of that, it might be him, but not against Alireza, right? That's always the disclaimer.
Yeah, even
6
with the
points,
bonus time that's added in the playoffs, F4 is F4. You know, F4 is going to lead to a fight, but there's just not enough time. We are counting down the minutes and seconds until Alireza Firouzja qualifies to his first ever Speeches Championship finale.
Yeah, and the way that he's done it is amazing. But this game, just take 5 minutes off the clock. And Alireza's outplaying Hikaru here with a beautiful knight on E5. Beautiful knight on E4.
Yes. But somehow C6 feels weak. Never mind. It doesn't feel weak anymore. Now the black knight feels fantastic.
Now C5 feels weak, and so does black's king.
And yeah, bishop E3. What if you just like reverse it? Bishop C2, take DC5. Like just go for the attack. Okay.
Eliminating the linchpin of black's attack. Alireza's so alert, right? Everything Hikaru does, it's like the snap reaction. Bishop takes E4, get rid of the knight, get rid of the c-pawn.
Play Rook F4. Rook F4 and Bishop E4.
Anything. Just not H4. That's the one way to lose. Always trust Gotham chess.
Yes,
Alireza, a wise man.
Yes, he answered a rapid-fire interview yesterday. They asked him who his favorite content creator was. He said me, and I said, my man. So, you know, he's obviously learned a few things, and now he's teaching me some things.
Oh, I think...
I mean, Rook G1 is crazy, but okay, you can play it. I think, like, Rook F2 is a bit...
Black threatening, like, Bishop B1 or something to slow down this Rook.
Queen B3 is much... Queen F3 is more normal.
And, Levy, this is the benefit of having a big lead like this. You're basically playing with the ability to make moves you normally would never think about, because normally you can't afford to just deliberately not win a winning position. Here you can.
Yep.
Hikaru's like almost got to decline the rook trade. He's like, no.
Yeah.
Of course he can't do that either.
And he's
Oh no! He pre-moved Bishop F1, and that is
that's gotta be
match
it.
in a nutshell.
That's got to be it. That's got to be it. And Alireza has a 7-game lead again. There's 16 minutes to go, and yeah. And Hikaru smiles. What else can you do?
No, there's not much else you can do. You got to sit there for another 16 minutes. You got to keep fighting.
We haven't yet introduced a format where in the bullet segment, if it's out of control, you can you can throw in the towel like in boxing. Maybe we do that. If there's 10 minutes left, you don't want to play the last 10 minutes, you just cut it off. But
well, after they throw in the towel, they better hand it to me because I got some.
Yeah, it's hot. It's hot, y'all. Like, listen, we usually commentate from our homes. We got air conditioning. It's hot as hell in here. You know, it's. But luckily, we got 2 new commentators after this. We don't have to drench our suits.
Well, we might have to drench our suits, but not drench them.
Yes, and also we don't have any moves. So maybe we could go to this beautiful shot of the player.
Well, it does say Alireza Firouzja won. That's kind of what we need to know here.
Yeah, Alireza is in total control. And you know what I love about both storylines of Alireza in the finale? Either he plays Magnus, which is epic, or either he plays Hans, which means Hans beat Magnus, and Magnus and Hikaru have to play for bronze.
And you want to know what else is epic? In the consolation match, either Hikaru plays Hans, which is epic, or Hikaru plays Magnus, which is epic.
Yeah, it's just all epic. And then maybe we play a third match between the 2 players who didn't play each other yet, you know, as a bonus.
And then they all come together in a big group hug, which,
it's going to be a big hug.
Which they love doing.
Yes, yes. Hans, Firouzja, Magnus, and Hikaru will have a big group hug.
It'll be a big hands-on experience.
Yes, hands-on experience. This is what we have to do to kill time when the match is all but over. I have a question. Can you surrender a Speechless Championship match up 5 games? Like, will they allow it? Like, can you just be like, I don't want to play anymore, I resign? And they're like, you're up 5 games. And see, this is what we have to discuss.
I don't think anybody was blocking the exit, but
yeah,
Hikaru is fighting, and he is a fighter, and he is a professional. He is going to play this to the end. Remember, there's a big chunk of the prize money that's divided based on win percentage.
That is true.
Hikaru does not care about that. I'm not going to pretend that he does.
You think he's rich, or what are we saying? Like he?
I mean, that was in pretty poor taste. Just I would never.
Well, lie detector said he was making some good money, but no. I mean, Alireza I think has played. I think this is what percent. You know, there's a famous Russell Westbrook interview of. Did you lose this game or did the Jazz win this one?
Also known as a Russell Westbrook interview?
Yes. But
what did he say? Or that's the famous question.
I can't.
Oh no, he's gonna lose a night.
Oh no, you're. It's not updating, Danya. Look at.
Oh,
we are.
Sorry, I was not looking at the right. No,
No, I don't know.
That board isn't updated, and even the board on their monitor.
Yeah. Are we okay? Is everybody? Are we alive? What's going on? Can they hear us?
I think they're reproducing a Monet still life from the Louvre. I think I saw that painting.
Well, maybe we're just talking to ourselves.
Okay.
There we are. Okay.
I mean, we are talking to ourselves. Isn't that what commentary is?
Yes, it is mildly deranged. All right.
Okay, so Hikaru is going to win this game. It's going to take another chunk off the match clock. Okay, so here we go.
Yeah, A7.
And now the H2 pawn is going to be exchanged for A7. Then you're going to get a Lucina position. And you're going to have to win it. It's going to take more time off the clock. Yeah, Levy, this is in the toilet. This is going to get back to a 6-point lead.
Yep.
Kudos to Hikaru. He's winning this with a minute on his clock.
Yeah, very
that takes some skill right there.
Very instructive, and now Alireza will probably sit.
This is the one time the moves are coming in at the pace that they're being played. This is actually how fast he's playing them.
Now Alireza doesn't know the only legal remaining move, so he's...
Oh, the water comes out.
Yeah.
I'm going to follow his example. And
both
of their examples.
Both guys drinking
Everybody
water.
Drink water. Hydrate or dehydrate.
Yes. Here we go. Everybody want to drink a water. I can't open mine. Because it's not a twist, because I'm American. Okay, very nice.
Yeah, it took me a second.
Oh, we got 12 minutes to kill.
You know what I do during the break? I take a bottle of water that's closed and tilt it to my lip.
Oh.
That plenty of times.
But come on, it's life.
Speaking of tilting.
Yeah, this is, so the question that I was going to ask you is, what percent of this match was won by Alireza, and what percent of it was lost by Hikaru?
Half.
Yeah, half.
And that's time Hikaru and Nakamura both get a half. I think Alireza won this match probably more than Hikaru lost it. Now, Hikaru is going to say he was in bad form because Hikaru was in bad form.
Yeah.
You could feel it. Alireza won the Sinkfield Cup. Every tournament he's played since the candidates has been a success. You could feel the confidence building back up in every time control. He's back to being old Alireza. And that's one of the only guys outside of Magnus who not only isn't afraid of Hikaru, but is just able to play his own game and do it better when Hikaru is not in the best form.
And
this has been amazing.
He's done that today. He's kept the tension really well. He's taken his chances. He's defended well. And I feel like the games that Hikaru tried to defend, Alireza was just more crafty.
And ultimately, there was, again, it started off with a lead for Alireza. Hikaru tied it. He had some incredible comebacks in the 5+1 segment. Alireza just didn't care. He let it pass through. He let the moment pass. He won that game to get it to a 2-point lead, and he never looked back. Well, because he's looking at the board.
Correct. Looking back would be strange. But this is another game White can work slowly, and Hikaru's playing moves like F6 because he has to. He has to try to complicate something, but there is
Knight C6 is a very Alireza move.
Yeah.
Brings back some memories from every game I've ever played with him.
And Knight C6, and there it is.
D5. Alireza is going to give himself some creative liberty here to just rush through.
That was very nice.
And Bishop B3 at the end could pin the queen to the king. If Black takes everything...
Well...
Oh!
Bishop F5 is crazy.
It's like the end of the fireworks.
It's not even the best move, but it's just crazy.
And Hikaru is just trusting everything Alireza is doing right now, which tells you what you need to know.
If there was a queen takes, Alireza would have taken the dark squared bishop, and then he would have set up a fork, but it wasn't even... I mean, it was defendable. The knight is on D5. He took a pawn, but Danya, I think Black's position is falling apart here.
Yeah, White took a pawn as well. White took pieces. Black took pieces.
And here we go. The Vintage Speed Chess Championship endgame, which is going to last some 200 moves and will take away half the time on the clock.
And it's really sad, Levy, that they spaced out the matches, and the next one is going to be tomorrow. Oh, wait a second.
Ah.
No. The next one, folks, for those watching at home, we have Magnus versus Hans coming up very shortly after this match ends, 2:30 p.m. in New York, 20:30 here in Paris.
Yeah. Is it CES right now, or is it just Central European time? Or is it summertime?
I know Central European springtime, winter, summer, Greenwich Mean.
CEST. Yeah, I once wrote it and I was yelled at. It was like wrong to put the S.
CET, and then like you write CET. No, you're missing the S.
Yeah. Daylight savings time is a myth. I don't even, like, why do we just lose and gain an hour? What are we doing? Like, what? Just keep the time the same. You know what I mean? Draw. Daylight savings time is the discussion when you got a 5-game lead, and that's that, you know? Oh, Frankenstein Dracula variation.
That is what it's called, not a joke.
Yes.
One of the only acts of originality by the Chess Academy responsible for naming openings. Still haven't located that particular institution.
It's like the Family Guy episode where they go search for the creator of all jokes. Just they want to know where a joke got written. And then
I have to search for that episode because...
Yeah.
Or any episode.
Who names openings, man? Like, who is... Anyway.
Okay, we have a good position for Hikaru. The bullet has gone fine for him.
Yeah.
And he called it, right? Bullet is pretty evenly matched. They've gone back and forth.
But the blitz was shocking.
Now Alireza probably going to push C5, go after White's bishop. But they're crossing their T's and dotting their I's and getting these 7 minutes done. Alireza will await the winner of Magnus versus Hans. But he has just made a big statement, Levy, not just in terms of this match, but in terms of his chances to win the whole thing.
He played fantastic today.
If he plays like this in the final, you never know who he's going to face, but...
Both guys are in for it.
I'm just wowed by the way that he has recovered from, you know, what people were thinking is a career-ending tailspin, and he's not into chess anymore. And, you know, all those statements were in fashion. Nobody's saying that anymore.
Well, maybe some people, I don't know. But it is kind of insane that Alireza Firouzja is the youngest ever player to get to 2,800. He's won, like, basically every event. He just really can't play the candidates. Like, he's 0 for 2 in candidates' performances, but everything else in his career he has done right. Like, imagine he was the candidate right now. It would be crazy. But he does everything else right.
But to circle back to the discussion with which we started this match, the chess community has a bit of a dysfunctional relationship with age. Alireza is what, 22?
21.
If you heard the discussions,
21.
you'd think he's 71, and if you saw the way he blundered sometimes, just kidding.
Oh man, it's over, Danya. I think he's got to call it a career. I'm not even sure he should come play the
He
final.
should resign them. I mean, it'll be a 5-point lead with 6 minutes left.
Yeah, just crazy. But yeah, Firouzja's username, remember, his old username on chess.com is Firouzja2003. So he's 21. He's 21 years old, which is crazy.
Someone else is 21 years old. That someone else is going to get ready to play pretty soon.
Ah, it's Hans. Oh, I see. Okay, that made sense. Yeah. Is Hikaru not moving? Oh.
Whoa. He gave his knight back. He was afraid it would get trapped on a7.
Oh, that's a lot of moves.
That was what he was thinking about, right?
Yes.
The live view of his calculation. It's not a given that he wins this game, by the way.
No,
Alireza has a weird kind of fortress going.
No, it's not. It's not clear at all.
King a4 and a3. Break the Gordian knot.
That's so hard to play, though. Is Hikaru going to win?
It'll take him another knight e1. Maybe no, but that gives away b4.
I guess, yeah. Oh.
Ooh, knight g4, and whose pawns are faster? White's. Bishop e1,
yeah. Bishop e1, and Hikaru will win a game, and he will have a lead in the bullets portion. With
I would try a Rosen trap by the... Okay, never mind.
Oh my God, that is a really nasty trap, by the way. Eric Rosen does not get enough credit for that.
Definitely not, but it's a 5-point lead with 5 minutes on the clock. If there was a number in the tens digit, maybe we'd still be talking about a comeback.
Yeah. And for the French fans here in attendance, for the French fans watching at home, and for any fan of Alireza Firouzja, you can celebrate already. The match is all but over. They're maybe playing for $500 to $1,000 a game, which is what they play at your local park down in Charlotte.
Of course.
And Alireza can be very thrilled with his performance. I'm not sure there is any criticism at all.
No, that might be also the cost of the Dom Perignon that, the family is opening right now.
Not yet. I don't think because then it's like he has some big role models. He listens to like a lot of rap, and I think, in a similar vein, they once asked Kobe Bryant, like, "Are you happy?" And Kobe Bryant said, "No, job's not finished."
And that's the mentality that it takes to win a match, right? It's not about this match. Everybody knows the match is in the bag. It's always about staying ready, practicing professionalism, and not saying, I'm going to phone it in because I don't care whether I win by 5 or win by 3. That's not how you get to where he is right now.
Yep.
And he's much better in this game as well. He wants to push this back to a 6-point lead.
Rook e5. It's much better to sacrifice other people's pieces. Okay, we're just going to play an endgame, and
Alireza likes sacrificing his own too.
Yeah, this is probably the penultimate game.
Don't let him near yours.
No, I will not let him. Rook takes d3, rook b3 is on the way.
What was the most impressive moment of the match for you, if you had to encapsulate? What skill did he display that you find the most
just like
impactful?
staying completely even-keeled. I mean, there was the game, the pivotal moment of the match is when he lost the 11th game. It was 6-4. He was completely winning. He sacrificed all his pieces. He was checkmating Hikaru. And he hung his rook, and he threw the game completely.
By the way, this will be a draw, and it might take the rest of the clock.
No, I think he'll repeat.
I'm going to say the rest of the clock off the match.
I think Alireza knows he's completely won the match. I don't think he's going to bleed the time here, but he might. I don't know.
Well, with the fact that he's got a 5-point bleed,
yes,
it might not be necessary.
Yeah, exactly. I think some people don't do this if they're totally winning. Yeah, they just repeat it. So, but that was the most important. I mean, he threw a game, and then it was 6-5. And then he just calmly won 2 more games in the segment, and that was it.
And this will be the first player not named Magnus, I believe, that Hikaru will have lost to in the SCC.
Yep.
And you could feel it, right? You could feel that this was Alireza's chance. He has the form, he has the hometown crowd behind him.
Yeah.
And starting from the 3+1 portion, it has been an SCC masterclass. Of Vienna, by the way,
is on the board. Yeah, we're going to get that all up for you in a second. Yes, we do have a Vienna. And the position is completely deadlocked. I think the boys are just going to make a couple of draws here and play a couple of positions out. And, I got to tell you, I've played in the Speed Chess Championship format a lot because I've played in the I Am Not a GM Speed Chess Championship. it's quite a sobering reality that kicks in that you've lost the match. You know, you haven't played that many, I don't think, but like, yeah, you play like 2 to 3 hours and then you just are like, I'm dead. That's it, the match is over. And you feel a release of tension, but sadness.
Yeah, it's a relief, but it's the wrong kind of relief.
Yes.
You're relieved that the suffering is almost over, and it's not. He's got to play tomorrow. Hikaru will come to this consolation match determined to write another chapter to his Paris journey.
Yeah.
You know, again, that's what professionals do. Hikaru, he doesn't phone it in, right? He wants to prove his worth, and he will have a chance tomorrow, but it is not on the stage that he hopes to be at. On Sunday, it'll be Alireza versus Hans Niemann Carlsen Magnus, hyphenated name.
Yes, hyphenated.
Look at that repetition.
Are they repeating or are they going to? No, they're not repeating.
This might be the last game, I think.
Can't Firouzja just stall the clock?
At this point, it might be Hikaru wants to stall the clock. That's what he's trying to do. He gave up the pawn to avoid the 50-move rule.
This is very funny.
The dance of the bishops.
And also kind of makes me think we should have a...
Hikaru taking it well. He's going to stall it out, is Alireza.
There's nothing Hikaru can do. I mean, it was a dominant performance by Alireza Firouzja from start to finish. And even though he lost the bullet segment, Danya, he's an absolutely deserved qualifier to the finals.
And his positive streak over Hikaru continues. The bullet championship.
It feels like New Year's. You know when you count down?
And the ball is dropping.
Yeah.
And Alireza Firouzja.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6. There we go.
There we go. It took a couple seconds.
It took a couple seconds. I had to do it in French, you know? And that's it. And that's it.
Headphones are off. The match is done. It's a 5-point victory. Alireza wins 16-11. He is the first finalist. And the first semifinal of the SCC is concluded to the applause of this big crowd we have here live on site in Paris. And one chapter is written. Levy, many more to be written yet.
We see Hikaru there with the handshake, and that is a part of it. They did play in person, but they did play on devices, our kind of foray into how we can see esports with a live audience in the future, Danya. What a match. Alireza Firouzja is not just the future, he is the present.
He unseats one of the two great legends of the Speed Chess Championship, one of the guys who made the legend in the first place. Hikaru Nakamura loses for the first time to someone not named Magnus Alireza Firouzja on the strength of some dominant performances, especially in the 3+1 segment. Takes the match by 5 points. It was a masterclass. It was a statement win. And Alireza Firouzja will have to carry that form into the final. Hikaru will have a chance to redeem himself on a smaller stage, but nonetheless here at the same venue tomorrow in the consolation match. What a 3.5 hours we just had, Levy.
Just amazing. What can I say? We've said all of the compliments during the bullet segment. Alireza showed up to play, and play he did. He won the 3+1. He won the 5+1. He held his nerves. It was close for a second. It looked like Hikaru was gaining momentum, and then it was all Firouzja all the way to the finish. Alireza Firouzja is here. This is the greatest year of chess that he's had, and when he's focused and energized and really locked in, he's one of the best players in the world.
Indeed, and he's shown that in classical chess. Recently, he's shown that a lot in Blitz and Rapid, and he showed that in Blitz and in Bullet today. But he's going to have to have some gas left in the tank, and so will you folks. So will all the fans in this building and in buildings all over the world, in all continents, because we've got one more match coming up.
Yes, we do.
What an honor it has been to cover the first SCC match, the first semifinal. You won't have long to rest because the second one's coming right up, Levy. Any thoughts? I gotta catch my breath here as we look at the bracket.
No. What can I say? It's amazing to be here live in Paris. The venue here, there's hundreds of fans. Everybody's super energized and excited, and Alireza Firouzja gave them a show.
Wow, what a match. You see Alireza Firouzja in big text right there. He will play the winner of Magnus versus Hans, but he will not have a chance to prepare for that match just yet because he will be in the interview studio. We will ask Alireza's thoughts on one of the most commanding match victories he's had thus far, as the SCC finalists will join us after this short break. Stay tuned.
Chess speaks for itself.
Is it something special doing this against Magnus, Hans?
For the first time in 2 years since the chess world was set ablaze with drama, Magnus Carlsen and Hans Niemann will face each other in person live at the 2024 Speed Chess Championship in Paris.
I think everybody should get their popcorn ready.
The last time they played, the upstart, Niemann, defeated the chess GOAT, Carlsen, in an impressive endgame.
Wow, what a result. What a result.
Carlsen then threw gasoline on the media firestorm by withdrawing from the tournament and issuing a cryptic but seemingly accusatory tweet. In the aftermath, Niemann's history of online cheating emerged. Multiple statements and interviews from Niemann, Carlsen, and Chess.com generated a controversial he said, they said debate combined with salacious speculation and major media coverage.
All I did was win a chess game.
The matter came to a head when Niemann sued Carlsen, his company, Play Magnus Group, Chess.com, Danny Wrench, and Hikaru Nakamura in federal court for an astonishing $500 million. After multiple filings, the lawsuit was ultimately dismissed from federal court, and the parties ended their legal dispute. Ever since, the world has been waiting for a new battle between Niemann and Carlsen, but Carlsen has avoided the youngster who is now rapidly climbing the chess charts and defeating super grandmasters. Now things come to a head in Paris as the two cannot evade each other any longer.
It will be Hans versus Magnus in Paris.
Carlsen is confident, but Niemann is hell-bent on vindication.
My vengeance will be victory on the chessboard.
Who will triumph in this incredible showdown?
We'll probably win without too many issues.
All eyes are on Paris.
Now we will do some blindfolded puzzles. So I'm going to tell you where the pieces are, and you will tell me what the answer is.
My brain is fried. I'm not sure I can even.
You can try if you don't want to. It's okay. You're playing white.
Mm-hmm.
You have a king on d8.
Mm-hmm.
Rooks on b4 and e3.
Mm-hmm.
And you have pawns on d4, d5. Black has a king on d6, a pawn on e6 and d2, and a rook on e1. This is very funny because you're staring at me, but Hikaru was like going like this, so I'm like, how can you see the pieces?
Rook b6, king d5, rook e6 is the other option, or rook e5. Rook e5, rook e5, de5, king e5, rook b1, ed5 is just a draw, so rook e5 doesn't work. So then...
yeah, I'm assuming rook e5 is probably the first move.
Rook e5?
Yeah, rook e5, but after rook e5?
Yes, and I think the line is rook a3. If black queens, rook to... What it takes? Rook b7.
Yeah, rook b7.
Oh, that's why. You have rook b7.
Yeah.
That's nice. Yeah, that's very nice. I didn't see that. That's a very nice idea.
I don't know. I don't really want to calculate, so I'm just saying like rook e5 and...
It's rook e5, black takes, and then the best move is...
Oh, rook d7.
The
rook b7.
Yeah, rook d7 is made. And
then king d5, rook d7, you take an e5, you take an d2, and then you go...
Yes.
Yeah, you're entitled.
Yeah. No, your first instinct was like 4 minutes faster than everybody.
for the first time ever, Hikaru Nakamura will not be competing in the Speed Chess Championship final match, and it's because of a hometown hero right here. Let's hear it for Alireza Firouzja, who gets the job done. In front of a hometown crowd. They were cheering for you, some sort of like French, like it was like a chant. Like it was going wild upstairs for you with Kevin Bourdie and the crew up there. So how are you feeling? Are you surprised? How are you feeling? Are you just feeling great right now?
I'm feeling tired, but yeah, I'm feel relieved. I don't know that the match is over, and I because it's tough to be up on the up in the match the whole time. You have to keep the lead, and it's pretty difficult. So I'm happy it's over.
Just so you know, I wasn't going to ask if you were surprised that you won. I know I was going to say, were you surprised by how anything went today? Speaking of the fact that you were leading basically start to finish, does anything about the flow of today just surprise you in hindsight in terms of the flow and just the form that you were feeling?
I think I'm very impressed and surprised by Hikaru, because it's crazy that he, almost at the age of 40, he's playing like this, and it's pretty impressive. But yeah, probably this was the most surprising. But other than that, I think the match went the way I wanted, and I played decent chess.
Well, Alireza, your recent over-the-board performances were also successful. Do you feel like that helped you coming into this match, that you just won some big events in St. Louis?
Yeah, I mean, definitely it helps. I played like 1 week ago, the very tough tournament, so winning that gives you confidence, and I was very optimistic for today's match.
What is a confident Alireza Firouzja capable of?
I don't know. But,
does anybody know?
I don't know. I mean, I try to be confident all the time, but sometimes it's just really not possible. Like, it's not about confidence anymore. It's just like everybody is trying their best, and I don't think like me being confident all the time is like the only key factor.
Okay, but what about your drip today? Because I see some Michael Jordan there. Were you channeling some MJ for this match? What's that about?
Yeah, of course. I watched the Last Dance before I come here.
So good.
Yes, that helps.
Well, and back to your confidence, back about the topic of who knows what you're capable of when you're confident. What would you say as you reflect over this year? It has been, knock on wood for you, maybe one of the best years of your career right now, right? And over the last couple of years, as you've just grown and really established yourself as one of the world's elite, what would you say you figured out at this time in your chess? Why are you playing in such top form?
I think I had better years. I had some year that I became 2800 and won Grand Chess Tour also. So I think I was always on this level, but last year I decided to have a bit more like social life, and 20 years in chess is not easy. So
Paris will do that to you, I guess.
Yes, but no, I think that was a good decision to take 1 year of kind of off. I was still playing, but I think you need that. You cannot just play 20 years chess, and bad things could happen.
Do you read the online comments? Because, of course, you hit 2,800. Your rating took a little bit of a dive. People are saying he's not interested in chess anymore. Did you read what they had to say, and did you channel that anger and say, I'm going to prove my haters wrong?
I mean, people say a lot of things all the time about me, so I don't think I read the comments so much. I don't care so much, but probably I read, but doesn't have so much effect.
That's good advice. We should all learn from that nowadays. People have been saying this, though. They said 77% to 23%.
Yeah.
Would you like to take that home?
Yeah.
Have you framed that?
No, these guys are not professional. I mean, I don't know who is doing this.
We're going to have a talk with that guy. I know I'm talking. Speaking, you already mentioned how impressed you are with Hikaru Nakamura, obviously, in his career. This is the first time he will not be competing in the final match of this event. What can you say about just going up against a guy like that in this format historically and just his performance overall?
He's very impressive. I think it's pity I didn't play him when he was like 25, 26. I think it would have been much greater match and a much closer match probably. But yeah, I mean, if I'm at his age and I could play in this level, I would be happy, because it's very difficult to play, especially speed chess online. So I'm very impressed, but yeah, but he's one of the legends, of course.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we have another match coming up, and a lot, of course, been talked about off the board between those two. But do you have a preference on who you'd rather face in the final?
Yeah, I mean, I have preference, of course. I prefer to play Hans, but I think Magnus is a big favorite. But we'll see. A lot could happen.
Sorry, I was just checking on our time here, live audience. But all right, I'm going to go to a question from the chat from Pranov. Shout out to chat, by the way, everyone tuning in. You've been great. Thanks for being with us. I don't even know what the viewership was, but it's been awesome. Someone asked whether you feel a home field advantage, like football. Like, how comfortable were you here? Do you think that it being in Paris, which kind of random, I guess, our first ever Speed Chess Championship that was live is in your home city. So did that make you feel even more at home?
Yeah, I mean, I lived here 2 years, and I know all the streets, all the restaurants, where to go eat. So these kind of things helps a lot, I think. So yeah, I think definitely it helps.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, you're in Paris here. How have you been preparing for this match? Because you just flew back. I spoke to you 2 days ago. You said you were jet lagged.
Yeah.
How did you manage that quick turnaround from St. Louis?
I mean, I just tried to rest. I looked at some of Hikaru's openings, like this Bishop C5, Roy Lopez, and that was it. I think just try to regroup and gain energy.
What are you going to do on Saturday? You have a rest day. That's one of the things you earned here, right, by winning in the semifinals. What's the plan tomorrow?
I think I will just rest. I might see my parents, and that's it. Not much.
Well, we've got a match coming up here with Hans Niemann and Magnus Carlsen, so our job is to kind of get out of the way, take a break, and let that get going. But congratulations on this performance. You, as you said, you beat a legend to get to your first Speed Chess Championship final. Maybe the legend of Alireza Firouzja is just beginning. Either way, we wish you the best of luck in what could be your first SCC title Sunday, not tomorrow. And on that note, we're going to take a break. But before I do, let me remind you, when we come back, that's right, it is the match. I guess you could call it the main event, although this one was pretty awesome. It is Magnus Carlsen versus Hans Niemann. We got a show coming up here, a little more content as we get set, the players get into the building, and all the things get ready for this matchup. So don't go anywhere. It's the Speed Chess Championship live from Paris, and it returns when we return in just a few minutes. Let's hear it, crowd, on the way out. Woo!
And he talked about this secret match he played against you in a hotel room. Maybe it was Moscow, maybe 2019 or 2017?
No. That was long before. That was 2010.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you apparently played like 100 games against each other, or maybe it was not finished. And he called it like one of the biggest mistakes of his career. He gave you too much insight into his openings and so on. So ever since he gave that interview, I wanted to ask, what are your impressions of that match? Do you agree it was a big mistake on his part? What were your impressions after playing him in some 80 Blitz games?
Yeah, I think, as far as I can remember, so in 2009, I had this, still probably my best Blitz performance of all time. I think I won, I don't know. But I won the World Blitz Championship by a lot over Anand, who also had a great tournament then. And I think 2010 I started out I beat Hikaru in the first round. I won the first 4 games, I believe. And then at some point things started going south. I lost my confidence and I was third in the end. And so I had this idea. I wanted to challenge Hikaru to a 100-game Blitz match. In the end, we ended up doing 40. And I think for the first hour, maybe hour and a half, I was playing really well. And I was up by a huge score. After that, I think it was fairly even. So I don't remember if I won by 7 or 8 or something at at the end. So maybe for him that was like a humbling experience, since he felt like right there that I was when we were both like giving it our all, that I was better. But I mean, I don't know. I never thought that was like a massive deal. Maybe it affected him against me the next few years. But I think it was, probably mainly in his head. But honestly, like, part of me is really happy that he got over that at some point, that he found his own thing, that he regained his confidence and showed the level that he's capable of. I think but the chess world has become more interesting after that happened.
You see how I push my pawns at work? Very mindful, very classy, very demure. I don't come to work with a green pawn crazy. I don't know what I'm doing here. This feels like a Kardashian skit. I hope that they record that. What is this? Ready? Let's do it again.
Chess Championship finale here in Paris, France. And boy, do we have an epic second semifinal ready for all of you. I'm International Master Levi Rosman. I'm so excited to be joined by my former co-commentator upstairs here at the venue, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, and FIDE Master, soon to be International and GM, James Canty III here.
Good to be here.
Guys, can we get a debrief of the first match real quick?
Woo! Wow. When's the last time you've seen Hikaru lose anything? Right?
Just now.
Silence.
Before that. Yeah,
okay, actually, in fact, yes.
Yeah, that was crazy. The first match that he has lost to someone not named Magnus Carlsen in this event.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the first time he's never made it to the final since the Speed Chess Championship has been a thing, right? It's crazy to see. Even the margin was like, yo, what is Firouzja doing? What is he eating? What did he do to get to where he is today? We need to figure that out.
I hope they asked him that in the postgame because I wasn't even there to see it. Danya, real quick, I want your unfiltered thoughts. You're the most eloquent person that I know. So give me the give me the Daniel Naroditsky.
My heart flutter here. I mean, my heart's already fluttering because what we're about to get. I'm sure we'll get to that. But that was just a masterful, commanding performance by Alireza, extending his really incredible form since the candidates, turning the narrative on its head. Alireza washed, Alireza this, Alireza that. Right. And it's just been nonstop excellence from him. Hikaru obviously has a consolation match tomorrow. He's got to get ready for that. Pilots have to fly planes, engineers have to build buildings. None of that is going to be happening for the next 3 hours. You know, if the Empire State Building was under construction, the guys at the very top, they'd be pulling their smartphones on. And even if it was 1929 and smartphones didn't exist, they'd invent them because they would need to watch this match.
Pilots keep flying the plane. That you don't have to turn your attention no matter what to the match that's about to happen. But please do, because, oh my God, grab your popcorn. You literally could not have scripted it better than this. They didn't. I asked. Let's talk about Magnus Carlsen and the dominance in the Speed Chess Championship so far. Championship, and he's defeated, I mean, just the who's who, but specifically, he's been the only man to take down Hikaru. And yesterday, Magnus told me that this is his event to lose.
Wow.
And he doesn't think that the narrative that Hikaru is the king of online and he's got all this experience, it matters. He thinks, when I play, it's my event to lose. We've got some stats there up on the screen. What stands out to you the most, James?
Let me see there. I'm looking 1-5. Reigning SCC champion. Okay, yeah, we got to go there. He is the champ. Of course, when is he not the champ? So it's good to see that. Magnus is going to try to hold it here. He said, actually, is that viral clip. Is like, hey, if I'm playing good, you know, then I should win with no problem, is what he says. So, see what happens.
I also conveniently forgot he lost to a Frenchman because he wins so much, and we're in France, so I'm a little bit scared. But that's why usually Danny does this job. Danya. Talk about Magnus. You've played him so many times. You played him in Blitz. You played him in Bullet. You play him in casual games sometimes when he's playing online. What's it like?
Well, I'm always happy to be the sacrificial lamb. And what's it like is unlike anything else just by definition, because Magnus is unlike anything else in chess history. And obviously people need to understand that when you talk about someone who's been so dominant in any field, any sport for this long, it's not just because they're the best player. They're the best player, and they have a huge X on their back, because no matter if you're playing a casual bullet game, a simul game, an SCC match, for the opponent of the best player of a sport, it's the chance of a lifetime. So everybody who plays him in any format is trying their absolute hardest, and yet he still has imposed his will on the chess world. Hans Niemann has something to say about that, doesn't he? He has something to say about a lot of things.
Man who's got an X on the back of Magnus, maybe a picture on the with it on the forehead, like how Eminem and Machine Gun Kelly had the whole thing. But you look at a lot of Magnus's stats, you get a lot of number ones. Hans is on the come up. He's currently at his peak rating that he's been. He's currently at his peak ranking, not rating, but ranking in the world, and he's defeated Maxime Vachier-Lagrave to get here.
Right.
MVL, we just saw beat Magnus in and he's taken him down, and MVL is a World Blitz champion. So what does Hans have to do to win today, and how good is he really?
I mean, if I knew, then probably I'd be sitting in that chair instead of in the commentator's chair.
Yes, or you'd be betting.
Hostess chair,
possible, yeah.
Or I'd be in Vegas right now. But I'd be watching the match all the same. I think that the most important thing, if I had to pare this down to a single sentence, Hans has to have a lead going into the bullet, which, again, I'm giving all these prescriptions. You know, he's got to have a lead against Magnus Carlsen. if he can get a 2 or 3 point cushion, he has to make Magnus start doubting in his ability to win the match. Hans is definitely not doubting his ability to win the match. Neither is Magnus. It's an immovable force and an unstoppable object. Both players are absolutely sure that they are going to win. It's not the Hunger Games, though. There has to be one winner, right?
Yes, the other one stays alive, just for the record.
They both stay alive.
What about you?
All right, okay. Yeah, it's vengeance, of course. There's a lot of heat on Hans, right? So, and he's wanting to show it, especially against Magnus. This is the first time they played over the board in 2 years. Of course, Magnus not wanting to play him by choice, and now Hans is like, we're gonna play. This is it, right? He's been going up through the ranks recently, of course, beating all these players. Ranking up, winning Hans versus the world type thing. It's a match for everyone to watch, and Magnus is trying to shut that down. So, I mean, everyone has to watch this, even the cats and the dogs and the family. Even if you don't play chess, you're going to be watching this today.
This is the culmination of a 2-year saga. Almost 2 years to the day.
Correct.
On September 4th, 2022, the chess world was shaken up. And as my earpiece falls out of my ear, because my ears are weird, they're in weird shapes. You don't need to know that. Let's show you what Smarter Chess thinks is going to happen in this match. And we had 77-23 on the previous screen, and the 23% won.
Wow.
This one's 83-17, guys. And this one, I believe, a little bit more, simply for the fact that while Hans is a fantastic player, and he has clearly made strides in classical and rapid chess, he's playing the GOAT.
Yeah.
And there's something to say for the fact that it predicts kind of close to Hikaru and Alireza. What do you guys make of these stats?
Here's the thing, James. I mean, if you just erase the two faces here on the screen, if you say a 28, 50, 30, whatever he is playing, a 27, 40 or whatever Hans is, I don't care about FIDE ratings anymore, you're going to give a prediction that tracks with 17-11.
Right.
Obviously, nobody wants to perform this mental exercise because these are not two faceless players. These are two players who have a face that everyone recognizes and will recognize after this match. So obviously on paper, Magnus is the pretty heavy favorite. A lot of things have to go right for Hans. He has to make a statement early. He has to keep control of the match. He has to withstand the pressure. And so does Magnus, because again, for every one of Magnus's opponents, including for Hans, it's the most important moment of their life. It's a chance to immortalize themselves. But Magnus is going to come prepared. Chess.com should have just played a month-long footage of a roller coaster going up a hill, just continuously live on stream, because this drop.
Well,
Auntie,
guys, we're ready.
That's good.
We're ready to go.
Yeah,
I'm going to throw it to Danny and Robert in the caster booth. Guys, we've said so much. It's been 2 years of madness. Take it away.
Indeed. Indeed, it's been 2 years of madness, and there's a lot to say about it. But this is what people have been waiting for. I think Hikaru Nakamura versus Alireza Firouzja was fantastic. Obviously, for the first time in history, Hikaru Nakamura will not be in the finals. There's a lot to talk about there, but this is the big show. This is the big dance. Robert, are you ready?
I'm drama-free. I just want to focus on the chess. We have two fantastic chess players squaring off. Yeah, I couldn't be any more ready.
Yeah. Let's remind everybody quickly of the time control. We're going to do the job of cluing anyone who may still at this point be clueless about the format. I think there's very few of you left of what we're about to see. It's 90 minutes. Remember, if you've been watching this event from the beginning, started a couple months ago, it was 75 minutes in the earlier matches. But 90 minutes of 5+1, 60 minutes of 3+1, followed by 30 minutes of bullet. Of course, everyone is just trying to rack up points while the clock ticks down. Ultimately, the best score wins at the end. Robert, it's not our job to do predictions, and I'm not going to frame it that way, but you heard the guys talk about it downstairs. Magnus Carlsen is the GOAT. Speaking of the score, what does Hans Niemann need to do in this match for it to be a close score or maybe even shock the world?
Well, he has to hope that his interview rings true, that he has some kind of psychological advantage, because Magnus Carlsen rarely loses when he's in long matches. And I think for Hans, he needs to strike early, and he can't relinquish that lead.
All right, well, will he get a lead? What's going to happen? We're going to find out. We're going to throw downstairs to the arena, not before this last-minute hype video, just to remind everybody one more time of how we got here, what's at stake, and what's about to go down.
There we have it. Handshake. Wow. What a result.
I think he's just so demoralized because he's losing to such an idiot like me, you know? It's just, it must be embarrassing for the world champion to lose to me.
Magnus Carlsen is now the 5-time world chess champion.
47, and it's the match. Look at him, look at him. Oh, he won a rook a5. No! No, this did not just happen.
My vengeance will be victory on the chessboard.
Magnus Carlsen, the undisputed king.
I'll probably win without too many issues.
All right, guys, we are here for the match of the day, the one that everyone has been waiting for. How's the crowd feeling about today's match here? Let's go. Let's hear some energy from the crowd. It's time. It's time. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, okay. First player, our first player of today's match, Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen. Let me know, Hala, let me know. Okay, okay. And his opponent, Grandmaster Hans Niemann. Now. All right, guys, we need you guys to get hyped one more time. We got to hear that energy in the audience. Where is it? Where's the energy from the audience? There it is. Guys, matches are about to start. Let's send it back to you.
Start. The crowd is going crazy. Not sure what's going on there with Hans just a second ago. If something, he left something or needed something, but there he goes. He's got it all figured out. Both players are settled in. Too bad there's no seatbelts in those chairs because they're going to need to buckle up. That energy in that room was real. Robert, we can feel it up here.
Oh, we definitely can, and everyone has their thoughts on these two. It's the GOAT, Magnus Carlsen. It's the upstart. It's the player who some believe is the martyr, who was done wrong. But as I watched in the Liam Neeson movie, there are no winners in the land of saints and sinners. And for these two, I mean, there's a lot of history. There's a lot on the line emotionally. And I think especially for Hans Niemann, you see him there. He's locked in, and he wants this one more than anything in the world.
He's locked in. He's loaded. You see he came out. He's serious. He has, for lack of a better way to put it, obviously embraced the opportunity here. He speaks his mind loud and clear and made comments coming in that if Magnus Carlsen lost this match, he wouldn't be able to show his face anymore. I'm not sure how Magnus would feel about that, but I know that nothing else could be said in regards to what both these players want to happen in this match.
And Magnus, even if he does lose, will have to show his face tomorrow because there is the consolation match. And you see Hans, he's got his headphones around his neck. Magnus seems headphoneless at the moment. So what do you think the deal is there?
They're trying to get the sound dialed in. Players brought their own headphones, which they are allowed in-ear as long as wired. Apparently, the issue is that Hans is actually not getting sound from his headphones. I believe that he's not hearing the music or the playlist. Again, everything the players bring is fully reviewed, thoroughly checked, and approved by multiple sources and multiple different types of security. So whatever's going on here, he's just trying to get dialed in and comfy and make sure that he's got his mind right before taking on the GOAT. And I don't even know that Magnus is even aware where his headphones are right now.
Which means he might be hearing us, which is bad news for the players. But hopefully for Magnus and the crew, they get everything ready, set, and take off. Because, Danny, that's what everyone has been waiting for, is this matchup between these two, the first time that they're sitting across from each other in 2 years.
We're we're getting the player set. I can confirm these are the two voices they definitely cannot hear. They cannot hear us down there, so no one needs to worry about it. As the players get set, our arbiter gets them dialed in. Our last thoughts before the first moves are made here. Hans Niemann, the underdog, maybe in his mind he's not. Magnus Carlsen tweeted something this morning that maybe people saw. Lance Stevenson, obviously a reference to maybe he's LeBron James in that relationship. Either way, the banter, the drama, like it's enough already, right? Let the chess speak, as they now say.
Well, we will see the chess any minute now, and I cannot wait. The players, there's so much at stake here, right? Each and every move, it's not just a typical chess game. There are those platitudes, those cliches. The players, they just have to ignore everything else. But how can you with their history? I mean, we'll do our best to cover it, every single move. But for these players, will they be objective? That's a real question.
And I think that's maybe what Hans is hoping for, right? And that's a lot of the things that he talks about, the things that he's said in the past. I think he's trying to play, meta 5D chess here while everyone else is playing checkers chess or whatever that is. We know that it's been a couple of years of it. And while we get the players settled in and take care of whatever the final issues are going on before the players are comfortable, we'll throw to yet another trip down memory lane here and what's happened since Magnus Carlsen first beat, since Hans Niemann first beat Magnus Carlsen at the FTX Crypto Cup.
Chess speaks for itself.
Is it something special doing this against Magnus, Hans?
For the first time in 2 years since the chess world was set ablaze with drama, Magnus Carlsen and Hans Niemann will face each other in person live at the 2024 Speed Chess Championship in Paris.
I think everybody should get their popcorn ready.
The last time they played, the upstart Niemann defeated the chess GOAT Carlsen in an impressive endgame.
Wow, what a result. What a result.
Carlsen then threw gasoline on the media firestorm by withdrawing from the tournament and issuing a cryptic but seemingly accusatory tweet. In the aftermath, Niemann's history of online cheating emerged. Multiple statements and interviews from Niemann, Carlsen, and Chess.com generated a controversial he said, they said debate combined with salacious speculation and major media coverage.
All I did was win a chess game.
The matter came to a head when Niemann sued Carlsen. His company, Play Magnus Group, Chess.com, Danny Wrench, and Hikaru Nakamura in federal court for an astonishing $500 million. After multiple filings, the lawsuit was ultimately dismissed from federal court, and the parties ended their legal dispute. Ever since, the world has been waiting for a new battle between Niemann and Carlsen. But Carlsen has avoided the youngster who is now rapidly climbing the chess charts and defeating super grandmasters. Now things come to a head in Paris as the two cannot evade each other any longer.
It will be Hans versus Magnus in Paris.
Carlsen is confident, but Niemann is hell-bent on vindication.
My vengeance will be victory on the chessboard.
Who will triumph in this incredible showdown?
We'll probably win without too many issues.
All eyes are on Paris.
All eyes are on Paris. All eyes on those players. Still getting dialed in. Maybe getting a little bit closer. Before they sat down and started getting dialed in, Robert, you and I were over here spotting a certain Magnus Carlsen getting some last-minute reps before the match started. You want to tell everybody what you saw?
He was playing some bullet. He was just trying to get used to the mouse, trying to get used to the setup, and he, I think, went 1.5 out of 3 in those games, but the bullet comes later, Danny. They start in the longest time control, and you would have to imagine that favors the higher-rated player, in this case, Magnus Carlsen.
And Magnus is the favorite objectively, regardless of the optics of making that statement and all that's been discussed and the drama off the board here as far as bias of different kinds. But anyone who's followed these guys' careers, and that's not really any disrespect to Hans Niemann. He's 21 years old. He's had an incredible rise over the last couple of years. There's plenty of chess ahead in his career. And going up against Magnus Carlsen, he should be the underdog. Frankly, everyone's an underdog, unless you're a computer these days. Everyone is an underdog against Magnus Carlsen. And what does he do to get himself in a mindset where he doesn't feel that way?
Well, think about where Hans has been recently. He goes to the Netherlands. He's supposed to be the underdog against Anish Giri. He takes him down. Then he plays 2 more matches against Nikita Vityugov and Etienne Bacrot here in Paris. He beats them both, in fact, quite handily, in fact. So you see Hans Niemann on the rise. His rating has allowed him to climb up to number 16 in the world. Now we know his opponent's number 1 in the world. So that is the biggest obstacle. But Hans, his self-belief, that could be his downfall, but also could be his best blessing?
Confidence, right? We just talked to an Alireza Firouzja who might be more confident than he ever has been in his career, and chess is a mental game, right? When you're confident, what you're capable of matters. And Hans has been riding high, feeling confident, and looks a little more dialed in and ready. He seems to have gotten his tech issues figured out, while Magnus Carlsen is dialing in the same. All the players were on site yesterday checking it all out, so who knows what's going on. Last-minute nerves, last-minute issues of some kind. We have no idea. We're just going to continue to talk and hype a match that, frankly, needs almost no more introduction, right?
Yeah, no words are needed.
No words are needed. So we're kind of, I mean, Robert and I have been waiting for this moment for all day. And so we're like, get some chess on the board. But okay, as Magnus figures it out, let's take a trip into the chess here a little bit, and let me ask you, one of the things you and I often get into once we start seeing the moves made on the board is who's going to drive the roads toward opening theory, or who has the interest in avoiding some of the main lines and getting into that dark, murky woods that can be a complicated middle game as soon as possible, right? So from a match strategy point of view, as you put yourself in the head of both of these players, your thoughts on, maybe start with Hans, what Hans might want to accomplish in the first stage of the game in regards to opening prep.
Well, if we take it back to 2022, what he said, he understood that Magnus might play some offbeat lines, as Magnus is known to do, and he caught him. So if we see something like that, where Magnus is trying to avoid theory, but playing perhaps not the openings with the most teeth, they lack bite, they're just kind of wavering around, then perhaps Hans feels like his confidence, his stride will take him the rest of the way.
At the same time, I mean, this is something Magnus does against everyone, right? Like, obviously, Hans caught him as black in that very now infamous game, right? And in that obscure kind of Catalan. But Magnus specializes in making people feel uncomfortable, right? And one game probably doesn't change his strategy if he does feel like against his opponent, he'd rather get roads less traveled.
It's true. I mean, Magnus is the king of just getting any position and winning them no matter what the evaluation is. It could say it's dead equal, there's no life here, and yet Magnus is able to squeeze the life out of his opponent, just make them suffer, make them struggle move after move. But if there's somebody who feels like they've struggled and suffered more than anyone, it's Hans. And he's spoken quite loudly about it. He's been in that interview room with Levy. He told the world that he feels like this will be his day. And when you're playing someone who is objectively the stronger player, maybe that confidence, overconfidence in fact, can help you out. You just go for him. Because if you allow Magnus to play his game, you're the underdog. What are you supposed to do about that?
Well said, and he is the underdog. He is the underdog. Let's talk about the Titan that he has to face again. Magnus Carlsen is the reigning SCC champion. He's won 3 of the last 5 SCC events, only lost to Hikaru Nakamura and the Frenchman with 3 names. Too bad Maxime isn't here this week, and shout out to you, Maxime, at home. I know you're listening. And he's the best of the best of the best in all 3 time controls, Robert. It's that simple.
There's no surprises there. There's no looking at the X's and O's. He just has everyone's number, except for those 2 names. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, we know how powerful he is. Let's give it up for Maxime in the house, because we have so many French fans here.
Yeah.
They're clapping for Maxime, their hometown hero. But Hans Niemann also took down Maxime. So there is a little bit of commonality there. And for Hans, he wants to channel that success and keep it going. He's won, what, 5 matches in a row now. As I mentioned, the 3 over the board, and those 2 in the SCC to get here.
2024 has been a good year for Hans Niemann so far. He'd like that to continue. We're being told that Magnus just gave a thumbs up to our staff on the monitor we have here, and we should be getting underway here in just seconds, everybody. So don't worry, the last second delay in drama was not scripted in any way, any more than anything else people say are scripted these days in the chess world. We've got drama, we've got action, and we are going to have chess in less than 10 seconds. I don't know if you want to count down with me, Robert, but I got nothing else to say. Let the moves happen. Let's get this show underway. Can I get an amen?
I think the crowd can give that to you. I'm not going to give you a countdown. I'm from New York. Can't stand that on New Year's. But what I can stand is this match. I cannot wait for this first move to be played and for the match to get underway, because we see their Blitz ratings. Magnus Carlsen, at least the heavy favorite heading into the match.
And just like that, we're off. Magnus Carlsen has played 1b3 as the crowd cheers up here against Hans Niemann. Maybe Hikaru Nakamura playbook. We're going to see a full ready commencing on the board here, with Hans taking the early light-squared bishop approach. Solid stuff right now from both sides. Are you surprised to see a double fianchetto approach now from Magnus?
Well, I don't know if Audubon is working with Magnus, but we know the B3 Cowboy has made chessable courses and has been perhaps the most vocal proponent of this B3 move on move one. So we see both bishops fianchettoed for white. So instead of striking at the center with pawns, these bishops would like to do the heavy lifting. At some point, you will have to strike in the center. But Danny, as we look at the board, we look at the clock, it's Magnus playing a little bit more quickly. So Hans is just trying to figure out how to play the most accurate response after each and every turn.
Yeah, he's taking his time, doesn't want to be thrown off perhaps by an opening he didn't prepare for. Is that an early sign that Magnus has surprised him and that he chose something that Hans wasn't ready for with this 1b3 approach? It is obscure. Wouldn't be surprised if he's like, all right, let me take a second to make sure I don't get a bad middle game. The eval bar, as you can see, is 50-50 there, meaning this is a roughly equal position, a coin flip. Often what matters in these games is who gets the middle game they're comfortable with. Forget the evaluation. Who knows the plans? Who's more familiar with the tactics and the patterns? That's going to decide the game, and Magnus plays c4, our first aggressive pawn move in the center by white.
Yes, c4 to put pressure on d5, hoping that black moves that pawn to make that fianchetto feel extra strong. But both players should have familiarity with b3 lines because Hikaru Nakamura, he just lost his match to Alireza Firouzja, but he's been so successful with that first move throughout his chess career. And Danny, knight c6, development by Hans. All 4 minor pieces are out for each side. We've had no trades thus far, so the position remains closed. And typically we would think that's Magnus's specialty. He loves playing these maneuvering games, but Hans seems unfazed.
These guys have brought the tension in their relationship to the board. The tension is building. They refuse to give way. No one wants to blink. Not a single piece has been traded, as you said. It's not very common you get a position like this. And on that note, the tension is finally broken. You can cut it with a knife. C takes d5. Maybe getting a rook to the c file quickly is Magnus's plan, right? You've got a knight on c6 in front of the c pawn, and indeed he does it. There's also a quick plan to highlight, either via rook c2 or the queen moving up. Sometimes white will try to go for a battery on the long diagonal in these positions. You guard the e pawn, the queen comes to a1. There's tactics on the diagonal and pressure on the knight on c6. Little funky.
Definitely funky. And for black, you often want to put a rook on c8, but not so easy because this bishop can jump out to a new diagonal and hit that rook when it lands there. But Danny, you called it. Rook c2, queen a1 potentially in the near future.
It could be a bad sign for Magnus that I just called the entire plan, rook c1, rook c2. That's probably not the level of chess he's looking for today, Danny Rich style. But it is a common plan in the structure, jokes aside. The queen battery will be dangerous. And the fun thing about it next is that if that e2 pawn isn't targeted, Robert, the e rook can also come to c1. And so you have this almost like Sicilian-style structure for white, right, with the open c-file. And in fact, the knight gets out of the way so that black can avoid this battery that's coming and maybe play pawn to c6 or c5.
That's a really strong move. Retreating moves with the knight are especially difficult to find. Hans backs up to go forward to d7 next to reinforce this knight on f6. And then the queen will get active after that because it's no longer tending to that knight on the king side. So I really like the way that Hans has played thus far. And I think he should be building confidence because he's handled the opening stage of this first game very well.
Seems to be confident. Lean back in his chair a little bit. Giving Magnus something to think about here as Magnus uses a little bit of the extra time he had to decide where to go. Does he follow through with the battery plan, the queen coming to a1? Does he look to do something different now that Hans has relocated this knight, as you said, a very strong idea?
Preempted it. And for Hans, he's now catching up on the clock as Magnus continues to think, trying to come up with perhaps a new plan. But queen a1 was the idea. It just doesn't have great effect anymore. And for Magnus, I'm actually not really seeing it. He is very passive in his position. All of his pieces on his own first 3 ranks. That's typically not what we recommend in chess. And he's trying to let his pieces lead the way, but we do typically like having our pawns, because this pawn on d5, for example, I'll change the color to blue, it restricts the bishop on g2's axis. Instead, Danny, we see queen c1 inviting c6.
Queen c1 invites c6, and it's awkward because you wonder where's the queen going next. So what does Magnus have up his sleeve? The problem when you have less space, Robert, just to highlight, is white has every single piece that they started with, besides the pawn you traded, which means they're kind of wrestling each other for squares, right? You see the cramped position of the queen, the rook, the knight, the bishop. They're all in each other's way, and black actually has more space, especially if you do get at some point to play c5 or even c6, and you can start advancing because you have the furthest center pawn on d5.
That's right, and c5 comes with an added threat, I'll put that in air quotes, of a4, just trying to chisel at White's pawn structure and create some isolated pawns. So I think that Hans has done everything right, and now he's spending time. Because, Danny, there are some positions where you get tempted to lash out, and he has just done that. But rook takes c5 is not out of the question. I know you typically don't want to give up a rook for just a bishop and a pawn, but if you can control all the dark squares, that could be to White's benefit. And here goes Magnus.
Magnus sacrifices the exchange, and it cannot be underestimated how big this moment is here. One, is Magnus playing that because he felt this game getting away? And if this game gets away, you couldn't have scripted it better for Hans Niemann. Winning with black to start the match, we said the only real chance Hans Niemann has in this match is to take an early lead, put Magnus on his heels emotionally, mentally. So I know we're early, and I know that there's going to be plenty of drama and hype here. We don't need to add to it with the hyperbole, but this is a big game. Hans wins this game up the exchange, and who knows what we're in for.
Objectively, the exchange sacrifice was justified. Here, we see the bishop h3 move, but it probably came at the wrong moment. Rook b6 hits the queen. There's a pawn that was behind that queen, and this queen on a4 is dangerously close to getting trapped. It has to reroute to the center, queen to d4. But excuse me, is this pawn on b3? Can you just capture that one?
I think it's hanging. Now, Magnus will have the queen and bishop on the dark square battery for the rest of the game, and that is good old-fashioned family fun on the king side, so black has to worry about that. But again, it's an exchange and a pawn, and Magnus is in trouble here.
He is, because it's actually just an exchange. That pawn on b3 was won by Hans, so it's not enough material compensation for Magnus, not even close. And he does have that great queen and bishop lined up. Knight d2 kicks that rook back. That rook on b5, honestly, is a bit awkwardly placed. But if black gets queen b6, suddenly we see the queens leave the board, and that has to be to Hans' benefit.
Yeah, queen to b6 looks great. Magnus allows the queen trade. This is going to be super tough to hold. And Magnus doesn't even have a time advantage to go with it. Hans has plenty of time on the clock. This already looks like a game that could, if anybody around the world wasn't tuning into this match at this point, if Hans Niemann wins with black to set things in motion here in Paris on our second semifinal match of this Friday, call everybody. Call your aunt, even the one who never answers, and you don't even know if she knows how to use the internet.
Well,
this is going to break it.
This bishop on d4 is about to just be the hero in White's position. Look at it cover the b2 square. It can't be attacked very easily. A knight's about to hop out to e3. Maybe we'll see the bishop give itself up for this knight and try to win that central pawn. And rooks need open files. The c file is open, but unfortunately it's unattainable. The bishop on h3 covers that square. Rook e8 does all of nothing because the knight wants to get on e3 anyway. And Danny, that was a terrible move. The rook is trapped.
Rook is trapped. Knight to d2, and the rook has no squares. Oh my gosh, and Hans Niemann takes a brilliantly played game as black here, potentially starting off in a way that you couldn't ask for better, and just absolutely blunders with the rook on b3.
And now it's simple. You take this rook. In fact, you don't have to right yet because that rook can't go anywhere. But even if you take back, I thought the rook can slide to c1. There are all sorts of back rank checkmates against this king because the bishop's on h7. So, Danny, I hear some fire trucks or an ambulance, but I don't think they're for Hans.
Well, you had the display poster downstairs a little bit ago. This is fine. No, this is not fine anymore. Hans Niemann was in a great spot. This is no longer fine. The chessboard, the proverbial room is on fire here, and f3 is a Magnus move. Just recognizing that rook has no squares, get my king a path to enter the endgame as soon as I need to. This is looking tough. What a turnaround that move was with b5.
Tragic. You're trying to advance what could be a passed pawn. Instead, you are limiting the retreat squares from your rook. And now that rook has been captured, this bishop can even slide back to b2. Instead, he goes rook to b1, giving up a3. Yeah, he can, at any moment, play a move like bishop c5.
He wants bishop c5. Yeah, the pawns are going nowhere. And look at that bishop on h7. It's not playing. That diagonal is like looking at a brick wall on d3. I'm trying to find the way. We talk about how is the position blunderable, and I'm not seeing the way that Magnus can blunder this position. There are no tactics. There are really no weaknesses. And with Hans' clock ticking down, I think that the storyline we thought we were going to get with Hans winning as black is not going to be the case.
Yeah, the advantage was never that big, to be clear. And he did have an extra exchange. It was a sacrifice. But perhaps he can fight his way back in this one. Rook c1 hits that knight. Oh, there's this back rank checkmate problem. So I don't even know where you go here.
It's not even that the bishop isn't good, it's that the king is getting checkmated.
Oh.
He is threatening bishop takes d3. What a fun move, a creative, resourceful trick by Hans Niemann. Because if you take c7, bishop takes d3, you not only free the mate, but you might queen the b pawn. Okay, Magnus sees it, of course, and now he's headed in. Bishop c5 check will be all she wrote. There will be checkmate on e8 or not, because Hans Niemann resigns. And Magnus Carlsen strikes first, despite what was objectively a great start to the match. Yes, his advantage wasn't huge for Hans, but Hans was in a good spot as black there.
Yeah, Magnus missed something. He allowed that rook swing to b6 to win a pawn on b3. But you could tell Magnus, he chose violence. He chose to give up an exchange, and he went for a line that was very tricky. And here, on the other hand, we have a very calm start to game 2. Hans has the white pieces. He's rerouting his pieces to the king side. This knight often hops up to g3. But Danny, we said Hans needs to get in the lead early. He's now down by 1 point, and he has to be objective. He can't start thinking about the results.
It's still early, right? He does need to get a lead early, I think, from our perspective, when we think about the match strategy and the psychology of both of these players. But you're right. Obviously, losing one game, you don't want the wheels to come off quickly against the GOAT. For the record, was that the first complete game these guys have played since September 4th, 2022? I think we should all take a moment to respectfully acknowledge that, a moment of silence for the fact that we have a complete chess game between Magnus Carlsen and Hans Niemann. In this case, it was the former world champion getting the dub.
He did indeed, and now with the black pieces, he's extra solid. No weaknesses, no pawn trades, just a pair of bishops off the board. And Danny, as we look at Magnus, taking a drink here, do you feel like he can relax a little bit? That first game is over, as you just said, and now he can just focus on the moves on the board.
It makes you wonder, right? I mean, look, it's undeniable. Athletes talk about it all the time. You play mind tricks on yourself. You try to get yourself in the best space before kickoff of the Super Bowl, but you're really happy once that first drive is over. They all talk about it, right? So the fact that the first game is over, I think both players might be feeling a little bit better. Hans is obviously not happy that that game didn't go his way. But, yeah, I think Magnus Carlsen, to answer your question, for sure has got to be breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief.
They're both locked in, staring at their computers. We saw the bishops stare at one another and then leave the board. So that's all we've seen happen is both bishops, they're gone. Now the knights will try to find some good homes in enemy territory. This knight can hop out to f5. That could actually be very dangerous with a rook sitting on e3. That rook can swing on over to hurt the black king. But that's why Magnus, sensing that there may be an impending attack on the king side, you're taught to strike in the center.
Strikes in the center to change the structure. You don't want to allow white a chance to just focus with no counterplay. I like the move rook d1, though, from Hans, especially because it was played quickly. I like that. That's a sign psychology, that mentally, that Hans, confident in this second game, not beating himself up. And I think that that is a very important thing that we should take note of early on, right? He's now up a minute on the clock as black and in a good position. I think that if you're in Hans's corner, this shows that he's currently not suffering from any hangovers of game 1.
Yeah, with the white pieces here, the D file opens up. You can double in the right moment. Instead, Magnus is the one challenging for that file. And this knight coming to f5, it will be a problem at some point, but not right now because there's a problem on d1. There's already direct threats in the position. So we see the rook backtrack. Danny, I have to say, Hans is playing a nice game too. And as you said, he has a nice lead on the clock.
He's playing a nice game too, a very disciplined approach too. He tried to go for the kingside attack. Magnus opened the center. He correctly switches gears, will be the first one to grab the only open file. And if he does control the D file, okay, interesting. I was just going to say, Magnus chooses not even to fight for the file and instead go for something a little more dynamic, but at the risk of a D6 pawn that is very weak.
It sort of has some Sicilian vibes, where this pawn is backwards, it can be attacked, but there aren't that many pieces remaining. So look at Magnus, he decides to strike, b5 takes away the c4 square. That knight was trying to venture forward and attack that d6 weakness. So I think that both sides can be happy about some elements of the position here. The d6 pawn a weakness, that's for sure, but black actually has some active play himself. A knight coming to a5 and into c4, that could be annoying.
It's funny, you highlighted Sicilian structure, but there's 2 bishops missing, right? No dragon bishop on the dark squares despite the fianchetto structure, which can sometimes help to guard the d6 pawn, and no light squared bishop on e6, right, which happens in these Najdorf structures for black. So again, I like the dynamic choice from Magnus. I think it surprised everybody, but I still feel like Hans, especially with the time advantage, in a decent spot here as white, should keep the pressure, look for ideas of queen a3 as well. Magnus takes a passive approach rather than knight a5. What are your thoughts on that?
He's saving himself by covering the f5 square. There was rook takes d6 in the air, and if the queen took back, then knight f5 would be a check and a fork, picking up that queen. But that's what the knight on e7 is doing here. Put that in blue because it's a hero. It's covering that square a second time, and that means there are no funny business on f5.
I mean, I would pretend that I saw that tactic and set you up for it, like an assist for a dunk, but I didn't even see that. So very nice. Rook takes d6 with knight f5 check. No longer possible. Rook b6 defends both pawns.
Just a good move, right? Just trying to bring more pieces into the defense. And it might not just be defense. Later in the game, if Magnus strikes with b4, he can open up lines for his remaining pieces. So both sides have difficult decisions here. Seems like White's pieces are pretty optimally placed, but that's frustrating in chess. All your pieces on good squares. Your knight on e3 wants to hop forward but has nowhere to go. And so he makes a quiet move. King h2. Danny, what are the ideas here?
King h2 is a high-class waiting move. I like those kind of moves in these positions. You don't want to make high-class waiting moves with your pawns, everybody, because those things don't go backwards. And, okay, f3 is a good move, reinforces e4, but in general, one of the tricky parts of these equal-ish positions is you might make a pawn move that you think is harmless, Robert, and that comes back to bite you in the endgame. We see Magnus take advantage of those types of little weaknesses, squeeze water out of the stone so often. So I love that Hans is playing patiently. That's what I like about King h2. And again, f3 reinforces. I'm going to just go on a limb and say I don't think a draw is a bad result for Hans in this game. Objectively, he lost game one. He doesn't want it to get away from him. You don't want to lose 2 in a row ever, but certainly not against the GOAT. And so I think if Hans stays patient with King h2, these moves, I like how he's playing this because a draw is okay. But Magnus says, no, I'm not going to let you stay patient. Here we go.
Oh, we have fireworks now. If you take this pawn on d5, it is a pawn sacrifice, but e4 check at the right moment, but not yet. If we can analyze, if we can take a step back ever so quickly, if you got too quick, if you got greedy with the check, White can actually block your check with an attack against the queen, a fork, and then Black is in huge trouble. So if we go back to the game, he did not rush. He instead blocked that d6 square with his rook, going after d5. And Danny, this is one of those positions where it can get chaotic real fast. c4 is played. If Black takes it, then Knight takes c4. This queen is overloaded, covering c4 and this rook on d6.
c4 tends to be explosive, and Magnus does not want the dynamite to go boom right there. But I want to point out something. This d5 pawn sack was played after Hans played f3. Look at the dark squares on the king side and highlight them for a second, because this is a move you play in Blitz and in Rapid when you recognize that there's going to be some long-term practical problems here. Regardless of the evaluation, White is going to get in trouble in this game at some point on the king side. Mark our words. And that's why Magnus played d5. He's going for this sort of practical approach to the game to try to get Hans to blunder in the time scramble.
And if you gave Black a dark square bishop, the game is over. Like, White's king is just being hunted. And we see e4 played, not with check, but discover check coming next if he didn't clog that diagonal. So f4 played. That's a loose pawn here. So, Danny, you can't reinforce it with another, and it seems like we have a mistake.
It's a loose pawn, and right as you highlighted it, Hans says, I'm not worried about it. I'm going to let it be, but computer didn't like it. I don't know what the move is. Magnus plays knight f5, a solidifying move. Just show real quick, or highlight, if you take, the pawn takes, and then that e-pawn is protected, so that's a problem. And the knight is loose on e3. The tactics on the king side are going to come back to haunt Hans here.
And another thing, the knight protects the rook, so that knight takes c4 idea we were talking about no longer works. So he gets rid of the knight on f5. The g-file is open. Don't be surprised if this knight moves out the way and a rook slides to g6 and there are problems facing that white king. I think this is turned around in a hurry. The evaluation bar clearly in Black's favor, but even if I didn't see that, I just think that White's king is in some trouble and Black's king is safe and sound, and Black's not even down any material.
Couldn't agree more. I feel bad, a commentator's curse here, because right as I was applauding Hans' patience, king h2, and said, don't push pawns, they're the things you can't go back. He played f3 and now f4. You see what happens in these positions. These pawns wish they could just go back to f2 and put the king on g1. Those are the kind of moves you want to avoid in a seemingly equal position. Magnus is just like a tiger. He just waits to pounce on those moments. And the moment the pawn structure changed on the king side, Magnus changed the structure in the center.
And look at this, queen b6. That queen may land on f2. Knight to h5, rook to g6. This looks like a problem for Hans. None of these moves are going to be easy. And let's not forget there's a passed pawn just sitting here on e4 that you also have to look out for, because if you think you're just going to trade and it's going to be equal because we have the same material, not so fast. That pawn could be dangerous. And this pawn on d5, you need to use all of your resources to defend it. Your knight and rook are tethered to that pawn.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I'm sitting here thinking of where are the tricks for White. How does Hans overwhelm the queen, perhaps? Because you got to do it while she still has to guard the rook, and you have that d5 pass pawn. Okay, knight a4 is a way to at least attack the queen, whether she's overwhelmed or not. I like that move, but again, objectively, computer says Black should be better. The thing I actually dislike the most about Hans' position right now is that he lost his time advantage. The time scramble is coming, and his king is going to be weak in the end.
Yes, his king is the one that's going to be in trouble. We see a repetition of moves, but there's no way Magnus is going to make a draw. Queen b6 played. I think knight a4 will be met by queen to d8, just adding another attacker on this d5 pawn. And also, knight h5 is not out of the question in the near future. So Magnus, he's making Hans believe that there may be a draw on the table, but I do not think he's going to make it.
Yeah, and Hans knows better. Whether he repeats or not because he has no better options, he does. I think Hans knows that Magnus is not going to take a draw. As I said a few moments ago, I think a draw would actually be a fantastic result for Hans in Game 2. Doesn't go to D8, goes to B8, but similarly, the queen gets out of the way, doesn't repeat, and now she spies the F4 pawn once again, Robert.
Also keeps the white queen honest in many positions to the b2 pawn. Knight h5 is in the air. That looks quite frustrating to deal with. But I think what black is struggling with is that this pawn on d5 is such a nuisance. If this rook could jump over to the king side, then that pawn runs free, and that's a very close passer. So Magnus, he's better, but he also has his hands full.
No, I could sense the tone in your slight hesitation. He's better, but it's not as big of an advantage as it was. I'm just completing Robert's sandwich there. And I think, and you see, now it's close back to equal, right? So can Hans play d6 and get away with it? That's the question.
It's a very tempting move here. Both players do not have very much time. And it seems that Magnus under 20 seconds, and Hans similarly in some time trouble himself. But the d6 pawn, is it a strength? Is it a weakness? That's the big question.
Knight to e2 is played there to defend both f4 and g3. Queen to c3 check. And, queen f2 comes in.
But f5, it's also a target.
Hans is on the attack.
And he goes knight g3, does Magnus. So look at this, the f5 pawn is protected, e2 is coming, knight f1 check is in the air. This is way too complicated.
It's a 3-result game, though. Hans could easily strike back here. Maybe Magnus bails out with a draw because he doesn't want to let him get his first dub, and indeed, that is what Magnus does. You could kind of sense it, that Magnus knew that one kind of got away from him a little bit, and he's like, I'm not going to let the young man get on the board just yet.
Well, especially what you said before, that for Hans, a draw wasn't the worst result, but considering how that game went, the draw was a great result.
I agree.
That builds confidence that he was able to hold what became a tough position. And now as we head into the third game, well, Magnus, he probably should make some moves. But it looks like Hans has the white pieces again, and maybe they need to switch that.
Yeah, something happened there. The players got the wrong color back-to-back. I'm sure that they're figuring it out, and that's probably why the game is either going to be aborted or something. But yeah, so back to what you said, from a storyline perspective, that was huge for Hans, because not only was a draw probably a good result, even if he didn't want to admit it, you don't want to lose 2 in a row, but getting a draw when you were much worse is super important, and he steals stalemate from the jaws of defeat, and he's in this match.
Yeah, he stole a half point there. I mean, it's maybe a bit too harsh to call it stealing a half point. He really was playing some great defensive moves. And we see these two players. We see the screen here with the black pieces. We have this pawn triangle in the center. So hopefully we can get these two players going swinging every single game, because, Danny, they drew that game 2. Magnus retains his 1-point lead. He must be feeling pretty good. And we see Hans on screen, but we can also see Magnus. And Magnus looks as kind of comfortable and calm as ever.
He does. He looks comfy, and the position is on the board. We can see it. I actually do really like this view, by the way. We've got the full sight of what the players are looking at, which isn't just one of the many different versions of security that we have going, but it's also good content.
Yeah, it's good to have this kind of overhead view, and we see the players actually move pieces in different ways. Some of them drag the pieces, others click one square and then the next, and we see a pre-move. Look at that. We wouldn't normally get to see that, but Hans is ready for a capture on d5.
Yeah, he pre-moved, and we know that the score needs updating, everybody. We will get that taken care of. The score is currently 1.5 to 1/2 Magnus. We will get on that, don't you worry. But okay, on the board, the aggressive h4. This is how legendary King's Indian attacks start, and it shows that Magnus, he still wants blood. He's coming after it. He changed the structure in the last game the moment he had a chance to go after Hans' kingside, and here goes another kingside attack.
Yeah, it looks like a King's Indian attack, as you were saying, and look at Black's position. We have the pawn on a5, the pawn on d5, but all these pieces are kind of stuck on the first 3 ranks. Primarily this bishop on c8, not a very good piece, at least not yet, and rook e1 played just to keep the pawn on e5 defended. Then this knight is free to hop to g5. There's going to be some danger in front of the black camp, and if you ever play h6, you have to be very careful. You're creating a hook in the position, and then eventually a g4, g5 to try to pry open the kingside.
Magnus traded on d5 and played d4. One, it keeps both knights out of c5. It keeps all 3 minor pieces out of c5. He owns that square and ensures that with a closed center, he can focus on his job, which is, I'm going to try to checkmate the black king. It's educational for everyone watching. Typically, if you're attacking on one side of the board, you want the center closed. You don't want anything dynamic distracting you from your work, like a surgeon who goes in for something important. No more center will be open. Hans is going to have to deal with a big attack from Magnus on the king side.
Yeah, b5, b4, that doesn't really have much to it. So bishop c6, just trying to get a little bit more active, and Magnus quickly jumps forward, knight to g5. Queen d3 is on the docket. That may force a pawn push to g6, and there's weak dark squares on the king side. And I think that for Hans, you made a really good point, Danny. This pawn on d4, a pawn 3 squares away from a knight dominates that knight, so that knight can't hop forward. It's a very passive piece, and a knight on the rim, it's looking quite dim.
Yeah, both knights are corralled, 1 3 squares away, 1 on the rim. I don't even see a good future for either of them right now. This is a position where you already start thinking about, how can I justify f6? Or what else do I need to do to survive the attack? Do I play rook e8 and then put the knight on f8? We see that Hans was hovering with the mouse over b5. I actually do love that view. It's fun to see what the players do because they all do it differently. Some drag, some click. Sometimes they like to hold the piece over to go full XQC PogChamp style and just check all the legal moves. I mean, I'm kidding. But Hans was holding b5 before he played it for several seconds.
And some players like to pre-move. Just in case something is captured, they pre-move it to save that little bit of time. But here it's going to be a difficult time for Hans. He's trying to go forward on the queen side. Here we already see checkmate in 1 is threatened. Hans, of course, will not blunder that, but if he does play pawn to h6, we may see a sacrifice on that square in the near future once the knight retreats. So, Danny, this is not looking very pleasant for Hans Niemann. This is all Magnus Carlsen could dream of in this game 3.
Not at all pleasant for Hans Niemann. If h6 is played, by the way, that pony will go to h3 to leave that diagonal open, and that's why Hans says, I'm not even going to go for that. I'm going to get rid of my favorite bishop, but I have no choice because I got to stop checkmate. And back to my point about knight f8. Ooh, no, now it's not possible. I was going to say, you got to consider whether you're going to leave that square open for the rook, and he didn't.
No.
So now you are really trapped on the king side. That knight is no help. Looks very scary for black.
And the main idea that you talked about, Danny, was to play f6, but that's not going to work with this e6 pawn targeted by 2 of white squares. So this is like a boa constrictor right now. Black cannot lash out, just hop forward with any of the pieces. The knight, okay, can go to c4, good for you. The pawn pushes to b3 and gets rid of your 1 threat. So I'm thinking that Magnus has a great chance here. He may consider pushing this h-pawn, trying to pry open the dark squares. Only white has the dark square bishop.
He's playing with house money here. When you've got this much space and all the options, you could also go for bishop f1, bishop d3. Let's highlight that. Not something you can always do once you fee and kettle, but with a closed center, that light square bishop on c6 for black is not going to have any part. And so, okay, he gets another piece in the game. Use all your forces, kids, in chess when you're attacking. Magnus Carlsen leading by example by bringing that pony to the king side.
Don't put the cart before the horse, so here comes that horse, that pony, that knight, just trying to help in the attack.
Kingdom for a horse?
Yeah, well, sometimes you have to. This black kingdom over here is in grave danger. I just don't see easy moves for Hans. I actually think that the evaluation bar is accurate. I would never have first thought this +3. I would just look at this position and say that white is having all the fun because black's pieces, look at them, the 3 minor pieces over here doing absolutely nothing.
Yeah, the computers sometimes put math to the human evaluation. We would just look at this and say, white is dominating. Checkmate is coming to the king side. Here comes knight f4. Here comes knight h5. The f6. We might get a photo finish here, right? Get your puzzle rush out, boys and girls. The pieces on the king side are not playing. So is it +3? Is it somewhere even closer to +8 when it comes to how humans think about this? This just feels so bad right now for Hans.
And just a loose position because this queen protects the bishop. That may seem irrelevant, but if you ever want to play f6 and bring your queen over to the king side to help defend, your queen is actually doing an important job. Now, there is a threat here.
Yeah.
I see a fork. This knight will hit both rooks at the same time, so don't just play a3 thinking that little pawn is under attack and look at Magnus.
Yeah.
Take this pawn. It's not relevant here.
He might even take, I was going to say, he might even take the exchange right now. I thought he might play rook takes c6 first, but the idea is sort of the same. Knight takes g7 and bishop f6 are threats on the board, everybody. Hans has less than 15 seconds. This is a one-sided game, as dominant as any we have seen in the first 3. Magnus Carlsen is bringing the pain and bringing the house over here.
I think you could just take on g7 with his knight, but you do want to calculate. You just don't want to give away your pieces when you're up 2.5 minutes. So for Magnus Carlsen, he's in a dominant position. He's leading by 1 point, about to make that 2. But look at him, knight f6 with a fork. And if you take it, bishop takes, and the king is smothered in the corner. That's just a checkmate.
Well, queen h5 is coming next. We have more checkmate threats. Rook takes c6 might just be adding insult to injury. No, he doesn't even want it. I mean, that was a free piece. He'll probably take it after bishop takes f6 check. Hans made that move with 0.7 seconds. Rook takes c6. Hans not going to resign. I think that from a match strategy point of view, are we already thinking, all right, this isn't going well? Is it the psychology you and I talk about of let me work out the nerves? Or is it like, I'm already thinking about getting seconds off the clock because I actually like my chances in faster time controls against Magnus?
Oh, I think it's quite clear that Hans's best chances are in the quicker time controls, but let's not forget that Magnus Carlsen is no slouch in bullet chess. So no matter what time control, it's going to be a problem. Magnus Carlsen wins by resignation. We have our first 2-game lead of the match.
It is a 2-game lead for Magnus Carlsen. They switch colors, and they're going to quickly do it again. And this is the script. We talk about how Hans Niemann, okay, he wasn't winning, but he was better as black. And he was this close to maybe having that other storyline people talked about. What he needed to do was to get an early lead. Now he's in that storyline that people said you don't want to get here, because if the GOAT gets going, he don't stop.
And Hans is a streaky player, and sometimes that plays to his benefit where he wins a number of games in a row. But like any player, you could be victim to tilt. So he is playing a calm game 4 right now with the white pieces. That's the good news. But he may already be in results-oriented thinking. When you're playing the best player in the world and you're down by 2 points in a match that has a finite amount of time, you start thinking, I need to get those wins, but then you're not playing chess.
Yeah, you can't let any decision that has nothing to do with what's on the board affect your decisions on the board. Obviously, much easier said than done. The best players in the world do it better than all of us, but they are human, and certain players, as you said, are more shrieky than others. Certain players, like if they start off well, they're just like, what are they capable of? And so Hans doesn't want any type of streakiness to continue here because that streak is not going well right now.
Well, we've seen this position before. This would happen a couple games ago, and this exact position occurred, and Magnus did the same thing. He tried to open the D-file, trade some rooks, and it worked out quite well for him in that game. So he took on D6 with the pawn when the capture happened. Danny, I have to think that this is good for Magnus Carlsen because he's not required to go deep into the memory bank. He just played this position, and objectively, it's quite solid for black.
He changes up by taking the rook, which allows the queen to take, because now black will be the first one to get the d-file. If you're just tuning in, folks, this exact game occurred in game 2, and Hans Niemann played rook e to d1 there, or sorry, rook e to e1 there instead of rook takes d6. Here Hans takes on d6. I don't like the repetition from Hans, because even though that game was a draw, I liked how Hans played until he played f3 in that game. So he varied. I wish Hans had played the same line he did. I thought his position was going okay. Now he goes for something different. Maybe he wants to switch to an attack on the king side.
But let's not forget, neither of these players had the opportunity to check the line. He only knows what the result of the game was and the direction it was going, and it was all Magnus for quite a while. So this seems quite safe. For white, the knight's on f5. That's always dangerous. Some people like to call it a knife on f5 as you're trying to slice up the black king side. But it's not in time, Dan. You need to jump over this knight, bring a rook to g3. It takes so much time to make this work. The good news for Hans, Danny, is that this queen on b3 is keeping Magnus's rook honest on the b file.
I've been super into jumping over pieces variants. I really want it on chess.com. Just like, can we just get one move a game where you can put a piece, jump over your own piece? I'm just saying. We'll get on that. All right, he goes back to e1 because, jokes aside, he doesn't really have a chance to focus on the king side anymore, and you can overcommit to an attack if it's not there. So again, this is a mature move from Hans. I like it. He's staying in the game, staying focused. That shows like, hey, I'm not going to let emotions run this game. I'm not going to try to pretend there's an attack where there's not. He plays rook e1. He's got a time edge on the clock. I like what Hans is doing.
And if we count the small pluses, they actually are in white's favor. White has the better knights. This knight on c6 dominated by this pawn 3 squares away. This knight on f3 attacking, this knight defending. This knight on f5 very active here. It's actually quite a menacing piece. And now it steps back because it wants to jump to a new 5th rank square, like knight d5, and trying to go after this pawn on e5. So, Danny, I have to say that Magnus handling himself quite well. We're used to seeing him acquit himself like this. But for Hans, I mean, he is doing the right thing. He is trying to cause these little problems for Magnus. Just Magnus is in form right now.
Magnus is in form. Hans is in time, perhaps for the tactics to work as e5 will hang, but there's knight a5 at the end, so I was trying to calculate this. Let's see. Here comes knight a5. What does Hans see? Because d5 is going to fall.
That's a problem, and this knight can come into c4 in many positions as well. There is no queen a3 because the black queen will just trade and white's pawn structure will be ruined. So it looks like Magnus can take on d5, give up the e5 pawn, and that looks like equality.
Yeah, maybe that's all it is then. Hans went for it. Though pausing now makes you always wonder, right? Did they miss something before, or is there something misevaluated here? Because you go for a forcing line, you expect it to kind of play out there. So Certainly Hans didn't miss knight a5, but I'm just curious what maybe he didn't evaluate that he didn't like, because you're headed to an endgame, and by the way, you're headed down on the clock, and Magnus wants. Oh, you looked at me. You gave me that Magnus look. Don't you look at me like that in here. That's the Magnus look where you said, Magnus says, I'm now playing for a win.
Yes, Magnus didn't just want to trade off more pieces, give up the e5 pawn for the d5 pawn. Instead, he says, that's a big target. Knight c4 is available, hitting b2, and that knight can always slide back to b6 to add another attacker. And I mentioned how black's knight was bad before. Suddenly it's white's knight that is very bad. Unless it can jump forward, and it can't do that quickly enough, it looks like black's knight is actually going to do some damage.
Yeah, you did. You gave me the Magnus look. I don't know what that is. Like, we'll give it something else, some other nickname. But I've gotten that look from you many times over the years, and that was like, hey, not so fast. We're not just talking about equality. Magnus senses when his opponents would be happy for that. Here comes, I mean, the knight could go to c4 and either b6 or d6. Even just put that knight on d6, you're happy from a blockading perspective, right? Because that d5 pawn is still weak. That b5 pawn helps hold it back. That's exactly what Magnus does. So again, objectively, the computer's right, everybody, but this is Magnus Carlsen, and that d5 pawn is definitely weaker than any pawn black has.
Although if the white queen can move back and then c4 can be played, we start to see that white will coordinate his forces. He'll protect that loose pawn on d5. So the queen on b4, I like that square. It can actually go to a5, hit this a6 pawn, which is loose in all these positions. So, Danny, I have to say both sides will have their chances.
Yeah, I agree. And right as I said, there is no pawn in black's camp that's as weak as d5. Hans says, wait, queen b4. I can go to a5 and a6 is weak. I can go to c5 and c7 is weak. So Magnus correctly pausing 10 seconds for station identification on the Magnus Carlsen Endgame Technique Network. He's been hosting that show for a very long time. So he's like, wait, I'm going to pause here. Let me make sure I choose the right plan before we get ourselves in an endgame.
You got to go.
Oh. I'm talking here. My partners need some water. We're talking a lot. All right, hey, live television, everybody. Let's make some noise up here. We got Magnus Carlsen, Hans Niemann. Let's go. All right, Queen H5 is played. Queen H5 is played. Okay, Magnus is going to get aggressive. That's funny that you run away from what the white queen is trying to do to go to c5 or a6. And, yeah, Queen F5 is played. Will we get knight e4 or pawn to e4? That is an interesting question.
It's a tough question.
It's a tough question.
I'm tough to answer because I don't have a voice. But here's the voice comes back. The queen on f5, it does look powerful. And knight e4, as you mentioned, one idea. Pawn e4, another. Because that pawn on d5, Danny, is a pawn that's extended quite far. And that's what we don't like to see. We typically think of advanced pawns going to the other side, becoming a queen. But here it's actually overextended, and black can try to focus his forces on it.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Now we're going to focus a little bit on the players. And, okay, the d5 pawn is the biggest target. Hans Niemann still has a teeny time advantage, but that's about to go away. Will there be e4? Will there be pawn? Will the knight come to e4? We don't know. So Hans has to calculate all of these tactics. Queen f5 is threatening queen to b1 check as well. Let's make sure we don't lose sight of that. And Hans nervous here, bouncing a little bit, wants to make sure he chooses the right line. He plays a4. That's an aggressive approach over there. A weakening one potentially to the queenside pawn structure.
a4. So queen b1, followed pawn takes a4, and we see the first step in that direction. But if pawn a4, queen takes a4, that's key, because the queen trade, I was about to say favors black, and he finds a new way of doing it, bringing the queen into e4. Danny, this looks like trouble for Hans.
Yeah, if the queens come off, every pawn is on the agenda for black. If that knight comes to e4, d5 is weak, c3 is weak. At this point, even b3 and a4 might potentially have bleak futures depending on what happens over there with the tension. So, and that knight on f3 is kind of dominated, not just by the pawn on e5, holding the d4 square, but the pawn on f6. So, okay, Hans has a big decision to make. He's using his time, which now means he's down on time and under a minute.
This is not the position you want, and especially against this opponent. This is Magnus Carlsen, the best endgame player you could possibly ask for. So you see Hans, he's trying to figure this out. Can he trade queens? The answer is no. He drops the pawn immediately. And if I can't trade queens because that looks bad, do I bring my queen up to a5? And it is on the rim, but it is putting pressure on c7 and a6. So at least that looks more appealing, except queen f4 check and pawn e4. The rook on d2 is loose.
Well, I'm glad you highlighted that, because okay, he played queen c5. I'm saying that's a blunder that's coming. Queen f4 check and e4. You highlighted that that's a blunder to watch out for. Hans plays queen to c5. And what happens on e4? Queen takes c7. Rook to c8. The the knight is guarded by the queen, though, so I'm thinking black is winning material here.
E4 looks excellent. Knight E4, by the way, would be appealing in other positions, but this is what Magnus wanted. Queen C1, there is knight G1, so that's why the king went into the corner. It didn't slide to G1, but Magnus plays knight F5, just going after this rook. If rook B4, there's pawn A5. Get out of here. Get off the 4th rank. Stop pinning this E4 pawn, says Magnus. He wants to win this knight.
Yeah, knight F5, well-timed, hits the rook. That rook is overworked. You want to keep pinning the pawn on E4, but if you leave the D file, stranger things will happen. Okay, Hans finds a kind of a chaos move here, right? Guerrilla warfare, throw a grenade in and jump out and see what happens here, but Magnus doesn't normally fall for that type of stuff. He'll figure out the tactics.
But it's a smart move to try to get in the trenches, because if you do take on D6 with the pawn, this queen slides over to D5 with check and then picks up this E4 pawn as that black king is in the line of sight. So rook takes D6 played, and it was a mistake, but looking at the clocks, I think that's the biggest hurdle for Hans right now.
Yeah. Rook takes D6, and now C takes D6. Hans down on the time there. We're gonna address the visual there. We're having trouble seeing the white clock as every time it's ticking. That's actually just a font issue. There's, just so you know, there's no issue right there with the players not seeing the time again. That is something only we can all see as fans watching this. So everybody take a breath. The players are not seeing that. That is just a color issue with the time disappearing. We'll get it fixed. Okay, knight to D4 played.
Just trying to trade off the pieces.
Trying to trade off pieces.
The black king, it's not the safest square for it. You would hope that there are more pawns safeguarding it, but with some weak light squares, there could be some checks against it, and if you can't parry them off, that will give white drawing chances. But that's why Magnus, he presses forward, pawn to F5. Hans really is barely getting his moves off. 0.4 seconds when he made that last move, and the white queen is in, but unfortunately for Hans, that the black queen is centralized. I mean, look at this, Danny. E3 happens, C3 will be loose, and maybe queen F4, queen F2.
Oh, it's happening. It's happening. The queen comes in, the E-pawn will run. There is no perpetual. Ooh, Magnus wants more. He's going to take pawns with check and make sure that he works it with no diggity here. He might even get the queens off the board before he advances E2. No, now queen F5 check was easier, but 2 queens will get the job done. Magnus Carlsen has a 3-game lead.
Unbelievable start for Magnus Carlsen. Look at him. He's determined. I was going to say the gloves are off, but the headsets are off, because then it's midway through they get a break.
The gloves are off. Hans Niemann is off. Heads back to the players' lounge. He's going to take a breath, make sure that that this thing stays close. He doesn't want Magnus Carlsen getting any more of his mojo going than he already has working. When he came out, he had a big smile on his face. The fans cheered for him. He's going to have a big smile on his face in the players' lounge. And you can have a big smile on your face if you hit up our merch. By the way, if you get the merch this weekend, you get all kinds of discounts, and this stuff is limited for all the fans here and anyone online. This stuff is no longer available. I think Will told me September 8th, maybe September 9th. The 8th is Sunday, so I think we'll sell through. But as of Monday, September 9th, you cannot get this stuff, and this event probably never happens again. I don't know, maybe not. Maybe we get, Hikaru, Magnus, Hans, and Alireza. In fact, maybe that's not that unlikely. But, Robert, I know you said you like the merch.
Oh, I love the merch, and I'm going to get myself some. I'm just hoping I don't have to pay for it.
All right. Well, get your merch. Get whatever you need to. Get a snack. Get a drink of water. I know we're going to do that because we're going to get to a break here in just a moment. Magnus Carlsen has a 3-game lead. The second semifinal of the 2024 Speed Chess Championship continues when we return.
Hans Niemann had unquestionably the toughest and most dramatic road to the Speed Chess Championship finals. On May 20th, he won his first ever title Tuesday, and he soon recorded more strong results, earning enough points on the Title Cup leaderboard to take the last qualification spot in a nerve-wracking final day. Niemann's first match was against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, a former Speed Chess Championship finalist. Vachier-Lagrave started with a lead in the 5+1 time control, but Niemann bounced back in 3+1. The score was all tied up in the final bullet game when pure chaos ensued. Beating Vachier-Lagrave was a tremendous feat, but the French former world Blitz champion has been known to be streaky. How would Niemann fare against another Speed Chess finalist and one of the most solid Blitz chess players ever, Wesley So? Even better, it turned out. Nearly everything went Niemann's way against So, as he defended tenaciously in the hardest spot, and even won from dead loss positions. Niemann himself could not help but laugh. In the post-match interview, Niemann reasserted that these fantastic results show him to be one of the best players in the world, and he called out Chess.com and Magnus Carlsen.
I'm not a victim, so I don't need an apology. My vengeance will be victory on the chessboard.
This will be the first time Niemann has faced Magnus Carlsen in person since the cheating scandal 2 years ago, and the world will surely be watching.
Hikaru is just like, the thing is with Hikaru is that, I don't know, he's 35? Or
he's 36.
36, yeah. The thing with Hikaru is that I don't have to beat him today, but he's 36. Like, there's going to be a time when Hikaru's sitting in his pineapple shirt and he's not playing chess anymore, and he's just going to have to watch me win tournament after tournament. He's going to be too old to even compete.
By then I'll have 10 million subs.
So I prefer not even to beat him. I just would like him to not even have the chance to compete against him. Like, I want him, like, my reign is going to last so long that he's going to be at the age of, like, just like, he can't even walk anymore, and I'm still going to be winning. So that is how I imagine.
You're going to be like 70 and he's still winning?
I intend on sort of keeping the power. So, okay, I can beat him while he's playing, but I think the best part would be like when he's just done, and then he has to watch me. Sort of like, that's the ultimate victory.
It's like how people feel in tennis now with Nadal. And do you have an inspiration? I know you talk a lot about
I like Djokovic.
Fischer.
I like Djokovic.
Oh, but
Fischer is my main. Fischer is my main inspiration. He's my sort of greatest idol, and the way that he sort of overcame the Soviet Union, and it was something that a level of greatness that can never be compared.
Do you think it's more impressive to overcome chess.com or the Soviet Union?
I think the KGB is a bit more like they're a bit dirtier. Okay, it's close, but like, you know.
It's close.
Welcome to Lifetime Repertoire's Jubava London. I want to bring the Jubava London back to life, not only at the top level, but to popularize it throughout all levels of chess, because I truly believe in the power of the opening. It's not just aggressive, it's not just positional. The fact that it's dynamic means that you're going to be forced to play different types of positions, developing positional, aggressive, attacking skills all at the same time.
You hear the fans, they're in here. They're here for it. They're loud. And Magnus Carlsen, well, his chess has been loud on the board. Hans Niemann comes back, and he'd like the chess to speak for itself in the next few games of the 5-minute portion.
And you can see the look on his face. He's disappointed with how the match has gone thus far, and he's had some chances in these games. Like game one in particular, he got off to a good start. He was able to kind of outplay Magnus from the opening stage, but the last bunch of games, Danny, they have not gone his way. Magnus Carlsen in a 3-point lead at this stage of the match, and we know that Magnus doesn't get weaker as the time controls get shorter.
He doesn't. What he does in Bullet, I mean, people think of Hikaru, they think of Alireza Firouzja. If you saw the stats at the start of the match, Magnus Carlsen is the best player in SCC history in every time control that we've ever had, at least from a record perspective. There are different ways we break that down in terms of accuracy and quality of moves and those things. But Magnus Carlsen wins more games than anyone in every time control. So Hans Niemann needs to strike back, and he needs to strike back now. And we're going to see if he can do it.
Well, there is plenty of time left on the overall match clock. So for Hans, you know, he can take it one game at a time, but the problem is he's facing Magnus Carlsen. I don't know how many times I'm going to have to say that, but Magnus just doesn't lose by himself. It's very rare that he collapses, and as we see that we have an English type of position of fianchetto from the white side, this overhead view, I'm a big fan.
I agree. I love it. It's fun to see what the players see. It's also fun to see their theme, right? Everyone knows what the streamers have when they play. You've got your favorite purple Botez board, and you've got the ICC Hikaru Nakamura setup. There you go. You got a classic OTB look there from Hans Niemann. But all right. And we've got a fun little live board over there with the chessboard theme that more chess games have been played on than any theme in history. If you didn't know, that is our standard neo-green chess set.
Is that because people actually like it, or they're too lazy to change it from the default setting?
It's definitely the latter. It's definitely the lazy. I mean, people aren't going to change their chessboard. It's easy. Plus, it's a fantastic-looking chess set. Shout out to Dallin. I love that chess set. I love that king.
It does look good. I'm pretty sure that's the setup I use on my end. So, you know, I get it. It looks good. And right now, Magnus Carlsen's chances look very good. And look at him changing his music.
There you go. Hans switching it up, hitting a new playlist, right? Hit a new rhythm. Let's go, Hans. Let's figure it out. Find a way to put a crack in the armor of Magnus Carlsen and get your first victory in this Speed Chess Championship semifinal.
That would be huge. And we see that there's a white queen sitting in the center. The black queen is at home. And typically you don't want to lead with your queen because you get kicked around by less valuable pieces. But for now, the balance of the position is one where there is not a symmetrical pawn structure. Both players have different tasks. And we also see a knight on the rim, Danny. We've seen that a few times in the early going here.
Yeah, the knight on a6 is on the rim, but it's also kind of typical of this structure. It has options, right? Sometimes it goes back to c7. You see that square available if the knight was to retreat to support the pawn to advance in the center. Sometimes it does find a more aggressive home. Note that it's Magnus, again, thinking a little more at this stage right now and trying to use this critical moment to make sure he gets off to yet another good start, because he sure is off to a good start in the match.
Yes, he is, and you do not want to let your opponent back in. We've seen it in so many Speed Chess Championship matches over the years. When you get out to an early lead, like, say, Jan Nepomniachtchi against Hikaru Nakamura, you're up by 3 points. Things are seemingly awesome for you. You don't have any worries, and then your opponent storms back. So for Magnus Carlsen, I think that he kind of wants to win every single game they play.
Magnus Carlsen wants to win every chess game he plays. There's a memo. There's a memo for you. Sorry, just teasing you a little bit, Captain Obvious over here. No, Magnus Carlsen does like to win every chess game he's ever played. You know what else Magnus does? He tends to play really good chess moves really fast.
He does do that, Captain Obvious, so thank you for joining me. Actually, you're more of Captain Underpants, but that's a different story. But what is a story of this particular game is that Magnus voluntarily doubled his own pawns. He could have captured back with the queen, but there are all sorts of knight forks in the air. So instead, we see this compromised pawn structure, but the bad news about double pawns is that it becomes harder to create a passer later. They can't protect one another. But the good news is the open file. So there is an open B file for one rook, an open D file for the other. But right now, Magnus has to figure out what to do with his bishop on g5. Does he capture this knight, Danny?
I love what you highlighted there. Plus, double pawns are weaker when they can be attacked. It's hard to attack those pawns right now, right? They're not on an open file themselves, so there's no rook coming to c8 for black. There are no pieces immediately coming after the c-pawns, and they kind of control the game right now. They control all the squares. They keep that knight on the rim, looking grim. So, yeah, these are those double pawns. It's one of those moves you see, and at first you go, ooh, classical chess principles, and then you go, oh, modern chess understanding. Double pawns for the win.
And, well, we have double isolated pawns for both sides. So this is not a recommended pawn structure for either player. So for those of you watching, both at home and in the live audience, try not to do this yourself, because these pawns are hard to defend, particularly the lead pawn, because it's closer to enemy territory, which means it's more approachable by enemy pieces. So, for example, black would love to get these two moves in and go after c4, but as we mentioned, there's an open file on the b line. That keeps the bishop tied down to b7. Rook coming to d1 would make a move like pawn d6. Well, now impossible. You can do it, but you just lose the pawn on the spot.
But Magnus gives up the pawn on e2 for compensation. The problem really with Hans' position are those queenside pieces that are not playing, right? Your old school abusive chess coach would come over and just take them off the board and say, if you're not going to use them, I'm taking them, right? You say, that's toxic behavior. Don't treat me like that. But that's a different story. The point is, you got to get those pieces developed. They're not playing on a8 and c8, and that is a problem for Hans Niemann.
Well, he didn't take the pawn. He said brought his knight to c5. That knight wants to get into f5, hit the h6 pawn and that d6 square, and his bishop is buried right now. So d6, it opens up that line, stops the knight from getting to f5, but as we see Magnus quickly retreat his knight, it's to open up the d file. But Danny, you mentioned it, the e2 pawn is still vulnerable. This is actually quite a dynamic position.
Yeah, and this is a big position too, I think. You have to calculate a lot. Do you go for forcing variations here? Take e2, you trade for d6. Who gets the better of that at the end? The rooks are getting active. The files are opening up. Do you deal with b3 first? Exactly, you're highlighting all of it. Ultimately, if you take on b3 as black, you open that rook on a1, and then a7 is a potential problem down the a file. So yeah, we get to highlight and have fun up here with everyone else. But these are the variations that Hans is going to be calculating here, which is why he's taken a moment to think, flexing that time advantage.
Important that he keeps that lead on the clock, because we've seen when he gets under the duress of time trouble, he is going to struggle against Magnus. And in this endgame, we see that Black's pawns look worse on the surface, but I do like this rook on e2. It's super active here. It could slide behind either the c3 or the b3 pawns over here, but you do need to watch out because rook d8 check next. If white got a free turn, that actually wins material. With bishop h3 to follow, you got pile up pressure on pin pieces.
Yeah, and so Hans says, I'm not going to have any of that. I will develop. Hans plays bishop e6. Magnus immediately responds with b4. He's saying, I don't care about that c4 pawn. What's the compensation here? He wants rook d7, I guess, and it's just that. It's that simple and subtle, but sometimes Magnus makes chess look easy.
He does. He's just trying to gain control of a key square. Also, the f6 pawn is hanging behind the bishop, so he could go in that direction as well. Bishop takes c4. Bishop f1 is tempting. It won't work out, so that's why we see rook e8 give up a7. Danny, different pawns are hanging. It's hard to actually know what's what here, but there is some trouble for the white king, and that's why that rook stays parked on the first rank.
Yeah, you have to be careful. This is probably objectively should be a draw, and probably all the queenside pawns should come off for each other. And if that happens, maybe Magnus is happy, because at least then Black's pawn structure is slightly weaker, right? Those doubled F pawns and weak H6 pawn, but isn't enough to win. That would be the question. But here we go. Magnus plays rook takes A7. We're going to get forcing lines. Does Hans have rook C1? That could get scary for Magnus. Yeah, here comes the checkmate.
I see what you want over there. And actually, we should pull up an analysis board because it's a very tricky line. If you think it's just about a pin on the first rank, it's not just that. Rook takes F1, king takes F1 to make that quick move. Bishop H3 check, the king moves out the way, and then rook E1 would be a checkmate. So be very careful about these sequences. But the key for white is that if rook takes F1, I think there's rook takes E6. You're trying to checkmate me on the light squares. I'm going to remove your greatest attacker, and you see that the engine favors white because the endgame is nice. The B7 pawn will fall after both those rooks come off the board.
Move, king, get out the way, checkmate for Hans. He would love that, hoping to get his first win here. I'm gonna be honest or be a little personally biased. I'm hoping for Hans to get his first win. I want to see it. I want to see Hans strike here and get a dub, but I don't think Magnus blunders into those types of tactics. And now Hans is getting under 30 seconds, which makes you even more nervous because very few enter these types of situations against Magnus Carlsen and come out alive to talk about it.
Yeah, he probably is looking at the c3 pawn, which can be captured, but then white plays c5, and suddenly there's a clamp down the queen side. That b7 pawn cemented in place. It's a target. Look at the clock. Hans suddenly in huge time trouble.
Yeah, and ultimately plays a move you don't want to see with bishop c8. It's a passive move. Magnus could come back to d1 and take care of problems, but then c3 falls. Again, objectively, we're looking at a very equal position. I guess, you know, the evaluation bar, the opinion of the computer reveals as much. But you know that Magnus is going to do the thing he does to just pose problems.
Oh, wait. No, now it works.
Now it works.
Yes, because there is no rook sacrifice on e6, and Hans is having a problem here. I'm not sure what, but something has gone wrong.
I have no idea what's going on. He plays rook c1, king to g2. He takes f1, and he's just winning.
Yes.
Magnus shakes his head. He's just blundered.
He did, and that's what bishop c8 was so brilliant, because he gets out the way from a counter sacrifice. That rook needed to take the bishop in the other variation, and now we see a position where white actually has 3 pawns for a bishop. That seems to be an equivalent point value, but it's not just about the materials with king safety. It's about how players can proceed from here, and it's those light squares that are a devastating problem for white.
Devastating problems on the clock. If Hans doesn't focus, he's complaining about something. The arbiter is watching. We also have a camera on the board. We can confirm in real time everything the players see and how it aligns exactly with the server. So if Hans Niemann is trying to play the Vladimir Kramnik gambit here, it's not going to work. There are no situations where the clock is not under thorough review. I'm not sure what he was complaining about there, but it looked like he was saying that my clock was jumping.
Well, they're definitely going to review it afterwards. We have cameras behind the players, as we've seen. So if there is something that needs to be reviewed, of course it will be reviewed. I mean, that's just fair play for all. And in this position, I mean, we still do have 3 pawns extra for white, an extra bishop for black. That material dynamic, it's important, but even more important, the utmost importance is king safety, and that white king is in huge trouble.
Yeah, and the bishop comes to e6. The white king is in huge trouble. Hans Niemann should get his first win here. He's close, but Magnus Carlsen is not going to lie down. Here come the double rooks, though. And Hans, by the way, finds this with just a couple seconds, which is brilliant chess. Will he get enough here. Doesn't want to settle on the draw. Okay, he couldn't take c4. Yes, because a rook takes c4.
But he's just going after the white king. You could take b7, but then you get checkmated on the first rank. One of these rooks is going to do the damage. So you see a resignation, and that's Hans'
like
first
that,
win.
Hans Niemann gets his first win of the match. He's complaining about something. We're going to figure that out. We've got cameras on the board. We will be able to confirm anything like we said. And to be sure, we will also be able to align what happened on the screen with the server there. So Magnus kind of waiting to see what's going on. And I think we will pause the clock to allow game ops and the arbiters to review. I am not necessarily worried that we won't have the information, but Hans is definitely worried that something's going on here, Robert.
Yeah, and it's, I think, the players' rights to see if there has been an issue. There is video to review, so everyone can take a look at that, and the team is going to work hard and look into it. But I think that actually is an uncomfortable moment for the players. I mean, you see that it's now a 2-point spread once again, so Hans gets a much-needed victory, and now we may get a pause in the match, and who does that impact more?
Well, you mentioned a pause in the match. We should confirm for all the fans. The match clock is paused. There is no time ticking while we resolve this, so it will not affect anything. And Hans Niemann, maybe a good moment for him to pause, too. He did just get his first win, so if we're just talking about the match real quick and we assume the drama will get resolved, we should definitely highlight that Hans Niemann should be feeling pretty good right now. He just won as black in a game that was wild, and despite what he was nervous about, whatever happened, he managed to win.
We see Judith, our arbiter there, talking to Hans.
Shout out to Judith.
And Judith always working hard behind the scenes and here in the scene. But for Judith, this is something that is part of her job. And Hans seems livid about something. And I mean, just judging from his interview yesterday, that's, I guess, to be somewhat expected. But if there is something that happened in the game, it didn't impact the result. But still, the players don't want to have to deal with any issues. So they will review the tape.
And it's the right thing to do, to pause for a moment to ensure there actually are no issues. We do not believe that there are, but we don't know. Game Ops is reviewing, which means we're going to pause and take a quick technical break to give them time to do their job. So don't go anywhere, everyone. You knew you were going to get more than just the chess on the board. You've got drama right now, and we're going to see what's happening. When we come back, we will have an update for you. We are live. The games are getting set to start. All issues have been resolved. Hans Niemann's worries have been subsided. And from what we can see, Game Ops was able to assure him that there were no issues, and so whatever he saw was non-existent. We have confirmation that all logs and ping times both from local server, that there were no issues there, according to the tech team and the ops team. Shout out to the crew behind the scenes making all this happen. So we're going to continue. Hans has agreed, and here we go.
Okay, and Hans gets the white pieces in this game. He just won with black after a nice sacrifice for checkmate. Magnus couldn't take a rook because otherwise he would have been checkmated. He was left down a bishop. So now in this game, Danny, we've seen this before. This is a familiar opening. The players that keep going back to it, and it's actually worked quite well for Magnus. So I wonder what Hans is up his sleeve.
Yeah, Magnus is going back to something that worked well. It's been a good okay, bishop d2 is new. Okay, so Hans has a new opening. A little bit of time, maybe, at the disagreement or discussion about game ops. Maybe he took a moment to reflect on what he wanted to do to change it, and indeed he has.
But look at Magnus, immediately hops into that d4 square. When you put your pawns like this, when it's kind of like a field goal post, you have to look at the square in between these two pawns, and immediately black takes over this square. The bishop helps out, and it seems like black is gaining important ground. It's not like white has gone wrong. It's just a strategic decision. And so Magnus, he hops in. Hans, on the other hand, has to be careful about how this game goes further, but it seems like Hans is unbothered. He wants to trade knights, go into that f5 square once again, and go for a kingside attack.
Yeah, it's a position we've seen before, but the structure very different now. I'm just looking at what Hans did with e4, d3, c4. This is a Botvinnik English structure, though not in English, and it is a strong one in terms of what it limits and controls, but it's also a targetable one, and so that's what Magnus does, striking with b5.
Yeah, whenever your opponent pushes a pawn forward, it becomes easier to attack that pawn, or at least try to trade off some material. And here we see that b takes c4 will be available. A rook may slide to b8 to try to gain an open file, but white is well defended for the time being. So the big question for Hans is what to do about this knight on d4. It's a really annoying piece of the moment. If knight takes, bishop takes, and suddenly there's pressure down on b2. So for Hans, this is not an easy choice. And you see actually Magnus, he seems to be bopping to some music.
Yeah. Magnus also has a Spotify playlist going. We saw the screen on camera when Hans was messing around with his playlist there, trying to switch up the tunes. Magnus also has a Spotify playlist. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but every player brought some sort of jams to jam to. God, I sound like such an old man when I say that.
Any Pearl Jam?
Any Pearl Jam and jamming, you know? But all right. The structure has changed. Magnus opens the B file, but the D4 knight is immediately being targeted.
Yes, now white has 3 attackers on that square, and that's why we see a trade on f3. The white queen takes back, trying to get into the attack, and black's knight steps back. It's not just to maneuver around. Rook f6 is a devastating threat all of a sudden. The bishop on a7 may be the best piece on the board. Of course, not the most valuable, but it's staring at the white kingside. Rook f6 is a huge threat, and for Hans right now, he wants to figure out, how do I keep my king defended? He brings his knight forward to f5, a great decision by him. Rook f6 looks like a pin, but you need to make g6 work. So this is always going to be dangerous with h6 hanging, but it actually may be a threat right now. So Hans has to calculate very carefully, because if g6 is played, let's say black at a free turn, and knight takes h6 check happens, the black king steps up to g7, and this rook on f6 is doing serious damage all the way down to f2. So this is why the queen steps back. G6 no longer so threatening. The knight takes and then retreats to G4, which protects this loose pawn on F2. So right now, it seems like both players have everything under control. White's structure a little bit healthier. This A6 pawn, it's a long-term weakness, and this is really far down the line. But what Hans would like to do eventually is start pushing these pawns on the queen side, because that's where his advantage lies in terms of having an extra B pawn compared to his opponent's extra D pawn. I prefer to have the B pawn because it is more mobile here, and eventually I can push that up the board. But all focus, all attention in the center right now. It looks like both sides just trying to time their pawn pushes accurately. G6 now becomes an idea. The knight will have to retreat to E3 to blunt this bishop on the diagonal. So it looks at the moment like Hans, he still is in control, but for Magnus Carlsen, he's keeping steady on the clock, and he's just trying to come up with an idea that allows him to not just parry off some of White's threats and kick some pieces back, but to actually create ideas of his own. It might be this knight on D7 that needs to venture forward. What is a good square? I'm not quite sure at the moment. F4 looks like the best possibility, but that's a long way away. The knight would have to wrap itself around and take 3 turns to get there. So A5 played, and that is quite a move. Bishop takes A5, there was bishop takes F2. That pawn is defended tactically. So A5 just gaining space, a really clever choice from Magnus, and Hans just brings his king in the corner. He may want some F4 stuff at some moment, but that's why Magnus quickly kicks the knight, out of F5. The rook slides out of the way of the F pawn, and we could see some kind of F-pawn push eventually. Very risky stuff if Magnus goes for that, but it's one of these positions where white doesn't have the easiest plan either. So both players, they're holding each other, they're stopping the immediate threats, they're trying to come up with new ideas, and I think that Hans isn't exactly hiding his intentions. Rook F1 gets behind the pawn, F4 coming next. We would love to open files. Rooks need that. The D file, semi-open for the rook on D1, but there is a pawn on C7 protecting a pawn on D6. That's a great pawn chain. F4, on the other hand, makes that rook on F1 look very powerful, spying all the way down to F7. That is a weak point in black's setup. So right now, we see what Hans wants to do. How does Magnus react? Does he say, okay, F4 is the plan, let me make a move like G5? Do not do that. It's just stopping the one move idea. It's actually weakening way too many squares. So it looks like here, with the trade, we have knight against bishop, and now G5, because they're weak light squares, but only a dark square bishop. Bishops are stuck inherently to their color complex. That F5 square, you would love to bring that bishop around. I can do that with my mouse, but unfortunately for Hans, he can't do that with his bishop. It is stuck on the dark squares.
You can weaken the light squares if your opponent can't access them, right? That's what Magnus does at the right time. Appreciate you carrying their partner. So as I talk, will you move your lips so that it sounds like my voice is coming out of your mouth? Oh, there we go. That was fun. All right. Well, here we go. We got an equal position. Ooh, Magnus going to keep it closed, but at the expense of the D6 pawn. He doesn't like that D6 pawn today. He's made it weak several times.
He made it weak, but it's not that easy to attack. And this knight, knight B8, knight C6, knight D4 would be the idea. But knight B8 walks into queen takes C5. So watch out. When there's a pin down a file, you have to see what happens when the piece in between gets out the way. So queen takes C5 is in the air if this knight were to move.
Indeed. Okay, move G3. I like that move because the king side for black is potentially open, just like Magnus launched an attack against Hans from this same game when he was black. If Hans could play F4 here, open up the F file, and somehow create some diagonals for that bishop on C3, Magnus could live to regret that move G5.
But that's why he lined up his queen and his rook. He's saying, please go F4. Your E4 pawn will be an immediate target. And it won't really be a target. It'll just be scooped off the board. And knight B8 played. The engine reacts a little bit, but I'm actually ignoring the evaluation bar completely because this is such a complex position. The players have no idea who's better here. But this knight wants to be better placed and hop in this D4 square, just blockading white's potentially double rooks in the D file before the rook on F1 even gets there.
Yeah, if that knight gets to D4, you've highlighted it a couple times now, the game changes, and at least black's losing chances probably go away, right? So Hans wants to do something before Magnus fully coordinates and kind of reunites the clans. Does he risk F4 while that knight is a little bit out of the way?
I think that's just playing to lose. This E4 pawn is too loose in many of these positions. I know that that opens diagonals, so there is something to fear if you are Magnus Carlsen, but I just think it's taking too much risk. Right now, the position does remain closed. The issue with closed positions, though, in the long term is knights outclass bishop. So I think that Hans has a difficult choice right now, whether to push for F4, play for the idea of F4. He brings his rook into D5, but knight C6 now seems to be the optimal reply. Just get that pony into the position.
I'm going to say, what's his follow-up to knight to C6? You don't really want that rook to get trapped there, although in theory, if you take on D4 with the bishop, that rook isn't trapped, right? It gets some sort of new life, whether toward the king side or the queen side, depending on how black takes it. Yeah, you've got a rook that will open up if Magnus plays knight D4. And so Hans is kind of baiting Magnus here, inviting him to put the knight on the most obvious square and allow the rook-ending trade.
And knight b4, by the way, attacks that rook, and that rook has nowhere to go. So it might have encouraged a capture on the b4 square, but instead we see the knight hop into d4. Bishop takes a5. It looks like a free pawn, but the black queen can even slide over to a7. You line them up, and that a2 pawn drops into the white king that's in trouble. So even a black push on the king side, you would think that with this kind of pawn structure, with e5 and g5, the f5 square could be vulnerable. White doesn't have the firepower to get there, and we see that both players, they're deep in thought, but they're also approaching a minute for Magnus, and Hans down to 49 seconds.
Down to 49 seconds. You don't want to be in this spot against Magnus Carlsen. We've said it many times, and I'll say it again. He makes good chess moves fast. And so when you don't have a lot of clock, you don't have a lot of chances. But Hans plays rook c1, keeping up with him. He wants c5, that's obvious. Robert highlights it before I can say it. a3, maybe trying to create a pass b-pawn. I like that move from Hans.
But creating a passer on the b file will open up the a file. Queen b7 says you're not even playing b4 anyway, but c5 seems extra tempting. You're just trying to open your rooks, connect them, and go after what is an exposed black king side. But instead rook b1, so playing this a bit timidly, maybe it's this decision making is informed by the fact that he only has, well, now 27 seconds and the time is ticking.
Rook f6 is a sneaky move. It opens up all kinds of tactical possibilities at the end of f2. It's one of those moves that doesn't look tricky at all in the moment, right? But that f2 pawn is weak. It's only guarded by the king, now the queen. So Magnus trying to set up the future possibility that Hans will blunder, which is the kind of thing Magnus does when his opponents get under time pressure. That's how you win games that you shouldn't win.
And the lead on the clock is actually substantial at the moment. You see that black has about 35 seconds and white down to 13. So if you can find a tricky option, then Hans could be in trouble, but the position remains very close, and Hans is shuffling back and forth. Maybe a timely rook to the c file to try to get a4 in, but that a5 pawn is actually keeping that rook on a8 honest, and I don't see how you make progress.
Magnus sitting tight. He doesn't know why he played queen to b7. I think he just shook his head at his own move. He's like, why did I do that? Didn't read his list. Ooh, but now that allows d5, rook to b6 from Hans. What's going to happen?
He takes e4.
Oh, you can't do it. You take e4. Oh, wait. Hans is going for this forcing line. The queens are going to come off the board, or that white king might get in trouble.
Yeah, this queen is under attack. King takes f6. It looks like your king is out in the line of fire, but again, there's not enough pieces for white to attack this king. So this rook on 8's in trouble. Queen e6 is the move you want to play, but you drop the rook in the corner, so the d pawn runs up. But Danny, the black king, I see the evaluation bar all the way in black's favor, but it looks risky.
Oh, it's queen to d8, and the d pawn runs. Oh my God. What a I was like, what is the move that would win there? Magnus Carlsen tends to find them. Queen to d8, and that forces black to the defensive. Oh. And okay, now it's like precision time. A second pass pawn. Oh, Magnus gives up the d pawn in the process, though.
Yeah, that's not the pawn you wanted to give up. And the rook d6, that's not heading in the right direction. You have to go after the black king. And excuse me, that's a second queen, and white's first is gone. Yeah. That's a win for Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah. Queen to f3 was not ideal. Hans shakes his head. For a second there, I thought Hans was going to get it. I thought Magnus had maybe pushed too far, but the d-pawn does dirty work there, and Magnus found the dirty queen to d8.
Yeah, that's such a nice move. It's a retreating move, but also helped save the black king, which was looking like it was finally going to come under attack. And in this game, we see that Magnus strikes early in the English. We've had this phi and kettle structure a number of times. The bishop on g2, it wants a longer scope on the diagonal. Oh, I think this is really smart chess from Magnus Carlsen. I'm not saying that this is some huge advantage for the white side, but this is Magnus's bread and butter. Please trade queens with me, he says. I am the endgame maestro. And Hans says, not so fast. I'm keeping the queen on the board, but the queen is offside. That's an awkward square for it. And for white, you can castle kingside, bring this knight up to c3 at the right moment, try to connect your rooks and play from there. But with the position so close, it's acceptable for black to move that queen 2 times in the opening. It's not going to hurt him too much. So Hans right now has finished his minor piece development on the queen side, but now he has to get his king out of the middle. That's the key, because if you give white a couple turns here, you can strike in the center, open things up, and go after the black king. So far it looks like everything under control, but white's pieces look very healthy and coordinated.
They do look healthy and coordinated. The structure, what is with the reverse Sicilians that they've been getting today, right? We've had a lot of them, and both with both colors, actually, we've had structures that look Sicilian-esque, though not from the traditional opening. And here, Magnus going for the traditional Sicilian plan to try to start playing on the queen side. And although, yep.
Yeah, we see a knight come to h4. Did he just blunder a fork in the center? No, he was attacking a piece first. And this move, d4, it could saddle black with an isolated pawn. The queen on c2 is also perfectly placed for a knight f5 jump. You would like to get the bishop pair in an open board. So this looks very promising for white strategically and maybe dynamically as well.
Yeah, it's not quite an IQP yet, but that D and C tension, if we highlight that, means that that d5 pawn at some point might become an IQP. A positional weakness that Magnus can write home about. So knight f5 is scary. Hans doesn't really want to take on d4 if it invites either bishop or knight to d4. That's not what you're doing. So white kind of owns the tension there, which means Hans has to build up on that or find some other threat to make.
And rook FD1, apparently that was not a correct decision. Looks like an extremely natural move. So I'm wondering how black can take advantage of it. Hans did not find the correct way. C4 is one of these moves that may be good at one moment, but strategically you're taught not to make that move because you release tension in the center, and we should cut the board in half.
Yeah.
Black has 4 pawns on the queen side, so I'm going to cut the board along the d file to white's 3. So that sounds like where black wants to play. But if there's no pawn tension, then white has a freer hand to play on the king side and make moves like knight f5 or try to move this bishop out the way and play e4. So these are really challenging decisions for both players.
At the same time, if we're splitting the board in half and doing a positional lesson, you know I love my pawn structures. Let's play c4 again, or at least highlight it. The advantage Hans would have in the end is you have a 3-on-2. Now you can just highlight C, B, and A. And if white doesn't get anything on the king side, Hans would have a positionally winning endgame. He also has a positional advantage on the clock, if we can call it that. So c4 has to be considered. I agree with you, it's not good, but you have to keep an eye on that pan-off structure there, right? If black can get a majority, Hans will have a long-term advantage.
Just so difficult to make these moves. Releasing the tension is what all chess coaches teach their students not to do too early. But if there is a good follow-up, say rushing your B pawn and your A pawn and getting all those pawns forward, then it's worth it. But instead, Hans takes on D4, the evaluation creeping slightly in white's favor. And how could you not appreciate this position from the white side? Black is saddled with an isolated queen pawn, that IQP. It's not the end of the world, but just looks more pleasant for white to play because you look at where the weaknesses are, and that's really the only one that I see at the moment.
Yeah, we talked about not wanting to play this. I didn't like it, and after Hans played it, it didn't kind of look like he liked his own move, but he did play knight e4 quickly, and he's got activity, right? That's what you need when you have an isolated queen pawn, active pieces. And now after queen d3, the computer says he's got an advantage if he finds the right move.
And he just trades off the queens. Black should be now perfectly fine. If you take with the pawn, you have an isolated pawn of your own. If you take with the rook, well, then you're inviting another knight into the action, hitting that rook on d3. So he takes with the pawn to force some of these trades. And Danny, as we look at this position, clearly black is not worse. And in fact, black may be for choice. Knight on a4 if you push this pawn to d4. Instead, the knight just hops right into b3. You're restricting the access for white's pieces. No c1, no a1, no d2, no d4 very easily. Black's clearly better.
Hans has played incredibly well in that transition. The queens come off the board, and black has an advantage. Normally, to take advantage of an isolated pawn, you got to attack it. White has no attacking chances. Hans Niemann is in Hans Niemann form, I think, when he's playing chess like this. He found an opportunity, and he also went for it quickly, which shows you that despite the disadvantage in the score, Robert, he's still playing confidently. He's not getting himself down on the clock. And I like his chances here.
I'm going to do a quick instant replay because that happened in a flurry where now those dark square bishops are up, but they didn't quite trade for one another. After rook a to b1, the move from black was bishop takes a3, just taking advantage of this overloaded pawn on b2. You take on a3 right away, you lose your bishop. So knowing that, we saw Magnus give up his bishop for the pawn on g7. The king took that bishop. Now we see the black rook slide in. And if we're being honest, Danny, if Magnus had the black side, we'd be saying, Magnus is going for the win here. He's so much better. Ignore the evaluation bar. I'm going to say the same thing for Hans Niemann. He's on the prowl. He's going after this d3 pawn. He's going after this a3 pawn. That rook is protecting the knight. If the knight moves back, say to a5 or c5, the a3 pawn is under attack. This looks extremely good for black.
Well, and I'll go back to what you're saying. I think kind of what you're saying, if we were being honest, we would just expect Magnus to win this game as black, right? Because Magnus is Magnus. Hans definitely has technique to show, but we love black's position here. The 2-on-1 is there, the B and A versus the A pawn majority. Note that Magnus's 3-on-2 on the king side is really just not relevant yet. And as you pointed out, black's pieces are super active. That king has a chance to dart into the center. This could be a huge win for Hans here. He did just lose that game after the minor kind of whatever happened with clarifying clocks and stuff. We're all good now. But Hans needs to strike back, and this might be his opportunity.
I have to say, I like this weird knight h4. I didn't understand it at first. The f5 score is covered. He wants to push his pawns. He has that kingside majority. You just talked about it. He wants to get these pawns forward and go after the black king. So I think this is the only way, because if white does nothing, the status quo favors black. Hans is in the driver's seat. He's also leading by over a minute on the clock. This is Hans's game right now. He's playing super well, but it's not winning objectively, so he has a lot left to prove.
Ooh, d4, is that objectively losing the g3 pawn, or are you just happy to make a highlight? I love when you do that. g3 is weak. I don't know what's going on here. Magnus played it, so there must be some trick. And Hans, maybe he smells a rat and he doesn't go for that pawn, but I don't really know what's going on here, man.
Yeah, that was a really weird moment there. I think the rook might have been caught offside, and then this knight on b3 is on the other side of the board. So things were looking dicey, but still, I mean, not taking on g3 is a sign of maturity for Hans, because you look at the evaluation bar off to the side here on the left-hand side of your screen, still in black's favor.
I love that you use the word maturity. Also, he's up on the clock, right? He's keeping the bind. Sometimes just keeping your opponent in their currently bad position is the best thing to do because they haven't solved all the problems yet. Although, against Magnus, you don't want to miss your opportunities either. And if he is weaseling and wiggling his way out of this, suddenly White has a majority. You called it. He was using it. He advanced the pawns. Is he going to play for h4 next or even put the knight on e5?
H4, G5, something you'd want to have happen, but instead he brings king into F2. The engine saying black is getting better here, but you're a little bit stuck. This knight on B3 would love to move, but B5 drops. This bishop now can come back to F1 to target that B5 pawn, and bishop D7 is always met by knight E5. You hop forward, you take that leap because the bishop on D7 is weak, and bishop A6 is the best move.
Yeah.
But what a difficult move to find.
Great move by Hans, and again, a great move to find while maintaining your time advantage. Hans Niemann, his only victory in the match so far has come with the black pieces, everyone. Will he get his second victory with the black pieces? He's playing incredibly well here.
I gave him an exclamation point. That was my doing. I thought that was such a nice decision. But then he follows up with a mistake, and knight takes d4. He's trying to win this knight on e5. The pawn was his defender, but apparently this was a huge mistake.
I don't know if it's knight takes f7 or rook takes d4. The computer, no likey. We're going to transition, and that d5 pawn is weak at the end of the line.
Wow, f6 check is the point. If you take on f6, there's all sorts of knight d7 check ideas, and then black king has to enter the e file. It's not where it wants to be.
And Magnus found f6 check?
He did.
I thought you were highlighting it. Magnus Carlsen finds the best move, the only move that actually made it equal. That was a very deceptive and evil eval bar there. Magnus, though, shows why he is who he is. He finds that move as tricky as it was. And are we smelling a position that could turn around if Hans isn't careful?
Well, Hans grabs a pawn, so he is up one. A3 is also loose, but the black king, it's actually quite in the line of sight for some of White's pieces. The bishop on d5 is a great piece. Rook h2 check. You want to try to trade off some rooks. I think black would like less pieces on the board, and here come the rooks off the board. But Danny, now that bishop on a6, it was a great move before, but now it's a bad piece.
That's why I said what I said. I tried to go full Robert Hess and give you that awkward look. Will Magnus do the thing he does and turn it around? That was a moment that is scary. Despite the pawn advantages for black, it's Hans Niemann who's defending, and that bishop can't find a safe home, Robert. Here comes rook to d8 check.
Uh-oh, that is going to turn this game around. And rook d8 doesn't just to win a piece. You really want to get the... Oh my gosh, I thought he blundered because rook g8 is a response. That's really clever stuff.
Very clever defensive resource from Hans Niemann. And by the way, he is maintaining his edge on the clock and maintaining a subtle head bob. Maybe the music switch has helped Mr. Niemann.
Or has it? Because
has it?
As this game continues, that black king is caught in a net. King h7 when we met by bishop e4. And whoa!
Oh, g5, and you couldn't take with the rook.
That was a sick move from Magnus, but look how quickly Hans responds with king g8.
He saw it. It's actually going to force a rook. No, Magnus playing for more. He points out that if you take with the pawn, that rook on g6 is trapped, and you can't defend rook d8 check coming.
Oh, and rook d8 and bishop e4 because the king has to go to h7. White's trying to win an exchange here, and suddenly Magnus Carlsen turned a position that he was just trying to hold into one where he could play for a win because black's king is in danger.
That is a crazy find by Magnus and the kind of move that just gives people nightmares and frustrations. Hans Niemann, I mean, we have the eval bar, so we know there's probably a move that kind of holds, but I think from a human being perspective, he just feels like, oh, and he finds it. King to h8 was the only move there. If rook d8, rook g8 still defends everything.
Wow, the second time he's found this resource. Brilliant defense from Hans Niemann. The rook comes back to h2.
Oh.
The king should probably slide back to g8, but what is Magnus wanting? Bishop e4, he's going for the win.
Magnus doesn't want to draw. Not going to repeat moves. Going for more, especially because of time. It makes sense, but Hans continues to defend with the best move here.
And, I mean, for Magnus Carlsen, he's playing this on. Does he want to bring that king all the way in, use the king as a weapon, and try to checkmate the black king? No, he goes back, but Hans barely getting his moves off.
0.8 seconds Hans played it. You got to be kidding me. Okay, Magnus says, I've had enough. I've had enough. Wow, and the crowd, they can't get enough. They're cheering for this thing. What a match we have right now. Some incredible chess played by these two guys with just seconds on the clock.
Yeah, they deserve another round of applause for that game because Magnus out of nowhere was playing for a win, and Hans Niemann found king g8 to h8 3 times, and third time was a charm to make sure he got that half point. So credit to both these players. They're fighting tooth and nail to the very end, and we see now that we're back to our basics, the Italian game that we've seen numerous times, and we've seen a bishop exchange on e6 after the rook comes to e8. So nothing new thus far. I'm wondering what Hans is seeing because he seems to like this line. He's the one one choosing it. And we have a similar position, bishop on d2. Nothing new here. I will be curious, after the 5-minute portion is done, what kind of research the players will do, and will they change their opening?
It's a great question, because usually the transition from 5 to 3-1 is the biggest transition in terms of openings. And when it comes to Bullet, kind of all the gloves are off, but at that point they've tried everything, right? So we're kind of saying we saw this game earlier, we saw this game here. So if we're going to see a new repertoire approach from either player or new opening chosen, it'll happen at that transition from the 5-minute to the 3-minute.
But you saw Hans's face. I don't know what it is about what's going on here, but he didn't like it, and we have a new move order. Because in that previous game, the knight went back to d7, and in this one, Magnus plants that bishop on d4. He says, you can double my pawns, but that's a passer. There will be a protected pass pawn when I get my pawn to c5, and then rook on e6 is perfectly placed to target the e4 pawn. So Magnus, he changes things, and I think it actually is playing to his benefit.
I agree. I like this position better than the last middle game they had where Hans changed the structure there. Magnus won't have to rely on that long knight remaneuvering plan because he's already got a piece on d4. It may be a bishop. Usually knights are better on outpost squares, but I agree. This transition seems a little better, and the time on the clock kind of reveals it. Hans, to his credit, we haven't talked about this, Hans has been up on the clock in most of these games. Now, it's not reflected necessarily on the scoreboard, but he's played confidently. It's a good sign for Hans. And so if he can continue to do that, as I get my laptop back on screen here, hi everybody, we're getting a charger. Welcome to the show. But as we get that going, I think that Hans has got to maintain his edge on the clock, and this game is not a good sign on that.
No, it's not. And you see that bishop on d4, it's entrenched there. It's actually causing white some serious problems because you can take on any moment on d4, but that again gives black a protected passer. So here we see bishop d2, and Magnus is alert. He brings his king to h7. There are no sacrifices with immediate checkmate. If this king were on g8, we'd be having a different conversation. So Danny, as I look at this position, it seems like both players are handling it well, and I do like Magnus's lead on the clock.
Yeah, yeah, that's the biggest thing I'm noticing just because it's such a difference of what we've seen in the last couple of games. But I also really love the bishop on d4. What a thorn, right? Often, again, knights are better, but that bishop is spying things on b2, on f2, king side and queen side, and you don't want to take it because then Magnus will really love the knight versus bishop dynamic.
He will indeed, and there was a rook on d5 in that previous game. That was an active piece, taking advantage of the fact those pawns were doubled. Here, there'd just be a protected passer. So we see a3, b4 on the agenda. He's just trying to loosen black's control over the d4 square. And in the previous game, we saw the knight try to hop into d5, but when the knight came to e3, it was in fact captured. I'm not sure black even needs to do that here. And I'm looking at Hans's face. He is just trying to wiggle his way forward, trying to come up with a plan that will actually put a dent in black's position. He needs to actually create a legitimate threat.
Yeah, he needs to create a legitimate threat. We talked about one move of game chess where you can move a piece through another. Maybe that rook on e1, again, going through the f2 pawn to get to g3, right? You can do it in more ways than one. Now you get to move an illegal move and go through a piece. If you could get that rook to g3, you have attacking chances.
Some kind of Saruman chess over here where, a piece moves in multiple directions. And we see that the capture on d4 has happened. Magnus pauses, which is the correct thing to do. This is not an easy choice. If you take towards the center with c takes d4, then white can push these pawns forward. b4 is going to be played in the near future. If you take away from the center, or kind of just one central pawn into the other, you do open up your rook, but you also walk into a discovered check. So e5 check is super tempting, but it doesn't actually do much of anything. The d6 pawn is protected. It's just going to be a pawn trade. And so Magnus, very wise to allow this. You typically do not allow a check like this.
Magnus wise to allow it. He laughs in the face of danger, right? Ha 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 ha. That's the first Lion King reference of the day. That took a long time. Someone just lost a prop bet in Vegas.
Well, I just lost a brain cell hearing you make that. That new Lion King movie does not look like what I want to see.
Not into it. Not into remaking.
But I know what you are into. F4. You like aggressive games, and here the pawn goes up to F4, and is there going to be an F5? That rook on E6, it doesn't have much real estate.
It doesn't have a lot of real estate. If you could, again, I know I'm just doing this to highlight the plan. If you could move the rook on b1 over to f1, you can't hop over your own rook. But if Hans can switch the pieces to the king side, there is attacking potential. But I love knight c6 from Magnus, Robert, because it highlights that if you ever push f5, I'm popping a pony into e5. So that is like, hey, you better really know you're getting an attack because you're going to give my knight a permanently beautiful square.
And if you want to play b4, now you have to be absolutely sure you're ready because black has 3 pieces covering that square. So it's not easy to see where the breakthroughs come from. For black, at some moment, a4 can be considered, especially if the b1 rook moves away. And that actually could be a real nuisance for Hans. And you see Hans here, he's thinking, he's down under 2 minutes. Huge lead on the clock for Magnus. I mean, this is actually something we have not really seen in this match.
This is the biggest time advantage I feel like either player has had. So especially given that they've been repeating this opening, this might send Hans Niemann to the break with thoughts to change his approach as white. By the way, he has played the same approach as white in every game if you're just tuning in. Where have you been? It's Hans versus Magnus, but thanks for being here. This has been the same approach from Hans in the opening, but it feels like Magnus is figuring it out, getting better game by game.
He is, and this e5 check move that we talked about before wasn't a threat. Now it really is with the bishop on b4. So black doesn't really want to take on b4 because if the rook takes back, this d4 pawn is loose. I think he just move his king away. King back to g8. Not that easy to make a king move in the middle game. He does bring the king back out of discovered checks, and that rook on a8 can go up to a4 or to a2, somewhere along the a file, or all the way over to e8 as it's played, putting pressure on e4. Danny, you know in these positions, sometimes you want to bring that f4 pawn back to f3.
Yep. Pawns can't go backwards. Learned that many times. But as you said, you're going to be wishing you could. That e4 pawn is a target. Oh, you advance it, but you give up the e5 square. That was the risk that was always there. Is he going to play f6? Oh, he didn't. I was going to say f6 is a renegade pawn that could throw some disasters toward Magnus's king.
But look at what Magnus has done. He's rerouted that rook from e6 to c5. This knight can come to e5, threatening the queen and the c4 pawn. And perhaps white will have to initiate some trades here, and that means the black king, which would otherwise be under fire with a move like f6, without pieces, is not going to be checkmated.
Well, and I'm realizing now f6 is probably meant by g5, right? You just advance. There is no en passant when you move two squares past the pawn on f6. We're not going to get into en passant rules right now. Just look it up. But g5 would be possible, followed by popping a pony into e5. And yeah, I agree. Magnus seems to be parrying all the threats, and Hans doesn't have a lot of time left to figure it out.
He's down almost 2 minutes on the clock as Hans Niemann. Look at the facial expressions that we're seeing. It's a difficult position. He brings his rook up to b5. Objectively a good decision, but he doesn't actually really want to trade on c5, Danny, because then you fix black's pawn structure, although then white can rumble forward with a move like e5, and it gets quite dynamic, but you don't want tactical positions when you're down 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, so it's almost a bit of a bluff. Are you going to take... But at the same time, the other view is, well, you got to go for something instead of letting Magnus grind you down. So if you could take on c5 and get e5, at least attacking chances are kind of back on the board, because after e5, just highlight that f6 could come at some point. There are still chances that Hans could flip the script in this game, especially if Magnus makes a mistake. That queen on d3 can slide to g3. Okay, but Magnus, okay, he goes for it, but Magnus is probably going to force things off more than allow the attack to continue here.
But be careful, because if you take on b5, bishop takes h6 is available, threatening checkmate in one. You can't take back on h6 because of the pin to this king. Yeah. So all of a sudden, those threats that you were dreaming of are coming to fruition. And f6 played, giving up the h6 pawn, just winning c4, I guess, and the queen does protect g7. What a move.
What a move, f6. Shout out to Ben Feingold. It was his birthday yesterday, I think. Happy birthday, Ben Feingold. This is a case where you play f6, Ben. The queen guards g7. What a move by Magnus Carlsen, honestly.
That was not on my radar at all. I thought he'd move the king away out of the pin, but he's giving up h6. This d4 pawn, by the way, let's not forget about it. It is super strong and can rumble forward, and the bishop takes the pawn. Hans down to 12 seconds. Magnus at 1:40. So this is the type of game that can get out of hand for white. The evaluation bar says black's ever so slightly better, but it's difficult decision after difficult decision without the time to use.
An evil eval bar. It is deceptive in terms of how difficult this position is for Hans Niemann. Magnus does play rook takes c4, as you said, and just like that, one move, here comes d3, and I think that the rooks are ganging up on e4. Okay, wait, rook to c3, and the queen is overworked. If she leaves g3, the bishop falls.
And here we have a rook behind a pass pawn, still can't take. That bishop on h6 would have been falling at the end of the variation. And you c2, there's queen b3 checks. You have to calculate, oh, queen a1 protects the pawn tactically.
What a move. Hans Niemann has less than 10 seconds, now less than 5. Got to find the answer to these problems. There are too many of them. He decides to go for the endgame, still can't take c3, and now queen d4 or queen takes c4 are on the board.
Yeah, queen d4 looks very good. c2, by the way, that pawn is going to keep that white rook stuck, and he takes on e.
Yeah, I thought he might, because it just goes to the queen ending and just eliminates the human move to play by Magnus. And by the way, it gets a ton of time off the clock. I don't know if Magnus is thinking about that. He probably just wants to convert on the game. But this is... I know this is crazy. This could suddenly now be the last 5-minute game. This game could go for 3 more minutes.
It possibly can, but queen g5 check is available to white next move, so Magnus does need to be careful. You can't just play for a win and not anticipate what your opponent has in store for you. King f7, great retreat, and with just a few seconds on the clock, this is how drawn endgames are won. And for Magnus, he needs to use the clock as his best friend, but you can't just play for the clock purely, because then you may allow Hans to escape right away.
Completely agree. And again, no evidence of that. We don't know what's inside Magnus's head in terms of why he chose to go for the end game. That's going to take a while to convert.
King f7?
King f7, you get out of checks, and you can't stop mate on h1.
Well, you can bring the king back, but I guess it's winning because the e-pawn now is too strong. The queen and the e-pawn are in perfect connection
No, but the
with
king
one
just
another.
hides.
Yeah, no, the white king will step back.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, and then the e-pawn is too strong.
Just
Sorry.
go. Just go.
I thought, yeah, exactly. And here comes the e-pawn. By the way, the queen on the f-file is perfect.
Oh,
nasty. He doesn't even want to advance. I was going to say the queen on the f-file is perfect because she guarded f5, and there was no perpetuals, but Magnus shows that he wants more. That was like instructive. I've never seen a queen like that.
I feel like John Madden was just in my head. He was zigging and zagging, and he just got the job done. That was a checkmate on h1.
Okay,
but now it's a 4-point lead, and you saw Hans. He grimaced. I mean, he is just not pleased to be in this spot. And it's early to say this match is over. Of course it's not. But Hans, you see that he needs to hold this game. He cannot lose and face a 5-point deficit.
Couldn't agree more. We've talked about the record books of the SCC many times. 5-game deficits have been overcome 0 or once. Now we're getting old. We are getting old, man.
It's been a long time.
It's been a long time. 5-game deficits have not been overcome very often. And so just putting yourself up against the wall in terms of fighting, not just against the greatest chess player of all time, but against history in regards to Speed Chess Championship record books, that's not where Hans Niemann wants to be.
But this will be our last game of the longest time control, 5-minute plus 1-second increment chess. You see that clock in the top left of your screens here, 54 counting down, unless there's an immediate blunder or something like that. This will be our final game of the time control. That's great news for Magnus Carlsen and his many fans, as he will enter the 3-minute portion with a pretty substantial lead.
Yeah, even if he lost this game, 3 games is probably something he'd be happy with, but of course he doesn't want to lose any games. But Hans Niemann got to strike back. I do like that he's back to his ways of playing faster. He's up on the clock, a roughly equal position, pretty typical dynamic one. Those doubled e-pawns are kind of okay for black because they control so many key squares and the d-file's open. But Magnus is going to attack the lead one anyway, right away with the knight on c4.
Yeah, double pawns, open files. That's the good news for black, but as you're saying, that e5 pawn can be attacked, and it's a very closed position. So what is black really going to do here? I'm not entirely sure, whereas white, Magnus, he brings his queen out, queen g3 to poke at that e5 pawn, and we just saw a bishop h6 idea. Why not in the second game in a row? This could be dangerous for the black king. So I just find these positions a little bit easier to play from the white side. It's not like black has done anything wrong, but you need to come up with a plan. And Danny, you always made fun of closed Sicilians from the white side. This kind of
still upset about that?
I am, yeah.
Like, that was the. It's been a long time since we brought this back into our relationship. Robert has had a horrible opening repertoire and played the close Sicilian for years. If you play the close Sicilian in the crowd, I do apologize. Anyway, yes, the close Sicilian, as dubious as it is, it does have its strengths. I'm going to let you go back to highlighting the point.
No, but it was the point that look at white's bishop on c2. It's staring into its own pawn. You don't have the activity you do in some other positions, and black is trying to gain activity of his own. Look at Hans go, pushing b5. He's trying to kick that knight, gain space, and Danny, knight takes e5. Can that be met by move like knight h5, removing the guard of this knight on e5?
It looks like it. The pawn is poisoned. If you take e5, knight h5, the queen is attacked.
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it quickly. Can't stay on the diagonal. And then, although the computer says you can almost do this, what was the move there? How does white hold this? Darn you, computer.
Maybe there's like, I was going to say queen g4.
And then f4 maybe.
But even there, the problem is f4 is knight f6. This knight can always come back to save itself and attack the queen.
We got to check it. What is the move there real quick?
Yeah, let's get some help from our trusty engine friend here. It's queen f3 because queen takes e5. Bishop d. Okay,
what?
This is.
Oh, then the queen is trapped. Oh my God, show it. Knight f6, bishop f4. This is why computers are no one's best friend, because the artificially intelligent overlords in this case, have overstepped their welcome. Get out of here.
And it's a great commentary moment because you know if somebody found that they were clearly using the engine, that is just not human.
That is not a human line that anybody finds in any day of the week. And we sometimes say that and then are impressed by what the best players in the world find because they are influenced by the engines. They study with them all the time. But no, not that one. That is not one that anyone finds. All right, well, queen to h3 is retreated here. We don't get that crazy line that we needed the engine to figure out. And what do you see here?
Well, I see some problems for the black king, potentially. Even if you take on d3, bishop takes, hits the f5 pawn and also the b5 pawn. And there are some open diagonals in front, namely the light square diagonal in front of the black king. The white king feels safe, but black is active. The f5 and e5 pawns, those are strong. They're restricting white's pieces from getting as active as they would like. So it's a difficult position to assess. I can see the evaluation bar, but if I just try to put on my playing cap here, I think that some of black's pawns feel overextended, even though you typically like the activity.
I agree, and one of the ways we judge that is that you like activity, you like space, but you need pieces to use the space. So when someone has advanced their pawns, but the knights are gone, and then what happens to space? They become weaknesses. They become open lines to your own king. The squares around the black king, f7, e6, all those squares that, you know, we may or may not highlight, but that's the problem of advancing pawns around your king side if you don't have the pieces to finish the job.
And this is actually a pawn sacrifice. It gives up the pawn on b5 and queen b6. What a logical move, hitting the bishop, putting pressure towards the white king. Apparently that's a big mistake. Is there
d7 maybe? Just simple.
Bishop d7.
d7.
That hits the rook and the pawn.
Highlighting I'm just seeing what's in front of me. No compute, no help, no hands, mom, no hands. Look at me. Like, no, bishop d7 was just there.
Oh, I think a big problem is that in these lines with bishop takes f5, you'd expect g6 to help you out with the f2 pawn being in trouble, but there's always bishop e6 check ideas. The black king is exposed. White is bishop e3 as well. So this is actually just white's game for the taking.
Yeah, you saw Hans grimace there, frustrated, because the bishop can come to e3 now. If Hans picks up if Magnus picks up f5, it doesn't matter if Hans picks up the b2 pawn. That's what I was going to say, because everything on the king side is now for white's taking. And white might get an attack. We talked about these pawns being overextended. That's why you don't advance them if you don't have the minor pieces to convert. And that plan backfires if we scripted the game.
Yeah, this queen b6, I mean, what a natural, a human move. It attacks the bishop, but it lost control of this d7 square, a double attack. Rook and pawn. Rook c5 does defend the pawn, but you walk right into this nasty pin. So bishop c5 instead, and look at Magnus. Look at how quickly he responded.
I love bishop c5 by Hans. Great move by Hans, and bishop e3 played instantly. Magnus was anticipating such a move, and I think he's on his way to having a 5-game lead into the 3-1 board.
There's another issue here. Bishop takes bishop. Queen can even take, forcing the queens off the board unless you want to go down in exchange. Remember, white is a pawn ahead, so this is looking like, as you said, Magnus well on his way to a 5-point cushion. The queens are off. Extra pawn for white, and it's kind of like 2 extra pawns because we have the B and C pawns that want to rumble forward and just get to the other side.
Yeah, I mean, here, not only is white's position for choice, but he's got a million moves to choose from. Gives a check and then offers the rook trade. You probably could have even gotten away with rook a7, but getting the rooks off the board the cleanest way, I would bet. Those 2 pawns on b2 and c3 might not be moving yet, but they are passed, and they're just waiting for a file to explode on.
And I just don't really see ideas for black. You know, sometimes you see, this is where the hope comes from. This is the pawn I can attack. This is how I can distract my opponent's pieces. But here, all of white's pieces are doing something. A rook on the open A file. A rook trade is offered. G5 is a great move, by the way, from Hans. He's just trying to get his pawns forward. But even if this king sits on F2, it can always take back on E3. Black's pawns just aren't getting across to the other side.
They say it's the hope that kills you.
Oh, you're going to use all these references on me?
If you're hoping for a passed e pawn, as you said, the king will put itself on e3, and it's better there than it was on f2. So that tension owned by white, we always say that if the exchange gives your opponent more options or improves their pieces, you don't want to make that exchange, which means they are in charge of the tension and they can build on it, as Magnus is doing.
That's right. If white ever takes, you're handing black a pass pawn. That seems like a bad decision. So instead, he sits on the tension. The king can always take back. And there are some difficulties for white. Rook takes d4 will soften up the control of the c4 square. That bishop is hanging. So I'm wondering what's next. I mean, rook a7 ideas are tempting in some positions. The bishop can try to move away square like e6. But you do need to be careful, Danny. That rook, if it gets active, the white king could be in trouble.
The biggest issue here is on the clock now because, okay, white is also in a good spot. Rook a7 is a move you can play. Magnus can be careful, but the biggest issue is on the clock, I think, even more than the board. You've got less than 15 seconds. Magnus now gets to manage his time, as they say, which is where you earn a time advantage. You should manage it and use it when it matters, and Magnus finds this move, rook d1.
Great move. He just wanted to trade rooks and then keep his bishop protected. He goes b5. The difficulty for white, it's not easy to continue pressing forward. The bishop is stuck. The c3 pawn is hanging behind it. He does try to trade rooks. He successfully does that. Rook d7 picks up the bishop. But Danny, these endgames aren't so clear.
They're not so clear at all. That's a great idea from Hans Niemann. He may have tricked Magnus into going for this, because if you trade b7 for c4 and c3 falls, it may not matter whether even white has more pawns. It's who gets a queen first. Oh, but bishop e2, Magnus Carlsen just came out of like Magnus Carlsen moves.
What a move that was.
Yeah.
The point everyone was rook takes 3 would have meant rook d7 check. Now he protects the pawn. That's a healthy pawn protected by bishop. The b pawn can start rumbling forward as well, and black's pieces are all tied together. So now it's about just being accurate for Magnus. He's an objectively winning position, and rook h8 at some moment does make sense. With bishop f5, I mean, barely holding on is Hans, but I guess the b pawn, that's going to be the dagger.
Yeah, the b-pawn's going to run. The rook is running out of things to do. This is no fun. Bishop to c8. Okay, b7 and rook takes h7 is a trick that is good enough to get the job done, and Magnus Carlsen is getting it done as he takes a 5-game lead into the 3-1 portion. Hans Niemann takes a very quick stroll out of the players' arena. Magnus Carlsen taking his time as he trots out, peeks over at the fans, and he's doing what he does best right now, Robert.
An amazing display of chess from Magnus Carlsen. We've seen him win the World Championship in Classical, Rapid, and Blitz, and here he's taking this speed chess championship as seriously as all of those. He's up 7-2. Smarter Chess did not predict this, but this is a lopsided battle.
It is a lopsided battle right now. There is absolutely no denying it. A 5-game lead after the first portion doesn't happen that often. It hasn't happened that often. Speaking of stats and SCC history, 5-game leads have not been overcome before. 5-game leads after just the first portion have very rarely been accomplished, but Magnus Carlsen did manage to do so. And yeah, well, whatever was going on down there, that was some fun instant replay, but it looks like, again, we're just reviewing the highlights. There were some highlights, there were some lowlights. There was a lot of craziness here in the first portion, but the fans were loving it, and they're going to continue to love it. We got the downstairs crew, we got the upstairs crew in the room here with Robert and I, and we might be about to get some analysis, and that's kind of the thing we've now made a part of the show, because everyone loves game review. Might be because the symbols look like candy. It just feels like edible when you get a brilliant symbol on the board. I don't know, maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm the only one who wants to eat computer screens. Robert, please start talking before I say more.
I'll take it away. Well, Hans Niemann, he was in a bit of predicament, and this is your game review. Hans was trailing at this point 6-2, and here at the black pieces, things are clogged up. He decides to lash out, to strike forward. You need to win games in order to catch up, don't you? He makes the move pawn to f5, and in this position, the computer doesn't hate it, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't cause you difficulties. And here we saw, after a swap of pawns, the queen goes back to h3, and now here's the problem. Once this pawn on c4 is captured, the bishop hits the f5 pawn. Hans, he decides to take on d3, play e4, giving up the pawn on b5. Objectively, this decision is correct. You see the evaluation bar hasn't changed. The engine approves. But this is where things got out of control, because when you give up material, you often want to be as active as possible. He made a losing move at this stage, but instead, if he started in a different move order with the bishop to c5, he keeps all of the pluses in his position. He's threatening the f2 pawn with queen b6 to follow, and it seems like white's task will not be easy. If you ever bring your bishop out to e3, pawn will get to f4, and white is really struggling as black is advancing those pawns, going after the white king. But instead, Hans, he rushed it. He played the move queen to b6 at this stage, hitting the bishop. It looks like a good move. You still want to play bishop c5 next, but now bishop d7, it is available. The queen was guarding that square, no longer. The rook on c8 is under attack. The pawn on f5 is under attack as well. And in the game, Hans tried his best. He couldn't defend that pawn to his bishop to c5. This is the only way to keep things under control. But after queen takes e3, the queen trade is on offer. The rook on c8 is under attack. The queens came off the board. And yes, Hans, he had some chances here, but he's simply down a pawn. White wants to trade off pieces and then get these pawns going forward over here on the queen side. So it was a very quick turnaround. It was a one-move error, but I think it was actually caused by the match score and a previous turn of f5. lashing out a little bit too soon, not realizing some of the potential danger. So objectively correct decision according to the single move, but the plan had just backfired right away. Magnus was able to secure victory. He won this end game. It wasn't actually much up for debate, and now he leads by 5 points.
And it's unfortunate that we kind of called it the moment it happened, right? We were highlighting that, okay, F5 is aggressive, you have potential attacking chances, but we also said right away that it might be the kind of thing that backfires, because if you don't have enough pieces, you often regret advancing pawns around the king side. And it was regretted very quickly by Hans Niemann. He now has a 5-game deficit going into the 3-1 portion against Magnus Carlsen. But all right. We still have a lot of chess ahead. We have 3 minutes, we have 1 minute, we have live audience. We also have some amazing content at the break, especially for our subscribers. Tune into this little clip of Levy and Hans from yesterday.
Looking to deck out your closet this fall, or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store. Literally. Never forget that it's always chess o'clock somewhere, with clocks in a brand new colorway. And keep your mouse speed on point with a classic green or bubblegum pink mouse pad. Oh, Middens wants to say something too. She says, check it all out at chess.com/shop. And yeah, you might want to do what Middens says.
Okay, let's put Alireza and Hikaru aside for a second and address the elephant in the room. Your semifinal matchup is against Hans Niemann. And obviously that's been a pretty crazy turn of events over the last 2 years. The first thing I want to ask before we talk about the match itself, throughout your career, you've had rivals. I don't even want to call them exactly rivals because you've managed to defeat ultimately everybody you played. We've tried to cling on to little things like Fabiano was very close to you in rating. Jan Nepomniachtchi had some sort of like plus score against you, I think, before your match. Things like that. And even the Hikaru thing with Blitz and Bullet, we try to grasp at some way to make you not seem invincible. But you've never had a villain. And this is almost how I feel this thing is developing. I just wanted to get your thoughts on, how does it feel to have this kind of like presence in your life now? Which, I mean, it will not go away so long as you are competing. And I apologize for contributing to that with the content I make, but it's just kind of the reality. So I just want to get your kind of unfiltered thoughts. I know you've probably given many interviews on this subject, but you are playing him, so.
Yeah, it's interesting that you should mention Nepomniachtchi as well. Obviously, Jan and I are on good terms, but it did still annoy me when people were saying that this was like a 55-45 or 60-40 proposition before the match. And I was thinking, like, really? What have I done to deserve this? But yeah, this of course is it's quite different. What I will say is that Niemann has certainly become a lot better at chess the last couple of years, and I don't know how good he is exactly, but it seems that he is. That he's become a lot stronger, and in that sense, even though like it's a matchup I certainly didn't want, it's going to be interesting from a pure chess perspective to see what he can do.
back, everyone, to the 2024 Speed Chess Championship finale here in Paris, France. We are on our first break of the second semifinal match. The 5+1 portion just concluded between Magnus Carlsen and Hans Niemann, and we have a lot to unpack. I'm going to start with myself, because going into this match, I myself, despite not having to play Hans Niemann, was intimidated by the way that Hans Niemann was talking about the fact that he's already in Magnus's head, and the fact that after this, Magnus's career will be over. And it almost reminded me of a sport that I follow very closely, which is the UFC. It reminded me a little bit of Ilya Topuria going up against Alex Volkanovski in the featherweight division. And I couldn't believe it until I saw it, and we didn't see it yet. And it's 7-2, and Magnus has a very big lead. And that first game, as this thing keeps, I'm going to just listen to you guys right here. That first game was really tense, and I thought the whole world watched. And Hans got out to that early lead, but Magnus stabilized. He's taken over. Is he running away with this match? Give me your impressions.
Yes, he's running away with it. And listen, Magnus qualified to challenge Vachier-Lagrave for the World Championship in 2013 in London. That's over 10 years ago. In 2013, I was still in high school. I think I still had a flip phone, because my parents had no smartphone until Grandmaster. Fidget spinners hadn't even been invented yet.
I would have even had a smartphone till now.
There was no ultra high definition. It was the Stone Age, but the name that people were still uttering is Magnus Carlsen. He's outlasted entire generations, and you don't unseat someone like that so easily. So the idea that he was going to sit down and resign the match without playing a single move, he's like, hold your horses, everybody. I'm Magnus Carlsen for a reason. He does not get the reputation that he has without being the world's most dominant force in chess for over a decade, and he's proven that again so far. Hans, these next 90 minutes, he needs to make every single second count for him, and he needs to be a new man and press the reset button if he wants a single chance. But the path, it's slim. It might be non-existent, Levy.
James?
Yeah, Hans actually did have some good positions in there. In fact, he was actually winning in some games, maybe needing to calm down. But also, in the break, actually, right before, me and Danya said something that really stuck with me. He was like, yeah, feels like, you can come with the confidence and feel really good, have everything, ready to go. But then it's kind of like he forgot Magnus knows how to play chess very, very well, in fact. And at this time, 5-time world champ, doing what he does, the best, right? So seeing this from Magnus is no surprise, in fact. So Hans is really going to have to bring it.
Let me ask you this then, before we throw it to the booth. Do you think Hans Niemann believed that he was going to
100%
win this match?
He walked in like, yeah, dog, yeah. Now it's more like,
he thought it, or do you think it was he was talking himself into it?
A little bit of both.
Right? Because
I think he did talk himself into it, Levy, and that blunder in the first game.
Yes, but I will say, Magnus Carlsen, over the last 10+ years, hasn't had a single opponent truly believe that they were going to win the head-to-head match. Maybe Fabiano in the World Championship match.
That's true.
Maybe Fabiano thought, this is my moment, I'm so close, and he was the first one to draw him in all the games, but he ended up getting obviously swept in the rapid. So what do you think Hans' mentality was? Do you think he's surprised right now?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, days, more like in a boxing match. Of course, you see it all the time in a boxing match and all that trash talk beforehand. Like, I'm going to knock you out, blah, blah, blah. And then you get there, and it's completely different when you get hit in the face. They always say you got to plan until you get punched in the face. And that's how it is on the chessboard right now. You may have had that plan, but right now he is getting punched in the face.
Give me your final thoughts.
I mean, Magnus, he just has a way of hitting you when you're down, just to rip off Candy's point. The more you're down, the better he plays. He goes against human nature. I've had this in a million Blitz matches against him. You're doing okay, suddenly you're down by 2, and suddenly his play gets better and better, and this is one of the many things that makes him so scary. We're going to see what Hans Niemann is made of these next 60 minutes of the 3+1, because we know what Magnus is made of. He just reminded us of this in the previous hour and a half. Well, let's fasten our seatbelts again, Levy. We better keep him tight.
If you were his coach, let's say this was a boxing match, you get to go back to your corner. Here we have 5 minutes. In boxing, you have 1 minute. You're the coach. You're the life coach. You're the Vladimir Kramnik in Hans Niemann's life. What do you tell him?
Man, I would never, as a world champion, no, just kidding.
Yes.
I mean, I think that he has to accept that there's a high likelihood this match doesn't go his way. Obviously, I think he has a lot of concrete changes he needs to make, because these last couple of games, he was not his usual self. There were a lot of blunders. He wasn't getting the right positions out of the opening. And when Magnus starts playing e4, knight f3, bishop c4 against the Sicilian, it's a bad sign. So this break might be the best thing, the thing that he needed to reset. But you got to accept reality. And the reality is, I mean, it's not looking good.
James, any final thoughts before we throw it back to Robert and Danny?
Just going to have to stay calm, try to play your best chess against the greatest of all time, right? That's just how you can do at this point.
This has been fun. We've got an hour of 3+1 Blitz coming up, half an hour of Bullet, and then we will know who our 2 finalists are and the 2 players competing for the constellation. Danny, Robert, take it away.
Thank you, guys. Well, you heard what Danya was saying. Hans has to face a little bit of reality here that it doesn't look good, but it doesn't mean he's giving up, right? You don't give up. You keep playing, right? So openings, psychology, where would you mix it up right now if you were Hans? And again, I know who Magnus is. I know who he's playing, but what would you do differently right now?
He's got to change his opening. He keeps playing the same opening game after game, and he's not getting anything. So I think the best way that he can try to take down Magnus is by just throwing a spanner in the works, confusing him, just playing something new that forces him to think on the fly rather than just rely on what he did 2 games ago.
Yep.
So I really think that Hans needs to mix it up. And for Magnus, I don't know if I have any recommendations because everything's been working perfectly for him.
Yeah, don't fix it if it ain't broke. That's Magnus Carlsen advice right now. But I agree with you because I said it and then we got kind of caught up in drama, but it felt like Magnus was figuring out the opening with every game they played, right? He was getting better and better. And at some point, you just have to stop going back to that well if you're Hans Niemann. And 3-1, probably a better time than any. You'll have some time to go back, work with whoever you brought, right? Whatever preparation you have. That's what you can do if you're Hans Niemann, and you see if you can make it happen.
Yeah, and an opening surprise is only a surprise when it's played the first time. When you keep playing it over and over again, the stronger player, typically, that's when they flex their might. So for Magnus Carlsen, I think he's happy every time a line is repeated. And for Hans, he needs to find his footing, and he needs to do it fast because 7-2 in the opening phase in that 5+1 segment, that feels like out of hand. And I think that for Hans, as Danya said, reality might set in and you just start feeling a bit negatively. So if he can just score a point somewhere, I think then he will just at least be feeling a little bit better, not just about his chances, but just about his chess.
Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. And you got to start somewhere, right? And if you could get 2 in a row, that's the thing that makes Magnus so hard to beat, is that you rarely beat him, which means he rarely ever gets in his own head, right? He rarely ever has those demons to overcome that so many people have against him, right? They lose and then they get in their own head and it's hard to get out of their own way when he's just playing chess, right? So that's one of the things you rarely ever see. Can someone strike and get a couple of punches at Magnus instead of just letting him dominate?
And the problem is that Magnus now wants to play. You just see him just itching to get the games underway, and here it goes. And Hans, with the white pieces, he's back to what we've seen thus far. So I'm not sure what he actually views as his greatest strength in this match, but if it's in this opening, thus far, it really hasn't worked out.
Well, he's going back to it. And so he looked at it at the break, decided not to go away from it, wants to give us a theoretical battle in the Italian, in the gioco piano. I don't even know what to call the transpositions anymore. Chess.com ECO says gioco piano.
And it was Magnus. He didn't put his knight on d4.
He changed first.
And actually, that's a good transition for Hans because he was able to press his b-pawn forward. There otherwise would have been a pin along this diagonal. So he gets both of these moves in. It's not like black is in huge danger, but this is a small little plus for Hans.
Yeah, it is. I like it. I like it. Magnus changed first, but Hans has also kept pace. He actually has more time than he started with. So shout out to Hans. If this is what you're looking for, it's now, right? Let's go. Get a victory in the 3-1 portion. He's played fast so far, although, again, the truth is we're almost at move 20. Both players are playing pretty fast right now.
Yeah, the lead on the clock is quite minimal considering how much has happened, and we see a ton of tension. These pawns are staring at one another, and we could just see, poof, the whole queenside evaporate, go off the board. This knight on f5, Danny, that is a great piece, and I do think that Magnus needs to keep his eye out for it, but wow, a4 played by Hans. He's just trying to explode the queenside.
Well, it's partly because he didn't want to take on b5. I don't know if we can back up or not, but the point was that if it exploded, as you said, the a2 pawn would have been falling at the end, and they're playing so fast, maybe it doesn't matter. So I think Hans was trying to solve that problem, to his credit. But now he's going to be strapped with both an a4 and a c4 pawn that are weak.
And he can take, and he could have at least a second ago taken this bishop on d4, but we've already seen what Magnus is capable of despite those double isolated pawns in the center. The knight can actually outclass a bishop. So knight takes d4 now is a real threat. The pawn can take back, of course, after the knight captures, but that's a pawn hanging in the center of the board. Still some weaknesses for white to deal with. Pawns on light squares can't be defended by a dark square bishop. So I do think that both sides have little things that they can be happy with, but now is a big moment for Magnus. Does he retreat the bishop? Does he allow white to take it? Not an easy decision.
Yeah, not an easy decision at all. And Magnus doesn't have an easy decision right now. D6 is weak. He's also having to calculate those tactics of the knight capturing on D4. He has to decide if he wants to use that rook on E6 for more aggressive intentions, sliding over to G6 and seeing what the doctor ordered over there on the G file. Or does he play a piece to C5, whether bishop or knight, to kind of just get out of the way and try to defend these threats? I think this is an evil eval bar. Okay, he does play the move I suggested there, but I thought this was an evil eval bar moment. I feel like that was a harder position to solve than it looked close to equal, and Magnus seems to have made a good choice.
Yeah, I don't think the players look at this like it's just equal. They don't think about it in terms of numbers like the evaluation bar does.
Yeah.
They're looking at this position saying, okay, that's an isolated pawn that I can attack if my knight gets to C5. That's a pawn on C4. Can't be protected by another pawn. That's the issue with isolated pawns, is they can't be defended by their best friends, aka another pawn. So that's what Magnus is going for. And Hans, on the other end, he can plant a queen on D5 at the right moment. Queen takes A5, excuse me, isn't that a free pawn? Maybe he's just trying to loosen up the defense of this D6 pawn, or trying to get his queen to G4. He's playing tricky chess.
Yep.
The queen needs to stay here to cover E7. It's queen G4, rook G6, knight E7 is currently covered, but not if the queen were to leave D8.
By the way, the highlight of a potential fork just made me realize we have seen very few forks in this match today, actually. We haven't seen a ton of blunders there, but that would be our first big fork if somehow Magnus blundered. A5, a very good move by Hans. And again, look at the clock. This is what Hans has been doing well for the most part in the match. I know the score doesn't look good for him, but in games where he's felt in control, it's been because he got an edge on the clock and then stayed with it, and he needs to do that here more than ever.
Fantastic move, A5. You can see Magnus, he is really using his time, and queen G4.
He's sacking the exchange. Look at that. Hans peers in and goes, what are you doing there? You're going to give me the exchange? Okay.
What a decision there from Magnus Carlsen, giving up his rook for a knight and a pawn. That is a beautiful pony, though, on an outpost. It hits E4. Maybe it can jump into position. And don't count out this little A pawn that could. Yeah. That can get to the other side.
What a practical choice. And he's done that a couple times now. If you're just tuning in the first game, Magnus had his back against the wall and sacrificed the exchange. Ultimately, he turned it around and got the dub. Here, Magnus, under some pressure, sacrifices the exchange. And I just think he really has his practical wits about him today.
It's a sign of a champion. When things look like they're getting out of control, you may give up a little bit of material so you can breathe a little more easily. And if this knight gets to D4, we're not talking about being an exchange down. We're talking about how strong the pony is.
Yep.
But look at Hans, queen D5, taking control of the E6 square. If that knight ever moves, the rook slams down on B7. So look at the time, look at the position. I think Hans has good chances, but he needs to find a plan.
No, objectively, Hans has great chances. And again, he's up on the clock still as both players enter time pressure. Wow, the 3-minute portion just changes things up. Like, here we go. We're already down to seconds here, everybody. You called the A-pawn running. Magnus is going to try to sit tight. Note how important that knight is right where it is, Robert.
But I'm drawing the arrows.
You are. You see the 8th rank, and you like it.
I see an attack. That king on H7 does not have much in the way of defense. So rook to B8, threatening queen G8 checkmate. That looks like a problem. So, Danny, this is actually quite tricky, and I'm looking at the clock. Magnus...
Wait, allows rook B8?
He's allowing it because queen F7 doesn't really seem to get the job done. You swap. Oh, it's queen A instead.
Even better. Oh, mate on H8. Very nice, Hans. And rook H8 is coming. And actually, I don't think he can stop it.
How do you deal with this? And also the A3 pawn is just loose. So queen F7 played. If rook to B8...
He's going to play G5, and now there's no H5. That was the idea.
And the king can
get out. Magnus is stopping H5. He'll play G5 if the rook enters the 8th rank. This would be what you need. Camp Hans Niemann, get the first win in the 3-minute portion, would be how you drew it up. Can he convert?
There's something really annoying, though, about this position because it looks like white should just be easily winning, and yet you see there's a rook and queen barreling down on F2. The C4 pawn is loose. E4 could be in trouble, and there isn't a checkmate. That's one check. The king slides up to G6, so take this pawn. Wow, is he have queen E8?
He's got queen E8, and if rook F7, rook F8. I think Hans calculated it.
That's beautiful calculation.
Oh, by the way, there's queen D1, and is there a draw with queen D1, king H2?
Oh, wow, that was something. We have to look at that after this game concludes. Magnus and Hans both in time trouble, and here is a third piece on the last rank. That's just a mate against...
Oh, wait, there was a rook on B1. Okay, I hallucinated a perpetual. Okay, but Hans Niemann had no hallucinations in that game, and he gets a victory to keep this match close, and you hear the fans cheer for him. They want a close match. They want Hans to get back in this thing, and he gets himself back within 4 games with that victory.
That move A5 from Hans,
very
jettisoning that pawn to distract the black queen. That was a phenomenal try by him. He gets the game, the first game there in the 3+1. Yep. So if you think about it from that perspective, he's got the lead, in quotes, in this time control.
Psychologically, no win could be bigger than the first game of the match, which didn't go Hans' way. But that is exactly what you need to have a chance to get in Magnus Carlsen's head and to say, look, we took a break. I refreshed myself. I'm feeling good. And look, I'm sticking with the openings. Let's go. And I got the first win of the faster time control.
It's a message to Magnus that if you're not on your A+ game and I am finding my form, you could be in some trouble here. So we see another close position. I think that Magnus, this is part of his game plan. Of course, both players, we'd love to hear their thoughts on what preparation went into this match. But Magnus is choosing quiet openings. Not a single piece has been traded yet.
Lots of tension. Like we said, the tension off the board has translated itself onto the board with these two guys. I can't speak right now. There's a lot going on, and Hans Niemann was just in a game where he dominated on the clock. Now he's down on the clock out of the opening.
Yeah, I don't think Hans prefers this type of position, whereas Magnus, throughout his illustrious career, he is happy to get in these positions where nothing is happening in the opening, so it would seem, and then he strikes. And here it's Hans who strikes in the center. White tries to open up the flank, the rook on A1 developing on its starting square if the pawns get traded on B5, and then we see Hans claiming space in the center with his E5 push. But Danny, is this a taste of Hans' own medicine? That F5 square has been quite juicy for a white knight, and now Magnus wants to gallop in that direction.
Yeah, the knife on F5, as it's often called, because of the attacking chances it creates if it arrives on that square. Robert Hess is highlighting the plan. But Hans Niemann's got some active knights of his own, puts the knight on C5. This is a closed Spanish structure, and still a lot of dynamic chances for both sides, but I do prefer white here. I think Magnus' position has the potential to get very dangerous if Hans isn't careful.
And we've seen this type of position in classical chess, your Spasskys and your Karpovs, slow maneuvering play from the black side, where you sort of have to accept that white, for the time being, is the one who calls the shots. That you have an option to play G4, Knight G3, expand on the king side,
yep.
And black doesn't really have anything going on the queen side. I mean, you just don't have any pushes like pawn B4. Even if you made that push, you don't threaten anything, so white wants to expand the king side. Oof, this could really hurt your pawn structure for the long term.
It can, and that's why the eval bar starts sliding up, and it's why it's hard to play those positions as black, because as you said, white is sort of controlling the cards. Black's best approach is to kind of just sit tight, which is a hard thing to do, especially in Blitz. And you saw Hans Niemann wasn't able to do it. He didn't sit tight. He made a very committal decision to take A4. Now C4 is weak, whether the queen takes it or not. And so, okay, Magnus takes A4 first. Very nice move. That C4 pawn will be targeted in different ways. And that knight on F3 might even come to D2. If there's a knight A4, rook A4, knight F comes to D2, and that C4 pawn might fall very quickly.
Yeah, one of these knights coming to D2 to poke at the C4 pawn. An A5 play to open up the A6 square for that bishop. So white would love to double rooks in the A file, also go after the C pawn, and here we see it. Bishop G5, rook A1, black is in some trouble. This rook on C8, Danny, that's the big problem. It's protecting C4, which is under attack twice, but it may need to go to A8. But as soon as that rook goes to A8, down goes C4.
Yeah, you're stuck guarding the weakest pawn in your position on C4, but you need those pieces to go guard the A pawn, the second weakest pawn. So Magnus is going to kind of poke and prod here. Bishop E3. Doesn't trade bishop for bishop because he knows he wants to actually, yeah, there you go, you give it. That's not the computer, that's Robert Hess. He giveth and taketh away, and he's going to take that knight on C5 as Magnus Carlsen if Hans offers the trade. Ooh. Oh, wow. What a move, by the way.
But
I love that move.
Yeah, F5 just trying to explode this position because black was struggling. You were gasping for air. Suddenly you have a direct threat. This pawn on D5 is under attack. How do you actually defend that?
It was a great move by Hans.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Fantastic move. Changes the structure aggressively so. Just sense the moment that it could have got away from him if he didn't open the center. At the risk of the king side, by the way. Note that Magnus is going to go right back. Right? All right, well, here we go. Now I've got a couple of knights. You're about to highlight one coming to H5. So this is going to be double-edged here for the rest of the game for sure.
And Hans under a minute, so he isn't time to. You see him bopping his head. He's trying to get into this game over here. He did equalize the material. So white won a pawn that black gambited. Then black took that pawn on D5, and A5 is loose. C4 also loose. Danny, this problem. The rook on C8, it's a bit overloaded because it can't go on to protect the A pawn.
No, we talked about that. You've got both pieces guarding C4, and you need both pieces to guard A5. You can't have your cake and eat it too, as they say. So sometimes you can, by the way. Depends on the birthday rules. You have to establish it with your parents beforehand. But okay, bishop to F8 is played. He's going to lose A5. And Yeah, that's just a pawn for Magnus.
And perhaps Hans wants to start trading rooks because he feels like those rooks barreling down the A file will cause him some problems. This knight, by the way, can hop into E6. That's a long-term problem. And knight G5 also has the benefit of opening up the queen towards that black king. So I'm starting to worry for Hans.
Yep.
He is actually probably happy the way that Magnus is spending his time, but there's so many weak squares in this position.
Knight G5 looks nasty. Just from a practical perspective, your opponent has 30 seconds. I see a move like that, and I am scared. The queen's coming to H5, the knight's coming to E6. Oh, Magnus anticipated knight F4, quickly played queen D1, but Hans is one step ahead, plays knight D3. Here comes knight G5, though, says you can have the B2 pawn, and you may not get out alive on the king side.
Yeah, queen C6, watch out, checkmate in one is threatened. I don't think Magnus will blunder that, but how do you stop it? F3 is uncomfortable. Wow, that is actually a difficult move to play.
That's aggressive. Hans can play H6. You better have calculated what's next. Uh-oh. Magnus Carlsen may not have calculated it. He's now all in with a piece sacrifice.
Shaking his head.
Yeah, he did
realize he went wrong there.
Yeah, Magnus shakes his head. He does have a time advantage, but he's down material. Hans Niemann could be winning his second game. Knock on wood there. No commentator's curse, but we said you have to strike a couple times against Magnus to make him nervous.
And you see that he's going after the black king. Rook takes C6, pawn takes. Suddenly, we have a material amount you can't take here because it's checkmate in one. So do not think that Hans blundered a rook.
Rook E7 guards G7. But oh my gosh, rook A6, the rook. Where's Levy when you need him?
He sacrificed the rook. Queen takes E7, going for the mate against the black king. And now rook B6, there's going to be rook A6.
Oh my gosh, and Magnus is turning this around.
Rook takes C6.
What in the world is going on here?
Is rook takes C6 ideas that he
only has 1 second. He's not going to move fast enough. Wait a second, he's solving everything with just seconds on his clock.
This is unbelievable. The rook on E7 was loose. It still is loose.
Oh my gosh. Every rook is sacrificed. Where are you, Levy?
White is up just 2 pawns, so now it's easy for Magnus Carlsen. This doesn't require much effort for him on the conversion. Black doesn't even have threats against the white king. That's a centralized queen, and there goes the B pawn.
Oh my gosh. What in the world just happened there? Are you not entertained? Is what that kind of chess game makes you say. Those guys just gave us all the money's worth right there. Unfortunately for Hans, Magnus stops him at the gates of getting 2 in a row. We say how important that is to strike more than once against Magnus. Make him get in his head, but Magnus says no.
And I just look over at the screen here, and Hans, he seems very upset with himself. I mean, he knows that he was fighting.
That.
But to be fair, I mean, Magnus did play this queen G4 move, and he actually spoiled what was an advantage. But that was just a fight that Hans brought to Magnus. He didn't have enough time to convert. So it's what you've been saying, Danny, that in the early stages of the games, Hans needs to play very quickly, and he's doing that in this one. He's got an advantage.
He does have an advantage, and it means he continues to fight back. I mean, you have to love it. Despite losing games, Hans is not just rebounding. He's playing quickly, and again, consistently showing that he's here for it. He's in for the fight. Unfortunately, Magnus is holding it together in those critical moments if you're rooting for Hans Niemann, and right now, Magnus has held it together again, despite a small disadvantage at the start. Seems to have roughly equalized here as we head into the queenless middle game.
Yeah, you have to prefer white just because you have the bishop pair on an open board, the E6 pawn on a light square. Only white has a light square bishop. And a knight hops in D4. That knight looks good for you. But this knight on C3 will move at some point. The bishop could even take this knight. And I just feel like black, in some of these positions, a little bit loose, Danny. And that's why I'd prefer Hans' position and Hans' time.
Well, I definitely prefer Hans' position. Again, the bishop pair you highlighted, the light square is the biggest part of it. E6 and D5 potentially weak. Although, again, Magnus always seems to have his pieces on good squares, so H5 is played, now H4 is coming, and despite what we say is like the optics of the future of the position, that we prefer white with the bishop pair, actually Black's pieces are very active and very well placed right now, so it's hard to see what Hans' clear plan is, and here he goes, trying to target E6.
But he's not actually threatening it, at least not for the moment. The 94 defends it. And I want to point out that rook A to E8 was played. We often think that our rooks need to be in the center to be developed. This rook on H8 will develop by pushing the pawn in front of it, opening this file. So Hans goes rook to F1. He wants to meet H4 with G4, just throw his pawns at the black king. But Magnus expanding on the queen side while white is trying to remove Magnus' best piece. The knight hops back to F5. Take it there. Black controls the light squares. I think that both players are jockeying well.
I know, no, I'm sorry. Every point you made was great, and this move by Hans was great. The knight goes back to G1 to go to F3. You see Hans bobbing there and getting angry. Like, he wants this win. He's frustrated. He knows that last one got away from him. Harnessing his inner whatever it is. We know he's got a lot of it, and he's trying to give himself the energy to get this win.
And Magnus is barely holding on in this game. Rook h6, defending this e6 pawn a third time, but kind of a second time. His knight g5 check at any moment will kick the black king away. And whoa, Magnus darts to the center. King d7, that's a great defense.
Talk about laughing in the face of danger. No one goes to an elephant graveyard. Second reference of the day. I did it. King e7, you got to go to d7, but he gets away with it, and there's no concrete blow here for white.
Amazingly, because it looks so good for white.
It looks so good for Hans.
Everything defends e6. This bishop can take on g4, but that only helps black open up a file. So where is the knockout? It's not a winning position, so objectively you can't find a game-ending move. But it just feels like it's a struggle to find a move for white because black's holding on.
Well, and this is one of those games where kind of as you're saying it, like the take a breath moment just comes up naturally. It's one of those games where you have to take a breath and go like, all right, I thought it was close, but it's not. I'm still better. I have the bishop pair. I have pressure on the e-file. I've still got this if I'm Hans Niemann, right? Like, just take a breath and keep the pressure.
Yeah, but every breath he takes, every move he makes, Magnus is going to be watching him. So you see that these squares that look very weak, that Magnus has them under control. E5 and D4 controlled by black's pieces. So I just don't see where the knockout is coming from.
I agree, but the more moves are made here, every time Magnus pushes a pawn, it's a future weakness. Again, I think that white still has the long-term better chances objectively. Magnus is also down on the clock.
I like that move, A5. He's just trying to create a second wave. He's saying that if you're putting all your pieces in the center, let me do something over here on the queen side. I'm going to distract your forces. And bishop H1, I don't know what he's going for. Like the bishop just sitting down on the first rank.
It was a patient move because he didn't quite know what to do and wanted to keep his time edge. But Magnus is like, I know what I'm doing. I'm pushing on the queen side. So it's a tough position for white, right? And by the way, you note that you can't play h3, just highlight because g3 is hanging, even if you don't take it right away. You might be able to, actually. But, yeah, it's a hard position to find a good move for Hans.
And so he takes up his a3. He wants to cement the pawn a4 in place. The bishop is covering a3. The king can always slide up to a2. And this rook would like to get to the b file. You're not getting there in time. But moves like this, he wants to protect the e6 pawn with an active piece. Instead of just passively defending, doubling rooks into a pawn on e6, he said, let me double this rook here, keep e6 defended.
I love that, an active defense. Good call out, Robert. That rook on e7 was doing the job of defending the pawn, but it was passive AF, as Fabi. Shout out to Fabi watching at home. We love you, Fab. But now the rook can go to e8 and go to the b file. And the rook on b6, as you said, does the job. So Magnus is turning the queen side into a party if he starts to get chances over there.
And I'm looking at the clocks. I haven't looked at that in a while. And now suddenly Magnus up 15 seconds. Hans struggling to find a move. Knight e5 check, pawn h3, all these come to mind, but they don't actually get you anywhere. And rook f1, another mysterious move, Danny. I feel like Hans is struggling to come up with that plan.
I agree. I mean, obviously, and his time advantage went from more than a minute to now he's down on the clock, right? I mean, that says all you need to know. Hans struggling to find plans that improve white's position. But Magnus noted that he's also just kind of, he's not going to overpress this one either. He's like, all right, like maybe Hans will beat himself here. Like, let me just sit tight and see if Hans tries too hard, knowing how desperate he is to get a win and how frustrated Hans is that he didn't win that last game.
And for Magnus, he could have brought his rook to the b file. Yeah. He stayed put because of ideas like knight to g5, and the bishop gets out to c5, maybe d4 at some point. Maybe there'll be some
That's what I'm saying. Like, Magnus is just like, all right, is he going to push too hard? I will take the chance if he gives it to me. But otherwise, I'm the one with a 5-game lead, and if this one draws, I was black, I'll take it home. And just seeing the way Magnus is playing, you can tell he's patient, and he knows what he's doing.
But Hans is doing very well in the clock, so they're just moving back and forth thus far. So it would seem, but the advantage is growing for Hans Niemann. Suddenly he's outplaying Magnus, and it's because of this weakness on e6, the light square bishop, but Hans needs to move.
Ooh, I was going to say maybe the eval bar might think he's outplaying him, but I'm not sure the players realize there's any difference here. Rook a1, that was a weird move. Hans does want more, obviously, but he has to be careful. If he wants too much, now he's under 5 seconds.
And then he plays rook e2, so his moves don't feel coordinated at the moment. Bishop back to h3, and we have seen maybe not this exact position, but something like it. And the rook goes back to e1. Danny, I think he wanted to play rook b1, but he...
By the way, I think Magnus just showed right there he might want a little more. I think bishop c5 would have been a 3-position repetition, not in the exact moves, but Magnus was like, I actually don't want it anymore. I want to keep going now that Hans is under time pressure. Whoa, but both sides under 5 seconds, and E5. Oh.
He's a blunder a piece.
Magnus just pushed too hard.
He just gave away a piece on E5, and Hans Niemann is taking this game by resignation.
Hans Niemann gets the game. Magnus Carlsen shakes his head, as he should. It was funny. We were just saying that Magnus did all the right things, giving Hans a chance to beat himself there, but then when he had a chance to play bishop c5 to repeat, he tried for a win because Hans was under time pressure, and Hans made him pay.
Yeah, he tried to trick Hans, I guess, but he tricked himself. And now we have a 4-point match, and Hans has won 2 out of 3 games in the 3+1 time patrol. So Hans, he's probably feeling like maybe I can get one more win, and then we're talking. But for now, it's still a 4-point lead for Magnus. We just have to be objective here. That is quite a lead for the #1 player in the world.
It's quite a lead, but again, it's not 2 in a row. It is 2 out of 3. Like, thinking about Camp Hans here, I mean, he's doing what he had to do at the break, right? Yes, 5 games is a lot, but he's taking everything he can into this 3-1 portion. You get another victory here, and you've won 3 of 4.
That's true, and it's just one of these things where he got himself into a very big hole to start the match. He can work his way out of it. He does have enough time. 37 almost minutes left in the 3-minute plus 1 second increment, and then the entirety of the bullet. And who knows what form the players will be in bullet. I mean, Magnus isn't invincible in bullet chess, that's for sure. So Magnus, he doesn't want to keep dipping in this blitz time patrol, Danny. He needs to right the ship.
Totally agree. It was an uncharacteristic Magnus thing to do there after doing what he needed to do to defend that worst position all game. Pushed a little too hard and paid the price, as we said. But still has a 4-game lead, as you said. Is White in this game? And let's focus on the moment. We got to own it. Mom spaghetti.
It looks pretty good for White, with the exception of this bishop on c1. This a7 pawn could become a target. If this rook could jump from e1 to a2, White is much better. But unfortunately, rooks don't fly like that. No Mary Poppins activity going on here. And h3 played very calm chess from both sides. Denny, I mean, is this really what Magnus wants? I know he's playing this kind of wily style, just calm chess, but is it too calm?
I think it is what he wants just based on the clock. That's what I'm looking at, and like, all right, well, maybe the opening in the position will be something he doesn't repeat, but he did recover from his loss by playing quickly. As I say it, he's actively thinking and maybe losing some of his edge, which was more than a minute at one point. So, but I think Magnus is happy given that he's up on time and going to put the pressure back on Hans here with White.
Yeah, White can consider expanding at some moment with pawn to d4. This knight may hop into b3. That looks a bit annoying. So it's not easy to see where the... Ooh. Oh, he blundered. Immediately, bishop on c1's loose.
Yeah, Magnus blunders and looks across the room there to just kind of express the frustration. He's like, all right, what did I do there? That was just a blunder. And Hans is bobbing his head. If he takes this game, like we said, 3 out of 4, knock on the door. Hello. I'm not giving up yet.
Wow, what a blunder there from Magnus Carlsen. I'm going to do a quick instant replay just because it's so critical to this match overall. That this move pawn to d4, it left the pawn on e4, not defended quite enough times because the bishop on c1 was loose, and that was the key, and that's why Magnus did not keep taking. If we saw these captures here, queen takes, rook takes c1, check at the end, and black also wins b2 and things like that. So instead, we just see White develop, black backs up, and Danny, it's a clear advantage and extra pawn for black.
Clear advantage, clear extra pawn. Magnus Carlsen clearly not happy, body language revealed. But I guess if you're now thinking about it from Magnus' view, you're like, well, it's not just losing yet. Let me try to keep pushing. We've seen, well, he sacked the exchange before and lived to talk about it. This would be his 3rd successful exchange sack if he does it again.
It's smart. It's a really smart thing he just did here because he wants to give up the rook for the knight, give up b2, take a7, and if all pawns remain on one flank, it's easier to hold these positions because what happens then is that you just use all of your remaining pieces, even though you have a material deficit, and defend. So that's what Magnus is aiming for. Hans doing the right thing. He's not just taking on b2 and giving up a7. He may determine that it's more important to keep this a7 pawn alive and keep pawns on both sides, not just the king side.
That's a really key point because despite what the evaluation bar says, you can be better, but if there are no targets, there are no wins. And, okay, Hans actually decides to go for the rook and knight version of this. And it's a weird one. Wait, now he's allowing 95?
Oh, 95, rook takes f2, knight d3. He missed the knight retreating here if the rook takes f2 with a fork.
And Hans now knows he missed it. Magnus kind of does the old, well, I got away with one there, and now I'm going to laugh and shake my head and take a sip of water and say, All right. Well, there you go. Magnus making sure Hans knows that he also takes a sip of water when he feels confident.
Yeah, but that is so unfortunate for Hans. He was gifted a free pawn, and he couldn't make the most of it. You see it on his face. He's trying desperately to find something here. He's trying, can I keep this game going? But F7's dropping, and if we play F6, still knight to D3 was available. No, there's not enough material remaining now. This is just a hold for white. But no, I wouldn't say that. Black needs to be careful now.
Yeah. Black has to be super careful here. The rooks come off, should be held. But if you're not careful and that rook moves from F7, that knight and rook could actually form a mating net against the black king quicker than you might think.
And you see Hans's clock down to 4 seconds. He plays G5. The rook can't keep D4 and F2 defend at the same time. So rook F5 giving up D4 for G5, but white can never lose this position.
Okay, but don't play King H8. That would be made on F7, FYI. So now Magnus is pushing, especially because Hans has 3 seconds.
And also, even if this game does end in the objectively correct result of a draw, you're going to waste a lot of time off the match clock. This is what Magnus wants. Oh! Knight F64!
Knight F64, it's a fork. He goes into a rook ending up 2 pawns. Hans missed it. You see, what a frustrating game. What a massive bleep and turnaround. What in the world just happened? We were talking about 3 out of 4 in the 3-minute portion for Hans Niemann, and not so fast. It's back to a 5-game lead.
And this is what all the top players say about Magnus Carlsen. He is not invincible. He does blunder, but actually converting those positions into a win is immensely difficult. And we just saw it on full display there. The way Magnus, he dropped a pawn, then he gave up the exchange because he realized that would be the most difficult task for Hans. That's just, I mean, honestly, just such great awareness from him.
Absolutely incredible. Like you said, the top players say it all the time. It's not that he doesn't make mistakes. He rarely makes 2, and he buckles down. Man, and it's why most of the finals in the SCC have had a lot of Magnus and Hikaru, because they both tend to do that incredibly well in terms of being resourceful and persevering even after a blunder. Magnus better than anybody at it, and you see it on display right there.
He's also harder on himself than pretty much anybody. You saw him like being upset about probably a move order inaccuracy. I won't pretend to know all the ins and outs here, but Magnus, he just doesn't seem thrilled about his play. I don't think he loves being gifted points. I know he sometimes smiles and smirks, but in reality, he always wants to play the optimal move. That's why he is the #1 player in the world, the highest rated player in chess history. He strives for perfection. It's not going to happen. No human can do that, but it's what he wants.
We're back to the Italians. Hans Niemann sticking with it, sticking by the plan. Whatever he drew up at home and wanted to get against Magnus, it must have been in this opening because it's been the only thing he's chosen with white. And I guess to Magnus's credit, or maybe he anticipated it, he hasn't blinked either, right? All he's done is enter the same variation of these Italian-Spanish things, whatever they are. This almost looks more like a Spanish now, but again, it was a gioco piano. These Italian-Spanish things.
No, it's working out very well for him, and he actually took one out of Hans's playbook, brought the pawn up to A4. That queen could have taken the pawn, but you walk into the rook's line of sight, and rooks usually win showdowns with queens because the queen has to move when the rook attacks. So the queen goes to E7, A4 no longer under attack. And Danny, it's so easy to blunder in positions like this.
Yeah.
You move your A1 rook to D1, you kind of like just play in the center, no big deal, and you drop this little A2 pawn.
You don't need to tell me. I do that all the time. Yeah. Forget about it. Just a full board game, Dan. Remember it. Forget it too often. All right. But yeah, don't blunder A2 if you're Hans Niemann. And do you go for knight F5 at some point, right? You're looking for the forcing tactics, maybe transitioning to a king-side adventure.
Whoa.
Nope.
No,
Hans wants the queen-side adventure.
Yeah, he says, let's open up that A file. It does look like a pawn sacrifice. Pawn takes, bishop takes. Don't forget, the pawn can take. Yes, it's legal. We are in France. En passant is a thing even here, especially here, right?
Yes, it is legal here. I checked before I entered the country. En passant is legal in France.
Well, it is available on this turn and this turn only, but Magnus, he does decide to take it. The question is, will he take twice? I don't think so, because knight F5, that square, is so valuable that you'd give up a pawn for it.
Yeah, I like what Hans did. We talked about the A-pawn being weak, right, and not blundering to those tactics. He's kind of solved that problem. Now if he could just protect the B3 pawn, but like you said, will B3 be traded for the F5 square? That may not even be what Magnus wants. So, but I think Hans still has the chances you look for in these positions with knight F5. As long as that is on the agenda, you still have a chance to quickly turn a king-side attack into reality.
Right, bishop can take, but then the E file opens up and pawns are approaching the black king. So the queen slides back to F8. And Danny, there are sacrifices in this position. Knight takes H6, knight takes G7, but you're only getting 2 pawns, so there is a clear material deficit. I just don't think you have enough firepower, whereas black has great defenders on F6 and G6.
Yeah. Knights are defending well. Hans plays c4. Magnus is playing well on the clock. That's been something he's now done for a couple games in a row since that loss he had. If you're just tuning in, Hans Niemann has gotten off to a good start here in the 3-1 portion. It's tied 2-2, and in some ways maybe could have been an even better score for him, but Magnus has persevered. So if you're thinking this is over, think again. Hans Niemann has been dialed here in the 3-minute portion, and if that continues with the faster segment coming with Bullet, still anybody's match.
But Hans needs to do well in this game because this will be the final game before a break. They get that little halftime of this time control. And we see that Hans is trying to make progress. You know, he's inching closer to the Black King, but you have double pawns now. This bishop on d3, typically we talk about a 2 bishops advantage on an open board, but you see the advantage is squarely in Black's favor after through bishop to b1. This is clearly a blunder, and Rook e8 was not it. Let's bring up an analysis board because this could have been a terrible moment for Hans Niemann. That after bishop to b1, we saw the evaluation were all the way down. And why is that? Queen and rook are on the same line. So bishop a5 could be played. And after b4, the only way to save the rook on e1, knight can take on c4. That pawn was doing an important duty, protecting there. Now there's a fork. You can take this bishop on e3 next. Black wins some material. So back to the game. We did see that the rook slid to e8. That's a mistake. And the queen slid back. The knight went to d7. Black isn't doing badly, but Magnus had a chance to win material there. And we see that now b4 is played safely. So I think that with the time the way it is, that Magnus a little bit ahead on the clock, has healthy pawn structure, active pieces. Danny, I feel like Magnus, he should be pretty happy with what's happened, even if he missed that opportunity.
Yeah, and he doesn't know he missed that opportunity, right? Often chess players beat themselves up for the blunders that they know they missed. You can find that out when you do game review later, right? But right now, he's still living in bliss, right? Ignorance is bliss, as they say. So Magnus doesn't know that he blundered. He's got to be happy with his position as Black, and Hans goes in for knight to e6.
Wow.
What a move. He's going to take on b6, and the e5 knight is hanging.
Yes, the e5 knight's hanging. If you take on f5, there was a capture on d5. So he takes on c4 and says, that one's mine. This queen on f8 stares at this b4 pawn, which is loose. And if bishop takes c4, I'm already wondering, can I actually take on b4? Is that asking for too much?
Oh, man, that would be what an intermezzo. What a swish and zug that would be. Magnus sees the potential of it, so he's pausing to see if it's possible.
And he's pausing. He's now down.
He
doesn't take it. It does give him a chance to win this b4 pawn later. But if you take on e6, Danny, that's a really impressive and scary pawn to have to face in the time scramble that's about to ensue.
Yeah, both sides are about to be, they are under 20 seconds. Now queen to b4 comes. I'm still calculating in my head why it didn't work, but it doesn't matter. We've got this position here. Queen to d8 allows queen e1 check, which will guard the knight. And does the c-pawn just run for fun?
He brings the queen back to e5 first, and c3 there will be bishop d4. As the king goes to f7, he wants queen e7. Everything does seem protected.
Yeah.
Why is this suddenly equal?
Silence. Great question. No one had the answer. Queen to d4 is played, knight d6.
Oh, bishop c5, knight takes f5, and a queen c4, queen e6.
He's holding everything. Magnus is holding everything with seconds on the clock here. Oh, but Hans Niemann gets the queen in the back door here. Still a potential draw.
Yeah, he held everything except for that b7 pawn, which was really important. And now Black does have his king safe on h7 without the queens on the board. Of course, there's no danger of checkmate, but without the material left, it looks like it's about to fizzle to a draw.
Yeah, and Hans Niemann playing g4 will kind of assure him the draw. Really hard now for him to lose. Sometimes, oh, wait, king e5. I was going to say sometimes with the bishop you might have a chance to win. He didn't go for it. If you get the f-pawn rolling, white actually is pushing a teeny weensy bit.
Well, also, Magnus does not have much time, so you blunder without time. But, okay, he actually quickly allowed Magnus to steal that pawn. That's a draw, and we actually have a 5-point spread as we finish the first half of the 3+1.
And we will be heading to the break on that note in just a moment. As Robert said, it is the first half. We take a halftime break. They started that game, for the record, right before the halftime break, which is why they basically got a whole bunch of time off of the clock. They got more time off the clock than you would normally see there, Robert, because that game that just started. But okay, before we go to the break, we got a lot more chess ahead. I want to remind everybody that Vichy versus the World is coming, the 25-year anniversary of Garry Kasparov versus the World. If you're old enough to have played Kasparov versus the World, give me a shout in here if you played in the Kasparov versus the World match. Oh, just me. I'm the only person old enough here for that. Good talk, everyone. But you can actually play Vichy versus the world. It's going to be a legendary vote chess battle. Use the command play Vichy to enter. Join the club. There's going to be all kinds of prizes, all kinds of awesome stuff, giveaways we're doing during that event. A fun thing to do as we lead up to the World Chess Championship with Gukesh playing for India. Going to be an awesome thing to just get the world hype. So, all right. We have a break to take. We have a moment to refresh ourselves. Hans Niemann's doing just that right now. He's going to need to if he's going to make a comeback. Magnus Carlsen has been dominant despite the moment of shaking his head there. It's the 2024 Speed Chess Championship second semifinal. It continues in just a few.
Dominance. Constant dominance. The reigning speed chess champion and eternal chess goat, Magnus Carlsen, showed why he's champion in an opening round victory against legendary speed chess player Min Lei.
That was crazy. Total and complete destruction.
And he didn't even lose. He didn't lose a single game.
Carlsen racked up a modern record margin of victory of 20.5 to just 3.5. Even Min Lei had to applaud this incredible performance. Magnus was tested in the semifinals against new world number 4 Arjun Erigaisi. But even without playing his best chess, he cruised to victory with a confident 12-9 score. In the post-match interview, Carlsen exuded lackadaisical confidence about his semifinal match in Paris against Hans Niemann.
If I have a decent day, I'll probably win.
This is the most anticipated match in chess. It is the first time that these rivals will battle since Carlsen lost to Niemann in the 2022 Sinquefield Cup and withdrew from the event, sparking a media firestorm. In Paris, Carlsen will also face two other great rivals. Hikaru Nakamura, the only player to have beaten Carlsen in a Speed Chess Championship finals, and Alireza Firouzja, Carlsen's hand-picked successor.
This is the third, I believe, final in a row for you. Maybe because maybe 3 years ago or something, or whatever, 4 years ago you were not playing.
Yeah, 3 years ago I was not playing.
Yeah.
That's correct.
So, but
and
this is
and then 4 years ago I lost to Maxime in the semifinal. So.
Yeah, I didn't bring that up though. You did, but I'm not asking about Maxime. This is the first final you're gonna have with a live audience and like a kind of this. Beta test of how we can have live spectators in chess. I'm sure you've been asked already about it, but I'm curious to hear your thoughts personally. Like, is this a fun test of how it can go for you?
I really think this is a format that chess needs more of. And you can sort of do it both ways, both playing on a physical board and also playing on a computer. But I do think having spectators, the players more in a boxing setting with their headphones on, even if they're playing on a board blocking the noise out. I do think that's potentially a great format for chess, and it's something that we haven't tested much, right? And we know, like from casual games, that spectators, they don't really shut up when people are playing, so let's give them a chance to, get the hype going with in a serious tournament as well. No more fancy openings, no swashbuckling middle games, no attacks. We're here to tell you about what comes after that.
I'm taking the time for prophylactic moves in this apparently pretty sharp position. Probably at this point the knight is better, but the game shows that it's possible to play around it.
2024 Speed Chess Championship live from Paris continues, and Magnus Carlsen continues his dominance of the format of the event, of the chess world in many ways, with a 5-game lead right now over Hans Niemann. Will that continue, or does Hans have it in him for a comeback? We thought it might be starting when the 3-1 portion kicked off, Robert, but Magnus found himself. Will Hans find himself and give us more fight?
Well, Hans has been playing very well. It's combative. He is giving Magnus pretty much all that he can handle, but there was that slip when Magnus blundered. Hans was the recipient of a free pawn. Then it was an exchange advantage, and then he just blundered. He walked into a fork. So you can see on Hans's face, he's determined. He wants to take this match, but he's got to do it game by game, and he does have a chance in this 3-minute portion. He just needs to win a couple games that'll allow him to go into bullet with a real shot.
Yeah. Not even just from a scoreboard perspective to get a real shot, which is true, but also from a confidence perspective, right? From a momentum perspective, you got to put a couple together. Magnus Carlsen has still not lost 2 in a row at any point in this match. He's gone down a couple times, but Hans has not been able to get him more than once in those moments, and maybe show us what a Magnus Carlsen who's frustrated or worried, especially against Hans Niemann, right? Because of the history, because of everything that's at stake here. So you got to put Magnus in that spot if you're Hans.
Yes, you do. And you see the players, they're getting set for the next game. And I'm wondering if we'll see any changes in the openings, because we keep repeating these Italian games where I feel like Magnus, he seems to be at home on the black side. And I think that for Hans, I mean, I don't know what's going on here. Is there a fan in the room all of a sudden?
There's a fan in the room because they're hot. I mean, I'm sure it's legal. I'm sure it was. Yeah, look, it's. Oh, I thought I saw it in front of Magnus. I don't know. He's swishing the water around. Both players are hot. Magnus Carlsen found a personal fan. Maybe there's someone standing just off camera holding the fan. I don't know what's going on. But I do know we have liftoff. These will be the final games of the 3-1 portion. Again, if you're just tuning in, where in the world have you been? It's breaking the internet. It is the first time Magnus Carlsen and Hans Niemann have played since the events of September 4th, 2022 at the Sinquefield Cup in St. Louis. And right now, Hans has got to find it. And here we have our first Sicilian, I think, of the day, Robert.
Well, we've had some closed Sicilian-looking positions. At least this is the first more active one. I don't know if the Alpin, in your eyes, counts as an open Sicilian.
You set me up, so I'm going to dunk on it. Anti-Sicilians, boo.
Well, Hans, he seems ready. He's playing with the black pieces, play the Sicilian, but now he's the one on the clock. So Bishop C4, that move caught him by surprise. It is technically a pawn sacrifice, or so it would appear, but maybe there's a Bishop B5 check to throw in. So he plays E6, and now Magnus can gain back this pawn on D4.
And it's actually a common sacrifice in the Alpin, and so Hans plays E6. This is a pretty straightforward thing to do. You can play knight C6 or even Bishop E7 there, and this is a position where White has that tiny edge, but also very solid for Hans, very solid for Black.
Yeah, White can at some point take this knight on d5, doubling Black's pawns, but with the tension here, they're not going to be double for long. Instead, the knight drops back to b6, and this is a key move, bishop to d3.
Yep.
The point is that if Black intends the castle kingside, you may be walking into a pretty vicious attack. So this is something that Hans needs to look out for, but he also needs to look out for his clock.
Yeah, he's already down 40 seconds on the clock, and ever since Magnus lost that game, now 3 games ago, he has been the one dominating, at least when it comes to the clock, at the start of every game.
Yeah, that's not a good sign.
Not a good sign at all. Like it woke him up, it poked the bear, something happened, and or he's feeling confident in the openings. And you said, as we headed to 3-1, you thought maybe Hans should change the opening. He hasn't. This is the first Sicilian, but overall, Magnus seems to be getting the better of the first stage right now.
He has indeed. And we look at this position where Hans removed that light square bishop. I was showing it pointing at the Black king side. But now Black is left with his own light square bishop that doesn't have a good diagonal, at least not yet. So that's the point. In a closed position, knights typically are the superior minor piece. And after bishop d7, maybe there's a future where the bishop tries to get out to b5. But I think Magnus will spot that and try to avoid it at all costs. Danny, I like White's position, a small advantage.
And I like b3. It guards c4, prepares a4 and a5, which if you do advance, that knight is quickly running out of squares. And here with the 92, even though you've lost the light square bishop, there will be no Greek gift on h7. Sorry to disappoint you, Robert. But there is still the potential for an attack. As we like to say, if there's a pawn on e5, that means there's no knight on f6, which means there's always chances for an attack against the Black king. And Magnus might bring both those knights over.
And Magnus cleared the c-file, brought the knight to e2. The knight at some point would like to get on over to h5. And after the trade on g5, there is queen c2 here. That's exactly what Hans plays. He defends the checkmate by bringing the queen to c2, but the white queen steps out the way. And Danny, there could be a queen trap if black isn't careful. It does have enough space, but something to watch out for.
The way Magnus first reacted to that, I thought maybe he missed queen c2 or didn't like it after he committed to the bishop exchange on g5. But now it's Hans who's thinking, and again, it's Hans who's down on the clock, as it has been the case for several games now.
And it's because of this light square bishop. The bishop on d7 is just a bad piece. a5 could kick the knight back to the corner, and nobody puts that knight on a8 except for Magnus Carlsen. But that would be a rushed decision. As soon as you push a pawn from a light square, it frees up a light square for the bishop. So that's why Magnus is keeping the pawns in place. Rook c8 offering a trade. h4 played, please trade me. Give me that only open file on the whole board. That's what white wants, is to bring that queen back and try to infiltrate.
And suddenly that queen feels really out of place over there. If we flip the script to the queen side, that queen on g6 is not where she wants to be, as Robert highlighted, if the c file becomes under white's control. And again, a5 is coming. That knight is going to go to the corner. No one puts baby in the corner. RIP to the late and great
Patrick Swayze.
But rook c6 solves this problem for Hans. This is great. Now the c8 square is available, even if Magnus gets the c file. So he's still in a decently equal spot here.
Is Magnus trying to do that squeeze that we know he's done in classical games against all the best players in the world, where the engine says that's no problem for black, but black has no plan? This is a bad piece. I know I've said it many times, I'm harping on about it, but the bishop on c6, it's a defensive piece. It's a big pawn in this position, staring into its own pawn and protected by another. So we see this position, the queen gets in. Black's best move is to take this d5 pawn and throw it off the board.
Yeah, throw it off the board and hope your opponent doesn't notice, right? No, but it is also true that if something happens, if the queens come off and black gets like a b5 move, I'm just pointing that out, the bishop does have a future potentially, despite the limited highways to get something going over there on the queen side. So I'm just saying it's not, there's a chance here for Hans to turn that storyline around for the bishop on c6. Although with only 20 seconds, and again, just down a full minute on the clock, Magnus is in the comfort zone, and Hans has got to speed up.
Yeah, I know you're saying there's a chance, but I'm not liking the chances with the clock. It's dwindling. He's down under 15 seconds now, and Magnus is about a minute and a half, so Hans just doesn't have a plan. That's his huge difficulty. He opens the c-file, but the queen on e1 keeps that queen on c3 honest, Danny. The knight on d2 is hanging.
Yeah, the knight on d2 is hanging. It's also pinned to the queen on c3. Okay, knight to d3. Note there's no queen e4 check. The knight on d2 guards it. That queen looks like she's getting herself in trouble over there. You mess with the kids, you know what happens, right?
Yeah,
you got to be careful dancing around with those knights if you're the queen.
Behind enemy lines, pretty good movie, and here that queen is pretty good. It's just pestering white's pieces so you can't coordinate to the best of your ability. And knight c5 looks good. The bishop just slides back to c6 potentially, and you may not make the progress you were hoping to get. And 5 seconds for black, just under a minute for white. He's got to move, does Hans?
I was just going to say, yeah, it's not looking good on the clock. That's the main problem. Magnus is one move away from tricking Hans or making him think about something, and the wheels could come off.
Like that, right? Is the queen trade good? Objectively, it's fine, but that might have been a decision that Hans couldn't have afforded in a different type of position. So
you got to applaud that he probably made the right decision with just seconds, Hans, that he took and played a5. It seems like he's holding on. So Hans playing quickly here and playing the best moves.
Nicely done.
I like it. No, I mean, took, played a5, then f6. These have been great moves by Hans with no time on the clock.
But he is a bit passive. That's the bad news.
0.7 seconds.
Oh, barely getting the moves off and playing great moves at that.
Yeah, if the knight comes to f4, Magnus managing his time. We say that a lot. If you have a lead on the clock, use it in critical moments.
Oh, he takes. So what does he want? I don't think he wants symmetry. He might want some knight c7 business, but h5 is loose over here, and we may just see a bunch of liquidation. But knight c7 also could be by bishop c6. The knight may go too far if it jumps over there.
Again, Magnus managing the time, trying to create as many problems for Hans as he can while he has just seconds.
Oh, knight to a8. What a find by Magnus. I mean, we were joking about knight to a8 earlier. Here a5 drops, and here come the a pawn and the b pawn for white.
The other knight went to a8. The white knight, not the black knight, changing everything, and all of a sudden Magnus's pawns are running. How did this turn around like this? This is what he does.
And here they come. I mean, just the A and the B pawns, and there's no threats against white, but somehow that was a mistake. Maybe it's just trying to find the depth, but you can't stop both these pawns. You can actually only sacrifice one piece, but if you can sacrifice both, we'd have a theoretical draw.
That's right. 2 knights cannot checkmate a king if you don't know your basic checkmate ending. So Hans still has a chance if he can give up both those minor pieces for both pawns. In fact, Magnus just gave a what do I do here to stop this idea.
He's just going to move his king around 95. As soon as the king moved 95, offering a trade, that is game.
Yeah. Magnus does get the job done. He takes the biggest lead in the match, which is 6 games, and Hans Niemann is in big trouble right now.
But Hans has played a different first move. It may be a little bit late in the match, but I think something's happening where Magnus doesn't like what's going on. So I'm wondering what the deal is down in the playing area.
I'm not sure what's going on either. Maybe something happened to his playlist. Maybe something happened to the music. I don't know what's going on. Sometimes you got to make your own kind of music.
Well, he is known as the Mozart of chess, so I think he can do just that. And we see the players. He does seem he's looking at the playlist.
It is the play that the sound stopped on the computer. Match clock has stopped. Technical pause. We're going to keep talking here as Magnus, as we said, makes his own kind of music. Sometimes you got to play your own special song. Right now, Hans Niemann doesn't want to be singing a swan song in his head. What do you do to turn this around? This is what happens when you run up against Magnus Carlsen, and why people said, despite the drama, despite the tensions, and despite whatever Hans might have been saying on social media, going up against Magnus Carlsen, he was an 83% underdog according to Smarter Chess. It's hard to beat Magnus at chess.
It is really difficult, and we see the match timer next to the players. They can both see it up front, and with 15 minutes left in the 3-minute plus 1 second increment time control, the players, they're just making sure that everything's set. They're about to start that game up, and Danny, Magnus has been phenomenal.
Yeah, he's played fantastic chess. I mean, the recipe to beat Magnus is to show up and have the best chess of your life and hope that he doesn't. That has not been the case so far today. Magnus, I don't know if he's had the best chess of his life, but he's been pretty good, and we see him a lot. He's played great. And Hans has had his chances. There's been some games that have gotten away from him, but overall, it's been a pretty dominant affair right now for Magnus Carlsen, and it looks like the games are getting set to start once again. So we will jump back into our final couple games here. We're going to update the match clock. It currently says 0. We're going to get it back. There it is, 15:48. Yep, we have probably at least 2, if not 3 more 3-minute games here.
Yeah, we will get a few of these, and Hans needs to take them, right? It's not just about getting them. You need to score wins at this stage, down 6 points. It's ballooned. It's getting out of hand. But for Hans, he switches opening. He has the similar structure that you mentioned before, right? This Botvinnik structure.
It's the exact same structure. This time it is a Botvinnik English.
Yeah, it's a little trident, and those pawns are trying to gain space. You cover the d5 square very nicely, but you do give up control of d4 in return. And what do you make of this move, Danny? Knight to h7. He clearly wants to unleash some kind of f5, but his king is still in the center.
Yeah, it reminds me of some of these modern 4 knights ideas where black delays castling because you keep this option open of g5 or something. Now, with Hans playing f4, I don't think that that Magnus is striking back with g5, but it's a flexible approach. That's my point. This knight maneuver, Robert, to answer your question, what do I think of it? I think Magnus still has ideas. He could even castle long here, depending on what happens.
Yeah, but though that pawn on a5 may, in some positions, want to be back if you're going to castle in that direction. I like Hans' position.
Yeah, I do a lot. I don't like the knight maneuver that he did. And f4 was the perfect medicine for that problem.
Yeah.
f5 might come. Ooh.
Apparently knight before not best, but it actually is quite a natural move. You need space for your pieces. You want to kick that knight out of d5 with a move like pawn to c6. And if knight takes b4, you can take back. Maybe you'll lose a pawn over here. Maybe that's part of the difficulty, that this b4 can be a target, and f5, as you mentioned, is always in the air.
Hans plays bishop c3 because he wants to keep the pieces on the board. It's an understandable thing to do when you're hoping for checkmate attacks, but maybe not the concrete solution the computer wanted, right? We see the e-ball bar slide back down, although the queen does guard d3. That is one thing that the bishop going to c3 did.
And also puts pressure on e5, but I think black can play f6, and that has 2 benefits. There's one huge problem, it weakens the light squares, but it stops white from taking a pawn on e5, but also f5, f6, just a flurry of pawn moves to go at the black king. So f6 does keep everything together. You have the triangle pawn structure in both directions. That means you have a healthy center, but there could be even a d4 break and then all chaos on the board.
The modern way we refer to that is the pyramid pawn structure, just so you know, not triangle. Just FYI.
I call it the triangle.
Okay, there you go. All right, we're coloring now. Knight goes back to c6. Magnus says that knight has had enough fun on the queen side. Time to defend the center. And Hans back up on the clock. Okay, step in the right direction here. He did finally switch openings, by the way. Again, I don't know that we talked about that enough. You highlighted the pawn structure that was similar to before, but this is the first non-E4 game Hans has played. Maybe we'll see more of these Englishes for the rest of the event.
Well, you could argue it started well, but I don't think it currently is looking all that good for white. Look at black's pieces, right? These knights and bishops here, they're all protected and doing a great job of challenging white's position. H4, just trying to undermine the pawn structure.
Yep.
We typically think of castle kings as being safe,
yep.
but sometimes it actually gives you a clear attack if you're the opponent. Like, I know where that king is. I can't go to the other side. Whereas that you mentioned, that black king at some point, if there's things breaking open the center, it can run on over to the queen side.
I love that point. Magnus has played h5. Will he play h4? Okay, at least if you kick the knight, you've got eyes on c7. So that queen on d8 can never really move, right? We've got a forking problem on c7.
You do indeed, but that queen, it really doesn't have anywhere to go anyway, so it's going to sit at home, and he wants to trade pieces. When you're cramped, when you don't have enough space, you trade pieces because otherwise your pieces aren't stepping on each other's toes. If this knight on d4 were captured, this second knight comes in and gives up the a1 rook for this fork that you said. This is becoming a forking problem.
And he does it quickly, too. Hans liked this idea, went for it. Magnus says, I agree with you. The fork would be a problem. So rook to c8, guarding c7. Now Hans is likely going to protect his rook. But I'm sure, I mean, Hans is pausing because he's like, I don't want to make a passive move. I want aggressive chess here. Give me the W. But he does ultimately settle on rook b1.
And you see Magnus grab the bishop on d2, knight to d4. He's trying to free up his pieces. And the question becomes, will there be an attack? Will f6 be the right decision for Hans? He's down to 45 seconds. He's half the time of Magnus. I'm worried about his clock in this game.
Yeah, it went from applauding Hans Niemann for turning things around on the clock for the first time in several games to being right back where he was. Now down a minute on the clock, roughly. Okay, he does get f6, but there's nothing to it. Oh, 97 is fun. I mean, let's just get excited about that.
This is very rare. You don't see this.
You don't see that often.
Okay, but there are threats. Although rook g8 may keep black in this, I'd be very concerned if I were Magnus. Bishop e6, a lovely move. Freeing up the d7 square for the king.
He's done this before. Will he do it again? He got the king out of dodge. Right? Forrest goes running here, and that's frustrating if you're Hans because you're like, all my sacrificing plans, the king can run to the queen side.
Well, the last D of dodgeball is d7, and that's where the king is going. Knight g7 check, not really a big threat. So that black king is escaping, and suddenly this pawn f6, it feels like it's more of a target than an asset. b2, that's cemented over here unless you want to get an isolated a-pawn. I like how this game has gone for Magnus all of a sudden, and Hans under 20 seconds.
You can dodge a bad wrench joke. You can dodge a ball. And Magnus Carlsen dodging all of his problems here. He's just going to walk the king to the queen side. Hans is... I don't see any of the clocks running, by the way.
Oh, black's on the clock. He's just trying to see.
He just turned the move. Okay, there we go.
Should he take? That's the question.
He does. And
he sets up for the next game. But his king is escaping, Danny.
His king's getting out. Hans is running out of ideas to keep the pressure. Might be running out of chances, facing a 7-game deficit he would be if he loses this game. And here goes the king. Let me take a stroll to the wild side.
As you like to say, quoting the wire, come for the king, you best not miss. I just don't see how you get at this king. It seems like black has controlled all of the entry points. Queen f8 comes to mind. Let's get that queen off the board. But you're actually not really able to take that queen. That's the problem. You're giving white passers.
Yeah, so that queen is kind of outposted there on g7, right? Magnus can't really take her, but he may not have to. As long as he's guarding f7, he can play king c7 and bishop d7 and slowly unwind. So really, Hans is the one down a piece who has to prove the threats, which is why Magnus is taking his time, managing it, if you will, making sure he thinks in the critical moments. He's done that so well all day.
Yes, and he brought his queen to e8 so he can... Whoa, a queen sacrifice. He wants that passed pawn to become a new one, and he's going after the black king. But if you take, you lose this queen, and a new one appears. Danny, this is getting chaotic, but it's Hans in time trouble.
Yeah, by the way, if there was d5, I thought there might have been rook takes d5 and bishop takes with g8 coming. There was some craziness there, but Hans is bringing the pressure, bringing the heat, trying to get a win in the scramble, but he's down all the time.
But he's giving himself a chance here. This rook coming to g7. This king is in some trouble here. Wow, rook g7 looks painful.
I'm looking at the seconds on the clock. Both sides living on the increment here. Magnus defending. But that F-pawn is strong.
Yeah, bishop g6, it forced the queen to a passive square, and there's no way black is better anymore.
Hans Niemann turning this around, bringing the pressure. The practical heat puts Magnus up against the wall. Will Magnus find a draw, or will he go down?
Suddenly, it looks like the H-pawn is nearly unstoppable. You're giving a bunch of checks, but are there enough? Queen b2, the king escapes the g3, so the queen has to go to a passive defense. Oh, but now there are more checks.
More checks. Will there be enough, though, for a draw? Because only Hans can win. No, I'm wrong.
It's mate.
Hans gets himself in trouble.
It's almost mate. There's queen b5 checkmate, so he takes the pawn at c6. There's rook is
God, no, but if you take, you get a queen.
Oh,
he
my
still has to take a draw.
Wait, but how many pawn, queen f4 check and take on c6? It's even material.
My gosh. Can't keep up with what's happening here.
And c5 drop. Black is suddenly up a pawn.
This is unreal. This is unreal.
Oh, my goodness. The king's coming in. And black suddenly objectively winning because he's going after the d3 pawn, but watch out for queen trades.
Watch out for queen trades. Watch out for the d3 pawn. We got to watch out for the clock, but not so much. They made enough moves to get a ton of time back with the 1 second increment.
And the king couldn't escape, so Magnus acquiesced to a draw. Hear the crowd.
Wow. They're just applauding for the chess. The result almost didn't matter with how great that game was. Of course, the results do matter for Hans Niemann. He's running out of time. But wow, what a crazy game.
A long draw is almost the equivalent of a short win for Magnus. Right? You're just elapsing this clock down 7 minutes in this 3+1 time patrol. And this could be the final game, given how long the last one went.
But I'll say the best thing for Hans Niemann's mindset right now is he doesn't know he was winning that objectively, right? And obviously, we don't even know how he was winning it. Okay, the eval bar said he was winning, but I don't know how the white king was getting out of checks there. My point is, from a psychological point of view, he played a great game there. And he held his own with Magnus in the time scramble. He doesn't know he's winning. He doesn't have a computer, right? He doesn't know that he was winning. So I think that's a good mindset, and I think he's calmer now than he would have been if he actually knew, like, hey, I was winning at some point.
Well, there was a speculative piece sacrifice that wasn't working out, but then he sacrificed his queen. It was just energetic play through and through. So for Hans, he was very close there, but close is just not good enough at this stage. When you're playing against Magnus, I mean, he looks like he's very cool, not just because the fan is blowing on his hair over there, but it just seems like he is handling these really tricky positions, not perfectly. He just spoiled a great position, but he's not actually losing the games, and that is critical.
I don't know why. I just wanted to have a, make Magnus's hair big contest again, a little, giveaway diamond membership for some Photoshop. I don't know, but Magnus' hair blowing in the wind right now is just kind of funny every time he leans back. But all right, we're in a hedgehog structure, a double fianchetto. The d6 pawn is targeted. White is doubled on the d file and the bishop on a3. But black wants to strike in these positions at some point with a timely b5. You try to have the bishop and queen maybe kind of lining up their x-ray vision on the knight. So these positions are tricky, but white will have an edge according to the computer for some time because, well, computers love space. Oh, here comes b5.
Knight a4, b5. The knight gets into b6, so why is this so nice for white? If pawn takes, that knight, it almost looks trapped in enemy territory. So you have to be very careful here if you're Magnus Carlsen. He does take on b5. That was objectively an incorrect decision, but then pawn takes b5 back is wrong. Chess is complicated.
Chess is complicated. We have the luxury of an eval bar, even though we accuse it of being evil most of the time, because it's frustrating how good at chess computers are for us humans. But, this is a roughly equal position here. The queen is deciding where to go to safety. That's the big question, and she slides to e7.
And that knight on b6 is defended by the queen, but it's also trapped back there. So if black can just finds a way to line up the pieces against that knight, you could win it. But for now, it is protected. This bishop can always slide out the way to b4. That seems to be a tempting option. So, Danny, I'm not really sure how to evaluate this because the eval bar says zeros, and to my eyes, it just looks super tough to figure out each and every move.
Yeah, I agree. I'm looking at it, too. I think we have to highlight that white has a majority on the queen side, 2-on-1. Right, and bishop b4 maybe even threatens a4, which, by the way, is funny because that knight on b6 is a real thorn to stopping anything from coming to the a file, right? So you could just bring that knight some help and play a4 here if you're Magnus. But bishop h6 is a threat, so you got to see the skewer first and foremost. In fact, you can't get every piece off the diagonal that fast. That's actually, that was actually really hard to deal with.
It is, but if you take on d2, objectively it may be good for black, but from a human perspective in a blitz game, with the king wide open, if this bishop can get to the dark square diagonal, there will be checkmating threats. So perhaps at some point, and that point is now. Black plays e5 to close that diagonal, but the d6 pawn is a target. You mentioned this knight on b6, now come back to d5, and the position's closed. Rooks need open files.
This is the 4th time that Magnus Carlsen has sacrificed an exchange in today's match. He's been successful most of the time, and just interesting again. Maybe he blundered that, maybe he invited it, I don't know. But we're back in a position where Magnus is down the exchange, but it's a lot harder than that eval bar would tell you. And right now, White's actually looking pretty good here, despite Black having 2 rooks.
And the bishop comes to a5, protecting that knight, and watch out, a move like knight d5 could hurt. The rook is at the end of the diagonal, and knight d5 would then have a fork after the response from Black. So this position does look quite appetizing, and I think that the clock, that's what's keeping Hans happy here. He is well ahead on time, and that's what he needs to do, because he's been in time trouble, and those games have not really gone his way.
Yeah, and it's hard to find a move for Black right now.
Yes.
Like, neither rook can move, for the record, without being captured.
Nope, these squares are covered.
On any of the available squares.
So what to do then? A king move? Like king f8? But that doesn't look very appealing either. Hard to make moves.
You're the grandmaster. Figure it out. No, I'm kidding.
I mean, he plays h5 because he's really out of moves.
Maybe the white king can go to h2 and just kind of play a little tickle. Like, all right, what are we doing here? Knight to d5. Magnus is instead going to go for forcing lines where he tries to win back some of his material.
But that frees up the squares for the black piece. See, that knight comes out to f6. Instead of being completely cramped and tied down, the e4 pawn is targeted. This rook can come to e8 at the right moment and go right after that pawn. So there are targets that black is trying to win. And for white, these outside pawns in rook b4 play to get the b5 pawn, that's what's keeping Magnus in it.
But if the position becomes open, that's where the rooks will have their way. And this is, I think, a good trade for black. Hans's rooks, e8 and d7 are kind of ideally placed to push the d pawn and to get active on the e file. So I'm liking Hans's chances here.
Just watch out for forks.
Watch out for forks. Pro tip. This is likely the last game of the 3-1. Pro tip from a couple of guys who've commentated on a lot of these matches. So I'm expecting that after this we will have a break and head to the fastest segment, but we'll see what happens unless we get a blunder here in the next few moments.
Well, some great moves from Hans. I mean, the knight coming to d5, into c3. This e-file is open. A rook can slam down on e2. This pawn on d4, it really wants to march forward, but the knight on d3 is an annoying blockader. So now with the rook on e2, you can also kick that piece out. So I think that Hans is handling this well. But Danny, now that both players are under 30 seconds, this is exactly where mistakes happen.
Where blunders happen. And the dark squares on the king side you have to be careful about, right? Not that there's any mating nets now, but if somehow you plant that white bishop from c5 to e5 and that rook comes to a8, just highlighting that these types of things can occur. Wait, is there a mating net for black? Rook g5.
Wow, there is a mating net because the king can't go to f1. There'd be rook a1 checkmate. So rook g5 check is going to be painful. And you see Magnus, he's spending his time. He plays h4, great move to stop that threat.
Yeah, made me wonder if Hans maybe should have played rook g5 on the last turn, but he's in a good spot. The d-pawn is rushing up the board.
And bishop d2, there's like knight b2 stuff to start trading pieces. Bishop e1, he gets very passive here, but he's covering d2, protecting f2, and now knight b2 played anyway.
Knight b2 is a great move. You get rid of that knight, and the d-pawn can advance. Maybe rook 8. No, you can't play rook a1 because of bishop c3. I don't know.
Bishop c3?
Okay, he played it. Oh, bishop b4.
Oh, this pawn can't move because of the bishop, and the rook can't really help because the a-pawn is going to be annoying.
Yeah, Hans finds a way to advance, but oh my god, the a-pawn is faster? And there's a mating net for white?
There's no check on g4.
Oh my gosh, we are officially seeing the last game of the 3-1 portion. There was a win there for white that Magnus missed. Hell, we all missed it, let's be honest. I don't know what it was, but the computer said it was there. And maybe poetic justice, we might have a peaceful result. Wait a second, I don't know.
Oh, doesn't look so peaceful to me because the h4 pawn drops, and now black has an outside passer.
Wow. Oh, and Magnus knows it. Frustrated. But he doesn't know yet that he missed the win. Hans Niemann knows that he got a dub and has given himself a potential fighting chance, at the very least, even trailing by 5 games, excuse me. At the very least, he won the last game to head into Bullet.
That was a huge win for Hans, for his confidence and for his chances, because Bullet, it's melee, right? It's chaos, pandemonium, whatever adjective you can come up with. And with a tied result in the 3+1, it allows Magnus to keep a 5-point lead, but for Hans, it could have been worse.
And without tripping as he walks away and pulls the cord out of the computer for his headphones, Magnus is smiling to try to shake it off. Not really thrilled with how that one got away from him, but he has to be pretty happy with his match situation with a 5-game lead headed into Bullet. It's going to be pretty difficult for Hans Niemann. For the record, a 5-game deficit has never been overcome in the Bullet portion. So Hans Niemann is not just up against the highest rated chess player in history, but he's up against SCC history here. And, well, if you ask him, he would still be confident and still believe in his chances. Magnus and Hans there with some reactions, and we're going to give you our reactions to some of the critical moments, some of the big games. We have game review coming up here, Robert, but before we throw to it, just your initial thoughts there on that final game and the momentum maybe a little bit for Hans.
Yeah, if it weren't a 5-point spread, you'd start thinking that Hans has got this, he's coming back, but unfortunately for him, it still remains a 5-point lead for Magnus. But in this game, as we power up game review, it looks like Black is in the driver's seat. Up material, you have a rook compared to your opponent's bishop, but this pawn is dangerous, as is the D pawn. So Magnus at this stage, we know how resilient he is. He moves his bishop out the way. It was under attack. Hans brings his rook to C1. He's desperately trying to protect his D2 square, but he's also allowing the A pawn to run. So in the game, we saw F4 first, the rook slides up to C2, and now after A6, the problem is that the black rook can't get behind the passed pawn. That's what you want, everybody. You want your rook behind an enemy passer because you stop all the squares it wants to get to. In this game, we saw the pawn push to D2, and the evaluation changes completely in White's favor. After A7, yes, the black rook can go back to C8, but then you drop your passer, and White is actually the one winning this game. So instead, we see a promotion, White promotes, and at this point, after King H7, here is where Magnus made a mistake. How could you fault him for playing Queen F8? You're just so close to the black king. That's the temptation. But what you really need to do is account for the squares so the black queen can check the white king. Where are those squares? G4. Oop, the knight has that one covered. And where else? F3. No, you're not getting there. F1, G1, H1. None of that matters because the white king has that covered. But D5. That was the defensive resource that Magnus allowed. Queen B7 here. That's game over. And maybe we said match over because F7 drops. In fact, there's no way for black to defend it. No more Queen D5 for you. No more checks that don't include a sacrifice of a rook. So this would have ended the game. Instead, we saw the move go to F8, and then actually, not only did Hans survive, he in fact won this game because as we fast forward here, that knight wrapped around, won this H4 pawn, and then he in fact didn't even give up another pawn. He won this game. Magnus had to throw in the towel as black is suddenly up in exchange of a pawn. So missed opportunities for both, but ultimately Hans got a much-needed win.
Hans got a much-needed win. We saw Magnus Carlsen take a moment, likely to run game review himself, to be honest, and saw it as he shook his head. But we're going to take a moment to shout out something big that just happened in the middle of this show. We just crossed 2 million subscribers on YouTube, so shout out and thank you to all the fans who are watching and tuning in, and we appreciate it. And everyone here is taking a break, but we really do appreciate it, all of you, as the chess community continues to grow. Thank you so much for hitting that subscribe button. Thank you so much for not going anywhere because we are going to take our break now. It will be the last one of the day before we head to the 1+1 portion. Wow, has this been a wild day, one that has certainly delivered. The second semifinal of the 2024 Speed Chess Championship reaches its conclusion when we return.
When I look at you, I see a young man who cheated online in chess when he was younger. And doing it at 13 years old, and even 16 years old, 16 is worse. And also, if you did it in prize money events, is bad. But I don't have, and like you said, all I have is the chess.com report. And if you're telling me it never happened, it never happened. But I think what's your undoing, whether it's justified or not, given the way you were treated the last couple of years, is the way you act. Like, you show up here and accuse me of being a media, puppeteer.
I speak the truth. And that's
Right,
something,
but
you know, it's very dangerous in today's world to do that.
I totally get it, man. Totally get
Well,
it.
maybe you might, that's your perspective, but I'm sure the people who watch this will understand and will appreciate my bravery for speaking the truth.
I think the way, first of all, I've commended the way you behave, because I think most people in chess are completely by the book. They're not a good interview. They say all the same things all the time, and they probably will not help the sport grow. At the same time, you are kind of mean. Like, you are mean to me.
Well, I should be, yes.
Yeah, okay, yeah, but you recently were in my.
Hurts,
I understand, but you were in my. You were in one of my live streams recently and said we have no problems.
That wasn't a message. That was sort of trolling you. You know?
Oh, okay. But how do I know this whole thing wasn't trolling?
No, this is simply a moment where
anyway,
it's time to face the music.
Okay, I get it. I don't hear any music at the moment, but
so we'll see if you publish this. So.
We probably will. I just don't know.
Okay, well, we'll see if it disappears.
Maybe, I don't know. Point is,
it's proving my point precisely.
But point is, I'm rooting for this comeback. And I want to see you, play these one-on-one matches, get the invitations to the tournaments. I don't think the way St. Louis is treating you is fair. I've said all of that. I just don't really, do I look back on 2022 and 2023 and like, I didn't cover Hans fairly and I should have done a better job? Honestly, except maybe the first couple of videos when I was shell-shocked at the news, I don't really think so, because I think the same thing the whole time. You make a fair point. Why do some of these guys play against some of the other teenagers who are rumored to have been banned? Maybe those guys are nicer. Maybe they're not threatened by them. Maybe they don't know. I mean, maybe they consider you slightly more unhinged. I don't know. But I'm trying to give you the perspective of other people.
Well, revolutionaries will always be sort of looked down upon and will be looked like they're crazy, and they'll call them, say that, that's always what happens, people who fight against the grain. So I certainly, I don't mind this narrative that is being pushed, because the thing is that as I've just risen to the number 16 player in the world, and I will continue to rise, to be the world champion, and as I performed at the number 2, my performance in classical was above 2800 in both the Blitz and classical. So, right now, not a single person can sow any doubts about my strength, about my real strength, and the fact that people have not apologized and people have not taken responsibility. I've taken responsibility for my mistakes, but when is a multi-millionaire company?
Have you ever actually said sorry for cheating?
Are you kidding me? I have
the word sorry.
Listen, I have taken responsibility. I have apologized for my mistakes. For you to pretend like I haven't taken responsibility when I literally served a 6-month ban, and
No, I agree.
To just say the words "I'm sorry" is like it feels like meaningless. Like, I've taken responsibility. I've suffered the consequences.
The 2024 Speed Chess Championship second semifinal of the day will be in its final moments here as Magnus Carlsen and Hans Niemann face off. They're facing pretty looking good there in those hero shots. I don't even know what we call those types of shots there, but right now Magnus Carlsen has been calling all the shots, and it's time for our bullet time stats. Robert, what stands out to you here?
Well, I think the average time lead on move 20, that's the 4th bullet here. Hans doesn't have that many games in the SCC because this, is his maiden one, but you see that 8.89 second lead. That is crazy.
That is a crazy, actually, honestly, that is fascinating. Again, he hasn't had as many matches as Magnus. You expect that average to level out. That's kind of what happens with the K factor, right? You play more games and the rating stops jumping up so much. Same with stats like that. So I don't think Hans Niemann is going to have an average time lead of almost 9 seconds. after move 20 against Magnus Carlsen today if I was just going to go out on a limb and make a prediction of what we're going to see. But all right, Hans Niemann would love to predict the biggest comeback in Speed Chess Championship history, because for the record, that is what it is going to take. Magnus Carlsen has a 5-game lead as we head into the bullet portion, and time is literally running out for Hans Niemann.
And speaking of time, it's past midnight here in Paris, and yet we still have fans in the arena. They're staying until the very end to see who will come out on top, and there's the cheering. We hear them here in the eSpot Arena, so it's great to see everybody sticking it out to the end. And Hans Niemann, I mean, he's in this thing to the end, especially if he can score a few early points in the bullet.
Yeah, and the games are underway. The players are facing off. We're going to dive in here and see the opening that, let's see, different here because we had a, what was it? Was it a Pierce there for Magnus? Okay.
Yeah, you know me and my childhood openings, a Pierce player, so I'm happy to see this from memories of my childhood. But I think that it's a bit of a struggle to gain space, and you see these little cheeky pawn moves just trying to go b5 later, but it's also hard to crack, and that's what's frustrating for players from the white side.
Yeah. Magnus plays e5, and this is one of those positions we talked about in one of the matches earlier in the event, that feels like white just has an advantage the whole time. But as you said, where are the weaknesses? Where's the fun? How do you crack something in the shield here? We'll see if Hans Niemann can do it.
And this b5 move, just trying to gain space. You take on b5, the c-pawn can take back, opening up the bishop. Here, b4 is tempting to go after this e4 pawn, but don't forget about your knight on d7. It's the queen and rook here, both of those pieces staring down, so you have to be really careful before you try to grab in the center.
But don't forget about the pawn on f7 either, right? White has the bishop on b3. There are knight to g5 tactics. Okay, b4 played, which is a direct threat because of the e4 pawn, but there are tactics over there. I'm too lazy to calculate right now and a little too tired, but it does look a little dangerous for Magnus if Hans goes for it.
Yeah, that could be dangerous for the Black King. You're just seeing all these pieces encroach upon its territory. Knight g5 is tempting, and
he goes for it. Let's go. Yeah, Hans calculated, thankfully, because I was too lazy to do it.
And we see that the material is 3 pawns captured for a minor piece. So that's by point value equal, but by the position, it's really tricky to know who's better. The king on h8 doesn't look very safe, but if you don't actually land an attack, then the extra minor piece could come in handy.
Magnus doesn't really believe it. We can tell from the grimace. He's like, I don't think so. But here goes some material regained. And actually, here goes Hans Niemann. Right now, bringing the pressure with a big advantage.
And it's, what, 1 pawn and a rook for 2 minor pieces. And now suddenly the advantage shifts, and we see that the knight comes to d5. That clogs the center lane, tries to trade more pieces. And, Danny, this has to be good news for Magnus as he leads on the clock as well.
You're totally right. And these imbalanced material positions, when you have a rook and a pawn for a couple minors, are some of the most eval swinging positions you can look at because both sides are playing for very different things. So a single mistake and the other side gets an advantage. And if Magnus gets a queen on that diagonal or a knight on d4, that would be a big mistake for Hans.
Well, look at this. He just tries to open up his bishops. Both of them have some breathing room. Bishop d4 at some moment can be played. I think that white will sacrifice a rook for that really nasty bishop there. So the queen drops back. I think everything under control right now for Magnus, including on the clock.
And you called it, the bishop does come to d4, which forces Hans to part ways with some of the material. And right now, he's under 5 seconds, or about to be, with the next move by Magnus.
Wow, what a move. That is a very risky move. The bishop on c2 is open. You could take on e3, but that liquidation with the passed pawn going forward wouldn't help. I mean, what a play by both of these two as the Black King looks like it's in danger.
Both sides look a little nervous right now. The first bullet game, the time scramble is very real. What is going on? Now Black shows up a piece?
Yes, rook takes e6, and that's important. The bishop is in front of the pawn. The rook takes e7 next, and Black wins by resignation. It's another win for Magnus Carlsen.
Wow. It felt like it could have been anyone's game. Felt like both players deserved that game, but it was definitely a blunderful affair as well.
Oh, what a blunderful world we live in. This is bullet chess, and for Hans Niemann, he cannot afford any more blunders. He's down by 6 points. There's still 26 minutes left. So mathematically speaking, he's still in this. But as you look at the positions that are unrolling here, I mean, we see this. Magnus is bad pawns, but he's a lead in development with that 6-minute lead, 6-point lead. And I was going to say he had a minute fully on his clock. I feel like Magnus doesn't mind long end games if he can get them.
Yeah, longer the game, the better for Magnus Carlsen right now, right? All he has to do is make that clock hit zeros, which unfortunately for Hans, it means he has 2 enemies, not just the one he's facing over the chessboard, but the clock itself He's running out of time, and even if he gets a couple wins, if they take too long, it's not going to matter.
Well, this could be a slightly better endgame for black. I mean, you see the d5 pawn's in trouble. If you bring a rook to d8, the a pawn was hanging. So we see just the players leaving the d5 pawn alone. Now it's captured, but Danny, objectively we see it's level. The double pawn's not great, but the activity is nice for the rook on d7. But this is just a game that could last a long time.
I was just going to say, but objectively this game could last 4 minutes. I mean, it's not crazy to think that with the increment, especially if Magnus tries to make it so. Again, that might be a little bit of an exaggeration, but it's happened before in these games where you lose sight of the fact that so many moves can be played when there aren't as many chances to blunder, and you could get a lot of time off that total game clock.
And you look at this, if more pawns get traded, they might just be shuffling their rooks for 50 moves, make a small little pawn move, the counter starts anew. So we see this position dead equal, nothing really to speak about here, but this game will last a while.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those where the baseball announcers start telling stories from their childhood about old man took him to a game and, you know.
Thanks, Pa.
And something weird happened and, you know, in 1972. No. This is going to be a game where you're going to see this position for quite some time, and Magnus Carlsen has no reason not to play it out. You see he plays h3. He's not interested in repeating moves there with the rook and the king. Although, shout out to Hans, he's at least forcing simplification because he doesn't really have a chance to win. He needs to force this game toward the predetermined result, which is the draw.
He needs to force it, but he also has to do it really quickly, and that's the struggle. You make one quick move, and suddenly you're like, this dead equal endgame is now much worse for me. That's what Magnus Carlsen has done his entire career. Look at this. There's the bishop on f6. There was already a checkmating threat. The bishop had to come back to e7. You look at this, and you say white has to be slightly better because of the placement of the bishop.
Pretty sure when I said this game could last 4 minutes, we were just under 26 minutes at the time.
And we're
for the record.
We're still going. I mean, there are all sorts of threats against the black king. a5 on a dark square. These are dark square bishops, so that could be a target. But look at black. Hans is going after white's pawn that is on a vulnerable square.
Yeah, you're right. And Magnus isn't just playing this position on for kicks and giggles, right? He's looking for chances, looking for targets, although maybe right as I say that, he does indeed settle on the repetition. So, besides there was nothing further to look for, and we get our next bullet game.
Okay, here we go. We see we're back to the Italian game. Hans no longer playing c4 on the first move, so back to where we started. What do you make of that decision, the bullet?
Going back to the same opening? I mean, it's something we do kind of when habitually we're just kind of going back to what we know best, right? At this point, he's probably not necessarily thinking he has real comeback chances. I don't know that he would admit that, but at this point, there's 22 minutes. The players know exactly how much time there is, by the way. We've got these great clocks right next to him, right in their line of sight. So when you look at the math and you know what he's up against, I think he's just playing what he feels comfortable with and not much else to it.
Because he just needs to play quickly. He does have a lead on the clock in this game. Black is super solid. Only one pair of pawns have been traded for each side, and now maybe bishops come off the board. But there are no weaknesses, no targets. So Hans is just trying to play quickly, but a bit aimlessly, perhaps.
Yeah, playing quickly, but maybe aimlessly. And Magnus has gone into this opening every time Hans has chosen it with no real regrets. And okay, I actually don't know what to make of this middle game. It's different than the earlier ones we had.
Much different. And there's this e4 pawn, which could be seen as a strength if it can push, or a weakness because black is already staring right at it. And bishop e3 development, that looks good. But the pawn e4, that just dropped. Yes, the d7 queen is loose, so do we see the capture on c5? The moves are happening so quickly, I can't even draw the arrows in time. But this end game here, I'm sure to say it's a middle game, really. It's one where it's even material, and Danny, the worst part, as we said a game ago, it can last a long time.
This game can last a long time, and again, maybe Magnus is happy to keep pretending to push, right? Even if he doesn't think he can win. If he doesn't feel there are real losing chances, he's just going to milk time off the clock.
But
although now that b-pawn is getting going, you dislodge the queen, here comes b5.
That looks like a problem, but that did give the c5 square, so of course you're happy to develop your bishop from its starting square, and now there's some tactics at play.
The bishop comes to c5. Are there tactics where the knight can move? Somehow the d5 pawn is weak. I'm looking at things like knight c6 and queen takes d5. I don't know if it works, but I do like it.
Well, knight f5 apparently not the correct continuation, but it looks scary. The g7 pawn is in that knight's sights, but d4, look at that move. Just going after the bishop. It's a sacrifice, but Danny, apparently black may have a knight f4 in the air.
Yeah, knight f4 and g2 is a problem. Don't blunder, but the queen might go to g4 and then g7 is a problem. So right back at you.
It looks like that was not the correct continuation, taking on d4 with the bishop. It was the most natural move, but actually knight f4 could have met by knight c6, shutting down that diagonal, and here knight c6 happens anyway. Black has chances to survive. White is much better, but look at the clock. Magnus down to his final 2 seconds. And we see that in the current position, with the white queening, we have another position where Magnus is down in exchange. He's going to do his best that he can to survive it. But Danny, as we look at this position with limited pawns remaining, that gives Black better chances to hold.
Yeah, and again, if he holds, then he takes a lot more time off the clock, and nothing has changed in terms of the total match score. I think that Hans is going to get this one and bring it back to 5 games.
Just takes a long time, because in order to win this game, you might need to get your king around or sacrifice your rook for the knight. So if the knight goes back to f3, rook takes f3. In fact, Hans wins on time. Magnus didn't even get the endgame going any longer. Hans makes this a 5-point match once more.
5 points. It's better than 6. We're now about at 20 minutes, getting under the clock here. But 5 games is still a mathematical fighting chance.
And we have a London system from Magnus. I mean, it had to happen at some point in the match. We know that Hans actually did a course in the Jubava London. And here Magnus, he essays it. It's a very solid opening, not always the most ambitious, but Magnus doesn't need it be ambitious anymore. He just needs to milk this match clock.
I think these positions are also a little more dangerous than they first look, right? Not the most ambitious, but he does still have the bishop. Still poking at the king side, right? Looking for some tactics.
It's true. I won't deny it. And I met a gentleman from Minnesota earlier who is a fan of Andrew Tang. Andrew Tang loves these positions from the white side, the Penguin GM. But in this position at the moment, well, Black does have the healthier pawn structure, right? We have a pawn chain here. That's double pawns from White's perspective. So the evaluation objectively is level. But I think some of the elements here do favor Black until that move f6. I mean, that move just was a problem.
Yeah, f6 allowed f5. Literally, it happened on the board, and if you play e5, the knight pops into e6, which not just hits the rook, exactly, it hits the d5 pawn and the rook on f8. And by the way, you can't play rook d8 because the knight would take it. So suddenly Black's position on tilt, just with one pawn move, suddenly Ben Feingold looks right.
There was a queen takes d5 tactic that wasn't played, but it doesn't matter because this isolated queen pawn, the IQP, my mom asked me during the break, she said, what's the IQP? It's the isolated queen pawn, but there is a queen pawn no more. It's been captured, and now that knight is protected here. This is just a clear advantage for White.
Clear advantage, a clear pawn, and also one that he can get a lot of time off the clock. Again, these games have been exactly what you would want if you're trying to protect a lead in bullet, right? Regardless of the result that we just had where Hans Niemann won. This is what Magnus wanted heading into bullet.
97,
and now
97
wins the exchange immediately. I said it before you highlighted it. I said it first. Cheeks, 1 through 10, you owe me a Coke.
Well, the most important thing is that Magnus already has a Coca-Cola next to him, and he gets the win with that fork. He is giving up his knight to win a rook. That's an exchange in his favor, and that's another win for Magnus Carlsen. The lead is back to 6 points.
And you hear the fans letting him have it in all the right ways. They are here to see Magnus Carlsen do what he does best, and many Magnus fans in the house cheering him on as he extends his lead here.
13.5, 7.5. It's been a fight, but now with 17 minutes remaining, I think for Hans, he has to win every single game.
Yeah, we're almost in that mathematical territory where it's win or go home in this match. Again, blunders can happen. Sometimes games are short, but when you get this big of a lead, all you have to do is compete against that clock ticking down above Hans's head. That's what makes the format great, but sometimes in matches like this, where one side has frankly been dominant and has a large lead, you kind of have to talk about the math, whether you like it or not, and call it what it is, which right now, it is almost the end of the road for Hans.
It is looking to be the case, and once again, Magnus, he trades on d4, giving himself an isolated queen pawn. So we keep talking about that today, and wow, the fancy trades here. The queen on f6 looks menacing. If a knight can get to h6, Danny, that's a good old-fashioned checkmate, but watch out for the back rank as well. Oh, wow, he blocks the knight, but he is really playing with fire.
Both sides looking for potential mates. I'm looking at e5 and swing that rook over to the h-file, but Magnus attacks the rook first. Okay, Hans is all in on the attack. I love it whether it works or not. Let's go.
Knight takes h7, does that work?
Knight takes h7 at least wins a pawn, it would seem. No, that was fun.
That was fun, but that's not fun for Hans Niemann. If you're trading queens in this position, your rook's under attack, e4 is loose. The a5, bishop a6 at any moment could be devastating, and it's played.
I think right now it's devastating. Good call out. Here comes bishop a6. Oh, bishop a6 anyways, just threatening mate. That is a problem. Hans kind of puts hand to head and recognizes that it's over there.
I know we have a number of Hans fans in the house, but I think we have a ton of Magnus fans. It seems like there are a lot of fans of what people consider the greatest of all time.
I mean, he's probably got more fans around the world than any chess player. I don't know if it's fair to say that ever lived. I mean, in the modern era, right? I mean, global population stats rise.
Vichy has many fans.
Okay, Vichy actually might rival him there. And India's population there. I mean, but I think a lot of people in India are also big fans of Magnus, right?
That's true.
And the truth is that obviously he's dominant. His reputation precedes him, right? This is what he does. And Magnus Carlsen showed up today and did what he was asked to do.
And he's doing it once more. Hans has more time than he started with. He needs to play at this blistering pace, but we see in the position that the pawn structure is healthier for Magnus Carlsen. He doesn't have any double pawns. Black on the other end, double isolated pawns. That bishop on c8 stuck at home. The a-pawn is trying to keep it at bay. And yeah, Hans is going to try to get his pieces out, but Danny, it just looks like it's much more fun to have this from the white side.
I agree. I love that move, rook a3. That is full board awareness. That rook is doing work on both sides of the board. If it swings over, things could get dirty over there. Is he going to take with the rook?
I think he is.
Oh, he does it. Okay, yeah. He might go for a win here and just really put on a show for the fans.
I think knight h5, the bishop is trapped on g7. So that rook, it lifted, it was swift. And the end of this game is also swift.
Wow.
Resignation, another win for Magnus.
Wow, Magnus Carlsen with an 8-game lead. Putting on the Ritz, was that a thing at one point? I feel like that was a thing.
You try to make everything. Stop trying to make fetch happen.
That was a thing. I don't know what he's doing. He's putting on a show. He's dancing his way to a victory right now, and I think mathematically it is what it is to say a phrase that means absolutely nothing or means everything in a weird existential way. It is literally what it is.
Well, that was extremely profound.
I don't even know where that came from. Where it happened.
It had to. It's late here in Paris, and it's late in this match. And you see that Magnus Carlsen, he has an 8-point lead. That's the first time we're saying that. And it looks like for Hans, I mean, he's just throwing in the towel. He needs to play instantly. He needs Magnus to lose every game just right out of the gate. And well, this is actually going to be perhaps a loss for Hans right out of the gate because the evaluation board is -3 already for black.
Yeah, and d3's on the agenda. d3 looks okay. I think d3 was the best move. But Magnus plays queen f6. He wants bishop d6. Yeah, a little more easy chess here.
Oh,
but now d3 comes. There's tactics everywhere. Bishop f4 check is next, by the way. Hans Niemann goes down, and ouch, we have a 9-game lead for Magnus Carlsen. He's just kind of like, hey, let's get this over with. I don't even know what he was doing with this.
Next one.
He was okay. He was like, bring it on,
yeah.
Bring it on. Let's go. Let's roll. That's what Magnus wants. And well, where do we go from here? Right? There was a lot of talk, a lot of drama heading into this match. In the end, the chess on the board was Magnus Carlsen's day.
I mean, Magnus Carlsen is the strongest player on the planet. I have no reservations. Nobody does in saying that. And that doesn't take away from the fact that Hans Niemann is also a very strong player. But when you're facing an in-form, a potentially angry Magnus like this, and he's playing the way he did today. It wasn't perfect. There were some clear mistakes. He blundered a pawn for nothing and still won that game. It just goes to show that when Magnus, he is flexing those muscles, he's the best player on the planet, and really, who's going to stop him?
No one can, right? And not Hans Niemann. I mean, again, we said it on record, off record, whenever we were asked. And again, it's exactly what the media, this match had more attention from non-traditional chess media than anyone we've done in maybe ever. I mean, frankly, in a very long time. And when you get asked the question, like, who's the favorite, who's going to win, you try to find new ways to say it for it to sound politically correct and not just like bias. But the obvious answer is that Magnus Carlsen is the favorite in every chess match that he plays.
Yeah, it's not disrespectful to say that. I think with all the tension and all the media and the fireworks between these two, it seems like that. But objectively speaking, when you have the #1 rated player playing someone that he outrates by about 100 points in classical chess, and even more in blitz chess, at least in terms of over-the-board ratings, then it's clear that Magnus is the heavy favorite. That's not a disrespectful statement. And I think that between these two, of course, there is a ton of bad blood. I don't think that's ever going to go away. I think that these two, if they play many more matches, we'll see much more of their talking. But I think for Magnus, He is letting his moves do the talking. He is playing a great match, and he's about to win another game as multiple rooks are under attack.
Yep.
And I think that
C1's
Hans,
guarded, by the way.
yeah, his Hans is getting cooked here.
We've avoided just saying the chess spoke for itself many times, so we should just say it. We've said everything else but that, right? But this is a match that, as you said, the drama, the hype, the talk came in here. And again, Magnus right now is just unstoppable, and I don't think he's going to show mercy. I have a feeling that Magnus would be happy if he adopted Hans and Bullet, if he won 10 games in a row. I mean, that is the tension, that is the history, that is the stakes. And at this point, I don't think Magnus is looking at the match like he would if he was online at home kind of chilling, right? He's not going to play the Bond Cloud. No. That's what I'm saying. Hans is in trouble right now. Magnus is looking to put up a big score.
There will be no freebies, and that's clear. In some other matches, you see players just give away points in the bullet when they've already won the match. There is money at stake, which with every game that's won, because part of the prize fund is by winning percentage. And here, Hans is actually playing very nicely with the white pieces. It's even material, but that black king on f7, it looks like it's a bit iffy over there, and he's trying to gain space with his move h4. So Hans slightly better, but also has more time than he started with.
Agreed, but okay. Right as you say that, I'm wondering if maybe the advantage slipped a little bit. There is this check on the F file I keep looking at, some sort of discovery, but the king is safe there. Magnus has already been in that spot before. Hans goes for it. Here you go. Getting some pressure, getting some chances. Will this be the game Hans has been looking to get? This would stop the bleeding, as they say, if Hans could get a dub and make sure that he doesn't let Magnus run away with it.
Well, Rook wants to land on e7 with check, so Rook e8 is tempting, and this is what's frustrating about bishop endgames. Bishops are limited to their own color complex, so white is up a pawn here, but can you actually make progress if black just sits that king on a light square? On h5 played, he wants to keep the pawns locked. That was actually a big mistake, apparently, but where I see the number where it is, Danny, there's possibilities where there's a fortress.
Possibilities of a fortress, even if Magnus doesn't believe in them. A quote that has been misquoted many, many times over, but we're here, so we're doing it. Magnus is trying to play for a fortress here. The pawn on a6 guards the light square. The bishop on d6 guards the dark square, or it did. He had a trick.
But now the king's in.
Yeah, now the king's in. Magnus's holding chances here are slipping. Hans Niemann is going to get a win. And by the way, an impressive one. Look at the clock. He's got nearly a minute here. So Hans needed this one. Got to feel good, assuming he converts it.
Well, he takes a5, he gives up h4. There is an outside passer here for both players. It's not about the quantities, but the quality. Whose pawn is going to get there first? Bishop b6 means that the black bishop will have to go back to b8 to sacrifice. Both players are stopping each other's passer.
Yeah, but white has one big problem for black, that f6 pawn. The black king was frozen to e6, so Hans Niemann gets a win. It's not a complete runaway, or maybe it is, but Hans Niemann got a win, right? Magnus Carlsen still with a 9-point lead, still feeling good about it as we are now under 8 minutes, but Hans stopped the bleeding.
I wonder if that was a mouse slip. There's a rook on g1. That typically happens when you try to castle. Instead, your rook lands there. But no matter what, you see the king. You said no delayed Bond Cloud. This is kind of like a cousin of that.
I was maybe wrong. Maybe Magnus is playing the Bond Cloud and letting his foot off the gas just a little bit. We might ask him about it here in the post-match interview in terms of what his mindset was there. But right now, he's in a worse position here. Potentially going to get 2 games in a row would be Hans Niemann if he won this one. This is the king gets castle, by the way. Just took like 17 moves.
Yeah, black has a few free turns to take advantage of all this. c4, there's bishop e3. That is check to the king, but hello, check to the queen right back. That saves a piece. But, I mean, just about the match in general, as we are ticking down under 6:45, there's not enough time, mathematically speaking, for Hans to make a comeback. I mean, he had some good games in there. Right? He couldn't put everything together. He is facing off against the best player in the world. But there were many moments where we were wowed by his decision-making and his skill. So it's clear that Hans, he can play a mean game of chess. He did a lot of talking beforehand. We all saw the interview with Gotham Chess, with Levy, who's here in the building, covered the first match. But I think in terms of the match itself, it was never in doubt. But Hans, there are moments where he can keep his head hung high because even if he doesn't feel that way, he played some great moves and had some very good games.
I agree. And when I answered questions from the media and said, I know this will sound biased, but I think Magnus is a heavy favorite, I said, but Hans is 21 years old. He's gotten so much better in the last couple of years, as has been very well documented, right? He shouldn't be unhappy with the fact that he's a massive underdog against the greatest player of all time. I'm not saying he should be happy to be. That's not what I'm saying. But he was an underdog against MVL. He was. Right. And he was an underdog against Wesley So. He's had a great event. And he's going to play Hikaru Nakamura in the consolation match. He'll be the underdog again.
Yes, he will.
But he's bringing it. He's only 21 years old. Like, I don't think there's any shame to that obvious truth at this time, regardless of the controversies and the scandals and all the talk that continues to happen. And, you know, you understand. You understand. Hans has a lot of big feelings about everything that's happened, and understandably so, you know. But the reality is when it comes to the trash talk about the chess on the board, he's not there yet when it comes to Magnus. Probably or Hikaru in this format, but I guess we'll find out tomorrow.
Yeah, they will have a matchup tomorrow to try to prove that one over the board, although, you know, a small sample size doesn't prove necessarily who's the stronger player. But this, I think, is not really up for debate. And Magnus, he's losing this game. He's down a couple pawns, but the pawns aren't that great for black, the double H pawns. So unless there's a, oh, that's a great move, by the way, just winning this pawn, and the G3 pawn is also loose. It looks like Hans is going to take this one.
Hans is going to take this one. Bring it to, if my math is correct, 8 games? I'm sorry, I'm losing a little bit of my
8.
Been a lot of lights and a lot of action today, but okay, it is an 8-point lead still for Magnus Carlsen with 4 minutes to go. I don't think he wants to lose 3 in a row, so I have a feeling we're going to get a bit of a dogfight here from Magnus, even if he did go with that delayed Bond Club.
Yeah, and it can be hard for players to motivate themselves when the match is already wrapped up. You know, it's like if you've already won a tennis match, but you have to play a few more sets. I mean, why are you going to go all out when those sets don't actually mean anything? But here we see that Hans, I mean, he is still playing. He's performing. And without
Magnus just blundered a piece.
No, but that was like some kind of mouse slip, right?
Yeah, he mouse slipped. Okay. Yeah, he clicked. You know what he did? I know what he did. He was thinking about moving the knight, didn't unclick it, and then went to play c5 and touch the square first instead of the pawn. Let that be a lesson to everyone that mouse slips do happen. It's part of online chess, whatever we call this. If it's where chess is becoming an esport, you gotta the actions with the mouse by the player, they have to stand. We've had it with all the events we've ever had, Pro Chess League, SCC. But that's what he did. He clicked the knight, thought he let go, and then clicked the c5 square.
Well, what I call that is free money for Hans, because there is some money split by win percentage.
Wait, what is the math right now?
Oh, don't make me do that. It's like almost 1 in the morning here.
There's probably still at least a few $100 on the line with every game, which again is not bad given that it's bullet.
Not at all. And we see b4 played by Hans. So if we just talk about this game, we probably have 2 left here. He just lost the a6 pawn. He seems pretty upset. His headphones are off. So what's going on?
No idea.
He seems pretty upset about something, but I have no idea what that would be.
Maybe both players are seeing something weird. Oh, his mouse is not working. Batteries, something. New batteries, everybody. Hey, battery guy, give me Vaughn. Go to the bullpen. Where's the battery guy? Okay, we are, I guess, in a match that is all but over. We're still going to pause and make sure we get this done, as we should. The final score matters, of course. By the way, the final score was very close to being the exact Smarter Chess prediction. 18-10 is what that was. In theory, if this game is drawn and it's our last game, Smarter Chess wins. I hate that guy.
Well, I think he got to that final score by a very different order. He thought the 5-minute would be close. It was anything but. And we see that Magnus, he took that longest time control, 7-2, and then Hans was competitive in the quicker time control. So I don't really know what's happening here in the technical pause. Both players, they
shouldn't abort the game, though. That's why Magnus is like, why are you aborting the game? I mean, like, I'm winning here.
Yeah, he was winning. He just stole a pawn.
If there's some... This is fun, though. I'm not going to say... Again, the hair blowing. Where are the memes? I don't know what's going on, but blowing in the wind.
Madrid called. They want their meme back.
They want their meme back, you know?
Yeah, what a time for this to happen. You know, the match is over, just under 3 minutes remaining, and the players just want to get this done with.
Trying to read lips here. Okay. Apparently it won't be long. The fan is something that I'm very envious of watching Magnus. It is hot in the commentator chair here as well, I'm not going to lie. Not just because it's late and the lights are bright, but it's been a long day, and I'm just looking at that fan with envy right now.
Yeah, no, that looks very cooling. I have a mini fan here that I'm going to turn on.
There you go, do it. Let's use it.
I can share it with you.
Look at Magnus. I say, I still can't believe it's not butter. You know that? You remember that?
I thought you were about to
believe it's not butter.
I thought you were about to throw me
the Fabio commercials.
I thought you should throw me a Hansel reference.
Hansel, so hot right now. So hot right now.
You're losing it, aren't you? It is past midnight. It's almost 1 a.m. here live in Paris. Still, fans are in the arena waiting for this match to conclude and for the interview afterwards. But the players, it seems like this match will not end. And I feel like there's some sort of
it's like a universe just is not going to allow whatever this is to reset itself in some way.
Now they're playing face-to-face. They're never allowed to play anyone else.
Yeah,
They have to just stay put.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, even just hi, everybody. At this point, even just like enjoying the victory feels anticlimactic for Magnus, right?
Yeah.
Because you're like, well, the match is over. We've got, what, a couple minutes left. You want me to do you?
Yeah, thanks.
I'll do you.
I mean, this is not your fan, so don't pretend like you're the one who came in and helping me out. I lent it to you, and
You
then
did.
you took it over.
I offered to do it for you. I didn't know you were going to take it.
There you go. It's like sake, right? You know.
It is. Like it's you never pour your own glass.
Could use some sake.
we could right now. All right, well, I hope everyone has had a great day. The 2024 Speed Chess Championship live in Paris, our first ever live finals event, has been a wild ride, been amazing, and I hope everyone feels that way.
Yeah, I feel a lot better now that the fan is on, but we see that
we're gonna listen into what's going on here.
We did not observe anything out of the ordinary. We were watching your screen share, or I was watching.
Okay, well, I'm sure if you check the recording, you'll see the complete opposite.
We were watching the recording and we did not see anything.
Show me, can I see the recording? Because I assure you that in this position, I didn't see, that only after you freeze the game do I see the rook on c1.
I understand.
Like the rook was on a1, like when, see this was, so I was telling you the mouse like wasn't clicking, and then suddenly rook c1 comes, knight here.
I understand.
Like I didn't make these moves.
Happen, okay?
Sure, sure.
We are voiding this game.
Sure,
we are restarting this game. We are resetting the clock to what was before the game. Okay, we will review it again and again, and
I'm sure if you check it, yeah, okay.
But we are not stalling the.
But there's some resistance on my mouse when I move it, just so you know. It's a bit weird. But you can also, you'll see the mouse movement on the recording.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, do you want to change your mouse?
No, I assume it's fine. No, it's not the mouse. The mouse is working. It's something with the server and the website.
Okay, sounds good.
Because if you look at this, obviously I'm not going to play knight c6 here. This position only happened. It's like after it froze, I'm pre-moving knight c6 just to show that it's not working, and then it just like.
Can you click on that move before the move?
No.
Okay, so
I played before. I'm expecting this knight c6.
Okay.
So.
Sounds good. Just so roughly how much time did it elapse in this game? Just let's.
I don't know. Well, you can check.
We have to evaluate roughly. Okay, so this was here before, right? So. No, 90 moves. 90 moves, about 1 second each.
But
so
only after you aborted the position did the rook even come to c1. You froze the position with the rook on a1.
I know.
So then how did suddenly the pieces go to c6 and a6?
We're going to get you 40 seconds back on the game clock, and we're going to restart this game, okay? And then after that we'll be
Okay, it doesn't matter, but it's like, okay.
Okay, I know.
It's just the turn.
That's why let's get this going.
Sure,
okay?
sure.
Simon, give 40 minutes, 40 seconds back on the clock.
Stay on the station.
We are not on the game. We are getting 40 seconds back.
But you said it was
Yes.
I mean, there doesn't seem to be any good reason to avoid the game. If there was nothing wrong.
He couldn't make a move with his mouse.
This has been confirmed by the recording?
I saw that he couldn't move the mouse. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
So why is that? That's what we have to investigate. Okay. But because the reason that he couldn't move his pieces with his mouse, then we are awarding this game. We are not counting this game. We are giving you 40 seconds back, and we'll restart again. Okay. Sounds good.
Shout out to Judith. Fans, can I get applause for Judith, please? Can everybody hear applause for Judith? That's tough work. That's tough work to be in there with two of the biggest personalities in the game, two of the toughest characters to handle. I speak from personal experience, I can tell you. So Judith, shout out to you. And there you go.
I got nothing to add. That was brilliantly summed up. I don't fully know what's happening. Sounds like there was an issue where the move didn't appear, and Magnus seems completely over it. He wants this match to be done with because it's in the books. He has already won. He's moved on, so he just wants to think about Alireza Firouzja and his matchup against him on Sunday.
Man, I just want the chess to speak for itself. I just want it to be over.
I think Magnus feels that as well. And we see that the games, I think they're about to conclude.
There we go. Now we've got A3 on the board.
And
what is going on?
What is 94?
Hans is saying it happened again.
You see this? Are you kidding me? You see the lag? It's like not my move. I can see it, and I obviously 90 like. You're not watching? You, like.
I don't know what's happening.
Such a joke. Like, how can you?
Excuse me again. Okay. Hikaru, can you tell me anything about it?
Like it's freezing, it's lagging, it's
okay,
like.
I know. So get out from focus mode, please. Perfect. And then just get out from focus mode and then refresh.
Please, universe. Please, universe.
Close that. Close that one. Close that tab. Wonderful. Okay. And then let's go to the home page first. Basically resetting the whole. Okay, home page first, and then go to play online. Wonderful. Okay, and let's hope that solves the problem. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Game that doesn't go down in the history books because it got canceled, and we're waiting for the next one, and there we go. I think A3, knight C3, F4, that's the new Magnus special, huh? He's not going to say anything?
No, I'm here. I mean, look, the match is over. The match is over. It is a 7-game lead with 3 minutes to go. This could very well be the last game, and look, this has been a lot of energy to get here, just being honest.
Yep, I get it.
Human to human, the match is over, and at this point, I'm like, let's go. Let's go. Let's play the chess, and let's do it. And again, no disrespect to either player or the fact that there are chess games to be played as long as there are seconds on the clock. And yes, there is money on the line, but we all know that this has been a really, really wild ride. And at this point, I'd like to start talking about what we're going to have in Magnus Carlsen versus Alireza Firouzja in an incredible bleeping final for the SCC.
I mean, the way Alireza played today, he seemed like he could be unbeatable, right? Magnus Carlsen going toe-to-toe with Alireza in that kind of form, winning over-the-board events, playing so well online. And then, of course, before that, we have Hans against Hikaru tomorrow, so we're in for more excitement.
And you and I will have the call for Hans versus Hikaru. We'll be right here. And that'll be exciting. Again, fans around the world, tune in. Tomorrow afternoon, I guess if you're on the West, tomorrow evening here in Europe. And that's going to be amazing. I mean, Hikaru Nakamura versus Hans Niemann, let's not pretend there isn't tension and stakes in that particular match, given all the things that we know, right? Hikaru Nakamura was also named in the $500 million lawsuit that Hans Niemann struck. And so there's a lot of tension there. There's tons of history there. There might even be more personal history there between Hans and Hikaru, to be honest, regardless of what happened in St. Louis in September 2022. So there's a lot going on with these players and a lot going on tomorrow. That is going to be a match that's amazing.
Well,
right now we have a rook ending.
Well, it was just wild what happened. And Hans thought he was winning a piece, but then Magnus found this b5 move to win the knight back on c6, and now we have a pawn race where black is up a pawn, but those pawns are scrambled. They're double isolated pawns and isolated a pawn as well, and white's pawns are very far advanced.
Yeah, and black's pawns are split, so in theory white's pawns should be better, but black's pawns are further advanced.
This is actually very difficult to understand because the G-pawn is very dangerous, but now there's a C and an A-pawn. I think that rook has to come back to F1, but that was a mistake.
A mistake, and maybe Hans gets another victory to bring this match score closer and prove smarter chess wrong.
Oh, rook D2, rook D1.
Very nice.
Guess they're just in time.
Magnus frustrated. Going to play it out to checkmate. Not sure if anyone had that on their bingo card. Magnus Carlsen plays the game all the way out to checkmate, but it does happen. And again, it is 6 games now. We are officially looking at the last game in this semifinal match. Right here, right now.
It had to end at some point.
It had to, apparently. The universe tried hard to make sure it wouldn't. We survived a lot of stuff here in this match in terms of things that happened down there in that playing venue. But again, as far as the chess itself, Magnus Carlsen, it was his day. I love what you said, though. Firouzja playing so well. I'm not sure that any day is not going to be his day for the rest of 2024. There's no world where Magnus isn't the favorite, but I think that is going to be quite the thriller on Sunday.
It should be, and tomorrow it's a nice appetizer for what will be a battle of a final between Magnus and Alireza, and we still have this one last game. I think the time is officially expired, so that means this is officially the last game that these two will play.
Regardless of the result, and right now it's looking good for Hans Niemann to bring this thing to a close, as you said. Kind of hard to keep your motivation when, you know, the match has been over here now for a little while, and we've run into some dramas along the way that extended it, so... Magnus looking for tactics. There's a knight on c4.
But there's just going to be a capture on c7 and a pin along the c-file, things of that nature. So it seems like Magnus, you know, he doesn't really care at this point how the match ends because he's already won it overall. If he loses the final game, so be it.
But okay, let's, I don't know what we're going to do here next. For fans here with us, thanks for being with us all day. This has been a day that delivered. We're going to have Magnus Carlsen for a very quick interview because it is late.
Queenie won, Queenie won.
Queenie won, and the bishop is unpinned. Oh, Magnus didn't see it.
Yeah, Queenie won is a sick move.
Oh, man. And that's a move he normally spots. I think it tells you where we're at right now. We're at the end. We're at the end of this very, very long day. We're at 1 a.m. We are north of 1 a.m., ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for sticking it out. And again, we're going to make a very, very quick interview with Magnus Carlsen, as much as it can be quick given the stakes, the storylines, and everything that it was heading into this match and getting his honest thoughts about how he feels about beating Hans Niemann.
And then playing Alireza next. So you get over one hurdle, which may have been more of an obstacle off the board, but then you get Alireza. Oof, this is going to be a nasty finish here, and this finally will end the match.
Yeah. Magnus was probing for weaknesses on the king side, but it comes to an end with a loss for Magnus, an interesting one, because he still wins the match despite a very, very strange day, and ultimately a match that went on longer than we predicted it possibly could have. But Magnus Carlsen defeats Hans Niemann by a final score of 17.5 to 12.5, and he will play in another Speed Chess Championship final.
And unlike others, he will not be playing Hikaru Nakamura in the final. We have a new face, a new finalist, and Magnus Carlsen, world #1, just took down Hans Niemann, a player who is maybe one of the best-known players on the planet for some things off the board. But here his play on the board, it was inspired at times, but it wasn't quite enough. He didn't have the collective package, and Magnus Carlsen, he made him pay. Even after blundering, he still got some wins in. So Magnus, he really made his mark here. He's still in this. He will be in the final on Sunday.
And regardless of how he got there, the ups and downs, the weirdness of the event, of the match, of whatever it was leading into it, Magnus has got to be breathing a sigh of relief. He beats Hans Niemann, and whatever he thinks that means and whatever statements that sends, the truth is this match was not even as close as the final score, Robert. That's the truth. Magnus Carlsen dominated this match and sent whatever message could be sent.
I think at some point he was up by 10 games in the match. It ends up being 5 when the match was out of hand. But either way, we know our title match. Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, Hans Niemann. He's still alive. He gets to play against Hikaru Nakamura, but it wasn't his day against the best player in the world.
And we'll see how Hans recovers for that match with Hikaru Nakamura. That is a big match, as we said, with all kinds of big feelings, and there's a lot of tensions there between those two guys, even if not quite as much, I guess, with the history of Hans and Magnus. I don't even know how to rank or keep track of any of it anymore. But either way, tomorrow we have yet another incredibly packed with storylines match, Hans Niemann versus Hikaru Nakamura, before the final of Magnus Carlsen versus Alireza Firouzja. For the first time ever, we have an SCC final that will not have Hikaru Nakamura. So, all right, Robert, this has been great. I've loved sitting next to you, but now I'm being told I'm going to go downstairs and join Levy for the interview with Magnus. So we're going to take a very quick break. Don't go anywhere, everyone. When we return, we will catch up with the winner of our second semifinal. Once again, it was Magnus Carlsen who got the job done against Hans Niemann. He will be competing for a Speed Chess Championship title, defending his title on Sunday. And we are back for the final moments of a very, very long day, the second semifinal for the 2024 Speed Chess Championship here in Paris. Goes Magnus Carlsen's way. He defeats Hans Niemann by a score of 17.5 to 12.5. Magnus, by the end, did it feel more like relief? It was a weird match. It felt like it would never end. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I was waiting for this match to end basically at least since the 5-minute portion was over. I think for the 5-minute portion we were both playing like sort of okay, but I think after that it went off the rails, and the match was never close, but we were both blundering left, right, and center, and the outcome was not really in doubt. So I felt like I was just going through the motions for several hours. Then we started having these interruptions as well, which is it's okay by me. But yeah, it was just very, very strange day.
Yeah. Would you have been happier? Like, what would have made you the most happy after such a match? Just winning every section dominantly, or a close match that you ultimately win?
No, I would have been happy if I felt like I played really well. But I don't know. I feel like the air is a bit tough in here, so it's kind of hard to play anything close to your best level. So with that in mind, I wouldn't say I'm happy or unhappy. I'm happy the match is over. But apart from that, as I said, I was going through the motions for a long time. I just wanted this match to be over with. And now that I am, fortunately, I have a really, really exciting final to look forward to against Alireza, who played amazingly well today. And if I play anything close to the way that I played today, I'm just going to lose. So that's very motivating, and I think that's going to be a great match.
Were you surprised how the 5-1 portion went, that it was so dominant in your favor? Is that what you expected? Or when you mapped this at home in your head as far as how you thought it would progress, what were your thoughts on that? And were you just surprised that you got out to such a dominant lead early?
Yeah, I usually get out to leads in the 5-1 portion. But I felt like he was actually playing quite well, but he does blunder a lot. And with little time, he was not playing well, at least in that. And I was I was mostly up a little bit on time, and I was playing those scrambles better than he was and being a bit more practical. But I didn't feel like he was playing that badly in general. I mean, I forgot what the question was. But
I was just asking if you were surprised. You had a 5-game lead, but it's a big lead.
No,
you do
I
get out
wasn't.
2 leads, but it was a big lead.
No, I wasn't. I thought it was likely that I was going to be up by that point. But of course, it was very, very pleasant to know that already then the outcome of the match was not really in doubt.
Yeah.
You've had a very crazy 2 years as it pertains to Hans Niemann. You've played a lot of high-stakes matches against Fabiano, against Karyakin, etc. Were you nervous at all for this match? If not, have you been nervous for any match?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if nervous. Yeah, I was like a little bit nervous. Definitely more tense than usual. I mean, it's something I really wanted to get over with. But yeah, definitely a bit more than usual, and that's even heightened when you're taking into account like you have the waiting process here. The fans, everything makes it a bit more tense for sure.
It definitely was intense, and again, as you said, the day kept going. There was a lot going on. I want to just ask, I mean, what is your perspective now? Like, given everything that's happened, and now that this match is behind you, I mean, are you feeling more relieved? Are you feeling just happy it's behind you? And what did you make of what was going on? Were you experiencing some of the issues that Hans was experiencing? I'm just curious about the conversations down here.
Yeah, I was experiencing the issue of blundering.
Oh, okay, same issue.
Apart from that, I was thinking, I mean, I'm way up in the match. I don't really care. Like, if that's what he wants to focus on, I don't know if these were real issues or not. I have no opinion on that matter. I was just, trying to focus on my own thing. But yeah, of course, like, I'm relieved the match is over. It doesn't give me any great joy. But like, obviously losing this would have been really bad. So that's a good thing. But apart from that,
it's
quite neutral.
Hans is playing Hikaru tomorrow. Your thoughts on that match?
Yeah, as a chess fan, I'm really excited for that. I think Hikaru probably is going to be a bit less motivated than Niemann is, so that could be in Niemann's favor. But it's certainly going to be fun to follow. And yeah, I actually don't know what's going to happen there, because if Hikaru plays the way he played today, like, even though Alireza was really good, the outcome of the match is not decided. And
about that match, I was going to ask you, we were trying to debate upstairs, like, was it more of a match where Alireza just shined, or did Hikaru underperform? What were your impressions of Alireza, and you looking forward to Sunday?
No, my thoughts before the match was that if Hikaru plays at the level that he played in his previous match against Jan, he's just going to be obliterated by Alireza if he has a good day. But I thought Hikaru was going to raise his level, because he would feel that this is a match where it's not a foregone conclusion that he'll win, and those matches are quite rare. So I thought he would be a bit better. But I thought Alireza's play, especially in the scrambles, was amazing. Like, if you compare it to some of my games right now, where I felt when I was down to seconds, like, I could barely see the board, like, I was just guessing, and I think Niemann was doing the same thing, while Alireza was keeping a very high level in those situations, like even taking time to find tactics and so on. So that was very impressive to see, and I think sometimes it's both. It was a very good performance from Alireza, but also, not at the level that was needed from Hikaru.
If I can just ask one quick follow-up. Like you said, Hikaru needed to raise his level today because he played poorly against Jan. If he played the same way against Alireza, he was going to get obliterated. And you said he needed to raise his level. Just help us understand and help the crowd understand, the audience at home, like, what does that mean for an elite performer? raise your level in one of these matches?
No, I think some days like you can feel that you're on. I mean, the way that Hikaru played against me in the 5-1 portion a couple of years ago in the final, I thought that was very, very close to his best level and probably some of the best splits I've ever seen. Online, he had a match, I think in 2020 against Fedoseev as well, in the 5-1 portion where like he basically didn't make mistakes in those games. So I think he's still capable of that, but when you're playing Blitz, it's so easy to have doubt creep in, and then then you're just gonna play worse. And I think that's what started to happen with him in several matches. That he just he gets a bit jittery, and then he plays worse. And I don't think we saw anything close to his best level today. But honestly, like this was I think quite representative of the way that he's played recently. So he certainly has some work to do there.
I want to get to your match with Alireza as the last question, but speaking of raising their level, and I actually don't mean this in a spicy way, when you look at Hans, just regardless of the drama, regardless of all the things that got here, and you just think about the chess, where he's at, 21 years old, where he's come with his level over the last couple of years, and now facing you, he's clearly not at your level yet, at the elite level yet. What would you say about him as a chess player, regardless of the drama, in terms of what you experienced today and what Hans needs to do going forward in his career?
Yeah, I think he makes a lot of good moves. He blunders a lot, and he tilts. Like those are his biggest weaknesses. But like he has good understanding, and I think he's miles better than he was 2 years ago for sure. So he's certainly made improvements.
All right. Well, my last question is about Alireza, and again, this is the first time you won't be facing Hikaru Nakamura in a Speed Chess Championship final. He's not your opponent, it's Alireza. You said you can't play like you did today. So what do you do with your rest day tomorrow? How do you get ready for that match?
First of all, that match is a lot more motivating since I'm actually playing somebody who is at the highest level. And I know I really have to bring it. So that's motivating. I don't know what to do. Like, since the air is a bit stuffy here,
then maybe we need more fans. Yeah.
But I think I gotta prepare a bit differently to be in tip-top shape. But also, I think hopefully I'll be able to enjoy that match a lot more. Today was about getting through. Hopefully I can be a bit looser for that one. But I mean, most of all, I'm really looking forward to that. These final matches against Hikaru and now Alireza, like those are some of my definite favorites. Playing a bunch of Blitz games and some Bowl games against the best players in the world doesn't get better than that.
Well, it doesn't get a lot better than watching you play chess. That's the truth for all of us as fans and commentators. I know we're all tired, and I know it's been a long day, and this interview has been a little bit like how the match went. But can we hear it for the GOAT? I mean, seriously, the guy just got it done in a match. What an incredible performance. Magnus, it was a day. It was quite the day. You delivered. Congratulations. Enjoy the rest in the break, man, and we'll let you get out of here.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Levy. It's just me and you now. There
he goes. Danny,
there he goes.
I'm going to make a public service announcement before we turn everything off. Yo, fix the lighting, y'all, or I need to get a tan. This is ridiculous.
It's just that monitor.
It's not the monitor, Danny. There's the second monitor. It's really terrible. I mean, my God, I just came back from Spain. I was so tan. All right, tell them about the bracket.
Okay, the bracket, by the way, that you just saw. Now we're back to talking about Levy's skin complexion. I think we balance each other out well. I think
we do,
right.
but
I think it's all right.
What is this?
Hey, let's go back to the bracket because I do want to get your thoughts real quick.
1 in the morning. Nobody
on Hans. We're going to go very fast. Hans Hikaru. Yeah. Like, that's obviously huge. Is it possible there's more tension between Hans Niemann and Hikaru Nakamura, given all the things he said to you in the interview, given all the history of that? I know that's a weird question, given that obviously these two guys have been the center of the scandal, but Hikaru versus Hans, what an emotional roller coaster this has got to be.
Listen, it really did feel like, and I've talked about this very openly in various live streams and videos, that it really did feel like the last 6 to, let's say, 12 months, it became Hikaru Hans. I mean, Hans almost never spoke about Magnus in interviews. Recently, he started again a little bit, talking about how he has a lot more to lose than me, and talking about how he was in the last interview against Erigaisi and so on. But like, on a weekly basis, they are uploading YouTube videos about each other. He called him a coward. I mean, there's a lot riding on that match. Yeah, he said he was going to win tournaments while Hikaru was sitting and, old and unable to walk, and he will still be winning, which didn't make much sense because he's going to be 70 years old. But, whatever. It's Hans in the interview, so... But now he has to play him, and I told him, like, do you prefer to play Hikaru or play in the final? He said, I prefer to play in the final, but now he has to play Hikaru, and isn't this what we wanted? I mean, this is content.
I don't even know what we want anymore. We want to go to bed, but it is
That's what we want to do.
I know Hikaru didn't want to be named in the lawsuit. I know that was a lot of the tension there. Was like Hikaru felt, okay, there's the Magnus situation. Obviously, you're going to go after, me and chess.com, but like Hikaru felt like, what is going on here, right? So I know that there's just so much tension history with that. There's everything you said that Hans brought up in the interview and the fact that they seem to be going at each other. So this is one that, again, you want to focus on the chess, but where we've come and what's at stake with the rivalries here is
chess is not going to be speaking for itself tomorrow, guys. It's going to be wild.
It's going to be wild. It's going to be a lot going on. But all right, we have a lot more to do tomorrow and then on Sunday. We hope you enjoyed this epic, crazy day. It was amazing for all the players who delivered on the board, for all of the team here on site, our staff, our crew. There are so many people working incredibly hard who make this happen. For Levy, who's next to me, Robert, Danya, Canty, the whole crew, everybody, just want to say a huge thank you to the fans. Please tune in tomorrow and Sunday. I think you will, because there's a lot at stake, and we will see you as the Speed Chess Championship continues from Paris.